This beautiful figure hurriedly turned around among the soldier ration radishes with a smile. This beautiful figure was none other than Sun Ningxiang, who had been following Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang was neither a member of the Astronomical Parliament nor a member of Sky City. Sun Ningxiang was the person in charge of Condensed Fairy Orchard. She had led Condensed Fairy Orchard and joined Sky City. She only officially joined Sky City when she brought Condensed Fairy Orchard to the Marsh World to build a foundation for Lin Yuan in the Marsh World. Sun Ningxiang was not strong and did not have outstanding talent in internal affairs. It could be said that Sun Ningxiang had placed all her talents on plant cultivation and the management of Fey breeding bases. When Sun Ningxiang confirmed that she would follow Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan helped her raise her strength to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. However, Sun Ningxiang had never thought of herself as a core member of Sky City. She only focused on the work that Lin Yuan arranged for her. Ever since she had gone to the sky beyond the clouds, apart from the first few core meetings of Sky City members, Sun Ningxiang had not had the chance to meet with Lin Yuan. However, Sun Ningxiang knew that Lin Yuan valued her very much. Otherwise, he would not have given her such an important task like nurturing the soldier ration radishes. Apart from the soldier ration radishes, other rare plant-type creatures were also planted here. For Sun Ningxiang's convenience, Lin Yuan provided her with 100 deposit vegetable pods in human form as her assistants. A few of the deposit vegetable pods were standing beside Sun Ningxiang. When they saw Lin Yuan, they bowed slightly and greeted him. Sun Ningxiang, who had not seen Lin Yuan for a long time, found it difficult to suppress her feelings. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions and walked up to Lin Yuan with a smile. Lin Yuan, the 2 fairies you arranged have given this place a new lease of life. The soldier ration radish production will soon double. From next month onward, I estimate that the soldier ration radishes produced for the Faith Country will be more than twice as much as it is now. As long as these soldier ration radishes meet the conditions to be reproduced and cultivated separately, I will start to cultivate them separately. Based on the current situation, the production area for the soldier ration radishes is a little small. It's necessary to expand this place. The soldier ration radishes produced in the future might not be useful. I will store the soldier ration radishes in batches. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. When you planned everything that had happened in Sky City, so she was also very familiar with Sun Ningxiang's situation. When you had compiled all the information, Lin Yuan knew how hard Sun Ningxiang had worked during this period. During the continuous expansion of the Faith Country, Sun Ningxiang used her own ability to increase the production capacity of the soldier ration radishes and appropriately used the resources provided by the 100 Questions Beast Army. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the Faith Country to support such a rapid expansion. It could be said that Sun Ningxiang was Sky City's most outstanding logistics personnel. As the production of soldier ration radishes increased, it was necessary to stock up on them. The soldier ration radishes would not rot in the spatial equipment. The soldier ration radishes would be able to maximize the stability of the Faith Country, whether it was to deal with the rapid expansion of Sky City or the emergence of some force majeure factors. They were the cornerstone of the Faith Country's thriving development. Ningxiang, you've worked hard during this period. I heard from you that you have plans to contract a vitality sloth. Your sacred source life form is not compatible with the vitality sloth. I suggest that you don't contract the vitality sloth. Now you have Emerald Lady and Grey Pool to support you in your work. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight will also stay here for this period. They will all help you. Lin Yuan had 2 goals for returning to Sky City. Apart from cleaning up the troubles of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons and occupying their territories to expand the Faith Country and develop Sky City, Lin Yuan had another very important goal. This goal was to help 4 Seasons Mountain transform into a fairy. Whether 4 Seasons Mountain could evolve into a fairy depended on whether Lin Yuan could make the faith trees go against the ancient times. Only by planting the anti-ancient faith tree on the 4 Seasons Mountain could he gather the faith power of the Faith Country. After collecting the faith power, it would be easier to distribute it effectively. It was neither difficult nor easy to transform 4 Seasons Mountain into a fairy. Using a large amount of resources on the Four Seasons Mountain was enough to awaken the intelligence of the Four Seasons Mountain and turn it into a fairy. However, Lin Yuan hoped that Four Seasons Mountain could directly transform into a higher fairy. This was the only way to increase Four Seasons Mountain's future development potential. After Lin Yuan finished nurturing Four Seasons Mountain, he would also let Four Seasons Mountain stay here. At that time, Four Seasons Mountain would be able to help Sun Ningxiang. Sun Ningxiang hurriedly said, "Young master, I'm not tired at all. This place is very helpful for my sacred source lifeform to increase its stars. Compared to the others, I contracted a sacred source lifeform very late because my soul wasn't strong enough. However, my sacred source lifeform has already reached 10 stars while I've been here. Coincidentally, my sacred source lifeform's ability has a good effect on the soldier ration radish's growth. I originally planned to contract a vitality sloth. At the most important stage of the development of the faith country, I have to do something for our collective. My sacred source lifeform has only recently reached 10 stars. Its new ability has already made it unnecessary for me to contract the vitality sloth." Sun Ningxiang's sacred source lifeform came from the marsh world. It was purely a support-type sacred source lifeform with no offensive capabilities. Every once in a while, Sun Ningxiang would use her sacred source lifeform to transform a soldier ration radish into a female. The output of the female radishes could be more than 10 times that of the ordinary soldier ration radishes. Moreover, Sun Ningxiang could also use some special spiritual ingredients to try to nurture the female radishes, so that they would have the medicinal properties contained in these spiritual ingredients. Due to the guidance of Sun Ningxiang's sacred source lifeform, the vines and leaves produced by the soldier ration radish could cure diseases. The soldier ration radish's mutation depended on Sun Ningxiang's sacred source lifeform. However, these soldier ration radishes with special functions could be used under certain conditions. Not only could they increase the production of faith power, but they could also save a large sum of healing funds. Lin Yuan had built the faith country to ensure the health of the residents. Lifeforms who had reached myth breed would not be tortured by illness anymore, but the newborns in the faith country could not resist the invasion of disease. Sun Ningxiang could be said to have found a suitable position and unleashed the power of her sacred source lifeform to the extreme. After explaining her situation, Sun Ningxiang said to Lin Yuan very seriously, "Young master, before the faith country expands, I feel that we shouldn't distribute the soldier ration radishes directly even if we have more of them. It will cause a lot of trouble if the residents of these faith countries suddenly transition from being barely hungry to being fed. Now that the situation is good, the production of soldier ration radishes will definitely double. It's necessary to build the granary now." Su Yiren had just said what Sun Ningxiang said, and Su Yiren had the same thoughts as Sun Ningxiang. Su Yiren also felt that the soldier ration radishes should not be distributed in large quantities. Su Yiren's suggestion was to wait until the temple for sacrifices was completed, then use the rich food as a reward for the citizens who could provide high-quality faith power. This was equivalent to sending out 2 messages. Citizens who could produce a large amount of faith power in the faith country had a very high status and better treatment. This would encourage other citizens in the faith country to compete to produce faith power first. "Ningxiang, you have a good idea. The soldier ration radishes have always been nurtured by you, and the production of the soldier ration radishes have always been provided by you. You have the most say in how many soldier ration radishes you need to accumulate. You will be in charge of the construction plan of this granary. After the granary is built, you will also be in charge of it. I will arrange for 50 reserve members of Sky City to assist you in this matter. These 100 deposit vegetable pods will continue to be your assistants. What do you think?" Sun Ningxiang was very excited when she heard Lin Yuan's words. Sun Ningxiang was indeed a person who did not fight for anything. However, when the opportunity was presented to her, Sun Ningxiang would still seize it and fight for it. However, Sun Ningxiang would only grab those opportunities that she could grasp. Sun Ningxiang had always kept a respectful distance from those opportunities that she might not be able to grasp. And this opportunity was clearly something that Sun Ningxiang herself could grasp. It was a piece of cake for Sun Ningxiang to manage the construction of this granary and the subsequent accumulation of resources. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely do a good job. 50 reserve members are more than enough for me. Apart from these 50 reserve members, I also hope that you can send some spirit craftsmen and land imps who are good at building infrastructure. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to bring so many soldier ration radishes with me. Moreover, accidents could happen easily. Sun Ningxiang had once been the leader of a faction. She had taken over Condense Fairy Orchard during its most critical period. At that time, Condense Fairy Orchard had been surrounded by enemies from both sides. This gave Sun Ningxiang an extremely strong sense of danger. She liked to take precautions for everything. Lin Yuan had always admired Sun Ningxiang's sense of crisis. Although Sky City and the Faith Country were developing very easily and the enemies that appeared, be it the Spinning Wings White Falcons or the Crimson Heaven Falcons behind them, were not enough to pose a threat to Sky City. It was inevitable that Sky City would encounter a real crisis in the future. The next time they encountered such a crisis, Sun Ningxiang's precautionary attitude would greatly reduce the losses that Sky City might suffer. There's naturally no problem with the spirit craftsman and the land imp. Even if you didn't mention them, I would have prepared them for you. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can inform me. When I'm not around, you can look for one you. Remember, when you encounter something, don't always think about fighting it alone. The members of Sky City are inseparable. It's only right for us to help each other. Lin Yuan chatted with Sun Ningxiang for a while before bringing her to check on the situation at Four Seasons Mountain. Lin Yuan realized that Four Seasons Mountain's bloodline transformation was much easier than he had imagined. Four Seasons Mountain had really accumulated a lot over the years in the main world. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to evolve Four Seasons Mountain. Before evolving Four Seasons Mountain, he felt that he should first get rid of the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Then, he would focus on evolving the Four Seasons Mountain. There were many matters in Sky City that Lin Yuan had to decide for himself. Spring, summer, autumn, Lu Yao, and Lu Chen had already waited and met up for the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. The second elder was extraordinary. His strength had already broken through to the Holy Spirit level. Due to the restraint of their bloodlines, despite being slightly weaker than Lu Chen, it would be very difficult for Lu Chen and Lu Yao to take down the second elder even if they joined forces. This was unless Lu Chen and Lu Yao risked their lives. But even if they risked their lives, they would end up in an internecine outcome. However, it was different with spring, summer, and autumn present. Spring and summer knew that autumn liked to show off and did not attack the second elder. Autumn pressed his fingers together and a scene of withering appeared behind him. These withered leaves attacked the second elder. The second elder was shocked and furious. He did not expect to see such a scene. When Qiju first reported the situation of the Faith Country, the Crimson Heaven Falcons treated the Faith Country as a piece of fat meat that could be slaughtered. They had not taken the faction behind the King Blood Jackals seriously. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, this faction had designs on the King Blood Jackals but not the Spinning Wings White Falcons, which were stronger than the King Blood Jackals. It was obvious that they had figured out the situation and did not want to fight the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Qi Jintian had never thought that not only would the Spinning Wings White Falcons become prisoners of this faction, but even strong Crimson Heaven Falcons would be injured and killed. They were like prisoners who were at a loss. The scarlet flames that Qi Jintian spewed out were as sticky as bright red paint. As the flames burned, phantoms of giant eagles with wingspans of more than 1,000 meters flew out one after another. However, be it these giant eagle phantoms or the burning of these dark red flames, they all seemed very powerless in the face of these fallen leaves. These leaves only covered these flames and the flames fused into the leaves. Bright fire patterns were outlined on these leaves. Every leaf was equivalent to a silent bleak world. All the targets that came into contact with this bleak world would become prisoners of this bleak world. The resistance of Qi Jintian was actually not very effective. Like the other Spinning Wings White Falcons, he was filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. It was as if the second elder was just a weak ant. It is easy to explain such a situation. The fundamental reason for such a situation was that Autumn's strength had to be far above that of Qi Jintian. To an ordinary person, Stepping on an ant was no different from stepping on a beetle. The two seemed to belong to completely different dimensions. The moment Qi Jintian's body was tainted by the golden flames that filled the sky, the energy in his body and the power of his bloodline were digested and devoured by these golden leaves. Qi Jintian, who was originally soaring in the sky, fell heavily to the ground. Autumn slowly arrived in front of Qi Jintian, and the tip of his shoe stopped 10 centimeters away from Qi Jintian's head. It was as if being any closer to Qi Jintian would stain Autumn. Autumn looked disdainfully at the disheveled Qi Jintian. He gently raised his hand, and the leaves that landed in front of Qi Jintian immediately left Qi Jintian's body. This gave Qi Jintian the chance to move freely. I asked the two leaders of the Crimson Heaven Falcons just now. They said that you have more weight and should make the decision. I'll only ask you once. Do you want the Crimson Heaven Falcons to submit to my young master? Autumn's tone was calm, but Qi Jintian could feel the sharp, killing intent in his words. It was as if as long as he said no, this expert in front of him whose strength he could not understand at all would kill him. As the second eld, the difference in strength between him and the species leader was not too big. Even if the leader was stronger than him, he couldn't suppress him so easily to the point that he did not have the chance to fight back. Qi Jintian frequently sparred with the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Qi Ranhong. Qi Jintian felt that even if Qi Ranhong obtained the opportunity that he had waited for thousands of years for and improved his strength, he would still be no match for this man with sharp eyebrows. Not far away, there was a man and a woman who were obviously from the same species. Their strength was comparable to his. The other two women were undoubtedly much stronger than him. They had most likely reached a level comparable to the man with sword-like eyebrows. Qi Jintian was secretly shocked. What kind of powerful faction was standing behind the King Blood Jackals? With the powerful strength of this faction, even if they did not reside in a small place like north of the Lonely River, they would be able to stand firm in the core area of the East Universe. Such a powerful faction appeared here. Could it be that this faction was here for the treasure that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were waiting for to mature? With this thought, Qi Jintian felt that he was being a little ridiculous. That treasure was only effective on some special fire-type falcon species phase, and the Crimson Heaven Falcons happened to be one of the compatible bloodlines. If not for the fact that the experts of the Crimson Heaven Falcons were using it, the Spinning Wings White Falcons, who also had a falcon species, would absorb the energy of this treasure when it matured. They would definitely be burned to bones by the huge flames inside. Qi Jintian remembered that the last time Qi Ju brought back news, he said that someone in the territory of the King Blood Jackals had gathered the scattered villages together to form a huge country. This kingdom could steadily produce faith power. If not for Qi Ju's report, the Crimson Heaven Falcons would have coveted the faith power produced by this huge country. The Crimson Heaven Falcons would not order the Spinning Wings White Falcons to attack an unknown faction at this critical moment. This faction had powerful experts and collected faith power in an orderly manner. To accumulate strength in a godforsaken place like north of the Lonely River, he must have a lot of plans. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Qi Jintian's mind, but Autumn did not intend to give him so much time to consider. Autumn snorted coldly. Autumn's cold snort made Qi Jintian subconsciously shiver. The killing intent released by Autumn's aura seemed to turn into sharp knives that stabbed straight at Qi Jintian. Qi Jintian hurriedly said, "I'm willing to lead all the Crimson Heaven Falcons here to submit to your young master." Qi Jintian's words were very firm. Qi Jintian was unwilling to be the first person to submit on behalf of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. However, the Crimson Heaven Falcons couldn't be a match for this faction even if they used all their strength. There was no point in resisting under such circumstances. Qi Jintian could not bring all the Crimson Heaven Falcons to the Netherworld. The Crimson Heaven Falcons were a faction with many dependent species under their command. Before they came to north of the Lonely River and hid here, they had far more dependent species than they did now. A faction that gathered other factions as their dependent species would be able to accept being the dependent species of a more powerful faction to seek protection. The key was that the Crimson Heaven Falcons could not make a choice in the current situation. When choosing to submit, Qi Jintian glared fiercely at Qi Ju. If Qi Ju had not made such a report back then, he would not be in such a sorry state now. Autumn nodded in satisfaction when he heard Qi Jintian's answer. In fact, Autumn did not think much of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. But before coming, Lin Yuan had clearly wanted to take the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons in as dependent species. If Qi Jintian was stubborn and did not work, Autumn would have no choice but to kill Qi Jintian. It would seem like Autumn had not properly completed the mission that Lin Yuan had given him. Since the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons have chosen to submit to my young master, follow me to meet him. As he spoke, Autumn's robe fluttered. A fallen leaf stuck to the back of every Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcon. When they went to meet Lin Yuan, if anyone dared to make a move, this fallen leaf would immediately clean up the troublemakers. Autumn would not allow anyone to be disrespectful in front of Lin Yuan, especially those whom he had brought over. Lin Yuan had already returned to Sky City and was preparing to help the Moon Empress nurture the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast. Before returning to Sky City, Lin Yuan handed over nearly 1 million spirit chi crystals to begin Lady for her and Celestial Sight to use to nourish the Four Seasons Mountain. The Faith Country was not only a treasure trove that produced faith power but was also a treasure trove that provided spirit chi crystals to Lin Yuan. Until now, Lin Yuan had yet to meet Morbius. Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan absorb the world grace and creation world ley lines through the pure land of bliss. Lin Yuan had been using the golden pearls to strengthen the law runes in the sacred sword-wielding queen. As the sacred sword-wielding queen was in a deep sleep, Lin Yuan could not use its abilities. Otherwise, with the golden pearls that he had accumulated, those laws could most likely be strengthened into spirit fire. Lin Yuan was now providing a massive amount of resources to the Four Seasons Mountain. It was only a matter of time before the Four Seasons Mountain transformed into a fairy. When he saw Lin Yuan, Mystic Moon hurried forward with a smile and said, "Young lord, the Moon Empress is in seclusion." When the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast evolved to myth breed, its bloodline showed signs of metamorphosis. The Moon Empress and the Rabbit Emperor are very concerned about the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast situation, but I believe it won't be long before they come out of seclusion. Lin Yuan nodded. The Desire Moon-Eyed Beast's bloodline metamorphosis was a good thing for the Moon Empress, so she needed to focus on dealing with it. Lin Yuan could sense that Mystic Moon's strength was on the verge of transforming from beginner world emperor/divine kingdom to intermediate. Lin Yuan had helped Mystic Moon and Cold Moon increase their strength. Cold Moon was different from Mystic Moon. Cold Moon was a spirit chi professional while Mystic Moon was a dragon species fae. It was undoubtedly more difficult to increase Mystic Moon's strength than it was to increase Cold Moon's strength. This was because Mystic Moon had to ensure that his bloodline improved before he could increase his strength. Mystic Moon's bloodline was of an extremely high level, and there were very few special spiritual ingredients to support it. It would be very difficult to reach intermediate divine kingdom by relying solely on the activation of his bloodline. Even if he could cross this gate, he would waste a lot of his evolution potential. Ever since Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress disciple, Mystic Moon had been helping Lin Yuan and had done his best to help him solve his problems. Even Lin Yuan's capable assistant, Wen Yu, had been nurtured by Mystic Moon. Otherwise, with Wen Yu's growth alone, she would not be able to help Lin Yuan for a long time. Mystic Moon was a cold person when it came to outsiders. Lin Yuan had learned this when he first went to Leaning Moon Mountain. However, Mystic Moon was like a furnace to his own people. He always did his best for them. Lin Yuan had always been very clear about Mystic Moon's situation. During this trip, he had thought of solving the problem for Mystic Moon. Lin Yuan handed a diamond Fey storage box to Mystic Moon. "Uncle Mystic, I specially found the things inside for you. Whether it's to increase your strength or increase your bloodline, they should be quite helpful." Upon hearing this, Mystic Moon hurriedly investigated the contents of the Diamond Fey storage box. Upon closer inspection, Mystic Moon saw that the Diamond Fey storage box actually contained 10 dragon pearls that emitted a majestic dragon aura. The weakest of these dragon pearls was produced from a Pinnacle World Emperor/Divine Kingdom dragon species fae. If he could absorb the dragon chi inside, his bloodline would quickly increase. Mystic Moon wanted to thank Lin Yuan, but he realized that Lin Yuan had already disappeared and entered the breeding room next to the Moon Empress. Mystic Moon looked in the direction where Lin Yuan had disappeared and revealed a warm and gentle smile. If Cold Moon saw Mystic Moon's smile, she would realize that Mystic Moon's smile had only been shown to the Moon Empress before. And now, there was another person who made Mystic Moon smile, and that person was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan entered the breeding room and released his new fae, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake that he had just spirit-locked. The Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake had already been nurtured to sovereign/creation. Fae name: Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake, Fae species. Snake pupils/Lusion Snake, Fae grade. Sovereign, 3 out of 10. Fae type: Soul, Fae quality. Creation 6. Abilities: Snake eyes. Controls other snake species phase through its eyes. When its soul energy is enough to suppress other snake species phase, it can induce them to contract or sacrifice it. Contract allows control over the snake-type lifeforms. As long as the targeted snake-type lifeform's spiritual power does not exceed its own, it will not escape its control. When sacrificing the targeted snake-type lifeforms, it can obtain the energy from its body and use its flesh to strengthen its own physical fitness. Snake coiling defense. Coiled its body together, allowing the entire snake body to become one. When it is attacked, it can shrink its body and increase its defense to the greatest extent. Soul forging armor. When the soul energy is combined with the snake species phase bloodline, it will form an armor that interweaves with the bloodline on the surface of the body. Not only can it resist physical attacks, but it also has a certain resistance to elemental damage. Life-prolonging shedding. Under the circumstances of using the snake coiling defense, if the target pierces through the defense and poses a threat to its life, it will instinctively undergo a snake shedding to avoid fatal damage. Each snake shedding weakens the body and diminishes a certain amount of soul strength. Swift snake shadow. Increases the snake species phase under its control, allowing them to react and attack more quickly. Violent venom burst. Activate the snake venom in the target's body, causing the slow-acting snake venom to instantly activate its poison effect and cause timely damage to the target. The poison damage to the target will be converted into healing energy to heal the army of snakes. Snake devouring rampage. The snake-type phase under its control will devour each other and increase the strength of the main body in a superimposed manner. It will also cause the devouring main body to enter a berserk state and sacrifice itself to attack the enemy. At the end of its life, its body will explode, and the damage will be equivalent to its full strength attack at its peak. Fearless snake heart. All the targets in the snake group will be fearless. The snake heart is as tough as iron and has a certain chance of being immune to mental, soul, and mind abilities. When facing a powerful enemy, even if the enemy uses bloodline deterrence, it can still reveal 100% of its strength. Exclusive skill. 6 Flowers Curse. Through the 6 Flowers Curse in the eye, whenever the target's body is invaded by poison related to the target, a snake flower will grow from the wound. When the number of snake flowers reaches 6, the target's bloodline will be forcefully changed, turning the target into a subsnake. Control strengthening. When contracting a snake species fae, the contract will be bound to the target's soul. Once bound to the target's soul, if the contract is shaken by external influences, the contract will spontaneously sacrifice the target to prevent it from breaking free from its control. Brahma Snake Totem. Transform the totem into a copy on the contractor's body. The contractor will share the worship of the snake creatures. It can perfectly control the snake creatures it controls and obtain the faith power of these snake creatures. Totem Snake Transformation. Every time a snake-type lifeform undergoes a metamorphosis, a portion of the snake-type lifeform's subsequent metamorphosis potential will be transferred to the contractor, helping the contractor's physique and bloodline to undergo a metamorphosis. Upon being summoned, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake obediently wrapped its tail around Lin Yuan's arm. Morbius was on Lin Yuan's wrist. As Morbius Spirit Lock Fae, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake did not dare to overstep its boundaries. Even if Lin Yuan did not have anything on his left wrist, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake would not dare to be there. Apart from constantly improving its grade and quality, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake, which had been staying in the Spirit Lock spatial zone all this time, also controlled many snake species phase. Its ability to control snake species phase was much stronger than Wendy's when she was the Medusa Snake Demon. While the Brahma flower jade blood snake behaved exceptionally well in front of Lin Yuan, it exhibited exceptional ferocity and dominance when dealing with other snake species phase under its control. Many snake species phase creatures would be eliminated if they did not meet its requirements. The Brahma flower jade blood snake was too spoiled and willful. Upon discovering this situation, Lin Yuan taught it a good lesson. Lin Yuan had spent a lot of effort selecting the snake species phase for the Brahma flower jade blood snake. Every snake that was lost because of its willfulness was a huge loss for Lin Yuan. The Brahma flower jade blood snake's strength had already reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, and its intelligence was far higher than that of ordinary humans. If not for the fact that it did not like to appear in human form, it could already transform into a human and walk outside. The Brahma flower jade blood snake was extremely solitary and did not communicate with the life forms in the spirit lock spatial zone like Lin Yuan's other spirit lock phase, and only liked to control its own wild snakes. When the Brahma flower jade blood snake reached sovereign, it obtained the exclusive skill Fearless Snake Heart. Snake species phase were generally cunning, and they often preferred to use some strategies to deal with their enemies rather than brute force. The various habits of snake species phase had caused them to dislike fighting head-on with their enemies in battle. Fearless Snake Heart allowed snake species phase to fight fearlessly while maintaining their inherent quality. Apart from that, it could also allow them to have a certain chance to become immune to various forms of control on their spirit, soul, and mind. Even when facing bloodline suppression and being subjected to intimidation by the enemy's bloodline, they would still be able to exert 100% of their strength. This greatly enhanced the strength of the snakes controlled by the Brahma flower jade blood snake. When the Brahma flower jade blood snake reached creation breed and obtained totem snake transformation, Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. As the Brahma flower jade blood snake strength increased, the number of snake species phase it controlled would also increase. With such a large number of snake species phase being nurtured and enhanced, it was inevitable that their bloodlines would transform. Whenever the bloodlines of the controlled snake species phase transformed, the potential of this bloodline transformation would be reflected in Lin Yuan's body through the totem to help his physique transform. Lin Yuan's body of all spirits needed to constantly transform, but it was extremely difficult. Up until now, Lin Yuan's body of all spirits had not undergone any changes. Totem snake transformation could assist Lin Yuan in enhancing his chance of physical transformation and help him in evolving the body of all spirits. This was extremely important to Lin Yuan. Although totem snake transformation had some side effects, such as causing the snake species phase to lose half of their evolution potential while providing opportunities for Lin Yuan's physical transformation, they would not affect the strength of the snakes. Even if it was for himself, Lin Yuan would provide the best resources for the snakes. Lin Yuan raised his hand and stroked the Brahma flower jade blood snake that was tied to his arm. It felt cool to the touch and was as hard as a jade ring. Lin Yuan did not immediately let the Brahma flower jade blood snake return to the spirit lock spatial zone like he did after checking the phase. He told the Brahma flower jade blood snake, "You should have snake species phase that are about to evolve their bloodlines, right? Bring one out now. I want to help its bloodline transform and also try the effect of your totem snake transformation." The Brahma flower jade blood snake immediately summoned a giant silver-gray snake with a triangular head. Upon being summoned, the giant snake did not even dare to let out its signature hissing sound. It obediently crawled by Lin Yuan's feet. The Brahma flower jade blood snake hated it the most when snake species phase under its control revealed their aura in front of it. Every time it encountered such a situation, it would eliminate them. The snake was a shatter spatial silver viper that was at the juncture of bloodline transformation. Its scales were already in a semi-crystallized state. Once the snake scales crystallized completely, the shatter spatial silver viper's bloodline would have a breakthrough. If Lin Yuan wanted to completely crystallize the scales of the shatter spatial silver viper, he would only need to provide it with some pure spirit chi. Lin Yuan brought a few spirit chi crystals to the shatter spatial silver viper and crushed them. The shatter spatial silver viper did not give up on the rare opportunity and hurriedly absorbed the pure spirit chi. Gradually, its scales became transparent. As the shatter spatial silver viper's bloodline evolved, Lin Yuan felt a strange sensation in his body. The feeling was very strange as Lin Yuan felt that his body had been strengthened to a certain extent, and he trembled from the inside out. This time, the tremor seemed to be hitting the shackles of his body. Such a sensation happening once was nothing significant for Lin Yuan. However, if it were to occur hundreds or thousands of times in the future, it would definitely be of great help to enhance Lin Yuan's physique in the future. Lin Yuan sent the Shatter Spatial Silver Viper and Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake back to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to check on Chimey. Previously, Chimey's problem was that it could not obtain top-grade strange flames, which restricted the evolution of its grade and quality. Lin Yuan had traded for a large number of high-grade flames in Fortune Treasure Palace. The Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree, which had reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, could absorb these flames. After the Phoenix Perching Chinese Parasol Tree's transformation, Chimey quickly absorbed the flame energy into its body. Under normal circumstances, if Chimey had only enhanced its strength and quality, Lin Yuan would not have cared so much. Yet now, Chimey's bloodline was throbbing. This was a sign that Chimey's bloodline was about to transform. Chimey and Genius were the first two Fays to follow Lin Yuan. Chimey had evolved continuously from a sound bird. Even though it had always maintained its sparrow species bloodline, Chimey's bloodline was already comparable to the main Phoenix species phase when it reached Suzerain/Myth breed. Its bloodline was even stronger than many main Phoenix species phase. When Chimey and Lin Yuan's other phase were all Suzerain/Myth breed, Chimey showed exceptional strength among them. However, when other phase had evolved to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, Chimey had only evolved from Suzerain/Myth breed to Sovereign/Creation in the past 20 years due to insufficient resources. However, the accumulation of strength over time was beneficial for Chimey. In fact, its bloodline was already showing signs of metamorphosis. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on Chimey. Fey name: Command Phoenix Dawn Day Sparrow, Fey species. Sound Sparrow genus/Sound Sparrow species. Fey grade: Sovereign, 10/10, Fey type: Sound/Light, Fey quality. Creation 8. Abilities: Phoenix Cry. The power of main Phoenix will combine the Phoenix Cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the Phoenix Cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. New Day of Light. The exquisite main Phoenix blood and sunlight will solidify into a sun. Under the light of the sun, its abilities will rapidly be absorbed by light. When the light is used up, it can replenish Phoenix blood and soul. Phoenix breed input sound. By tempering the Phoenix species phase soul into Phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian Fae, the avian Fae will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the Phoenix species Fae. By setting the Phoenix breed will be set alight and increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Falling Sky New Day. Drop the sun in its body to create a territory full of sun energy. When the sun energy depletes, it will temporarily be immune to most physical and elemental damage. Speak Spirit Singer. Enter song into the soul. By using up the Phoenix breed's ability to bring song into reality, the willpowers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear Zither Change Voice. Place an anchor on something that could release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Sun Projection. Its bloodline will be transformed into a rising sun and projected onto that world's original sun. The sun power will provide it with an overall boost. During this process, it will be closely linked to the sun. Once over, it will enter a very weak state. 9 Suns Cry. When the suns formed within oneself resonate with the celestial body, the suns will extract energy from the celestial body to form 9 suns. The 9 suns can project their clear cries and create a domain filled with solar energy for themselves. Exclusive skill. Double Sun Rains. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, It can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body. Fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana world sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. Sound spirit sacred hall. Its own musical notes will form a sacred hall. Within the sacred hall, all of the phenomena contained in sound will become reality. When the main body enters the sacred hall, the effects will be able to spread outwards by using the energy in one's body. Sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree. Separate a portion of its soul and bloodline from the parasol tree it resides in. When it accidentally dies, the soul and bloodline left on the platen wood will be activated, forming an embryo for it to reincarnate. After absorbing enough energy, it will revive in a new form. Chimey had evolved to sovereign and obtained the new Nine Suns Cry ability, which could be considered its strongest ability. When Chimey let the sun in its body rise into the sky, the strength it displayed was already very powerful. Now, this sun could be divided into 9 suns, and drawing energy from the celestial body would not affect Chimey's own energy. These 9 suns could project Chimey's voice, which was equivalent to expanding the range of Chimey's language ability and the attack range of its Phoenix Cry ability. As for Sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree, it was a special life-saving ability. Lin Yuan could sense that Chimey had been very depressed ever since it had left the main world and was unable to sing on Star Web. He had always doted on Chimey like a daughter and had no intention of letting it join the battle. Lin Yuan's plan for Chimey was to let it become a great singer in the Faith Country to help Lin Yuan obtain faith power. Hence, Chimey basically had no need for Sparrow perching Chinese parasol tree. However, having the exclusive skill was not necessarily a bad thing. If something really happened to Chimey in the future and Lin Yuan couldn't take care of Chimey, it would ensure that Chimey would not lose its life due to unexpected occurrences. If Chimey could become a great singer of the Faith Country, it would be equivalent to becoming the spokesperson of the Faith Country, and there was a possibility of encountering danger at any time. When Lin Yuan saw that more than half of the flames stored in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's leaves had been consumed, he hurriedly replenished them. After Chimey finished transforming its bloodline, it pounced into Lin Yuan's arms and flapped its wings to land on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Chimey said aggrievedly, "Yuan, it's been a while since you came to see Chimey. Genius has been very busy recently and has been staying in the 100 Questions Beast army all day long. Chimey can only stay in the nest alone. Can you come and accompany Chimey more often in the future? Chimey can't livestream on Star Web anymore. You guys are the only ones left." The more Chimey spoke, the more aggrieved it became. Its voice started to choke up, and Lin Yuan's heart ached. Chimey had never been delicate. There were 2 reasons why Chimey would say that. Firstly, Chimey did not have any companions to accompany it in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The people that it was familiar with, like Genius, had to enhance their abilities or attend to other matters every day. Otherwise, Genius would definitely be very willing to accompany Chimey. Secondly, Chimey hadn't been able to increase its strength. Those companions whose strength was comparable to or lesser than it had managed to enhance their strength. This inevitably made Chimey feel a sense of disparity. It felt that it was no longer as highly regarded by Lin Yuan as before. Lin Yuan used the second knuckle of his index finger to touch the soft feathers under Chimey's beak. "Chimey, you will still have many listeners in the future. Those listeners will admire and praise your singing from the bottom of their hearts. Now that you have the resources, just focus on improving your strength. When your strength increases, I'll let you leave the Spirit Lock spatial zone and stay by my side. You'll become Sky City's spokesperson in the Faith Country." Updated on Chimey chirped in surprise and did not continue pestering Lin Yuan. Instead, it flew to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's nest to absorb the strange flame's energy. Chimey had already set a goal in its heart, which was to do its best to evolve to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Genius knew that Lin Yuan had entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and immediately rushed over. Genius thought that Chimey would be chirping and waiting toward it, but it didn't expect Chimey to already be working in the nest. Genius did not disturb Chimey and said, "Yuan, this is your first time letting someone else contract the 100 Questions Beast. You must remind when you not to spread the truth about the 100 questions beast. As a highly intelligent life form, Genius understood its situation the best. At present, it already had a deep understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan absorbed knowledge from the sky beyond the clouds by relying on Genius to record and summarize the contents of the books. It was precisely because it understood the current situation of the sky beyond the clouds that Genius said such words. The requirements for creators in the sky beyond the clouds were much greater than the main world's requirements for creation masters. As Genius grade and quality continued to increase, it was now on par with the Moon Empress in terms of creation masters. Genius could concoct the potion formula that Lin Yuan had obtained from the Moon Empress. The current Genius was about an intermediate to advanced grade 4 creator. Genius' earliest batch of 100 questions beasts also had developed the ability equivalent to a grade 4 creator. It could be said that the 100 questions beast army could create a value that could shock any faction. However, they did not have any combat ability. The 100 question beast army was created by Lin Yuan and existed by relying on Lin Yuan. Genius was not afraid of the safety of the 100 questions beast army, but that Lin Yuan would be targeted. Even if the person Lin Yuan had given the 100 questions beast to was Wen Yu, Genius still could not help but remind Lin Yuan. Upon hearing its words, Lin Yuan nodded seriously. Genius rarely offered reminders to Lin Yuan, so the fact it did so implied that the matter held significant importance in its mind. Lin Yuan said seriously, "Genius, I know what you mean. Your concerns are valid. I'll remind Wen Yu to pay attention. Wen Yu basically did not have a chance to go out of Sky City. Hence, there was no chance for outsiders to notice the 100 questions beast." As Lin Yuan spoke these words, he also reminded himself that Sky City was currently staffed with the same people as before, with not many additions. However, with Lin Yuan's journey in the sky beyond the clouds, it was inevitable that he would accept people into Sky City. The astronomical parliament would also allow some selected people to become members of Sky City. Even if these people were under Lin Yuan's control and would not do anything to harm Sky City, it was still hard to guarantee that they would not be captured during missions. Lin Yuan's sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom could probe the truth. When those powerful factions interrogated the enemy members, the abilities to probe souls were not uncommon. For Lin Yuan to completely conceal the 100 questions beast's existence and prevent the outside world from knowing about them, he had to ensure that the 100 questions beasts were not in public view and that the people in Sky City who had gone outside had not seen the 100 questions beasts. Genius reminder was very important to Lin Yuan. Genius, Begin Lady is no longer in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Therefore, you will have to supervise everything in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Has anything happened in the Spirit Lock spatial zone recently? Genius thought for a moment and said firmly, "Yuan, the condition in the Spirit Lock spatial zone has been very good recently. Nothing unexpected has occurred. If there's anything to mention, it's probably the spies you caught working in the Spirit Lock spatial zone before. For some unknown reason, there's an internal strife among them. It caused a chaotic fight between the 7 of them and caused some losses in the cat garden. I've dealt with all 7 of them with the war weapons you prepared for me. At the same time, I beat up the others in the cat garden. Also, I've warned them that if such a situation happens again, I'll get rid of everyone working in the cat garden. It was because of your kindness back then that gave them a chance to live. In terms of working ability, they can't even compare to those deposit vegetable pods that were nurtured." When it mentioned this, Genius revealed a disdainful expression. The living environment that Lin Yuan provided for these people was outstanding enough, and these people did not have the chance to encounter such good conditions outside. However, these people chose to fight over some benefits, causing the cat garden to suffer losses. In addition, the fights between these people might have a connection with their grudges. Genius only explained the outcome to Lin Yuan and did not explain the specific situation to him. Lin Yuan was so busy every day that he did not have time to waste on such trivial matters. Upon hearing Genius' words, Lin Yuan nodded. The stability of the Spirit Lock spatial zone was good news for him. A large number of resources were nurtured in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and these resources were constantly being produced outside. Due to the constant increase of spirit chi concentration in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Many life forms that did not possess much evolution potential experienced improvements in their grade and quality in the spirit-locked spatial zone. Among them were the golden lotus brocade pearls fairy. Brocade zither had already evolved into a genuine six-winged fairy. When they were in the main world, they could help creation masters increase the success rate of concocting potions. If Brocade zither was still a two-winged fairy now, then the child ramets it cultivated would not be of much help to creators. However, after it became a six-winged fairy, the child ramets it produced could help creators concoct potions. There were currently no creators from Sky Beyond the Clouds and Sky City, but both Genius 100 Questions Beast Army and the Moon Empress were full of praise for the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, which undoubtedly proved its value. Through the transaction with Fortune Treasure Palace, Lin Yuan learned that resources like this were extremely rare in the entire Sky Beyond the Clouds. Once resources beneficial to creators appeared, these resources would immediately be snatched by other factions. Lin Yuan had plans to sell the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls to the public. Firstly, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to always use creator resources like spirit chi crystals and pure elemental energy for external transactions. By using the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, Lin Yuan could trade for various resources more conveniently. Secondly, Brocade Zither's Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls could wither on their own according to the Ortet's demand. The Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls would always create value for the factions that were on good terms with Lin Yuan. On the other hand, even if those factions that were on bad terms with Lin Yuan acquired them through trade, they would quickly wither. After leaving the spirit-locked spatial zone, Lin Yuan also left the breeding room. When he left the breeding room, he realized that the Moon Empress had also left the breeding room. From the Moon Empress expression, Lin Yuan knew that nurturing the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast was going smoothly. He did not ask about the Desire Moon-Eyed Beast again. He knew very well that if the Moon Empress needed his help in the future, she would directly ask him. The Moon Empress said with a smile, "Spring and autumn have returned to Sky City and brought the experts of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and the dozen or so Crimson Heaven Falcons over. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons have already been arranged to the second meeting hall. Little Yuan, if you have time, why don't you go and take a look? I heard from Spring that Summer stayed in the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and was stationed there. In that case, we'll be able to take over the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons soon." Before Lin Yuan left Sky City, he had told the Moon Empress to look for Spring and Summer if she needed anything. The Moon Empress knew that the fact that Lin Yuan would instruct her that way meant that Spring and Summer were definitely very powerful and were capable of resolving many unexpected situations. However, she never expected that they could eliminate the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. This matter sounded too shocking. If the Moon Empress had known that Spring and Summer were so powerful, she would not have been so nervous when she found out that the Spinning Wings White Falcons were about to target Sky City. Lin Yuan nodded confidently. "Master, you're right. We'll be able to take over the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons very soon. Or rather, the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons is now Sky City's. Not only that, Sky City will soon be able to control the territory of the Crimson Heaven Falcons." Lin Yuan's words were filled with confidence. His confidence instilled a sense of security in the Moon Empress. It was a feeling that the Moon Empress rarely experienced. The few times that the Moon Empress felt a sense of security could be said to be related to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to meet the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. He would let them stay in the second meeting hall for now. There would be people in the second meeting hall who would torture them. By the time it was done, it would not be too late for Lin Yuan to meet with the experts of these two species. Lin Yuan wanted the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons to submit wholeheartedly. He needed to control the Crimson Heaven Falcons through these members. Lin Yuan had asked Wen Yu to contract 100 Questions Beast, which was a method that he had suddenly thought of. As long as the 100 Questions Beast provided sufficient resources, there was no barrier to increasing its strength. Wen Yu's 100 Questions Beast strength had increased. Through the Thoughts letter paper, she called out to Lin Yuan to try holding another astronomical parliament meeting. Lin Yuan could sense that Wen Yu was very confident that the astronomical parliament would be convened again. Since that was the case, it was more important for Lin Yuan to try holding the astronomical parliament again. After having dinner with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan arrived at the star platform located at the top of Sky City when the constellations shone. Lin Yuan released the star vastness peony and let it amplify when you used the huge amount of spiritual energy she had obtained from contracting the 100 Questions beast to communicate with the constellations, and soon the meeting began again. When Yu and Lin Yuan looked at each other, and Lin Yuan nodded. This time, when Yu had called for the astronomical parliament not only to see if it could be held smoothly but also to conduct a comprehensive test. Hence, when Yu had invited Lu Jie, Su Iran, Luolan, and Bei Su from the astronomical parliament. Feeling the familiar call, they entered the astronomical parliament at the same time and sat in the chairs that originally belonged to them. Bei Su had the most difficult journey. He looked around and could not help but sigh. In the current astronomical parliament, there were only 6 people left, including Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, as 5 people had left. These 5 people had not chosen to go to the sky beyond the clouds. Now, they were not even qualified to enter the astronomical parliament. This included Yin Lin, who had joined the astronomical parliament with Bei Su. Even though Bei Su might be inexperienced, he could sense Yin Lin's feelings for Lin Yuan. Bei Su could not understand why Yin Lin had chosen to stay in the main world and not follow Lin Yuan to the sky beyond the clouds. No matter how one looked at it, going to the sky beyond the clouds was the best choice. Along the way, Yin Lin had helped him grow. Before leaving, Yin Lin had specially looked for Bei Su to bid him farewell. Bei Su couldn't help but ask Yin Lin the reason. Yin Lin had only smiled and said that she was envious that Bei Su didn't have to fulfill his duties as the envoy of the Federation and the young leader of the family. Yin Lin was constrained by the burden pressing down on her own shoulders. Bei Su sighed softly. He did not know if Yin Lin was doing well in the main world. He was not the only one who felt this way, though. Su Iran, Luolan, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and even Lu Jie, who had just joined the astronomical parliament at a late stage, shared the same feeling. At that moment, a figure was pulled into the astronomical parliament and stood before the chair representing the Ophiuchus constellation. Bei Su, Su Iran, and Luolan were looking curiously at the figure who had been pulled into the astronomical parliament. Back when the 3 of them were drawn into the astronomical parliament, it was the same scenario. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie were prying into the memories of this young man called Jingbai. They did not expect the 2 branches of the illusion snakes to have such a serious oppressive relationship with each other. The crystal rock illusion snakes treated the purifying water illusion snakes as servants that could be slaughtered at will. The life and death of the purifying water illusion snakes did not matter to them at all. Jingbai was not only oppressed by the crystal rock illusion snakes, but he was also discriminated against by the purifying water illusion snakes. However, the discrimination of his own species did not change Jingbai's beliefs or cause them to become distorted. On the contrary, he became even more determined to lead the purifying water illusion snakes away from the crystal rock illusion snakes. Jingbai believed that members of his own species discriminated against him because they were oppressed by the crystal rock illusion snakes. If not for their oppression causing his brother to betray his parents and die tragically, he would not have had to endure the strange gazes from members of his own species. In order to change the purifying water illusion snake's current situation, Jingbai was prepared to use everything in exchange. After Lin Yuan contracted the Brahma flower jade blood snake, it could be said that all snake species phase were prey to him. As branches of the illusion snakes, both the crystal rock and purifying water illusion snakes were extremely powerful. If the Brahma flower jade blood snake could control them, it would greatly increase the strength of its subordinates. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie looked at each other. They all felt that Jingbai was qualified to be a member of the astronomical parliament. Admitting new members to the astronomical parliament was a decision made jointly by Wen Yu, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie. Previously, when Yin Lin was sitting on the golden throne, her opinion was also sought regarding the admission of new members. However, ever since Yin Lin was elected, no new members had joined the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie had a common understanding. No matter what, the astronomical parliament would not accept evil individuals. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie had already seen Jing Bai's resume. Could be said that Jing Bai possessed quite a good quality. Since the last time Jing Bai received guidance, he would always have that dream about the constellations when he slept. Now, Jing Bai received guidance from the constellations again. However, this time he did not come back empty-handed. Instead, he appeared in this mysterious meeting. Jing Bai was still a little stunned. He could not tell if he was dreaming or in reality. At that moment, he saw the woman sitting on the golden throne speak. "Welcome to the astronomical parliament. Your wish made me notice your existence. I want to confirm with you now. Are you willing to use everything you have in exchange for the chance to fulfill your dream? If you're willing, put your hand on the back of the chair behind you. You'll become a member of the astronomical parliament. If you're unwilling to make such an attempt, I'll send you away. You'll permanently lose your qualifications to become a member of the astronomical parliament." Wen Yu was well aware that even if she secured the 100 questions beast from Lin Yuan and ensured the official convening of the astronomical parliament, it would still be inconvenient for her to dedicate too much energy to welcoming the members. Before the astronomical parliament broke through the 12 stars limit, when you could only allow one member to join the astronomical parliament at most. Wen Yu's words made Su Yiren, Yin Lin, and Bei Su look nostalgic. Back then, Wen Yu had also asked them similar questions. Luolan and Bei Su had already been at the end of their rope. Hence, in order to survive, they had had no choice but to join the astronomical parliament directly. Su Yiren had initially doubted the astronomical parliament. Although she had successfully joined it in the end, she had suffered a lot because of her hesitation and doubts and almost missed this opportunity to change her fate. The young man in front of them was facing the same choice as them. The more Jing Bai thought about it, the more he felt like he was in a dream. Everything in front of him seemed too mystical, but even if he was in a dream, Jing Bai was still willing to use this opportunity to fulfill his wish. Thus, he did not hesitate to place his handprint on the back of the chair behind him. When Jing Bai pressed his hand onto the chair's back, a sensation washed over him. It wasn't the feeling of sleep. Rather, he sensed the celestial body's blessing, granting him a vague awareness of his surroundings in the present moment. Jing Bai hurriedly turned around and looked around curiously, wanting to confirm if everything was just his imagination. Upon seeing Jing Bai becoming an official member of the astronomical parliament and thus her companion, Su Yiren couldn't help but speak up. "The seat behind me is the Corona Australis. My name is Su Yiren. Everything you've come into contact with now is real. You'll naturally be able to tell after this meeting among the constellations ends and you leave. Now, I hope you can cherish this period in the meeting. This is extremely important for you to realize your wish." Su Yiren nodded. Jing Bai basically had no friends in the purifying water illusion snakes. Most of the time, he faced mockery and discrimination. Hence, he was not used to Su Yiren's attitude. Just like how Su Yiren nodded at him, he nodded back at her. My name is Jing Bai. I'm from the purifying water illusion snakes." During their conversation, Lin Yuan could already feel his sense of belonging to the purifying water illusion snakes. If Jing Bai did not have a strong sense of belonging to his species, he would definitely not have introduced himself in such a way. Lin Yuan knew very well that with Wen Yu's condition, she would not be able to hold on for much longer. Therefore, the duration of this astronomical parliament was bound to last for a relatively short period. Lin Yuan did not intend to give Jing Bai too much time to familiarize himself with the others at the astronomical parliament, considering that he was already part of them now and would not lack such opportunities in the future. Now that Jing Bai had joined the astronomical parliament and was still in a state of confusion, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to let him understand the situation. "Jing Bai, you're now an official member of the astronomical parliament. I wonder if you know in which universe your purifying water illusion snakes is currently in." Jing Bai hurriedly bowed to Lin Yuan. He could tell that the three people sitting on the golden thrones were the superiors there. "Lord, my species is located in the North Universe. We are only dozens of kilometers away from the water-covered coast. I usually live in caves in the cliffs around the water-covered coast." Lin Yuan nodded. He had indeed investigated his life experiences. However, Jing Bai's life experience did not include the knowledge he had. Lin Yuan had no intention of heading to the North Universe yet, so he did not know where the water-covered coast was. After some thought, Lin Yuan asked, "Have you heard of the snow-covered foxes in the North Universe?" Upon hearing this, Jing Bai revealed a fearful expression on his face. He had basically heard of any species in the North Universe, and the snow-covered foxes were a powerful species. The water-covered coast wasn't too far from the area where the snow-covered foxes lived, but the purifying water illusion snakes didn't have the chance to make contact with them. Instead, the crystal rock illusion snakes that enslaved the purifying water illusion snakes had interacted with the snow-covered foxes. At the pinnacle of the illusion snakes, even if they were not on par with the snow-covered foxes, they were not much inferior to them. But now, if the crystal rock illusion snakes wanted to become a dependent species of the snow-covered foxes, they would most likely be unwilling to take them in. The snow-covered foxes indeed like to take fox species phase as their dependent species, but there were precedents where they had accepted other species as well. Jing Bai did not know why Lin Yuan suddenly mentioned the snow-covered foxes, nor did he know his motive, so he did not speak rashly. He only lowered her head slightly and waited for Lin Yuan to continue. Ever since Lin Yuan handed the fantasy crystal birthstone flower to Kong Huan, she would communicate with him every once in a while. Kong Huan had completely charmed the snow-covered fox leader, and he was now willing to do many things for her. However, until now, Kong Huan had not revealed the news that she was pregnant with his son. She planned to wait for their relationship to deepen before making the corresponding considerations. Right now, no one dared to provoke Kong Huan in the territory of this snow-covered fox leader. Even the other snow-covered foxes in the territory were the same. Kong Huan had been informing Lin Yuan about her achievements, who in turn was very supportive of her and told her not to worry about the consumption of resources. If Kong Huan's resources were exhausted, Lin Yuan would continue to replenish them. Lin Yuan's selfless help served as Kong Huan's greatest confidence booster. It wouldn't be long before Kong Huan completely charmed the snow-covered fox leader, and by then Kong Huan would be able to take charge. At that time, Lin Yuan could inform Kong Huan to take care of the purifying water illusion snakes. Perhaps this method could allow them to escape the crystal rock illusion snake's oppression. Lord, I've naturally heard of the snow-covered foxes. They are considered an extremely powerful species in the entire North Universe. Lin Yuan replied honestly, "I can't help you much in the short term, but I can try to get a snow-covered fox leader to protect your species. I will endeavor to make the purifying water illusion snakes become their dependent species. This will make it easier for you to escape the crystal rock illusion snake's oppression. I presume the crystal rock illusion snakes wouldn't dare to meddle with the new dependent species of the snow-covered fox leader, right?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, an excited expression appeared on Jing Bai's face. He did not have high expectations. In his heart, as long as he could free the purifying water illusion snakes from the crystal rock illusion snake's oppression, it would be enough. He did not even ask Lin Yuan to help his species rise. If a snow-covered fox leader was willing to step forward and take the purifying water illusion snakes as their dependent species, the crystal rock illusion snakes would lose the ability to suppress them. They would certainly not dare to offend a snow-covered fox leader. Having easily achieved his long-standing dream, Jing Bai was so overwhelmed with joy that he found it difficult to articulate his gratitude to Lin Yuan and was momentarily at a loss. Jing Bai's actions left the other members of the astronomical parliament feeling a pang of sadness, including when the other members of the astronomical parliament faintly saw reflections of themselves in Jing Bai. Back then, they had lived an extremely difficult life before meeting Lin Yuan. At present, Lin Yuan started to redeem Jing Bai just like how he had redeemed them. "Lord, thank you very much for your help to our purifying water illusion snakes. I will never forget your help." Lin Yuan smiled. He would need to trouble Kong Huan for this matter. At this moment, Kong Huan was alone and helpless in the North Universe and probably hoped to have one more person on her side there. "I didn't offer much help. It's just a small favor. Remember your goal: to ascend with the purifying water illusion snakes, not to deter the crystal rock illusion snakes from targeting you due to fear of the snow-covered fox leader." I can supply all the resources your purifying water illusion snakes require to swiftly boost your strength. Lin Yuan prepared to send some resources to Jing Bai so that he could enhance his strength as soon as possible. Only by improving his strength could he ensure his own safety. Lin Yuan wouldn't want to learn that Jing Bai was dead when the astronomical parliament convened again. Teleporting required a significant amount of willpower and power of law. Lin Yuan still possessed ample reserves of both. With the sacred sword-wielding queen's awakening, he wouldn't face any shortage of willpower or power of law. There were a certain number of dead people in the faith country every day. Whether they died in an accident or died of old age, the bodies of these dead people contained willpowers. The sacred sword-wielding queen could extract these wills and laws as Lin Yuan's reserves. Upon thinking about it, the sacred sword-wielding queen's throbbing had become more and more frequent recently. She was most likely about to wake up. After the sacred sword-wielding queen devoured her parents' sacred totems, she had reached the level of sacred source 12 stars. When she woke up, she would most likely be able to break through the limits of the sacred source 12 stars and reach a brand new realm. Jing Bai gratefully told Lin Yuan the resources he needed. Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to activate Star Spirit Seat and send a diamond phase storage box containing spirit chi crystals and numerous water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls over. Once Jing Bai left the astronomical parliament, he would naturally be able to see Lin Yuan's gift immediately. Lin Yuan always felt that Jing Bai seemed a little dazed. If he didn't provide him with some resources, Lin Yuan was afraid that Jing Bai would wake up and think that what he had just experienced was just a dream. After using Star Spirit Seat to transfer the resources, Wen Yu's expression turned ugly. Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu had basically reached her limit. If she were to forcefully maintain the astronomical parliament after reaching her limit, it would definitely have a huge impact on Wen Yu's health. A small depletion of spiritual energy could be replenished. However, prolonged depletion of spiritual energy could result in permanent damage. Lin Yuan directly instructed Wen Yu to end the astronomical parliament meeting. In any case, the astronomical parliament had recruited a new member, addressed the new member's situation, and helped him resolve his problem. No matter how one looked at it, the astronomical parliament meeting was a success. Wen Yu did not end the astronomical parliament immediately. She opened her eyes and endured the discomfort in her body as she used the precious spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan had provided her to restore her spiritual energy. Soon, Wen Yu recovered, but she had depleted her spiritual energy and needed some time to replenish it. Wen Yu checked her body and told Lin Yuan, "Young master, why don't we set the next astronomical parliament meeting in 20 days? The astronomical parliament meeting every 20 days is basically my limit. The development in the sky beyond the clouds has just begun. If we delay it for too long, it will be too time-consuming for us to deal with the situation." Lin Yuan nodded. Holding the astronomical parliament every 20 days was relatively frequent compared to the astronomical parliament that was held in the main world previously. At that time, the astronomical parliament was only held once every 50 to 60 days. There were two reasons why the astronomical parliament was extended for such a long time. Firstly, Lin Yuan had been busy controlling the main world at that time and did not require the astronomical parliament to create any value for him. Secondly, most of the astronomical parliament members had gathered around Lin Yuan. Even those who had not gathered around Lin Yuan had a thoughts letter paper. With the thoughts letter paper, the astronomical parliament members could communicate with each other. There was really no need to hold the astronomical parliament all the time. Lin Yuan now had something that could replace the thoughts letter paper, which was the ramet of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. He could communicate with Kong Huan through it, and naturally he could also communicate with Jing Bai in the future. If not for the fact that there were relatively few young fantasy crystal birthstone flowers, and he did not have many to waste, Lin Yuan would have arranged a fantasy crystal birthstone flower to facilitate communication between Jing Bai and himself. When you prioritize your health, you must ensure that the convening of the astronomical parliament meeting doesn't compromise your safety and health. The astronomical parliament this time lasted more than 16 minutes when you used the Star Spirit Seat. This means that the astronomical parliament can officially begin. For the next astronomical parliament, We can intentionally reduce the duration to ensure you don't exhaust your spiritual energy, keeping it within 14 minutes. While Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were conversing, Jing Bai opened his eyes in the cave. When he sensed the familiar darkness around him and the breathing of his companions nearby, he coughed twice. Jing Bai's cough quickly attracted an angry shout. If you can't sleep, don't disturb our sleep. If we don't rest well, everyone will be whipped. Basically, whenever someone made a sound during the break, they would be subjected to such a stern shout. However, did the person who barked consider that their shout would wake everyone else up? Compared to the loud shout, his cough seemed quite insignificant. Jing Bai only cursed in his heart. He knew very well that if he spoke at this time, it would inevitably cause an argument. It would be fine if the dispute could be resolved quickly. However, if it became too loud and disturbed the guards, it would undoubtedly lead to extremely negative consequences. Jing Bai didn't want others to be punished because of him. Jing Bai was completely awake now. Just as Lin Yuan had expected, he thought that everything that had just happened was just a dream. However, it was undeniable that the dream just now gave Jing Bai a very pleasant feeling. In the dream, he seemed to have been the savior of the purifying water illusion snakes. Unfortunately, that sense of fulfillment was fleeting. Jing Bai rubbed his eyes and spread his hands out. At this moment, Jing Bai suddenly realized that he had touched something very hard. Jing Bai had lived in this cave for a long time, so there shouldn't be any miscellaneous items in this cave. Jing Bai took the item that was placed in his hand and looked at it. He realized that it was actually a very exquisite ring. Jing Bai had never seen such an exquisite thing. Even if such a thing existed, it would usually be in the crystal rock illusion snake's hands. The crystal rock illusion snakes hardly gave the purifying water illusion snakes any opportunity for enjoyment. The appearance of the ring reminded him of Lin Yuan's words about leaving him a gift. Lin Yuan had intentionally instructed Jing Bai on how to use it. At present, he activated his spiritual energy and projected it onto the ring as Lin Yuan had instructed. Jing Bai's breathing quickened. If he had not been mentally prepared, he would definitely have cried out in shock. Jing Bai saw that this spatial equipment contained numerous crystals and round pearl-like things. The crystal contained a large amount of pure spirit qi. The pearl also contained extremely pure water elemental energy. These things could increase Jing Bai's strength in an extremely short period. Compared to the items in the spatial equipment, what astonished Jing Bai even more was the realization that the meeting held among the constellations was actually real. It was equivalent to telling Jing Bai that his wish could really be fulfilled in the future. He was no longer a lonely and pitiful person. Now, he had officially found an organization. Jing Bai knew how important this ring was to him, so he didn't put it on. Instead, he opened his mouth and took it, keeping the ring below his molars, tightly clamped by his jaw muscles. He would secretly use these resources in an uninhabited place. If he could not hold back and use these resources now, the pure spirit qi in the crystal and the pure water elemental energy in the pearl would immediately alert the others in the purifying water illusion snakes. Given the purifying water illusion snake's current situation, those fellows would most likely report their private stash of resources to the inspectors in exchange for some benefits. If not for the fact that the purifying water illusion snakes were rotten to the core, Jing Bai would not mind giving these resources to them. Jing Bai took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He was looking forward to the next astronomical parliament meeting. After a week, Lin Yuan called Autumn over and asked him, "How are the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons doing now?" Autumn knew very well that Lin Yuan had not gone to see the captured Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons in the past week because Lin Yuan wanted him to polish off those individuals' rough edges. Autumn reflected that both the leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Bai Yunzong, and the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Qi Jintian, had already adjusted their stances and wanted to submit to Sky City from the bottom of their hearts. It was Lin Yuan who wanted to take these people under his wing, and not Autumn. Now, Autumn's capabilities were stretched to their limit in managing the situation with the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. "Young Master, I've completed and handled everything that needed to be said or done. You can take over the captured Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons at any time." One of the individuals captured from the Crimson Heaven Falcons is the Second Elder, representing their top combat power. We've managed to loosen the tongue of the Second Elder. Feel free to inquire about anything you'd like to know from him at any time. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, Autumn, why don't you take me to take a look and understand the situation? It's time to take in the Spinning Wings White Falcons." Sky City now could develop the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, developing the territory would require the cooperation of the other species in the territory. The Spinning Wings White Falcons were not the only ones in the territory. There were also their dependent species who listened to their orders. If Lin Yuan wanted to develop the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory without any bloodshed and obtain the support of these species, the Spinning Wings White Falcons had to cooperate fully. Lin Yuan wanted to complete the development of the Spinning Wings White Falcons resources as soon as possible so that the Faith Country could continue to develop at its current speed. Therefore, controlling them was something that Lin Yuan urgently needed to do. As for the Crimson Heaven Falcons, their territory was vast, and the Spinning Wings White Falcons were just one of their dependent species. In the short term, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to develop the territory under the Crimson Heaven Falcons' jurisdiction, so any actions against them could be postponed for later consideration. What Lin Yuan truly wanted to know was why the Crimson Heaven Falcons had remained in this barren area for so long and what they were waiting for. If whatever the Crimson Heaven Falcons were waiting for was only beneficial to them and didn't serve Lin Yuan's interests, then he would not need to concern himself and Lin Yuan would not mind fulfilling the Crimson Heaven Falcons' wish. However, if the resources that they were waiting for were also useful to Lin Yuan's phase, Lin Yuan would not mind snatching their resources to benefit his own phase. In the sky beyond the clouds, the strong were respected. If Lin Yuan indeed took action against the Crimson Heaven Falcons, they wouldn't dare to make any response. Up until now, the Crimson Heaven Falcons had robbed countless species of their resources. Those species whose resources had been robbed had now obediently submitted to them. Lin Yuan believed that the Crimson Heaven Falcons would not make a mistake. The Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons had been relocated by Autumn and were now stationed at the plaza on the western side of Sky City. Autumn was very clear about his intentions. These Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons would either completely submit to Lin Yuan or Autumn would eliminate them, leaving no room for potential threats and giving them no chance to reveal Sky City's situation to the outside world. Ever since Bai Yunzong saw the Sky City on Sky C's back, he realized how powerful the factions targeting the Spinning Wings White Falcons were. However, there was no need for Sky Sea or the Sky City itself to be used to mark Sky City's extraordinariness. Lu Chen, Lu Yao, and Spring, Summer, and Autumn were enough to prove how powerful Sky City was. Bai Yunzong had not seen the young master that Autumn had mentioned after being captured for so long. He felt a little uneasy. He was afraid that the Spinning Wings White Falcons would be abandoned by this faction. Bai Yunzong had always thought that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were extraordinary. Even as their dependent species, Bai Yunzong was very confident that his species could be valued by them. However, he didn't have much confidence in facing this expert with several exceptionally powerful abilities and a faction that could build a huge faith country in a short period. Over the past few days, Bai Yunzong had been restraining the Spinning Wings White Falcons in Sky City. He was afraid that some ignorant member would cause trouble for him. Bai Yunzong's control over the Spinning Wings White Falcons was much better than Qi Jintian's control over the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Qi Ju kept a very low profile, looking like a prisoner. However, Qi Ling didn't seem to have the awareness of being a prisoner. Qi Ling did not cause any trouble. However, he heavily scolded a Spinning Wings White Falcon who offended him, as though they were still the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Currently, on this plaza, the Spinning Wings White Falcon and the Crimson Heaven Falcons were on an equal footing. Qi Ling's attitude clearly showed that he had no awareness of being a servant. Upon seeing that Qi Zhentian didn't immediately intervene to restrain Qi Ling, Bai Yunzong shot a look at the Spinning Wings White Falcons who were being disciplined by Qi Ling, prompting the member to express apologies to him. With the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons preparing to submit, a competitive relationship had already formed between the two sides. The Crimson Heaven Falcons clearly did not take the Spinning Wings White Falcons seriously and did not approve of this competitive relationship. Bai Yunzong was ready to manipulate the situation to suppress the Crimson Heaven Falcons, securing more opportunities for the Spinning Wings White Falcons among the Sky City leaders. Since the Crimson Heaven Falcons were stronger than the Spinning Wings White Falcons, it was crucial to begin strategizing immediately to elevate the latter's status. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yunzong would never be so optimistic. However, the fact that the King Blood Jackals were not as strong as the Spinning Wings White Falcons, yet they were greatly valued, sparked hope in Bai Yunzong's heart. This situation could only mean one thing. Sky City didn't value the strength of this species very much. It was obvious that what mattered most wasn't just the strength, but rather how much benefits he could bring to the faction. After understanding this, Bai Yunzong could use this to cater to Sky City and gain the trust of the so-called young master. From this point alone, there was a difference between the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons. Due to varying levels of self-awareness, the Crimson Heaven Falcons would still consider their previous identity and current status when carrying out orders. It was very difficult for the Crimson Heaven Falcons to accept the fact that they had to be on equal footing with the Spinning Wings White Falcons. The harder it was for the Crimson Heaven Falcons to accept this, the more Bai Yunzong could use this to provoke them. The Crimson Heaven Falcons were easily angered. Therefore, he only needed to change his attitude toward them. While his actions indeed had the purpose of deceiving the Crimson Heaven Falcons, no one would be able to point out anything wrong. Spring was monitoring the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcon situation and easily saw through Bai Yunzong's thoughts. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with his thoughts. On the contrary, she admired his actions. Bai Yunzong was using this reasonable method to seek benefits for the Spinning Wings White Falcons, increasing their likelihood of being placed in an important position. As a leader, Bai Yunzong used his own ability to seek benefits for them. On the other hand, the Crimson Heaven Falcons did not know what was good for them. As a prisoner, how could they have the chance to assert their dignity? Currently, Lin Yuan wanted to develop the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, and they were much more useful than the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Before all the Crimson Heaven Falcons were under Lin Yuan's control, he would not put them in an important position. Moreover, with Spring's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would no longer let the Crimson Heaven Falcons manage the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Instead, it would give the Spinning Wings White Falcons a chance to develop themselves. Just like when Lin Yuan had placed the King Blood Jackals in an important position, Bai Yunzong would also be placed in an important position by Lin Yuan like Connie. Through his observation of Bai Yunzong during this period, Spring concluded that Bai Yunzong was deserving of Lin Yuan's appreciation. He was a very clever individual. If such a person were used, he would take the initiative to lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to create the greatest value for Lin Yuan. If there were any shortcomings in Bai Yunzong, it would likely be his keen awareness of the situation and a tendency to be somewhat ambitious. In the future, if Sky City encountered any danger, Bai Yunzong would most likely lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to join the factions targeting Sky City. However, this possibility was impossible. Firstly, it was very difficult to encounter a faction stronger than Sky City. Secondly, if Lin Yuan took Bai Yunzong under his wing, he would definitely control the Spinning Wings White Falcons like how he controlled the King Blood Jackals. When the life and death of the Spinning Wings White Falcons were in Lin Yuan's hands, even if Bai Yunzong wanted to submit to other factions, he would not have the chance to do so. In short, in Spring's opinion, the Spinning Wings White Falcons were worth placing in an important position. With the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Sky City would have a large number of powerful aerial combat units. Their mobility was incomparable to the demon insects produced by Kira. After learning that Autumn was about to bring Lin Yuan over, Spring appeared and said, "Young Master is about to head here. Why aren't you guys getting into formation to welcome him?" The Crimson Heaven Falcons led by Qi Jintian and the Spinning Wings White Falcons led by Bai Yunzong had never seen Lin Yuan before. Now that they had a chance to interact with this legendary young master, be it the Spinning Wings White Falcons or the Crimson Heaven Falcons, they were extremely nervous, especially Qi Jintian and Bai Yunzong. Because the Spinning Wings White Falcons were the dependent species, the Crimson Heaven Falcons instinctively considered them inferior. Under such circumstances, it was normal for them to look down on or humiliate the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, in front of Lin Yuan, not to mention Qi Ling, even Qi Jintian did not dare to disrespect him. The few of them saw the majestic autumn following behind a young man. This young man had handsome features and a calm bearing. When his gaze swept over them, the crimson heaven and spinning wings white falcons instinctively lowered their gazes. Even Qi Jintian and Bai Yunzong were no exception. This was not because Lin Yuan exuded an overwhelming aura. In fact, he didn't radiate any particularly extraordinary aura. It was completely because the crimson heaven and spinning wings white falcons had already lost their edge over the past few days and had instinctively placed their status beneath Lin Yuan. This was the root cause of the current situation. You've been in Sky City for quite some time. I reckon you must have a solid grasp of why you're here. If that's the case, dedicate your loyalty to the Faith Tree with your divine kingdom and Holy Spirit. Lin Yuan took out the Faith Tree that controlled the Lonely River's 4 species overlords and king blood jackals. He did not waste his breath on the crimson heaven and spinning wings white falcons and directly stated his request and goal. After smoothing out the rough edges, both the crimson heaven and spinning wings white falcons were ready to submit to Sky City. This opportunity revealed the members of both species with rebellious tendencies. Nevertheless, ultimately, both groups demonstrated excellent obedience. After gaining control of the crimson heaven and spinning wings white falcons, the Faith Tree grew again. Now they had become trustworthy existences for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke to Qi Jintian first. I don't know much about the crimson heaven falcons. As the second elder, you are in charge of the entire species, so I hope you can tell me. It will make it easier for me to control the crimson heaven falcons. As their leader, I will give you a chance. If you can do these things well, I will hand over the crimson heaven falcons to you to manage in the future. However, if you don't handle all of this well, it will hinder my ability to gain clear insight into your species' internal dynamics, and I might suffer losses as a result. If that happens, you will lose your administrative position in the Crimson Heaven Falcons and will receive punishment. Lin Yuan's words stirred Qi Jintian's heart, igniting a tumultuous mix of pressure and inner conflict. Deep down, he hesitated to reveal these circumstances to Lin Yuan. As the second elder, he felt a strong allegiance, despite now being part of Sky City. Betraying his species was something he couldn't bring himself to do. However, whether it was for his own sake or the Crimson Heaven Falcons, he had to agree to Lin Yuan's request and explain their internal situation. If he were to provoke Lin Yuan and incur his displeasure, it wouldn't just affect him personally. He might also lose the opportunity to be put in an important position, and even the Crimson Heaven Falcons might face repercussions as a whole. Apart from thinking for the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Qi Jintian would also think for himself. Qi Jintian really hoped that he could become their leader in the future. He had no intention of controlling the Crimson Heaven Falcons, but he had to maintain his position as the number 2 figure of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. City Lord, I naturally won't hide what you want to know. I just don't know what exactly I should say. It would take an immense amount of time to reveal everything about the Crimson Heaven Falcons. It might not be entirely convenient to discuss everything here. Don't you agree? Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan nodded. At present, he indeed did not have the time to listen to Qi Jintian's explanation. Lin Yuan was there today mainly to talk to Bai Yunzong. Lin Yuan instructed, Spring, bring him to Wenyu and ask her to help sort out the information related to the Crimson Heaven Falcons. I have something to ask Bai Yunzong. Bai Yunzong and the Crimson Heaven Falcons were surprised by Lin Yuan's sudden mention of him. In the eyes of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, the Spinning Wings White Falcons were merely servants. Now that the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons were in front of Lin Yuan, he was even more interested in the latter, and this was a slap to the face of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. However, in this situation, the Crimson Heaven Falcons did not dare to say anything. Qi Jintian could only obediently leave with the Crimson Heaven Falcons and Spring. Bai Yunzong looked at Lin Yuan anxiously and expectantly. Ever since he had chosen to join Sky City, he had not done anything that jeopardized their interests. Even before he joined Sky City, he had not done such a thing. He indeed had to lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to attack the Faith Country, but this was mainly because he had to listen to the Crimson Heaven Falcons' orders. As a dependent species, they had no autonomy at all. Therefore, it should be a good thing that he was suddenly called out. Bai Yunzong was the first to speak to Lin Yuan enthusiastically. Hello, Lord. I'm Bai Yunzong. From now on, I will definitely lead the Spinning Wings White Falcons to sacrifice their lives for Sky City and offer all their loyalty. Autumn glanced at Bai Yunzong. Not only was he clever, but he also possessed a charming way with words that could captivate anyone. Lin Yuan would not make too many requests of the servants. Keeping Bai Yunzong close served the purpose of discussing the future acquisition of the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory. Before enlisting their support, Lin Yuan intended to offer certain incentives to them. In his role as their leader, Bai Yunzong stood to gain greater advantages than his counterparts. With a smile, Lin Yuan turned to Bai Yunzong and inquired, "Could you enlighten me on the number of servants within the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons? I aim to grasp the overall situation of your group." As their leader, Bai Yunzong knew their internal situation very well. Bai Yunzong told Lin Yuan, "City Lord, our species has a total of more than 3,000 servants. These 3,000 servants are all relatively powerful species in the territory and species with similar bloodlines to us. Apart from these servants, there are tens of thousands of other species that rely on these servants to survive. If you want to control this area where we lived previously, we can help you control all the servants. You don't have to worry about developing the resources in the territory." Before uttering these words, Bai Yunzong had been silently speculating about Lin Yuan's intentions for seeking him out. As Bai Yunzong spoke, he deliberately leaned toward the reason Lin Yuan was looking for him. First of all, he intended to cater to Lin Yuan. Furthermore, he wanted to show Lin Yuan through his response that he was intelligent and exceptionally skilled at thinking. Bai Yunzong had clearly achieved his goal. Upon hearing Bai Yunzong's words, Lin Yuan could not help but smile. "You're very intelligent. You understand the true purpose behind my words. Since you're so smart, you'll continue to manage the Spinning Wings White Falcons along with the territory. I believe you won't disappoint me. In that case, you will all return to your original territory now. Please help me control the situation there. Once you help me gain control of the situation there, I will assist you in enhancing your bloodline and strength according to your current bloodline foundation. The elements suitable for the Spinning Wings White Falcons are different from the elements suitable for the Crimson Heaven Falcons. It may seem like a short-term power boost to transition the Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline toward that of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. However, if this continues for a long time, you will suffer the backlash of your bloodline and die. I believe you've already begun to feel uncomfortable at night. Fortunately, you didn't absorb much Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to help you. Fortunately, there's still time." Bai Yunzong naturally believed Lin Yuan's words. In his heart, Lin Yuan was like a god. He had never considered that Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence that was given to him as a reward would come with hidden risks, and they would have such a huge impact on him that he might even suffer a backlash and die. Chi Ju had never told Bai Yunzong this before. However, the Crimson Heaven Falcons had a long history of using blood essence as a reward. Naturally, Chi Ju knew this. In Bai Yunzong's heart, Chi Ju did not care about his situation and future at all. He only used the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence as a short-term motivation. This action made Bai Yunzong extremely dissatisfied. As Bai Yunzong had absorbed the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence, his influence in the species had decreased. This was something that Bai Yunzong could still accept. This was because Bai Yunzong had previously used the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence to increase his strength. However, after confirming that the Crimson Heaven Falcon blood essence was harmful to him, Bai Yunzong developed a strong hatred for Chi Ju. At the same time, Bai Yunzong could not help but think that it was fortunate that Lin Yuan had taken him in as a subordinate. Otherwise, his future would have been bleak. Lin Yuan had given Bai Yunzong a promise that he could use his current Spinning Wings White Falcon bloodline as a benchmark to continue improving his strength. "City Lord, thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I will definitely control the situation in the territory and cooperate with you in the handover and development. Thank you for your willingness to upgrade me and give me resources. No matter what step I take in the future, I will never disappoint you. City Lord, thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I will definitely control the situation in the territory and cooperate with you in the handover and development. Thank you for your willingness to upgrade me and give me resources. No matter what step I take in the future, I will never disappoint you. When Lin Yuan heard Bai Yunzong's declaration, he nodded non-committally. Bai Yunzong naturally could not disappoint him. As the leader of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Bai Yunzong would control their territory in the same way that the King Blood Jackals did. Once Bai Yunzong did something that disappointed Lin Yuan, it would definitely cause severe losses. If it was just a small problem, Lin Yuan would not be disappointed at all. If Bai Yunzong caused Lin Yuan great losses, Lin Yuan would directly get rid of Bai Yunzong and replace him with someone who would not disappoint him. Lin Yuan could evolve Bai Yunzong's bloodline as a form of encouragement, but he still had many things to do. There was no time to use his body composition to help Bai Yunzong. Although Lin Yuan did not use his body composition to help Bai Yunzong improve his bloodline, he still rewarded him with some resources. After beating someone up, he had to give them something sweet. This was more compatible with the management of a faction member. It allowed those who had been beaten to radiate passion and vitality. Lin Yuan bestowed abundant resources that not only benefited Bai Yunzong but all the Spinning Wings White Falcons. However, these resources would be distributed by Bai Yunzong in the future. Lin Yuan could sense Bai Yunzong's dominance over the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Bai Yunzong's dominance was even stronger than Connie's dominance over the King Blood Jackals. Bai Yunzong also had the intention to solidify his dominance. Therefore, Lin Yuan was willing to give Bai Yunzong a chance to strengthen his rule. However, Bai Yunzong's dominance over his species had to serve Lin Yuan. If anything happened to the Spinning Wings White Falcons in the future, Lin Yuan could look for Bai Yunzong to resolve it. When Lin Yuan went to see Red Thorn, he also sent Kira to the area where Red Thorn was. He had some matters to discuss with Kira. However, Kira had just eaten the high-level lifeform genes that Lin Yuan had brought back and had fallen into a short slumber. She was going to use the genes of these high-level lifeforms to produce mutated demon insects. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan did not want to disturb Kira, so he did not force her to meet him. If Lin Yuan made the request, Kira would definitely drop everything she was doing and rush over to see him immediately. Now that Kira had woken up from her slumber, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to meet her as soon as possible. Lin Yuan had many things to instruct Kira. The biggest contributor to the Faith Country's current stable development was not Su Irin and Luo Lan, but Kira's army of hundreds of millions of demon insects. These demon insects were able to maintain order in Sky City. Besides the King Blood Jackal's strictness with their dependent species, Sky City had been able to take control of their territory so quickly because Lin Yuan had commanded Kira to send out an army of demon insects. Kira's current strength had already reached World Emperor/Diving Kingdom. Because the demon insects produced could provide her with faith, Kira was not far from the Holy Spirit level. The Class 1 genetic lock demon insects that Kira had produced were all at high-level World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. The strength of those demon insects with Class 2 genetic locks had basically broken through spirit fire and reached the Divine Kingdom. The mighty army of demon insects was stationed in various parts of the King Blood Jackal's territory. Even if the King Blood Jackal's dependent species had any skewed thoughts, they did not dare to show them in their actions. Lin Yuan could not place all his trust in the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Lin Yuan still had to rely on Kira's army of demon insects. When Lin Yuan left Sky City to look for resources, Kira had suggested to Lin Yuan to expand the army of demon insects, but he had rejected her. Back then, Lin Yuan's reason for refusing was very simple. He had never expected to occupy the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory so quickly. He still needed to attack the territory of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. If the Crimson Heaven and Spinning Wings White Falcons had not taken action first, Lin Yuan probably would not have targeted them even if he returned to Sky City. Lin Yuan had always liked to do things steadily. He would first consolidate the current Faith Country. He would expand after completely developing the resources in the King Blood Jackal's territory. If not, Lin Yuan would have accelerated Sky City's development. Lin Yuan was prepared to completely unseal Kira and provide a large amount of resources for her to use. He would enable Kira to produce demon insects as quickly as possible. To provide the best environment for Kira, Lin Yuan would allow her to stay in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for some time. The environment in the Spirit Lock spatial zone could greatly increase the speed at which Kira produced Class 1 genetic lock demon insects. After Bai Yunzong left with the spinning wings white falcons, Autumn suggested Lin Yuan, "Young master, if you intend to turn north of the lonely river into a paradise that can produce faith power, I suggest that we simply set up along the lonely river and completely control the entry and exit of north of the lonely river. After we control the territory of the spinning wings white falcons, we will be in control of the lonely river's shoreline. The area of north of the lonely river is vast. As one heads downstream, there is a mountain that is hundreds of thousands of meters tall. The spinning wings white falcons, king blood jackals, crimson heaven falcons territory, which lies beyond the mountain, haven't been explored at all. Setting a boundary from the world outside the lonely river can prevent the outside world from harassing and coveting the faith country. The land inside can be used to continuously expand the faith country and produce more faith power. As long as we invest a large amount of resources, it's not difficult to do all of this. Summer has always had the habit of raising thriving summer rising clouds as playthings. They are very territorial plants. Plant these thriving summer rising clouds along the banks of the lonely river and let these thriving summer rising clouds grow. All invaders, even if they are harmless mosquitoes, will be exterminated and expelled by thriving summer rising clouds. Spring felt that Autumn's suggestion was extremely good. This way they could avoid many hidden dangers. However, Autumn was a little rude and actually had designs on Summer's playthings. Summer did not mind giving Lin Yuan those toys. If she knew that the thriving summer rising clouds could help Lin Yuan, she would have nurtured them a long time ago. Since Autumn mentioned the thriving summer rising clouds, Spring also said, "Young master, you value the soldier ration radish so much because of its growth speed. The thriving summer rising cloud's growth speed is actually not slower than the soldier ration radish. The thriving summer rising cloud doesn't even need to be provided with many resources for its growth speed will far exceed that of the soldier ration radish. Many thriving summer rising clouds might be needed to surround the entire lonely river, but it will be very easy for Summer to do this with my support." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. How could Lin Yuan not know how important it was to separate the inside and outside of the lonely river? The greatest benefit of doing so was that it could allow the faith country to develop healthily and reduce the possibility of the outside world invading the faith country. According to Autumn's suggestion, if planting thriving summer rising clouds by the lonely river's embankment could achieve this, Lin Yuan would be willing to give it a try no matter how much resources he had to spend. Lin Yuan planned to meet Summer after meeting Kira to explain the matter to her. Although Summer was Lin Yuan's follower, he would definitely have to seek her opinion on such a matter. Lin Yuan had thought about this situation before. Now that he knew that the lonely river could be used as a dividing line to separate the entire north of the lonely river, many thoughts appeared in his mind. He was now more confident in expanding his faith country. Kira quickly appeared before Lin Yuan. The last time Lin Yuan had summoned her, she had been in a deep sleep. Kira felt very embarrassed. Now that she had received the news of Lin Yuan's summons, Kira hurried over with an apologetic heart. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Kira knelt on one knee and said, "Lord, I'm really sorry. The last time you summoned me, I was in a deep sleep. Next time, before I fall asleep, I'll definitely take the initiative to ask if you have anything for me to do." Lin Yuan looked at Kira. As the number of creatures she hunted increased, she became more and more familiar with the ways of the world. She was like a wily old fox. Lin Yuan was actually unwilling to communicate with Kira like this but did not have any issues with her. From a certain perspective, Kira's situation could be understood as the enhancement of her bloodline. Lin Yuan said, "Kira, the situation is special now. You don't have to study those special demon insects. I'm now preparing to remove the restrictions on you and allow you to reproduce vigorously. You can enter a state of accelerated reproduction just like you wanted. In order to ensure that your state can continue, I will let you enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone and use the environment of the Spirit Lock spatial zone to achieve this goal." Hearing this, Kira revealed a surprised expression. What Kira wanted to do the most was expand the demon insects. If Lin Yuan had not intentionally restricted the speed at which Kira could produce demon insects, he would not have let Kira lift the ban even if he wanted to listen to Yu's opinion. This made Kira rather depressed. If not for Lin Yuan's control over her, Kira would have already multiplied the number of demon insects by more than 5 times. Even if Kira wanted to expand the demon insect army, she did not dare to insist unless Lin Yuan agreed. Kira knew very well that Lin Yuan was extremely kind toward her and would provide her with high-quality resources to help her grow. However, all of this was based on the fact that Lin Yuan could control Kira. Kira knew very well that once she left Lin Yuan's control, he would be the first to eliminate her. Therefore, Kira had always been very obedient. Kira had some complaints about Lin Yuan, but this did not affect her loyalty to him. Now, Lin Yuan had lifted Kira's ban and allowed her to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This made Kira both happy and excited. She had been thinking about how to find a suitable opportunity to convince Lin Yuan. Kira no longer needed to think about whether she could accelerate the reproduction of the insects. Lin Yuan wanted to expand the insect army to increase its reproduction speed, which meant that Kira could freely increase her strength. Kira felt that she was about to touch the threshold of the Holy Spirit level. After reaching the Holy Spirit level, she could be considered a new demon insect queen in all 4 universes. Kira was the only demon insect queen in north of the Lonely River. However, her gaze was never there. Kira hadn't forgotten the relentless pursuit of the demon insects, nor the subsequent torment and humiliation inflicted by a real insect queen, following an attack by other species. Were it not for that ordeal, she wouldn't have sought refuge in the alien insect dimensional world, enduring exile for millions of years. Even if she used her demon insect bloodline to nurture her demon insects, they would not be able to provide for her. Master, thank you for giving me a chance to expand the insect army. I won't disappoint you. With my current strength and level, if you're willing to let me increase my strength in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, I think I can make my demon insect army more than 3 times their current size in 3 months. It's just that there are so many issues I need to consider. I'm afraid that the wanton gathering of these demon insects will affect the Faith Country. Kira was extremely meticulous. It was good that Lin Yuan wanted her to expand the demon insects, but Kira did not want her expansion to affect the Faith Country. If the demon insects wanted to reproduce, they needed space. Kira had been asleep for such a long time and did not know that Lin Yuan had already controlled the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Lin Yuan said to Kira with a smile, "Since I've given the order for you to expand the demon insect army, I'm naturally prepared for this. Just focus on expanding the demon insects. From now on, the entire north of the Lonely River will be the territory of the demon insects." Kira was relieved. Since Lin Yuan had said so, Kira could peacefully expand the demon insects. She had already said what she needed to say to Lin Yuan. If anything happened during the expansion of the demon insects in the future, Lin Yuan would not be able to blame her. "Master, please arrange a space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for me to use. If the space is too small, there won't be any problems with the breeding of the demon insects. However, it's hard to guarantee that the others in the Spirit Lock spatial zone won't be affected by me." Lin Yuan sent Kira into the Spirit Lock spatial zone where she could now reproduce without restraint. Lin Yuan would get Genius to arrange a large enough area for Kira to produce a large number of demon insects with Class 1 genetic locks. Although the resources in the north of the Lonely River were relatively poor, this was only a lack of resources. There were quite several species residing in north of the Lonely River. Through the genes of these species, Kira produced more and more types of demon insects. Lin Yuan had already explained to Kira the purpose of expanding the demon insect army. Kira was sensible. In the end, she would definitely produce suitable female insects to develop the demon insect army according to Lin Yuan's requirements. Kira was very good at observing Lin Yuan's intentions and would follow his instructions. She was especially serious about the details. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Yuan placed Kira in an important position. It was not that Lin Yuan did not have the chance to encounter demon insects on this trip. There had been a female demon insect in the exhibition hall. Lin Yuan did not choose to buy this female demon insect because the Fortune Treasure Palace's asking price had exceeded his expectations. Secondly, it was because female demon insects were mortal enemies. A female insect with ultimate reproductive rights would not submit to other female insects or cooperate with them. Since Lin Yuan already had Kira, there was no need for him to consider taking in a new broodmother. If Kira had not done her best, Lin Yuan would most likely have bought the female insect that was still in its embryonic form. Since Kira could do things well, Lin Yuan did not want her to feel threatened and think that she could be replaced at any time. After making arrangements for Kira, Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan was prepared to rest for some time and wait for the competition. After the competition ended, he would improve the strength of the ordinary members of Sky City. Before Lin Yuan could stop for 2 days, he received a message from Qin Yu. Qin Yu, Master, you've arranged 2 things for me. One is to find an opportunity to promote Fan Lu. The other is to pay attention to the Bloodians' war against the mermaids. Judging from the current situation, the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory are about to battle the mermaids in the Blue Shark Sea. Qin Yu, the Elisa clan will join this operation. At that time, the powerful species will be qualified to divide and take possession of the captives. If you're interested in these sea species, I can help you capture another group of captives. At that time, you can deal with these captives. Qin Yu's words were very generous. Before meeting Lin Yuan, she would definitely care about the ownership of these mermaids. However, after being taken in by Lin Yuan and being provided with a large amount of pure spirit qi, the mermaids were no longer as appealing. It was quite beneficial for the dependent species to suck the blood of the mermaids, as apart from being rich in spirit qi, mermaid blood was also rich in elemental energy. However, the benefits these mermaid captives brought to the Bloodians could not be compared to those spirit qi crystals. During this period, Qin Yu was in an abnormally good mood. The 2 Bloodian kings under her, Lalu and Fanxia, had completely extended their lifespans. The current Elisa clan was in the most prosperous state it had been in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Qin Yu's status in the Scarlet Territory rose steadily. She already had enough authority to influence the important decisions of the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory. Not only that, Qin Yu knew very well that the Elisa clan had an unimaginable backer. If anything happened to the Elisa clan in the future, they could obviously seek Lin Yuan's help. This allowed Qin Yu to not be afraid of anything. Qin Yu had already met Fan Lu a few days ago. Although Lin Yuan had specially instructed Qin Yu to promote Fan Lu was too weak, so Qin Yu did not take him seriously. Qin Yu wanted to find an opportunity to communicate with Lin Yuan, but she was afraid that Fan Lu was not important enough. If she communicated with Lin Yuan through Fan Lu, it would seem like she was trying to find something to say. It would not be good if it affected the image that Lin Yuan had of her. Now that the Bloodians were finally going to attack the mermaids, this matter was clearly worth looking for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought the Bloodians are indeed fast when it comes to hunting. They're actually going to attack the mermaids so soon. The mermaid race was not a small species in the sky beyond the clouds. Like the Bloodians, they were also on the species ranking. Although the mermaids were generally weaker than the Bloodians and would be at a disadvantage in battle, the mermaids had a large number of allies in the sea and could increase the water element's activity in the sea. As such, many powerful sea species were willing to lend a helping hand to the mermaids during battle. This battle between the Bloodians and the mermaids would definitely be chaotic, and Lin Yuan was not suited to participate. Lin Yuan had already realized this. Qin Yu could help him obtain mermaids and directly solve Lin Yuan's need for mermaids. Through these mermaids, Dark Blue could quickly obtain faith and increase its strength. Lin Yuan, Qin Yu, these mermaids are indeed very useful to me. Help me get as many mermaids as possible. I know that these mermen are equally useful to the Elisa clan. I will use resources to compensate the Elisa clan in the future. Qin Yu had never been worried about obtaining resources from Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan left, he had given her a large amount of resources. These resources were enough for the Elisa clan to use for a long time. In Qin Yu's eyes, the spirit qi crystals that Lin Yuan had provided to the Elisa clan and the favors that had helped her increase her strength were already more precious than these mermaids. Lin Yuan would even compensate the Elisa clan for these mermaids in the future. This was real charity. He was so generous that Qin Yu felt that the Elisa clan was soaking in a honey pot. Naturally, Qin Yu would not stand on ceremony with Lin Yuan. Qin Yu secretly made up her mind to let the Bloodian warriors of the Elisa clan capture more mermaids. To the Elisa clan, these mermaids were basically equivalent to spirit chi crystals. Qin Yu mentioned Fan Lu to Lin Yuan. Qin Yu's idea was that if Lin Yuan was interested in Fan Lu and was willing to talk about him, they could have a good chat. If Lin Yuan was not interested in Fan Lu and showed a lack of interest, she would immediately end the conversation. Qin Yu, Master, Fan Lu, who you mentioned previously, followed the Andra clan to the Elisa clan's territory to congratulate me. The banquet will last for nearly 2 months. After the banquet ends, the various Bloodian clans will directly attack the Blue Shark Sea. Qin Yu, I cannot find any reason to promote Fan Lu now. Do you think I should find a reason to promote Fan Lu and turn him into a pure-blood Bloodian? The Andra clan should be modifying Fan Lu's bloodline. Fan Lu clearly has a portion of the Bloodian bloodline now, but the level of the Bloodian bloodline in his body is not high. If he evolves into a Bloodian now, it will take a lot of effort and time for Fan Lu's bloodline to improve in the future. Lin Yuan's willingness to interfere with Fan Lu's bloodline showed how important Fan Lu was to him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. Lin Yuan, in that case, find a chance to promote Fan Lu. The Lonely River's 4 major species that are related to Fan Lu are all my people. You don't have to be wary of them. I heard that the poison secreted by the dark pufferfish has a huge impact on the mermaid race. You can use this poison to reduce the number of casualties suffered by the Elisa clan. Lin Yuan's answer told Qin Yu that he valued Fan Lu very much. The 4 major species of the Lonely River were all under Lin Yuan's command. He had managed to unite them to work alongside Fan Lu. Given this situation, Qin Yu realized she needed to adjust her approach toward Fan Lu. While she might be stronger than Fan Lu, it seemed that Fan Lu had a stronger connection to Lin Yuan than she did. Qin Yu, because they're about to attack the mermaids, the dark pufferfish have become the common target of all the major Bloodian clans. It's great that the dark pufferfish are under your command. With the help of their venom, the Elisa clan will definitely be able to capture more mermaids for you. Qin Yu, I will find an opportunity to promote Fan Lu as soon as possible. Then, I will directly transform Fan Lu using a king's essence blood to help Fan Lu complete the Bloodian transformation as soon as possible. After the transformation, his bloodline will reach a certain level of strength. Initially, Lin Yuan did not think much of Fan Lu. Back then, he had chosen to let Fan Lu join him because he did not have many choices. However, Fan Lu had proven his worth to Lin Yuan time and time again with his actions. This made Lin Yuan completely acknowledge Fan Lu and treat him as a subordinate. Lin Yuan had always felt apologetic toward Fan Lu. Lin Yuan's previous plan had not only caused Fan Lu a lot of pain, but it had also almost cost him his life. Therefore, Lin Yuan wanted to find an opportunity to compensate Fan Lu. Otherwise, there was no need for him to let Fan Lu follow Qin Yu. Since Lin Yuan planned to let Fan Lu follow Qin Yu from now on, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to explain Fan Lu's situation to Qin Yu. Lin Yuan, Fan Lu isn't strong, but he's quite capable. From now on, you can nurture him as you see fit. Lin Yuan did not say much to Qin Yu. Although the fantasy crystal birthstone flower could only conduct the most basic information transmission, it was enough for Lin Yuan to maintain contact with his subordinates. Lin Yuan had given away many fantasy crystal birthstone flowers in a short period, so he felt that he needed to nurture more young fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for emergencies. The Thoughts letter paper produced by When Yu's elemental paper was enough to communicate with the King Blood Jackals in their territory. But deep into the Spinning Wings White Falcon's territory and in the Crimson Heaven Falcon's territory, the Thoughts letter paper might not be of any use. Lin Yuan was not blindly optimistic about this situation. It would undoubtedly take a long time for When Yu's elemental paper to reach the Holy Spirit level. Before the strength of the elemental paper increased, he would have to facilitate communication through the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers. As the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers could only communicate between Ramets and Ortets, while Ramets and Ramets could not communicate with each other, Lin Yuan couldn't manage all of Sky City's affairs. When you, the Moon Empress, Lu Jie, Su Iran, and the other core members of the Astronomical Parliament were the actual decision-makers of Sky City, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to contact Zhan Lu, the manager of Fortune Treasure Palace. He would obtain more ortets of the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower from Zhan Lu and strive to ensure that every core member of Sky City had an ortet. Although this would increase the cultivation pressure and the spatial equipment of the people who went out on tasks would contain many Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ramets that targeted different ortets, it was undeniable that this could completely resolve the communication problem in Sky City. No matter how big Sky City's territory expanded, orders could still be transmitted to Sky City immediately. Lin Yuan took out the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ramet that Zhan Lu had given him and contacted Zhan Lu. Lin Yuan, Zhan Lu, I hope to trade more Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortets from Fortune Treasure Palace. I want to try to nurture them. I've already told you that I lack a fae that can communicate from afar. Fortune Treasure Palace could be said to be the biggest winner in Treasure City. Zhan Lu and Li Feng had gained 2 large pieces of land from Lin Yuan. Just as Zhan Lu was thinking about how to design the 2 pieces of land, Lin Yuan sent him a message. Recently, Zhan Lu had been looking for an opportunity to contact Lin Yuan and deepen their relationship. Before Zhan Lu could take action, Lin Yuan contacted him first. This made Zhan Lu very happy. Zhan Lu had not contacted Lin Yuan because he was afraid that he would end up being treated coldly. If Lin Yuan could not be bothered with him, Zhan Lu would not know what to do in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's experts closed both Class 4 void passageways when they opened. This capability itself was very difficult for Zhan Lu to imagine. Afterward, Zhan Lu reported the situation to Fortune Treasure Palace. Fortune Treasure Palace valued Lin Yuan's ability very much. After learning of Lin Yuan's abilities, Fortune Treasure Palace placed great importance on him and asked Zhan Lu to deepen his relationship with Lin Yuan. He also treated Lin Yuan as a star among the special honor guests. Fortune Treasure Palace had a wide range of good partnerships. They paid special attention to these special honor guests so that one day, they could obtain powerful helpers when they needed them. Lin Yuan met Fortune Treasure Palace's requirements perfectly. Moreover, when Fortune Treasure Palace was trading with Lin Yuan did not take advantage of them like other special honor guests. On the contrary, Fortune Treasure Palace was the one who took advantage of Lin Yuan. This was because the creator resources that Lin Yuan used to exchange resources with Fortune Treasure Palace were at least Class 4 creators. If there was a chance in the future, Fortune Treasure Palace hoped to trade with Lin Yuan. Be it helping Fortune Treasure Palace obtain 2 more pieces of land in Treasure City or helping Lin Yuan become a special honor guest, Zhan Lu's status in Fortune Treasure Palace had greatly increased. Zhan Lu was very grateful to Lin Yuan. However, when he heard that Lin Yuan wanted to trade the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers ortet with Fortune Treasure Palace, Zhan Lu was somewhat troubled. Fortune Treasure Palace did not allow the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortet to be traded. Fortune Treasure Palace invested a large amount of creator resources to nurture the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers that had the potential to evolve into ortets. However, since Lin Yuan had asked this of him, he definitely could not reject him. Lin Yuan had already taken a Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortet from him. Based on what he said, it was likely that he had not succeeded in nurturing this Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortet but had obtained some breakthroughs. Zhan Lu did not know how many Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortets Lin Yuan wanted to trade, but it seemed like Lin Yuan wanted to trade a lot. Zhan Lu did not reply to Lin Yuan immediately. Instead, he sent a request to Fortune Treasure Palace's headquarters. Zhan Lu planned to do his best to apply for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortet for Lin Yuan. After receiving a response from the headquarters, Zhan Lu felt relieved and replied to Lin Yuan. Zhan Lu, young Master Lin, we haven't contacted each other in a long time. The last time you left suddenly and I didn't even have the chance to thank you properly. If you want the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower ortet, that's no problem. Zhan Lu, I'll personally apply for it from the headquarters. If it was someone else who wanted the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower, to be honest, even Mr. Jin Chen, who is also a special honor guest like you, would not be able to get it. You are now the most respected special honor guest in Fortune Treasure Palace. Zhang words were meant to express goodwill to Lin Yuan, but it was undeniable that Zhang words came from the bottom of his heart. Zhang had already applied for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower or TET from the headquarters before communicating with Lin Yuan. The reason why Zhang did not tell Lin Yuan was obvious. It was because he wanted Lin Yuan to owe him a favor. Lin Yuan did not have a good way to obtain the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. The only way to obtain the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower was to trade with Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan was afraid that Fortune Treasure Palace would not be willing to trade the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower with him. If so, Lin Yuan would have to spend a long time searching for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. This would definitely greatly affect the speed at which Lin Yuan developed the territories of the King Blood Jackal and the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Fortunately, what Lin Yuan was worried about did not happen. Lin Yuan, there's no need to thank me. Back then, I was also in Treasure City. Saving you was equivalent to saving myself. Moreover, I'm a special honored guest of Treasure City. I also became a sponsor of Treasure City. If you can help me this time, I will repay your kindness. When I get someone to retrieve the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower or TET, they'll send my gratitude to you. Lin Yuan did not dare to say that he was a good judge of character, but he could still see through Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu was a very smart person, but at the same time he also valued benefits. As long as Lin Yuan could guarantee sufficient benefits that Zhang Lu could not refuse, Zhang Lu would treat Lin Yuan's words as an imperial edict. Lin Yuan had the most resources, and he was willing to use them to rope in Zhang Lu. Even though Zhang Lu was one of the managers of Fortune Treasure Palace, he would sincerely use the resources of Fortune Treasure Palace to work for him. Lin Yuan had only traded with Zhang Lu once, but this time alone had left a deep impression on Zhang Lu. If Lin Yuan could become more generous in the future, Zhang Lu would take the initiative to side with Lin Yuan without saying anything to him. The existence of Fortune Treasure Palace was Lin Yuan's greatest channel to obtain all kinds of resources. Most of the resources he had now were obtained from Fortune Treasure Palace. After returning to Sky City, Lin Yuan already knew what kind of resources he needed the most. Lin Yuan planned to use this opportunity to communicate with Zhang Lu and make a large transaction with him. Due to the previous transaction and Lin Yuan's strength, Fortune Treasure Palace had begun to value him. Lin Yuan decided to take advantage of this transaction to make the upper echelons of Fortune Treasure Palace pay more attention to him. Perhaps he would have a chance to cooperate deeply with Fortune Treasure Palace in the future. Zhang Lu beamed with joy when he saw Lin Yuan's message. Zhang Lu, young Master Lin, you really don't have to be so polite. Although we haven't known each other for long, we're already old friends here. How many Fantasy Crystal Birthstone or TETs do you need this time? Zhang Lu and Lin Yuan exchanged pleasantries, but Zhang Lu did not reject the benefits that Lin Yuan wanted to give him. On the contrary, Zhang Lu was very happy that Lin Yuan could treat him like this. Lin Yuan's treatment of him was equivalent to telling Zhang Lu that he was useful to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have thought of preparing a thank you gift for him. Lin Yuan was still as generous as ever. He had already prepared a generous reward for him during the last transaction, and he had also prepared another one this time. This meant that Lin Yuan really wanted to befriend him. Zhang Lu was afraid that Lin Yuan would want more ortets than he could give. If such a situation happened, Zhang Lu was determined to get the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers that Lin Yuan had asked for from the headquarters no matter what. Even if it would cost him some dignity, Zhang Lu would not hesitate. Lin Yuan never thought of making things difficult for Zhang Lu, but he needed a large number of Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers. Sky City had more than 10 core members, and all of them had to be equipped with an ortet. Lin Yuan replied to Zhang Lu. Lin Yuan, Zhang Lu, to be honest, I need at least 20 Fantasy Crystal Birthstone ortets. If you have the ability to obtain more Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers, the more the better. How many Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers you can get will depend on your ability. I hope you won't disappoint me. If you can help me get more than 30 Fantasy Crystal Birthstone ortets, I will give you extra rewards. Lin Yuan always thought far ahead. Apart from equipping Sky City's core members with ortets, He also wanted to equip the Astronomical Parliament's members with ortets. The members of the Astronomical Parliament might have been small fry when they joined the Astronomical Parliament, but as long as they remained a part of the Astronomical Parliament, they would definitely become stronger and stronger. In the future, he would definitely develop his faction. However, the members of the Astronomical Parliament were all over the 4 universes. It was extremely difficult for them to obtain the ortets, which could be used for long-distance communication and facilitated communication between the faction members. Lin Yuan planned to use the Astronomical Parliament to make Sky City bloom. He had already experimented with this method in the main world and had achieved great success. If not for the Astronomical Parliament, Lin Yuan would not have achieved such great results in the main world so quickly. If not for Bei Su and peace, Lin Yuan would not have known about the Grotto Continent and Broiling Rock Continent. Naturally, he would not have discovered the world on the other side of Barren Sea either. Since Lin Yuan wanted to make a name for himself through the Astronomical Parliament, he naturally had to provide some support to the members. Jean Lu had only applied for 10 fantasy crystal birthstone ortets. The headquarters of Fortune Treasure Palace had very tight control over such communication resources. 10 ortets did not even meet Lin Yuan's most basic requirements, which put some pressure on Jean Lu. Lin Yuan was so generous to him. If he could not even meet the basic requirements of 20 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, Lin Yuan would definitely feel that he was useless. At that time, Lin Yuan would inevitably choose to trade with others. Lin Yuan had so many resources and powerful strength in his hands. He could have his pick of trading partners. Jean Lu gritted his teeth and decided to take out a portion of his resources. No matter what, he had to get the 20 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets for Lin Yuan. If he had the chance to spend more resources and help Lin Yuan obtain more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, he would definitely do it. This was the best way to prove his worth to Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan had also said that if he could obtain more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, he would be greatly rewarded. The reward that Lin Yuan mentioned was definitely not simple. Jean Lu, young Master Lin, to be honest, our headquarters has extremely strict control over things like fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets. It's already abnormally difficult to obtain 10 of them. I'll go all out. Even if I have to beg, I'll get 20 fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for you. As for the 30 of them, I can't guarantee it, but I will do my best. Jean Lu's words expressed his feelings for Lin Yuan and also indicated that it would be very difficult for him to help Lin Yuan obtain the fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets. Jean Lu was willing to work for Lin Yuan, but before doing so, he also hoped that Lin Yuan would be able to see his efforts. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Jean Lu's answer. Lin Yuan did not mention the fantasy crystal birthstone flower to Jean Lu again. Instead, he simply said, Lin Yuan, I'll get my people to bring a detailed list this time. Try to get all the resources on my list. I will be trading resources of the same standard as the last time. I won't make things difficult for you. When Jean Lu saw Lin Yuan's message, he was so excited that he could not hide the joy in his eyes. When Jean Lu replied to Lin Yuan did not reply. However, Jean Lu couldn't care less about this. Lin Yuan had mentioned he had purchased a plethora of resources to establish a faction, indicating he'd be swamped with tasks. Jean Lu was ready to assist Lin Yuan immediately in acquiring over 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets, deferring any consideration of how to manage the 2 new pieces of land acquired by Fortune Treasure Palace. Jean Lu planned to prioritize securing the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for Lin Yuan before addressing the matters concerning Fortune Treasure Palace's land. Under normal circumstances, Jean Lu could not guarantee that he could obtain more than 30 fantasy crystal birthstone flowers for Lin Yuan. However, if Lin Yuan used creator resources to trade for large amounts of resources with Fortune Treasure Palace, even those unreasonable old fellows would definitely agree and facilitate this. Fortune Treasure Palace indeed had a very tight control on the fantasy crystal birthstone flowers, but in fact, there were some fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets stored in Fortune Treasure Palace. Using existing resources to exchange for creator resources was very profitable for Fortune Treasure Palace. This way, Jean Lu would not even have to put in a lot of effort to help Lin Yuan. Jean-Lu was already looking forward to the benefits Lin Yuan would give him after he completed the deal. Lin Yuan had suddenly ended his communication with Jean-Lu not because he had finished speaking with Jean-Lu. Lin Yuan was actually prepared to reveal to Jean-Lu what kind of resources he needed on the list. This would make it easier for Jean-Lu to make preparations in advance. The resources that Lin Yuan wanted to trade were relatively rare. Lin Yuan suddenly ended the discussion with Jean-Lu because he felt a throbbing in his soul. He knew that his sacred source life form was about to awaken. Since the sacred sword-wielding queen was about to wake up, Lin Yuan naturally did not have the mood to pay attention to Jean-Lu. In any case, Lin Yuan had already completed the important transaction with Jean-Lu. Lin Yuan endured the throbbing in his soul and summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan and the sacred sword-wielding queen had not seen each other for a long time. She had been sleeping in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. After swallowing her parents' sacred source lifeforms, tens of thousands of ribbons had separated from her skirt. These ribbons were woven into a swaddling cloth for the sacred sword-wielding queen. She slept peacefully in her swaddling clothes. Even Lin Yuan, her contractor, could not get past the swaddling clothes to find out her actual situation. The sacred sword-wielding queen's appearance had changed greatly. Although her facial appearance had not changed much, her attire and bearing made her seem like a completely different person. Previously, the sacred sword-wielding queen gave off the feeling of a 6- or 7-year-old girl who had just bloomed and had yet to wield proper authority. She now held great power. It was like a high and mighty woman who looked down on all living beings and rules. Upon summoning the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan witnessed her opening her eyes. Joy and longing emanated from her calm amber gaze as she beheld Lin Yuan. Observing this expression, Lin Yuan realized the queen had evolved beyond mere instinctive behavior. Her gaze possessed the power to quell myriad emotions within the world. The complexity of her reactions toward Lin Yuan stemmed from the fact that, amidst all she could control, Lin Yuan remained beyond her grasp. Long time no see, sacred sword-wielding queen. Do you know? You slept for more than 20 years. I can see that you've improved a lot in the past 20 years. A faint smile appeared on her face. This time, after waking up from my sleep, I reached pinnacle 12 stars as I wished. Previously, both the sword skills formed by absorbing the laws and wills and the illusion immortal body formed by absorbing the immortal body were at rather low levels. Even if I had kept them, they wouldn't have been of any use. I sacrificed them all and turned them into a source of nutrients for me while I slept. All of my current power structure needs to be reabsorbed and transformed. At this point, the sacred sword-wielding queen puffed out her chest. The current me is more helpful to you in the world you're in than in the main world. I didn't sleep for more than 20 years in vain. The sacred sword-wielding queen first told Lin Yuan about her results during her slumber. After that, no matter how graceful and calm the sacred sword-wielding queen was, she could not help but move her wide skirt to hug Lin Yuan. This was the manifestation of her abundant emotions. Before the sacred sword-wielding queen let go of him, Lin Yuan hugged her back. Regardless of whether it was she or Morbius, they were both companions that Lin Yuan had nurtured with all his might. Up until now, Morbius had been the one who had helped Lin Yuan the most, followed by the sacred sword-wielding queen. If not for her, Lin Yuan would not have been able to allow his experts to increase their strength so quickly before he awakened the body of all spirits. The sacred sword-wielding queen's heart surged as she hugged Lin Yuan. As a 12 stars sacred source lifeform, her emotions were no different from those of an ordinary human. It was no longer as single-minded and rigid as before. At that moment, the sacred sword-wielding queen heard Lin Yuan ask, "After sleeping for so long, are you really hungry?" Lin Yuan's words made her retract her turbulent thoughts. She broke free from Lin Yuan's embrace and looked up at him without responding. However, she had forgotten that as Lin Yuan's contracted sacred source lifeform, Lin Yuan could sense its thoughts. The sacred sword-wielding queen was thinking, "Since you're so good to me, you won't let me starve." Lin Yuan sensed her thoughts and could not help but reveal a brilliant smile. The gluttonous little girl in the past had now become a stubborn little girl. After chatting with the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan used true data to investigate her. Sacred source name: Sacred sword-wielding queen, sacred source species. Source genus/sacred source species, sacred source star grade, 12 stars, sacred source type. All changes with absorption ability. Abilities: Queen form: 1. Queen skirt hem. Extract the willpower runes, law runes, spirit fire, and even divine kingdoms from dead creatures. It can also engrave the willpower runes, law runes, spirit fire, and even divine kingdoms of dead creatures on the skirt. At the same time, regardless of whether it extracts willpower runes, law runes, spirit fire, or divine kingdoms, it will leave behind the roots that can be used to directly increase the power of its body. 2. Queen's Treasure Vault. Place the spirit fire or the divine kingdom in the Queen's Treasure Vault. The Treasure Vault will split the energy in the energy cores into the illusion spirit fire and divine kingdom land, which contains the abilities of the phase when they were alive. The divine kingdom land can be sacrificed to burn the roots of the illusion spirit fire. 3. Queen's Holy Maid. When a holy spirit is slayed, the sacred sword-wielding queen can use its grace to transform the Holy Spirit into her own holy maid. The Holy Spirit that transforms into a holy maid has the ability to control and manage divine kingdoms. In battle, the holy maid can influence the divine kingdoms controlled by the enemy. When facing a divine kingdom without a Holy Spirit, it may directly affect the target's ability to use the divine kingdom. 4. Queen's Authority. The sacred sword-wielding queen has the ability to control wills, laws, spirit fire, and divine kingdoms. When extracting these substances, it can increase its speed through the holy maids under its authority. Sacred Sword Form: 1. Blade of Sacred Sword. The blade pierces the skirt and consumes the spirit chi in the body to accumulate the wills and laws in the skirt. The spirit fire or divine kingdom will form a sword skill to attack. 2. Sacred Sword's Hilt. The hilt will collide with the crown and consume the spirit chi in the body to choose a sword skill. Then, with other sword skills, wills, laws, spirit fire, or divine kingdom will be used as a sacrifice to fuse with the chosen sword skill. After the fusion, the sword skill and the laws, wills, or the divine kingdom of the spirit fire will be consumed. 3. Sacred Sword's Tip. The tip of the sword transforms into tough armor and sharp weapons that hang on the holy maid's body. It fundamentally increases the offensive and defensive power of the holy maid, making it easier for the holy maid to control the divine kingdoms of other living beings and interfere with the holy spirits of other divine kingdoms. 4. Sacred Sword's Ribbon. When attacked by a specific ability, inject the wills, laws, spirit fire, or divine kingdom controlled by the skirt into the sword's ribbon. The sword's ribbon can differentiate and refine this energy through similar wills and laws that it has already mastered. The spirit fire and divine kingdom can offset the power contained in the other party's ability. Lin Yuan's face revealed a look of surprise and understanding. After looking at the sacred sword-wielding queen's data, Lin Yuan knew why she had said those words. Her improvement and growth could indeed help Lin Yuan more than he had expected. Because the sacred sword-wielding queen was a unique product of the fusion of two sacred source life forms, the Grace Queen and Sword of Punishment, the original sacred sword-wielding queen had been on par with the sacred sword form. However, because of her bloodline, the sacred sword-wielding queen had received an opportunity and evolved to pinnacle 12 stars. The Sword of Punishment had been blessed by the Grace Queen. As a result, the sacred sword-wielding queen had been in its queen form and was supplemented by the sacred sword form. However, after the sacred sword-wielding queen reached 12 stars, the queen and sacred sword forms had 4 abilities. The first ability in the queen form, Queen Skirt Hem, had already expanded from extracting willpowers and laws to the level of spirit fire and divine kingdoms. In simpler terms, Lin Yuan could utilize the sacred sword-wielding queen to draw out the spirit fire and divine kingdom from targets of similar levels. Moreover, aided by Queen's Treasure Vault, the spirit fire's energy would morph into illusion spirit fire as well. The root energy in the divine kingdom would be converted into the divine kingdom land. The illusion spirit fire and divine kingdom land were connected to sacred sword's hilt. Could be transformed into a sword skill that Lin Yuan could use. After the spirit fire extracted from the target's body was separated from the divine kingdom, the spirit fire crystals and divine kingdom crystals that were formed could increase the strength of creation breed and divine kingdom lifeforms. This kind of upgrade did not require the support of the divine kingdom's power. However, Lin Yuan learned from the sacred sword-wielding queen that having faith power as support would enable him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The sacred sword-wielding queen was a sacred source life form that could allow Lin Yuan to maximize his strength, so he would not have to rely on his contracted phase. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would not give up on nurturing his phase as his focus on improving his strength had always been on nurturing phase. Unlike the other species in the sky beyond the clouds, humans could not rely on their bloodline to become extremely powerful. Human spirit chi professionals had a much stronger contractual ability with phase than the other species in the sky beyond the clouds did. This was the human's strength and advantage. Through Lin Yuan's observation, this strength and advantage allowed humans to participate in the struggle against the other races. However, compared to other life forms, humans had to spend a lot of resources to advance. Lin Yuan's sacred sword-wielding queen could not only help him produce resources, but it could also strengthen him. After reaching 12 stars, the sacred sword-wielding queen's abilities Queen's Skirt Hem, Queen's Treasure Vault, Sacred Sword's Hilt, and Blade of Sacred Sword underwent a metamorphosis. Apart from these 4 original abilities, both the queen and sacred sword forms had gained 2 new abilities. The sacred sword-wielding queen's 3rd ability, Queen's Holy Maid, actually allowed her to control holy spirits. The sacred sword-wielding queen could form a trump card through her own roots, so it was not difficult for her to form a trump card. However, it would take some time to form a trump card. Moreover, being at 12 stars meant that it could only have 12 trump cards at most. This was equivalent to 1 trump card per star. This meant that the sacred sword-wielding queen could only transform 12 holy spirits into holy maids at most. These holy spirits that were transformed into holy maids could control divine kingdoms. In battle, holy maids could even control divine kingdoms by influencing the enemy's holy spirits. When faced with divine kingdoms without holy spirits, it could even directly affect the target's ability to use their divine kingdoms. As long as the sacred sword-wielding queen had a holy maid, Lin Yuan would be able to gain a huge advantage when fighting holy spirit powerhouses. Compared to Queen's Holy Maid, the 4th ability was a powerful support ability for the first 3 abilities. While the sacred sword-wielding queen was extracting the wills, laws, spirit fire, and divine kingdoms of other living beings, she could increase the speed of extraction of the spirit fire and divine kingdoms of other living beings through the sacred maids it controlled. This could allow the sacred sword-wielding queen to maximize the production function and produce supplies as soon as possible. Sacred Sword Form's 2 new abilities supplemented her abilities. Sacred Sword's tip allowed Lin Yuan to use the Spirit Fire and Divine Kingdoms to strengthen the Holy Maids. They transformed into armor and sharp blades to strengthen the attack and defense of the Holy Maids. This increased the Holy Maids' ability to fight against the Holy Spirits of the other Divine Kingdoms. The Holy Maids were transformed from Holy Spirits and possessed the power of Divine Kingdoms. When strengthened with a new Divine Kingdom ability, it would gain added effects. Sacred Sword's Ribbon was a defensive ability that could protect Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan was attacked by the enemy, the Sacred Sword-wielding queen would inject some kind of spirit fire and Divine Kingdom into the sword. It could maximize the power of the spirit fire or Divine Kingdom and neutralize the enemy's abilities. As long as Lin Yuan absorbed enough wills, laws, spirit fire, and divine kingdoms, he could weaken one of the enemy's powerful abilities. Under the sacred sword-wielding queen's continuous absorption of laws, wills, spirit fire, and divine kingdom, all consumption could be replenished. However, providing food for the sacred sword-wielding queen had become a problem for Lin Yuan. Ordinary wills and laws would be absorbed by the sacred sword-wielding queen. When these ordinary wills and laws were accumulated, they could also be used. Moreover, these wills and laws would be used as sacrifices when the astronomical parliament used Star Spirit Seat. What the sacred sword-wielding queen really needed to absorb was spirit fire and divine kingdoms. It also needed to kill a Holy Spirit realm expert to obtain the Holy Spirit. These were not easy things to do. Furthermore, as a sacred source life form, the sacred sword-wielding queen could not leave Lin Yuan's body like other fays could. The source of her power was Lin Yuan's soul. However, Lin Yuan was only troubled by the method of obtaining spirit fire, divine kingdoms, and sacred maids, not the source. Lin Yuan had already witnessed how despicable the star pirates in the sky beyond the clouds were. Every star pirate group killed countless species and living beings in a year. Turning these star pirates into nutrients for the sacred sword-wielding queen was the best choice. In the sky beyond the clouds, if a person wanted to join a star pirate group, there was a basic requirement for strength. Those who were too weak were not qualified to join the star pirates. Even if some star pirates joined other star pirates because they lacked manpower, they would be eliminated as cannon fodder in a short period. Every time Lin Yuan found a group of star pirates, the sacred sword-wielding queen would be provided with the best food. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, the sacred sword-wielding queen spoke. Master, I can influence the divine kingdoms of other living beings through the holy maids. Actually, there are two directions for the choice of the holy maids. The first direction is for me to try my best to choose holy spirits of the same attribute to transform. This way, when I encounter those divine kingdoms and holy spirits with similar attributes to my holy maids, I can use extreme strength to suppress the enemy. The second direction is that my 12 holy maids will all choose different attributes and directions. Although the suppression will be much weaker this way, the range of suppression will undoubtedly become extremely wide. The sacred sword-wielding queen added, although there can only be 12 holy maids, these holy maids' strength can be increased after absorbing holy spirits with the same attributes as them. If they continue to devour holy spirits, there's almost no limit to the improvement of these holy maids. If the sacred sword-wielding queen did not add anything, Lin Yuan might really think that she was hesitating about choosing the holy maids. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The sacred sword-wielding queen's choice was undoubtedly more inclined towards the latter. For example, the jasmine lily was a wood-type fae. Its spirit fire or divine kingdom were all related to wood-type. Spirit fire, divine kingdoms, and holy spirits all had attributes. If the sacred sword-wielding queen could absorb holy spirits to evolve, Lin Yuan would definitely make her bloom on multiple fronts. There were billions of species in the sky beyond the clouds. Enemies with any attributes could be encountered. If the holy maids chose a single attribute, no matter how strong the suppression of a certain attribute was, it would probably not be of much use in battle. This choice would also cause the sacred sword-wielding queen to be unable to use holy spirits to upgrade its holy maids, even if it could absorb most of the holy spirits that Lin Yuan obtained from killing star pirates. If you want me to choose, I will naturally choose the second option. I think you should be more inclined to do this. Is it true that holy maids can only be absorbed after the target is killed? The sacred sword-wielding queen said confidently, absorbing the holy maids must be done when the target has just been killed and their divine kingdom has been broken open. This will enable the other party's holy spirit to be captured. When holy spirit expert dies, the holy spirit will be imprisoned in the divine kingdom. It's just that it has lost the source of faith power. A holy spirit with an empty shell is no longer suitable to be transformed into a holy maid. However, if there's a corpse of a holy spirit expert, I can still extract the holy spirit energy inside to strengthen the holy maids. Lin Yuan handed 2 Fey storage boxes in the shape of sun crests to the sacred sword-wielding queen. These 2 Fey storage boxes contained a large number of star pirates' corpses. The star pirates that besieged Treasure City had been eliminated, and Lin Yuan had asked Lu Chun and Lu Yao to collect a portion of the corpses. Lin Yuan had specially asked Li Feng, the city lord of Treasure City, for a portion of the star pirates' corpses. At that time, Lin Yuan was already a sponsor of Treasure City, so Li Feng had not rejected him. Lin Yuan wanted the corpses of these star pirates to prepare for the sacred sword-wielding queen's awakening. Now that the sacred sword-wielding queen had awakened, the corpses that Lin Yuan had specially collected were finally going to be of use. The sacred sword-wielding queen took the two Fey storage boxes and examined the items inside before saying seriously, "The items in these two Fey storage boxes are enough for me to use for some time. I won't be able to completely absorb the spirit fire, divine kingdom, and Holy Spirit power in these corpses in a year." As soon as it finished speaking, the sacred sword-wielding queen inserted her skirt into one of the Fey storage boxes. Lin Yuan had long known that the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt could penetrate space. The sacred sword-wielding queen's expression did not reveal anything, but her gluttony had not changed at all. It had been hard on her to endure for such a long time. Sacred sword-wielding queen, just stay in the spirit lock spatial zone. I'll arrange for Hu Quan to build a palace for you in the spirit lock spatial zone. 20 deposit vegetable pods will be at your disposal. Let them help you classify the corpses of the experts in these two spatial equipment so that you can absorb them later. Previously, the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed the faith power and law power from corpses in the spirit lock spatial zone. The high concentration of spirit chi could increase the sacred sword-wielding queen's absorption speed. Before the sacred sword-wielding queen fell asleep, it had requested Lin Yuan to find a place for it to stay in the spirit lock spatial zone. At that time, the spirit lock spatial zone had not been large enough, so Lin Yuan could not agree to the sacred sword-wielding queen's request. Now that the spirit lock spatial zone had enough space, Lin Yuan naturally had to fulfill the sacred sword-wielding queen's request. The sacred sword-wielding queen smiled. She was very happy that Lin Yuan took her words seriously. "All right, I'll enter seclusion in the spirit lock spatial zone. After I condense the illusion spirit fire and divine kingdom land, I'll hand over the remaining products to you so you can experiment with the effects of these spirit fire crystals and divine kingdom crystals." After Lin Yuan brought the sacred sword-wielding queen to the spirit lock spatial zone, she was extremely surprised by the changes in the spatial zone. The spirit lock spatial zone was originally only a few hundred square meters and looked like a room. Now, it had become a rather wide miniature world. Although there were not many people living in the spirit lock spatial zone now, it could still be described as extremely prosperous. Back then, Lin Yuan had planted nearly 10,000 deposit vegetable pods. Without a doubt, these deposit vegetable pods had become servants of the spirit lock spatial zone. When Lin Yuan found Hu Quan, he was unwillingly instructing the spirit craftsman to help Kira divide the area. Hu Quan could not help but complain when he saw Lin Yuan. "Young master, it's such a waste to give such a large area to this demon insect. If I plan this space for the demon insects, I think I can build an auspicious garden and raise the auspicious life forms that the 100 Questions Beast army accidentally cultivated there." The reason why Hu Quan hated Kira so much was because of the design problem. Previously, he was extremely unhappy with Kira. Moreover, Kira would produce a large amount of trash during the process of breeding the demon insects. This trash would usually be piled up in the spirit lock spatial zone. Next to the area that Kira previously occupied was the submerged flood dragon lake that Hu Quan had painstakingly created. As a spirit craftsman with aspirations, Hu Quan definitely did not want the trash produced by Kira to affect the scenery of the submerged flood dragon lake. Hu Quan was far more concerned about this than Blackie, who lived in submerged flood dragon lake. There was no doubt that Hu Quan was an extremely capable spirit craftsman. However, Hu Quan was not scheming. Once someone offended Hu Quan, he would hold a grudge. Therefore, Hu Quan had a lot of opinions about Kira staying in the spirit lock spatial zone again. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and said to Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, Sky City needs Kira to expand the demon insects to stabilize the situation. Kira has to produce demon insects with Class 1 genetic locks in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Uncle Hu, to be honest, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone will expand again in the future. The area of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone is already inexhaustible. Uncle Hu, focus your energy on other places first. When the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone expands, Kira will complete this breeding mission. When the time comes, help Kira choose a place to stay that is far away from you, so that it won't affect your mood." Hu Quan did not continue to dwell on this matter. If the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was still small, Hu Quan would definitely not want to give this area to Kira. Now that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was so large, Quan had yet to develop a large portion of it. Since that was the case, he would let Kira use this area for the time being. After all, Lin Yuan had already promised him. Lin Yuan's promise was definitely valid. The entire spirit lock spatial zone belonged to Lin Yuan, and he was only a spirit craftsman working there. If he continued to fuss over this matter, he would appear insensible. Young master, if you want Kira to stay here, why don't you send more of the deposit vegetable pods to help Kira clean up? These deposit vegetable pods also have the function of refreshing the air around them. It's rare for you to have the time to enter the spirit lock spatial zone. What instructions do you have this time? Lin Yuan said with a smile. I'm not the one asking for your help this time. My sacred source lifeform wants you to help build a palace in the spirit lock spatial zone for her. She can discuss this with you. I don't know what it thinks or what style she likes. Quan waved at the sacred sword-wielding queen. I can complete the things here in a day or two. Why don't you tell me your thoughts? I'll draw the design and you can modify it with me. Don't worry. The design of the palace will definitely be modified until you're satisfied. While the sacred sword-wielding queen negotiated with Quan, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan felt somewhat regretful. The resources in north of the Lonely River were too scarce. There were almost no star pirates there. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could have organized a group of people to surround these star pirates and stockpile more food for the sacred sword-wielding queen. After resting for 2 days, Lin Yuan did not stay idle and went to see the Moon Empress again. Lin Yuan remembered that when the Moon Empress had spoken to him, she had mentioned that there was a species in the southwest of the King Blood Jackal's territory that could replace the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards as terrestrial fortresses. Ordinary individuals of this species could grow to more than 100,000 meters, while powerful individuals could grow to more than 400,000 meters. Any holy spirit of this species was like a majestic mountain, and such a strategically important species was necessary to Lin Yuan. For this species to be able to survive until now, they definitely had astonishing strength. Sky City could detect the existence of this species, so the Crimson Heaven Falcons probably knew about this species. Qi Jintian had used a few days to reveal all the secrets that he possessed. Lin Yuan wanted to see if there was anything related to this species in the secrets that Qi Jintian revealed. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan pondering for a moment, she spoke to him as if she had made an important decision. Little Yuan, I feel that there's still a need for us to have question and answer sessions in the future. However, this time, it's my turn to ask while you answer. Lin Yuan's investment in the Moon Empress not only made her more confident, but it also made her curious about the sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress really wanted to understand the sky beyond the clouds from the bottom of her heart, especially now that she was already in the sky beyond the clouds. However, the only way for the Moon Empress to understand the sky beyond the clouds was through Lin Yuan. Unless the Moon Empress went out to travel, it was impossible to understand the actual situation of the sky beyond the clouds. Despite being a teacher, she would have to consult her disciple for a long time. This made the Moon Empress mentally prepare herself. Lin Yuan couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He had been feeling a nagging sense of importance upon his return but struggled to recall its specifics. Having delved into ancient texts and explored numerous locales, Lin Yuan had gained a comprehensive understanding of the sky beyond the clouds. Initially, Lin Yuan intended to share this knowledge with Sky City's core members through Genius, ensuring their clarity about this world. Upon the Moon Empress mention of a question and answer session, Lin Yuan's mind promptly gravitated toward it. Of course, it will be great to have question and answer sessions with you. Before the question and answer sessions, I can synchronize the information I gained previously with you. This will give you a complete understanding of the entire sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan summoned Genius. It had been a while since the Moon Empress had seen Genius. When Genius saw her, it raised its hand, jumped into her arms, and meowed softly. The Moon Empress treated Genius extremely well and had doted on him a lot. Genius had not seen the Moon Empress for a long time and missed her very much. Of course, Genius being so close to the Moon Empress had a lot to do with Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress relationship. If Lin Yuan's relationship with the Moon Empress was not good, then no matter how good the Moon Empress was to Genius, the latter would never show any close feelings toward her. The Moon Empress shook Genius and said, "It seems that Genius food has been pretty good recently. You're actually much heavier than before." Genius shook the long tails on its back and pouted at the Moon Empress as it said, "I evolved, not gained weight." Genius turned around and jumped into Lin Yuan's arms from the Moon Empress' arms. Lin Yuan could not help but smile. A few of the star pirates who had surrendered to Lin Yuan were very good at cooking, especially cooking meat. After Genius discovered this, it often asked these star pirates to cook delicious food for it. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Genius was not fat. Lin Yuan was certain that Genius hadn't gained any weight since its evolution. Genius used connected tails to transfer all the knowledge about the sky beyond the clouds that I asked you to organize to master. Genius, you've indeed gained a little weight. In the future, if you want to eat braised pork like before, remember to exercise too. Genius lowered its tail when it heard that, and its eyes filled with grievance. Ever since Genius started managing the 100 Questions Beast army, it had basically stopped moving around. Genius spent half of its time concocting potions every day. Concocting potions was something that Genius had to do daily because only by concocting more potions could Genius become more proficient. Genius was actually walking the path of an ordinary creation master. Genius's hard work was inseparable from its rapid improvement in creation master abilities. Genius couldn't eat less braised pork. Genius made up its mind to exercise daily in the future. In short, the next time he was carried by the Moon Empress, Genius did not want to hear her say that it had gained weight again. When Genius used connected tails, its body lit up with a magnificent light. A long tail, like a phantom light, extended toward the Moon Empress, connecting her and Genius tightly. Lin Yuan had set the highest level for the Moon Empress. The knowledge that Genius transmitted to her was the same as the knowledge that Lin Yuan possessed. The Moon Empress could feel a large amount of knowledge being transmitted into her mind through Genius's tail. The massive amount of knowledge made the Moon Empress's head swell. The Moon Empress realized that this knowledge was not fragmented, and she did not need to sort it out herself. This knowledge was extremely organized and had already been meticulously arranged. When this knowledge appeared in her mind, it was as if it were engraved there. This was the first time Lin Yuan had displayed Genius's ability in front of the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was both shocked and surprised by Genius's ability. As the Moon Empress gained a clearer understanding of the situation in the sky beyond the clouds, a thought appeared in her mind. During the Radiance Federation's Creation Master exam, they could bring 100 Questions Beasts to provide support. Lin Yuan had passed the Class 2 Creation Master exam at a young age and had to go through a practical test of spirit fluid concoction. However, Lin Yuan had scored full marks in the exams for Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. Even the Moon Empress could not guarantee that she could have done this. There was no threshold for the basic Spirit Chi professional examination in Soaring Dragon Federation. Everyone could participate. About 20% of the exam questions tested the contents from the books. The contents of these books had to be memorized. The Moon Empress had been a Class 5 Creation Master at that time, but it had been impossible for her to memorize so many books word for word. Now, the Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan had most likely obtained 100 points with the help of the 100 Questions Beast. It turned out that the 100 Questions Beast gained such an ability at a young age. Now that the Moon Empress had grasped the situation in the sky beyond the clouds, she no longer needed to ask Lin Yuan for a lot of knowledge. However, the Moon Empress still felt the need to have question and answer sessions with Lin Yuan. When she had the same level of knowledge as Lin Yuan, her questions could help him improve. Lin Yuan had more opportunities to understand this world than she did. Many of her questions would most likely be answered by Lin Yuan in the future. In the future, Master's question and answer sessions will still be held once a week. Let's set it at 5 o'clock every Friday. Even if I'm not in Sky City, our question and answer sessions can be conducted through the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. I should be able to trade for many Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortets. When the time comes, I will hand over the Ortet to you. This way, not only can you contact me through the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower, but you can also contact the other members of Sky City. I came to you this time to tell you that I'm preparing to leave Sky City in the next 2 days to take a look at the species that can be used as a war fortress. The Moon Empress had been both reluctant and worried because she thought that she would have to go somewhere far away. So soon after returning, when she heard that Lin Yuan was only going to take a look at the war fortress, the Moon Empress was relieved. The Moon Empress had already sent people to investigate this species. Firstly, this species was not very aggressive. Even if other creatures invaded its territory, as long as they did not disturb its normal life, they would not be attacked. Secondly, no matter how strong this species was, they were most likely comparable to or inferior to the Crimson Heaven Falcon in overall strength. Lin Yuan would definitely bring spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Regardless of who it was, they could guarantee his safety. The Moon Empress had heard that Autumn had single-handedly defeated a portion of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and Crimson Heaven Falcons elites. Among these elites was the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, whose strength had surpassed the Holy Spirit level. Little Yuan, you have to be careful when you go out this time. You've only been back for a few days. You don't have to tire yourself out. Everyone has arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, and the core members of Sky City have contracted the lifespan mouse. It's good for Sky City to develop rapidly, but it's also beneficial to develop slowly. Actually, I don't recommend that the Faith Country be expanded so quickly. Everyone in Sky City has their own duties. If we want to maintain the normal circulation of Sky City, everyone needs to play their part. Luolan and Su Iran are the two who have the heaviest missions. It has already taken them a lot of effort to manage the Faith Country. Once the Faith Country expands, it'll probably be very difficult for both Luolan and Su Iran to persist. No matter how quickly the Faith Country expands, the trade network connecting the entire Faith Country is being built by Listen, Endless Summer, and Gulang. It's not necessarily a good thing for you to take too big a step. The Moon Empress was extremely serious when she said this. However, she only wanted to give Lin Yuan suggestions and did not have any intention of guiding him. The Moon Empress did not know how capable Lin Yuan was. The Moon Empress had only shared with Lin Yuan the knowledge and lessons she had learned. These experiences and lessons were exceedingly valuable to her. The Moon Empress had been greatly affected by this. The Moon Empress did not wish for Lin Yuan to suffer the same fate as her. As his master, the Moon Empress had to impart what she deemed necessary to her disciple. Lin Yuan was never one to act without considering the consequences. After hearing this, he would undoubtedly take it into serious consideration. Lin Yuan had been away from Sky City for a considerable time, so his knowledge of it was limited. He had not been involved in the specific processes. Indeed, expanding the Faith Country now would exert significant pressure on Su Iran and Luolan. It remained unknown whether they could withstand such pressure. Furthermore, as the Moon Empress had noted, the larger the establishment, the more challenging it would be to establish trade channels. Due to the expansion of the Faith Country, Listen's progress was constantly slowing down. The Moon Empress's words prompted Lin Yuan to consider whether he should slow down the expansion of his Faith Country. It was not easy to recruit core members with management abilities for Sky City. For instance, Lu Chun, Lu Yao, and Jin Chun were skilled in carrying out missions, but they lacked proficiency in managing forces. Lin Yuan's subordinates Qin Yu and Fan Lu were much better at management than Lu Chun, Lu Yao, and Jin Chun. However, Qin Yu had the Elisa clan to oversee, and Lin Yuan had assigned Fan Lu to the Scarlet Territory. He was poised to become a member of the honor-absent parliament. Sky City's operations relied on the talents Lin Yuan had brought from the main world. Lin Yuan was grateful to have encountered these individuals to assist him. Time passed nearly 10 times slower in the sky beyond the clouds than in the main world. Lin Yuan had been in the sky beyond the clouds for such an extended period that the main world had likely undergone changes. In the future, if Lin Yuan were to nurture a powerful abyssal beast, he could seize an opportunity to return to the main world and assess the situation. However, such actions would likely draw the attention of the honor-absent palace, once again making the main world a target. It appeared that finding high-end talents for Sky City was more crucial than enhancing the strength of its members. Master, your words have greatly benefited me. I realize now that I lacked thorough consideration previously. Before formulating a new plan, I will seek the opinions of Su Iran, Luolan, Listen, and the others. But regardless, even if we refrain from expanding the Faith Country, we must still gather resources within the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Currently, resources for constructing the Faith Country are nearly depleted. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan had taken her advice to heart, the Moon Empress was delighted. Go. If you indeed decide to expand your Faith Country, Mystic Moon, Cold Moon, and I can assist you. Managing such a large Faith Country should not be an issue for the three of us. Lin Yuan felt reassured. Regardless of the challenges, the Moon Empress stood as his strongest supporter. Regardless of whether it was the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, or Mystic Moon, they were all preoccupied. Lin Yuan would not allow the three of them to undertake such a responsibility. Master, along with Uncle Mystic and Aunt Song, please oversee the overall situation for me. I intend to dedicate time and effort to scouting for managers for Sky City. Now that the Astronomical Parliament's meeting can be reconvened, we should be able to identify many suitable candidates. It will simply require some time. I will endeavor to slow down Sky City's pace while strengthening it. The same applies to the Faith Country, which is an extension of Sky City. After conversing with the Moon Empress for a while, Lin Yuan sought out Wen Yu and shared his thoughts with her. Wen Yu understood that Lin Yuan was not seeking her input but rather making a decision. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Wen Yu recognized a flaw in her approach. She had failed to consider the consequences of moving too swiftly. Wen Yu had never doubted her abilities. As she continued to grow, she became increasingly aware of her strengths. Wen Yu knew her worth well and no longer underestimated herself as she had before. She was brimming with confidence. However, following Lin Yuan had always been smooth sailing, making it challenging for her to navigate setbacks. Recognizing her oversight, Wen Yu resolved to make timely adjustments. Lin Yuan's words served as a wake-up call for Wen Yu. Young master, we were indeed overly eager in developing the Faith Country. The current pace of development will inevitably lead to future problems. Slowing down now can prevent Sky City and the Faith Country from incurring losses. Su Iran, Luolan, Listen, Endless Summer, and Gu Lang have been working tirelessly. They cannot sustain this pace for much longer without adequate food supplies. If this continues, they will undoubtedly suffer. This situation is detrimental to their progress. Slowing down now will allow them time to recuperate. However, the final decision rests with you. Lin Yuan decisively stated, let's temporarily slow down development. During Sky City's competition, we can afford to let everyone take a breather. The main pressure on Luolan and Su Iran stems from food shortages, hindering their ability to meet the Faith Country's demands. Fortunately, the food shortage will soon be resolved. I will investigate species suitable for use as war fortresses. Upon my return, I will personally assist you in enhancing the strength of the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle and the 100 Questions Beast to reach the Holy Spirit level as soon as possible. Utilizing the Astronomical Parliament to select talent is an excellent strategy. Additionally, I will consult with Big Brother Lu and Zhou Luo to identify any management-savvy individuals among Sky City's white-clothed followers in the combat and reserve sequences. If Sky City possesses such promising individuals, we should provide them with opportunities. Let's see if any can rise to the occasion. When you committed Lin Yuan's instructions to memory, prepared to execute them upon his return from investigating war fortresses. Qi Jintian had previously mentioned this species when briefing Wen Yu on the situation. She had gathered valuable information about it from him, much of which proved invaluable. Wen Yu reported the news to Lin Yuan, young master, if you're prepared to investigate the species, the information I obtained from the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons should be very useful to you. When you handed Lin Yuan the collated information from Qi Jintian, while Lin Yuan used genius-exclusive skill, Connected Tales, to examine it, when you explained briefly, young master, Qi Jintian said that this species is called the Titan rhinoceros elephant. The bloodline legacy of this species is similar to the history of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. In the early days, the Titan rhinoceros elephants could not compare to the Crimson Heaven falcons. But after generations passed, the Titan rhinoceros elephant's body became larger and larger, developing to this extent. The Crimson Heaven falcons have been in north of the Lonely River for a few epochs. Qi Jintian expressed that he doesn't know the exact situation of the Titan rhinoceros elephants who are out of the area. However, the Titan rhinoceros elephants in north of the Lonely River have at least doubled in size in the past few epochs. Qi Jintian suspects that the area where these Titan rhinoceros elephants live has a secret that can enlarge their bodies. 1219 After reading Qi Jintian's report, Lin Yuan had a certain understanding of the Titan rhinoceros elephants and knew a lot about the Crimson Heaven falcons' internal affairs. The overall strength of the Crimson Heaven falcons was slightly weaker than Lin Yuan had imagined. The Crimson Heaven falcons had been guarding this area to wait for a natural treasure called the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom to mature. This Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom was extremely beneficial to the Crimson Heaven falcons' fire elements. In addition, this Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom grew inside the skull of a huge bird skeleton, sucking the essence of this huge avian-type phase skeleton dry. The Crimson Heaven falcon's leader ate the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom. With the nourishment of the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom and the pure and surging avian-type Fey bloodline power in the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom, there was a high chance that the leader's strength would improve further. Spending a few epochs to allow the Crimson Heaven falcon to gain an expert who could change the structure of the Crimson Heaven falcons would be very beneficial. When you had noted that Qi Zhentian had wanted to find out more about the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom, it was obvious that he did not want Sky City to take the Crimson Blood Mushroom away when they took in the Crimson Heaven falcons. With the Crimson Blood Mushroom, the Crimson Heaven falcons had the possibility of breaking through their current situation. The more powerful the Crimson Heaven falcons were, the more authority they would have with Lin Yuan. When Yu did not respond to Qi Jintian's probing, she did not know what Lin Yuan was going to do. In Wen Yu's eyes, all the Crimson Heaven falcons were Sky City's prisoners. No matter what decision Lin Yuan made, the Crimson Heaven falcons could only accept it unconditionally. He had no right to bargain at all. Lin Yuan was not interested in this Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom, but he was interested in another item in the Crimson Heaven falcon's territory. It was the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring that was used to nourish the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom. To Lin Yuan, this treasure was not inferior to the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom at all. In fact, it was far more precious than the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom. The Nirvana Feather Flower Spring was effective on any avian-type Fey. A Nirvana Feather Flower would grow in the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring. The Nirvana Feather Flower was like a derivative life form of the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring. The Nirvana Feather Flower could not be eaten by avian-type Feys directly. The sap was extremely toxic. However, the fragrance emitted by the Nirvana Feather Flower could help avian-type Feys nourish their body and increase the possibility of bloodline transformation. From Qi Jintian's message, Lin Yuan could sense that Qi Jintian was actually dissatisfied with the Crimson Heaven falcon's arrangements. Since the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring had been used to nourish the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom, Qi Jintian had not had a share at all. Not only that, even the fragrance emitted by the Nirvana Feather Flower could only be absorbed by the leader of the Crimson Heaven falcons, Qi Mingyan. Indeed, Qi Mingyan was stronger than Qi Jintian. Qi Jintian admitted this. But compared to Qi Mingyue, he, the second elder of the Crimson Heaven falcons, was just a decoration. All these years, he had only been helping Qi Mingyan manage the Crimson Heaven falcons. He had done all the dirty and tiring work, but he did not get a share of the benefits. Even though he knew that this was to protect the interests of the Crimson Heaven falcons to the greatest extent, the dissatisfaction in Qi Jintian's heart accumulated. Lin Yuan ignored Qi Jintian's dissatisfaction. Qi Jintian's dissatisfaction with the Crimson Heaven falcons was meaningless to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan couldn't help Qi Jintian adjust his dissatisfaction. As the leader of the Crimson Heaven falcons, Qi Mingyan was definitely stronger than Qi Jintian in terms of ability and strength. Otherwise, how could Qi Mingyue suppress Qi Jintian? Even if Qi Jintian had some complaints, he still had to do these things. Lin Yuan was prepared to leave the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom to Qi Mingyan, so he could digest and absorb it. Qi Mingyan might not be able to steadily advance to the next grade with the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom alone. However, if Lin Yuan was willing to help, everything would be different. Lin Yuan would rely on his body composition to help Qi Mingyan. The increase in his grade and quality was basically a sure bet. Lin Yuan would take the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring if he left the Crimson Flame Blood Mushroom with Qi Mingyan. The Nirvana Feather Flower Spring was too suitable for Chime. With the help of the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring, Chime could quickly raise its grade and quality in an extremely short period. It was not impossible for Chime to not prevail despite being a late bloomer. Lin Yuan had fulfilled the Crimson Heaven Falcon's expectations. Since Lin Yuan wanted the Nirvana Feather Flower Spring from the Crimson Heaven Falcons, the Crimson Heaven Falcons would not be dissatisfied. I'll learn about the Titan Rhinoceros Elephants after I take a look at them. I hope the Titan Rhinoceros Elephants can surprise me. If we're sure that they can really be used, we can immediately build the War Fortress. Since we've already decided to stabilize our footing and develop Sky City slowly, we might as well spend some effort to make Sky City and the Faith Country into an indestructible iron bucket. As long as there are no internal problems, this iron bucket will definitely not be destroyed. When you said seriously, young master, there will definitely be no problems within Sky City. I've always believed that, while you are exploring the territory of the Titan Rhinoceros Elephants, I will take good care of Sky City. If there are any problems, I will communicate with the Moon Empress. Alternatively, I'll contact you through Thought's letter paper or the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. Sky City held a profoundly warm place in Wen Yu's heart. It was akin to her home. Regardless of circumstance, she harbored a fervent desire to safeguard it. Comprising just over 20 core members, Sky City fostered a tight-knit camaraderie among its inhabitants. Even in the face of conflict, the city's overall stability remained unshaken, with resolutions swiftly forthcoming. Wen Yu pledged to risk her life to uphold Sky City's equilibrium. If she discovered anyone attempting to disrupt its stability, she would show no mercy. Lin Yuan ventured out with a profound sense of reassurance. He knew that even if he were absent for decades, as long as spring, summer, autumn, or winter safeguarded Sky City's safety, it would continue to thrive and develop at a rapid pace. Wen Yu, don't worry about the Crimson Heaven Falcons, Lin Yuan reassured her. Sky City won't be able to take over the Crimson Heaven Falcons' territory for a long time to come. When they launched a surprise attack on the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, spring and autumn opened their barriers. The news of this conflict should not have reached the ears of the Crimson Heaven Falcons yet. Qi Jintian and the others' faith has been taken by the Faith Tree. They probably won't tell the other Crimson Heaven Falcons. Apart from how to develop the Faith Country, the focus now is on the development of the resources of the Spinning Wings White Falcons territory. We have too few resources now. Such limited resources can't support the consumption at all. Most of the things I trade are rare resources, not basic resources for development. This time, with the development of the King Blood Jackal's territory, the basic resources will be stored in large quantities. I think these basic resources should be enough for a long time. Wen Yu hurriedly said, "Young master, the Moon Empress has just reminded me of this matter. I have specially selected some people from Sky City's reserve team. These people are the weakest in the reserve forces. Even if they participate in the competition, they won't be able to achieve anything. I'll choose 500 members from among them and place them among the Spinning Wings White Falcons. These people will review every resource developed and used in the territory of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. This will ensure that there will be no problems with resources. Bai Yunzong is a very smart guy. He knows the current situation of the Spinning Wings White Falcons very well. He himself will most likely restrict the internal affairs of the Spinning Wings White Falcons." Lin Yuan was reminding Wen Yu before he left. Since Wen Yu knew about this, there was no need for her to continue talking about this matter. Lin Yuan brought Winter directly to the Titan Rhinoceros Elephant's territory. Winter's movement speed and traveling ability were the strongest among the four followers. It was most convenient for Lin Yuan to bring Winter out. Although Winter did not show it on the surface, he was still happy that Lin Yuan had chosen him. Previously, When Lin Yuan had arranged the operation, he had not chosen Winter. Winter would not show his emotions like Autumn did. However, Winter would still make comparisons in his heart. If Autumn continued to be so sensitive to such matters, Lin Yuan would choose to use Autumn more often when he needed people. Then Winter would have to find an opportunity to have a good chat with Autumn. Spring and Summer were both people who did not fight over anything. However, if Autumn always acted like this, it was inevitable that Spring and Summer would be dissatisfied one day. If the four of them had an internal strife, how could they live up to Lin Yuan's nurturing of them in his previous life? At that moment, Lin Yuan had been thinking about how the Titan rhinoceros elephants had grown bigger in such a short period of time and eventually grown into such a huge body. It would have been fine if the Titan rhinoceros elephants had been that big from the start. However, it was obvious that the transformation of the Titan rhinoceros elephants over the past few epochs was the key to the Titan rhinoceros elephants' huge size. Lin Yuan asked Winter, "Winter, have you heard of the Titan rhinoceros elephants before?" Winter fell into deep thought. Winter had existed for countless epochs and had seen too many species. However, as long as it was a species that Don had seen before, he would have an impression of them. Winter thought for a moment and said, "Young master, I should have heard of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Apart from having two mountain-like rhinoceros horns on their heads, the Titan rhinoceros elephants have 4 extremely exaggerated tusks. Both their horns or tusks are weapons that can be used in battle. Young master, do you think that the species that can be called a war fortress refers to the Titan rhinoceros elephants? In my impression, the Titan rhinoceros elephants are indeed huge, but it shouldn't be possible for them to become that large. This is unless the bloodline of the entire Titan rhinoceros elephants has mutated because of something. I have seen many species in the sky beyond the clouds. When I heard that this species that could be used as a war fortress was so huge that it could reach 400,000 meters, I was rather surprised. As far as I know, there are only a few experts who live in the sea. Only when their strength reaches a certain level can they grow to such a huge extent. But the members of this species can reach 100,000 meters in size. It's really against common sense. However, there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Life has infinite possibilities. There are indeed some special spiritual ingredients that can make lifeforms larger. When we see the species later, I'll most likely be able to see what's going on with them." Winter paused before continuing. "Young master, if this species is too unruly, I don't recommend spending too many resources on them because the war fortress is not for the elite members of Sky City, but for the warriors selected by the Faith Country. This species might restrain themselves under the control of experts, but under the control of those ordinary warriors, if this war fortress loses control, it will definitely cause a huge impact." Lin Yuan came to see this species with the intention of learning about them. If this species had flaws and was inconvenient to control, Lin Yuan would not force them to become Sky City's war fortress. Winter was unaware of the information provided by Qi Jintian. According to his information, this species was indeed relatively docile. If Lin Yuan had not known about the docility of this species in advance, he would not be so enthusiastic about building a war fortress. With Winter's help, Lin Yuan would only need about a day to reach the Titan rhinoceros elephant's territory. Lin Yuan did not give too much information to Winter. Instead of saying too much information to disturb Winter's judgment, it was better to let him judge the functionality of this species from a subjective perspective. If the Titan rhinoceros elephants had the possibility of becoming a war fortress, Lin Yuan would spend a lot of effort to control this species. If Winter and Lin Yuan determined that the Titan rhinoceros elephants did not have the possibility of building a war fortress, they would give up on it due to the low safety factor. Lin Yuan would not touch the Titan rhinoceros elephants for a long time. The area where the Titan rhinoceros elephants were located was too far away from where Lin Yuan was developing. Even if Lin Yuan controlled them now, it would be very difficult for him to have the energy to develop the Titan rhinoceros elephants' territory. While Lin Yuan was out, all the white-clothed followers combat and reserve sequence members in Sky City seemed to be running on steroids. This especially applied to the reserve sequence members. These reserve sequence members had never been used after joining Sky City. These people came from poor backgrounds. When they first entered Sky City, the reserve sequence members were shocked and terrified by the large amount of resources Sky City poured into them. However, these reserve sequence members were no longer new to Sky City. They had been in Sky City for more than 20 years when they were in the main world. These reserve sequence members could obtain a large amount of resources every day, but they did not see any chance of improvement. Official white-clothed followers and combat sequence members received more resources than reserve sequence members. The strength of these white-clothed followers had already been raised to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, but they could be considered absolute experts to the reserve sequence members who were Spirit Fire experts. This competition could be said to be the best news for the reserve members. This allowed these reserve sequence members to see the possibility of advancing to the combat sequence or even the white-clothed followers. Having been a reserve sequence member for a long time, it was inevitable that the lack of opportunities would cause them to feel like they were floating aimlessly. These people felt extremely regretful and had the intention to work hard. As for those who did not show any enthusiasm after the news of the competition spread, it would not take long for them to be eliminated from the reserve sequence. Sky City was a huge faction. Apart from a dozen core members, there were only a few thousand basic members. Such a force only nurtured elites and not idlers. Lu Jie and Zhou Luo, the two managers of the white-clothed followers combat sequence and reserve sequence, had such thoughts. Previously, when managing the white-clothed followers combat and reserve sequences, it was usually Zhou Luo who put in more effort because Lu Jie was busy improving his individual power. Currently, Lu Jie could be said to have the most phase in Sky City. Even Lin Yuan could not compare to him. Lu Jie had to spend more effort on his insect species carcinoma phase. Elegance had always treated these insect species carcinoma phase that transformed into fairies badly. This meant that Lu Jie had to enter seclusion every once in a while. Apart from Lin Yuan, none of Sky City's peers were a match for Lu Jie. If Lin Yuan did not use his trump cards, he could not guarantee that he could defeat Lu Jie in a battle in the wild. Now, Lin Yuan was preparing to hold a competition in Sky City. Once the news spread, Lu Jie would start managing Sky City. Apart from Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, Zhou Luo was the first person in Sky City to be recognized by Lin Yuan. Lu Jie's acknowledgement of Zhou Luo stemmed from that life-and-death battle they experienced together. Lu Jie and Zhou Luo were old buddies and their relationship could be described as close. When Zhou Luo saw Lu Jie, he smiled and said, "Does the leader of the white-clothed followers have the time to pay attention to us now that you're done with the fairies? I got a few jars of good wine from Lord Lin Yuan. Let's have a few drinks. When Sky City's competition starts in a few days, the two of us will really be busy." Lu Jie said helplessly, "Old Zhou, don't tease me if you have nothing to do. What do you mean by done with the fairies? You make it sound like I'm not a serious person." Zhou Luo laughed when he heard that. "To be honest, old Lu, if anyone dares to say that you're not serious, I'll be angry with him. Besides you, who else doesn't have a girlfriend at such an old age? There are so many beauties in Sky City, but none of them caught your eye. If you really like anyone, listen to my advice. If you really chase after her, she will be yours. As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of being pestered by a man. Don't you know how my wife found me? I stuck around until she became mine." Zhou Luo only got married a few years before he came to the sky beyond the clouds. His marriage partner was a combat sequence member. She was extremely talented and was affiliated with all support type phase. Her affinity could be said to be similar to Chu Si's back then. At that time, Sky City was in need of manpower and the members of the white-clothed followers had yet to settle down. This woman did not disappoint Lin Yuan's nurturing and completely relied on her own ability to become an official member of the white-clothed followers. The female white-clothed follower was indeed not interested in Zhou Luo at first. But under Zhou Luo's relentless pursuit, she eventually became his wife. Judging from Zhou Luo's experience, it was indeed right to say that a good girl was afraid of being pestered by a man. However, Lu Jie's mind had never been on this. If Lu Jie had been chasing after a target all these years, it would definitely be Lin Yuan. However, Lu Jie's pursuit of Lin Yuan had started with Lin Yuan's salvation and the Retainer Knight's oath. It was Lin Yuan who had given him hope to survive. Even now, his heart had not changed. But he did have more thoughts. Apart from wanting to protect Lin Yuan as a retainer knight, Lu Jie also wanted to manage Sky City with Lin Yuan and realize their dreams together. This was the motivation for Lu Jie to work so hard to increase his strength. Lu Jie had spent the past few decades on such matters and was not in the mood to consider anything else. Lu Jie smiled and said to Zhou Luo, "Everyone has different aspirations and thoughts. You, on the other hand, have nothing to do but enjoy your life with your wife and child. But you have to remember not to allow your power to lag. I don't want to hear that anyone in Sky City has surpassed you." Zhou Luo said solemnly, "Don't worry about this. Lord Lin Yuan promoted me to this position. I definitely won't allow my strength to embarrass Lord Lin Yuan. It's just that faith power is really too difficult to obtain. Otherwise, my strength would most likely be able to increase again." Lu Jie was not as optimistic as Zhou Luo. He knew how difficult it was to increase one's strength. It was all thanks to Lin Yuan's help that they could improve their strength so easily. Lu Jie remembered that Lin Yuan had said that the main purpose of the Faith Country's existence was to collect faith power for Sky City. Judging from this situation, once the Faith Country could collect a large amount of faith power for Sky City and Lin Yuan distributed the faith power, the strength of Sky City's core members would increase again. In the past, Lu Jie would have definitely split hairs over this and thought that all of this was a gift from Lin Yuan. However, Lu Jie no longer thought that way. Sky City had only developed to this day because of the joint efforts of all its members. Su Yiren and Luolan had both contributed greatly to the prosperity of Sky City. As the leader of the white-clothed followers chosen by Lin Yuan, he only needed to do his job well. "Old Zhou, the competition is imminent. Have you observed the situation of the members of Sky City?" Zhou Luo shrugged and said, "Most of the reserve sequence members are very excited. To them, this competition is equivalent to discovering a way to rise. However, there are still some among these 5,000 people who don't have much fighting spirit. They always feel that there's a huge gap between the reserve sequence and the combat sequence, much less the white-clothed followers. I originally planned to tell you about this so you can decide if there's a need to tell Lord Lin Yuan about this. These people were nurtured using Sky City's resources, but now they're all acting as though they've forgotten about this. I think it's necessary to find an opportunity to send all these reserve sequence members to train in the future. They'll really lack courage if they don't experience bloodshed." Lu Jie did not say anything else. He knew Lin Yuan very well. Since Lin Yuan had placed his focus on managing the white-clothed followers' combat and reserve sequences, he would definitely place more focus on this in the future. Those hooligans would eventually be educated or expelled by Lin Yuan. "Old Zhou, I think we need to mobilize these people's fighting spirits." Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. The fighting spirits of the reserve sequence members do need to be mobilized, but that will be enough. The fighting spirits of the combat sequence members is already abnormally high. For members of the combat sequence, it's not only an opportunity but also a risk. The members of the combat sequence all want to become white-clothed followers, but they're afraid that the members of the reserve sequence will suddenly rise and replace them. If we light a fire among the combat sequence members, the combat sequence will probably be completely ignited. The fighting spirit of the white-clothed followers is also high. They know very well how many benefits they get as white-clothed followers. Who would want to be demoted when benefits are at stake? Once they're downgraded, they'll be laughed at by their colleagues. Furthermore, Lord Lin Yuan has already said that there will be generous rewards before the competition. Even I am envious of the rewards personally given by Lord Lin Yuan, let alone them. Although Zhou Luo looked carefree most of the time, he was actually a very meticulous person. During his time working with Lu Jie, Zhou Luo had spent far more time managing than Lu Jie did. Zhou Luo did not have any achievements in management, but at least he did not make any mistakes. Zhou Luo's perception of emotions was extremely strong. He had once used his perception to cleverly resolve the internal conflicts among the combat sequence. "Let's go, old Zhou. Save the wine for later. Let's first take a look at the reserve sequence. Let's understand who among the reserve sequence has the potential to advance further into the combat sequence. During this period, pay more attention to the reserve sequence. If anyone really starts to mess up, compile a name list. There's a mission coming up that requires manpower. Let's keep these trashed people for the mission. The number of reserve sequence members applying for missions is far from enough. Lu Jie admired those who knew that they were not strong enough and took the initiative to apply for missions. At the very least, these people were still working hard and had not given up. If he encountered any opportunities in the future, they might be able to break through to the combat sequence. They would give up on the competition this time and take the initiative to participate in the mission because they were preparing for the next competition. However, those who did not choose to participate in the mission but continued to sit around doing nothing were the vermin of Sky City. It was a huge waste of Sky City's resources to spend a large amount of resources on these vermin. Lin Yuan had already arrived at the Titan rhinoceros elephant's territory. As soon as he entered, he acutely noticed something amiss. The vegetation in the territory of the Titan rhinoceros elephants was too lush. It was completely different from the vegetation outside the territory. It was as if there was an obvious dividing line. After searching for a long time, Lin Yuan did not find any traces of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Winter pondered and said, "Young master, if I'm not wrong, there should be some kind of breath soil in this area. Moreover, this breath soil has already developed intelligence. Otherwise, this breath soil wouldn't be able to control such a range as well as radiate so accurately while restraining its strength so outstandingly. I can vaguely feel the frequency of energy flowing in this land. If the breath soil really exists here, it's not impossible for the species that come into contact with its effects to multiply in size in a few epochs. There are a few footprints in the southwest that have clearly been left recently. Based on the shape of these footprints, there's a high chance that this Titan rhinoceros elephant is the one I know of. Young master, let's head southwest. It shouldn't be long before we can find the Titan rhinoceros elephants. If the Titan rhinoceros elephants' bodies can really reach 400,000 meters, no matter how lush the vegetation here is, it won't be able to provide enough food for many Titan rhinoceros elephants. Therefore, there must be less than 200 Titan rhinoceros elephants. Winter made this speculation after much deliberation. With the information he had now, Winter was basically certain that his guess was right. Winter looked a little excited as he spoke. The breath soil was not so easy to come by. The breath soil was the amalgamation of the highest attributes of the earth elements. It was a rare treasure in the eyes of any faction and species. The wilderness of the north of the lonely river was rarely visited by people. Everyone felt that the wilderness of the north of the lonely river was poor. Who would have thought that such a barren place would actually nurture an existence like the breath soil? Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Since Winter had said that the breath soil was a good thing, it must be an extremely precious item. Winter, you said that the breath soil can produce intelligence. Is the breath soil very similar to those elemental creatures? Or can the breath soil be considered an elemental fae? Winter hurriedly explained to Lin Yuan, "Young master, elemental lifeforms are indeed rarer than ordinary flesh and blood creatures, but compared to the breath soil, ordinary creatures are equivalent to ordinary nature and fairies. There's no comparison." As he spoke, Winter pointed into the distance. "Young master, if we go a little further east, you'll be able to see a Titan rhinoceros elephant more than 250,000 meters long. The Titan rhinoceros elephants that live here come from the same source as the Titan rhinoceros elephants that I know of previously. The two are the same species. You can understand that by how the breath soil caused the Titan rhinoceros elephants to become like this. The Titan rhinoceros elephant I detected has an extremely high-level special earth element aura. This aura is emitted by the breath soil." Soon, Winter led Lin Yuan to a behemoth. The Titan rhinoceros elephant was extremely tall. Its back was flat and wide, and its four thick limbs were covered in thick, hard keratin. These hard keratin were like the scales of the Titan rhinoceros elephant. The two towering rhinoceros horns and four flamboyant tusks on its head made the Titan rhinoceros elephant look extremely mighty. The fact that the Titan rhinoceros elephant had grown so many pieces of equipment meant that there were often internal conflicts within the Titan rhinoceros elephants. They needed to rely on the battles among themselves to establish the status of the species or to help with courtships. The Titan rhinoceros elephants could transform into human form. However, such a huge creature preferred its majestic body to its human form. Winter. This Titan rhinoceros elephant has already reached the divine kingdom level. Let's go take a look at this Titan rhinoceros elephant's temper. We can also use it to understand all the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Lin Yuan took the lead and flew toward the Titan rhinoceros elephant. Winter stayed a reasonable distance away from Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan was in danger, Winter could protect him at any time from such a distance. The best way to test a living being's temper was to try to anger this living being. The Titan rhinoceros elephant's tail was very short compared to its height and body length, but it was still tens of thousands of meters long. The wrinkled skin on its tail and the hard fur on it allowed the Titan rhinoceros elephant's tail to use the strong wind to protect its body when it waved. Lin Yuan had already entered the combat range of the Titan rhinoceros elephant's tail, so he released his aura. Lin Yuan's aura was clearly a threat to this divine kingdom Titan rhinoceros elephant. However, this Titan rhinoceros elephant did not attack Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and Winter were able to land steadily on the Titan rhinoceros elephant's back. Lin Yuan remembered that Qi Jintian had once said that the Titan rhinoceros elephants were extremely territorial. Even though the Titan rhinoceros elephants were extremely territorial, this one did not attack him. This meant that the Titan rhinoceros elephant's territorial nature was only targeted toward its members or entities, which made the Titan rhinoceros elephant feel like an offensive target that had invaded its territory. From this point alone, the temper of the entire Titan rhinoceros elephants was relatively good. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take the initiative to communicate with the Titan rhinoceros elephant, it actually took the initiative to contact him. "Hey, it's not polite to land on my back like this. I'll forgive you today since I'm in a good mood. Go back to where you came from. I advise you not to land on the backs of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. If anyone is in a bad mood, you'll all become minced meat." While communicating with Lin Yuan, the Titan rhinoceros elephant used its trunk to sweep up dozens of giant trees. Then, it put these giant trees into its mouth and chewed them in big mouthfuls, scattering huge pieces of debris and branches on the ground. Lin Yuan sensed that tender grass began growing in the areas that had just been uprooted. The exposed and brown ground was covered again in an instant. Lin Yuan could now communicate through his soul. He spoke to the Titan rhinoceros elephant through his soul. "Your species members are so huge. No matter how abundant the resources here are, there can't be too many of you, right?" The Titan rhinoceros elephant had said those words to drive Lin Yuan away. It had not expected Lin Yuan to continue chatting. This petite creature ignored its words, making the Titan rhinoceros elephant a little angry. However, this Titan rhinoceros elephant did not flare up immediately. Instead, it said rather arrogantly, "In this territory, no other species dares to have designs on my species, regardless of our numbers. The same goes for those stupid birds in the east and those stupid crocodiles living in the west. I advise you to leave before I get angry. Otherwise, don't blame me for depriving you of your chance to live." Winter nodded at Lin Yuan. Based on the current situation, the Titan rhinoceros elephant had a good temper. As long as the temperament of the other Titan rhinoceros elephants was half that of the one in front of them, the Titan rhinoceros elephants would definitely qualify to become an outstanding war fortress. When Lin Yuan heard the Titan rhinoceros elephant's threat, he did not take it seriously at all. Lin Yuan said to the Titan rhinoceros elephant with a smile, "Why do you think you're the one who will deprive me of the chance to live, and not the other way around? Winter, it's so big that it's inconvenient for us to communicate with it, and I don't like people eating while I'm talking to them. Winter, help me restrain him. Make him transform into his human form before talking to us." Winter bowed to Lin Yuan and released his aura. Winter's aura did not dissipate in the surrounding environment. It condensed into a single beam that targeted the Titan rhinoceros elephant in front of him. Apart from this Titan rhinoceros elephant, the other living beings could not sense Winter's aura at all. To this Titan rhinoceros elephant, the aura released by Winter was like a hammer that ruthlessly smashed into the back of his head. It stunned the Titan rhinoceros elephant. Winter's aura far exceeded the Titan rhinoceros elephant's imagination. After knowing that it was powerless to resist, the Titan rhinoceros elephant listened to Lin Yuan's request and transformed into a human. The Titan rhinoceros elephant in its human form was nearly 5 meters tall, and its body was filled with strong muscles. It looked like an iron lump. The Titan rhinoceros elephant in human form looked at Winter warily and mumbled, "Why are you here in the Titan rhinoceros elephant's territory, and why are you talking to me? The Titan rhinoceros elephants have never left our territory, so we naturally won't have any enmity with any species." Lin Yuan said straightforwardly to the Titan rhinoceros elephant, "Of course, we didn't come here just to joke around with you. We came here intending to take in all the Titan rhinoceros elephants and turn you into a strategic force that we can use." Xiangde originally thought that the two people in front of him were here to target him. Xiangde was trying his best to think about when he had offended these two people. Unexpectedly, these two fellows were not targeting him, but all the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Although Xiangde was huge, he was extremely intelligent. Xiangde immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant by turning the Titan rhinoceros elephants into a strategic force. The Titan rhinoceros elephants were huge and had the qualifications to become a strategic force. Xiangde did not think about what would happen to the Titan rhinoceros elephants if this old and young man in front of him controlled them. Xiangde felt that he was not a match for the old and the young experts in front of him. There was no point in resisting under such circumstances. Xiangde asked, "You said that you want to control the Titan rhinoceros elephants. The Titan rhinoceros elephants have a huge appetite. Apart from sleeping, we basically eat all day long. You've already seen it. Only the lush vegetation here can guarantee the appetite of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. If you control the Titan rhinoceros elephants, you should be able to let us continue staying here, right?" Lin Yuan was already prepared for the Titan rhinoceros elephants to resist. Lin Yuan had spoken so bluntly just now because he wanted to test the Titan rhinoceros elephant's temperament and bloodlust. Lin Yuan thought that the Titan rhinoceros elephant would struggle no matter what, but he did not expect it to choose to be honest. "If I take control of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, I can't be sure if I will keep you here. However, if the Titan rhinoceros elephants submit to me, I will definitely not let you starve. I can guarantee this. Even if we go somewhere else, I still have the confidence to feed the Titan rhinoceros elephants." In Lin Yuan's eyes, the Titan rhinoceros elephants were already his. Lin Yuan would definitely not lie to his subordinates. Lin Yuan said that he could feed the Titan rhinoceros elephants because he had Emerald Lady and Grey Pool's help, and the soldier ration radishes were being distributed wantonly. The soldier ration radishes' growth had also greatly increased. Under such circumstances, it was not difficult for Lin Yuan to feed the Titan rhinoceros elephants. However, Xiangde did not believe Lin Yuan at all. At the moment, there were about 190 of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. If not for the uniqueness of this place, it would have been lucky if more than 20 Titan rhinoceros elephants of such size were able to remain fed. The old and young men in front of him had no idea how big the Titan rhinoceros elephants' appetites were, so he casually made a guarantee. They were really too unreliable. If he really took the entire Titan rhinoceros elephants away with his arrogant words, they would be able to empty his pockets in minutes. Despite Xiangde not believing Lin Yuan, he did not express his disbelief. "If you can guarantee that I won't go hungry, it won't be a problem for me to follow you. I'm already a little hungry now. Can you let me return to my true form and continue eating? Our bodies are abnormally large. Once we stop eating, hunger will quickly hit us. In my species, only the bigger males have a chance to get a wife." Lin Yuan did not immediately let Xiangde return to his original form. "Don't be anxious. I still have 2 questions for you. It won't be too late for you to transform into your true form after I'm done asking. I have a plant rich in vitality here. After you answer my question, I can give it to you to taste." Xiangde had already expected Lin Yuan to continue to ask him questions. This young man's gaze was half on him and half on the land he had destroyed. The old man standing behind the young man had been sizing up the surrounding environment. Xiangde's heart tightened. The other party clearly wanted to ask about the environment here. This matter was a secret of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Xiangde did not want to tell the secrets of the Titan rhinoceros elephants to these two fellows in front of him. However, the situation was rather dire. If he did not say it, these two fellows in front of him would definitely not let the matter rest. Xiangde said as if he had accepted his fate. Go ahead. I can't guarantee that I'll know what you're asking, but I won't hide what I know from you. I'm not considered to be at the management level in our species. I've just changed my surname from Shi to Xiang. The surnames of my species are divided according to their size. Those below 250,000 meters have the Shi surname, and those above 250,000 meters have the Xiang surname. The ones who truly know our species' secrets are the elders who are more than 400,000 meters long. Xiangde briefly explained the situation of the Titan rhinoceros elephants to Lin Yuan. He was afraid that Lin Yuan would ask him a question that he did not know and that Lin Yuan would be unwilling to believe him. Xiangde did not feel too burdened. Even if the others in the species encountered such a situation, they would likely make the same choice as him. After all, who would be willing to die if they could live? There were very few members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, and every member's life was extremely precious. This was the consensus of all the Titan rhinoceros elephants. If it were any other member of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, they would have made the same decision as him. Xiangda's words allowed Lin Yuan to understand the internal situation of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Lin Yuan could tell that Xiangde was very willing to cooperate with his questions. Don't worry, I'm not asking you questions to make things difficult for you. I won't ask questions that you don't know how to answer. How long has it been since the Titan rhinoceros elephants came here? You should know how big a normal Titan rhinoceros elephant is, right? Have you guys been larger than normal Titan rhinoceros elephant cubs since you were born? Or did you only grow bigger after? Lin Yuan's 3 consecutive questions were abnormally clear. All 3 of his questions pointed to the Titan rhinoceros elephant's history. As an intelligent species, the Titan rhinoceros elephants had records of history. If history was not recorded, they would not be able to carry on their legacy. Lin Yuan's questions were indeed not difficult for Xiangde, who could answer Lin Yuan's questions. From Lin Yuan's 3 questions, Xiangde knew that Lin Yuan's true goal was to trace the reason for the Titan rhinoceros elephant's huge size. In the end, he would have to ask about the secrets of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. However, given the current situation, Xiangde could not reject Lin Yuan's question. Xiangde said truthfully, "Our lineage doesn't come from the East universe. Our ancestors migrated from the North universe. Most of the Titan rhinoceros elephants should be living in the North universe now, surviving and reproducing there. Our ancestors belonged to the branch with weaker bloodlines in the North universe. They were exiled by their species because of a lack of resources. I don't know how many years it took to migrate all the way here and then take root here." Lin Yuan was certain of one thing. This huge group of Titan rhinoceros elephants had indeed undergone such a huge change because of the environment. After answering Lin Yuan's first question, Xiangde continued to seriously answer the other 2 questions. My species has detailed records of everything that happened. Ordinary Titan rhinoceros elephant females are about 60,000 meters long. Males are slightly longer than females, but they won't exceed 20,000 meters in length. 80,000 meters was already the largest recorded size of the Titan rhinoceros elephants during their prosperous period. Our bodies don't grow all of a sudden. Before the end of the last epoch, our largest elder was only 200,000 meters long. I only just managed to meet the standards of obtaining the surname Xiang. The Titan rhinoceros elephants developed rapidly in this epoch. When I was born, my size had already reached 40,000 meters. The size of our newborns is increasing as our species develops here. If we continue to develop according to this trend, our species size will become larger and larger. The same will go for our newborns. I hope that there won't be conflicts between the members of my species because of food in the future. The trees growing in the territory are starting to be insufficient to eat. While Xiangde was replying to Lin Yuan's questions, Lin Yuan could sense that what Xiangde was most worried about was food. Xiangde was very afraid that as the Titan rhinoceros elephants continued to develop, the food shortage would gradually become more and more serious. It could be discerned from Xiangda's words that he was already dissatisfied with the size of the newborn Titan rhinoceros elephants. Lin Yuan was not sure if this was Xiangda's personal thought or if all the Titan rhinoceros elephants were such gluttons. If all the Titan rhinoceros elephants were such gluttons, then it would be easy for Lin Yuan to control the Titan rhinoceros elephants with absolute martial force. Lin Yuan only needed to satisfy the Titan rhinoceros elephant's hunger. As Lin Yuan grew, he had seen many species. No matter how powerful a species was, they had to face difficulties. Lin Yuan could understand if the Titan rhinoceros elephants had such thoughts. Apart from sleeping, the members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants searched for food all day long. Such a huge body had to constantly eat to prevent an energy gap from appearing. Lin Yuan did not intend to continue asking Xiangda about the Titan rhinoceros elephant's internal situation. It would be a little one-sided to learn more from Xiangda. After Lin Yuan took control of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, he directly went to look at the history of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Many things would be presented more clearly to Lin Yuan. Since the Titan rhinoceros elephants have undergone such changes because of the environment here, do you know why the environment here is so magical? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Xiangda was silent for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "There's a special energy flowing under the ground here. This energy can nourish plants. This energy can also subtly nourish the animals living in this land. It's just that the nourishment for animals is far inferior to the nourishment for plants. It's not obvious that the other creatures here have grown bigger. I think it has something to do with their genes and also with the fact that other creatures can't eat too many plants growing in this land. These plants growing on this land have solidified the energy flowing in the land. We can use them to absorb the energy in the land. As for where the energy in this land comes from, I don't know. If you want to know, you have to ask the elders." Xiangda looked at Lin Yuan expectantly and said, "Hehe, Lord, can you let me try the plant that contains a large amount of vitality? There are only so many types of trees here. I'm already tired of eating them." Lin Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiangda was the most pompous person Lin Yuan had ever come across. He could be said to be the purest fellow. Lin Yuan happened to be interested in seeing how suitable Xiangda was to the soldier ration radish, so he handed the face storage box containing the soldier ration radishes to Winter before instructing Xiangda to transform into his original body. As the Moon Empress disciple, the Radiance envoy of the Radiance Federation, and the savior of the main world, it was very easy for Lin Yuan to master the forging technique of face storage boxes. The face storage boxes technology had already been revolutionized by Lin Yuan. The soldier ration radishes in this face storage box were enough for Xiangda, who was more than 250,000 meters long, to eat for some time. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's instructions, Xiangda hurriedly transformed into his original body and waited to be fed. After Winter poured the soldier ration radishes into Xiangda's mouth, he immediately started chewing. The juice of the soldier ration radishes moistened Xiangda's mouth. This taste that he had never eaten before made Xiangda squint his eyes in happiness. It was impossible for Winter to stand there and feed Xiangda all day, so he simply tied this face storage box to the rhinoceros horn at the front of Xiangda. Xiangda only needed to use his spiritual energy to connect with the face storage box. The soldier ration radishes in the face storage box would enter Xiangda's mouth. Xiangda enjoyed the taste of the soldier ration radish, but he quickly stopped eating. Xiangda said to Lin Yuan in an extremely serious tone, "Lord, I admit that the vitality in this plant you provided me is extremely abundant, but this plant doesn't contain the surging energy in this land. Absorbing that kind of energy will be more beneficial to the Titan rhinoceros elephants." Lin Yuan did not say anything else. He agreed with Xiangda. The energy emitted by the breath soil in this land had revolutionized the bloodline of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. This benefit was obvious. The soldier ration radishes did not have such energy, but as long as he obtained the breath soil hidden under this land, they could use the energy of the breath soil to nurture the soldier ration radishes. Then, the soldier ration radish would contain the energy emitted by the breath soil. Not only that, but the soldier ration radishes would also grow bigger and bigger like the plants here. The soldier ration radish's growth speed would not be affected by its size. Once the soldier ration radishes grew in size, even without Emerald Lady and Greypool's help, they would still be able to provide for all the members of the Faith Country. No matter how fast the Faith Country developed, there would be no need to worry about food and clothing. With the help of Emerald Lady and Greypool, it was not difficult to use the enlarged soldier ration radishes to feed the Titan rhinoceros elephants and strengthen them. Eat some of the plants here to recover your energy as soon as possible. Then, bring us to find the other members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. The entire Titan rhinoceros elephants has less than 200 members. It shouldn't be difficult for you to help me find them. Xiangde did not reject Lin Yuan this time, but he spoke to him in an extremely serious tone. Lord, I can do this, but can you agree to one of my requests? Lin Yuan revealed a curious expression. Lin Yuan really could not think of what kind of request Xiangde would make of him. Tell me, you've helped me resolve many of my doubts. As long as it's not difficult to fulfill your request, I'll definitely agree to it. Xiangde transformed into human form and bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. Lord, I'm not the strongest Titan rhinoceros elephant. It's barely possible for me to rank in the top 30. However, I will support all of your instructions in the future. I hope that you can let me share your worries after you take in the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Xiangde's words made Lin Yuan pay more attention to him. For Xiangde to be able to say this, it meant that he was not a simple foodie but a meticulous fellow. Lin Yuan had always liked to use smart people. Xiangde's words proved to Lin Yuan that he was a smart person. Lin Yuan was willing to give Xiangde this opportunity. No matter how many members the Titan rhinoceros elephants had, definitely needed a manager. The manager of the Titan rhinoceros elephants would continue to control the species in the future. However, the strategic significance of the Titan rhinoceros elephants was much greater than that of the other species under Lin Yuan's control. The manager of the Titan rhinoceros elephants needed to keep them in check. An ambitious guy like Xiangde was very suitable for this job. Of course, your future self will definitely thank yourself for your choice today. As long as you help me find the members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, I can give you such an opportunity. Xiangde let out a special roar when he heard this. This roar was not ear-piercing, but it could be heard from an extremely far distance. Master, this is the special contact method of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. When the members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants nearby hear this cry, they will automatically. You can ride on my back. I'll run ahead and scream non-stop. The other members will locate me based on my cry. Xiangde knew very well that his actions were equivalent to helping Lin Yuan control the Titan rhinoceros elephants. This behavior was somewhat like selling one's species for glory. Xiangde did not feel any guilt. Firstly, the Titan rhinoceros elephants did not have the ability to resist the elder beside Lin Yuan. Secondly, there was no problem for him to consider his future. In the past, it was because he did not think for himself that he missed those opportunities. If he had seized those opportunities, his current body length would most likely reach 400,000 meters, and he would become an elder of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Lin Yuan and Winter sat on Xiangde's back. Lin Yuan did not feel any bumps as Xiangde ran. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the Titan rhinoceros elephant's stability. Winter, on the other hand, protected Lin Yuan while investigating the flow of the special energy below the ground. The breath soil that had developed intelligence was extremely good at hiding its existence. However, once the breath soil made an error, it was very likely that Winter would discover its location. The breath soil could increase its strength by nourishing everything and obtaining the merit power. The merit power was an energy similar to faith power. However, merit power was of a slightly higher level than faith power. The difficulty of obtaining it would correspondingly be higher. Once the breath soil began to recover the merit power, Winter would be able to determine the location of the breath soil and then constantly determine its location. As Xiangde continued to run, Lin Yuan could feel the ground trembling in the distance. This meant that members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants had already begun to gather in Xiangde's direction. Lin Yuan looked at Winter, who nodded at him and pointed to the southwest. Young master, the breath soil is in that direction. Let's control the Titan rhinoceros elephants first. After I'm done controlling the Titan rhinoceros elephants, I'll take you to look for the breath soil. This breath soil should have obtained intelligence a long time ago. Otherwise, its ability to restrain its aura would not be so strong. The breath soil can coexist with fairies. After coexisting with fairies, the will of the fairies will be the main force and the will of the breath soil will be the secondary force. If this breath soil can coexist with Four Seasons Mountain, Four Seasons Mountain will become a higher fairy. Allowing the Four Seasons Mountain to control the breath soil is the best way to use it to serve you. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Winter had explained the situation of the breath soil to Lin Yuan along the way. The breath soil was only affiliated with natural environments and plants. It would show hostility and avoid living beings in unnatural environments and plants. Furthermore, the breath soil could not be contracted or controlled like other lifeforms such as phase. Therefore, controlling the breath soil through a fairy was the only way to control it. The breath soil was too precious. It would be a waste to use ordinary fairies to control the breath soil. Using a natural phenomenon like Four Seasons Mountain, which had already transformed into a higher fairy to control the breath soil, would be symbiotic and benefit both parties. As a higher fairy, the Four Seasons Mountain could make the compatibility range of the breath soil extremely wide. It could also help the breath soil circulate its power and provide it with continuous metamorphosis. With winter around, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about not being able to find the breath soil. This breath soil could be considered an unexpected gain for Lin Yuan. In the beginning, Lin Yuan and Winter had not anticipated the existence of the breath soil. Lin Yuan asked Winter, "To make it easier for you to control the breath soil here, is it necessary to send another person to help you? After all, controlling the Titan rhinoceros elephants also requires a lot of your energy." Winter was not like Autumn, who was afraid that others would share his credit. On the contrary, when serving Lin Yuan, Winter always strived for stability and convenience. It would indeed be much more convenient to arrange for another person to deal with it together. Young master, call Summer over. Summer's physique can be connected to the flourishing vegetation. Using these plants, you can accurately locate the breath soil. If you call Summer over, I'll help you control the Titan rhinoceros elephants while you go find the breath soil with her. The completion time of both sides will be roughly the same, so you won't be delayed too long in the territory of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. The breath soil will collect other precious items within its radius and choose a portion that suits its attributes to devour. Those that don't match their attributes will be left behind by the breath soil. As long as we find the breath soil, it will be equivalent to netting the accumulation of several epochs in this place. After taking the breath soil away, the phase will lose the supply of special energy and their growth speed will return to the same state as the outside world. As the circle of life continues to turn, the creatures here will gradually shrink and return to their normal size. Lin Yuan once again gained a certain understanding of the breath soil through Winter's words. If it was really as Winter had said, then there was no need to develop the territory of the Titan rhinoceros elephants because there were no more resources in the territory of the Titan rhinoceros elephants. Only when Listen, Endless Summer, Gu Lang, and the others built the trade network of the Faith Country and Sky Cities, reserve resources were abundant, could they develop the territory of the Titan rhinoceros elephants to accommodate the residents of the Faith Country. Although there were no more resources in the territory of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, as long as there were people and lives living on this land, they could always create value through labor. Since Summer was more suitable to search for the breath soil, Lin Yuan called her over. Hearing that there was the breath soil here, Summer's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Even for experts at Summer's level, the breath soil was still a rare treasure. When Summer, who had just arrived, saw the lushness of the trees here and the size that far exceeded the outside world, she roughly guessed the abilities of this breath soil. Summer obviously knew more about the breath soil than Winter did. Young master, if I'm not wrong, this breath soil is either cleansing breath soil or giant fertile demon soil. Each has its own benefits. However, cleansing breath soil is better for the development of Sky City. It's also more suitable to be fused with fairies. Summer was usually not good with words. Among the four of them, Summer was always the one who spoke the least. Summer would not have said this if she had not recognized the breath soil. Lin Yuan was always extremely curious about new things. Lin Yuan was about to obtain one of the two breath soils Summer mentioned. Summer, what are the effects of the cleansing breath soil and giant fertile demon soil? Judging from the Titan rhinoceros elephant's size, the giant fertile demon soil should be more suitable for the situation, right? Summer explained to Lin Yuan very seriously. Young master, the cleansing breath soil's ability is targeted at plants and vegetation. It allows plants and vegetation to rapidly increase in grade under the enhancement of the special energy it emits. Furthermore, it allows the plants and vegetation's bodies to continue growing larger. Rather than enlarging the size of plants, increasing the growth speed of plants and reviving heavily injured plants is the cleansing breath soil's main ability. As she spoke, Summer raised her hand and shot out a wave of energy, directly creating a crack in the lush vegetation. All the grass and trees in the area affected by the energy were reduced to dust, and the soil was turned upside down. However, not long after, this area quickly turned green. In the blink of an eye, the gray land could no longer be seen. After the grass grew, small trees began to sprout on it. In less than a minute, they had grown into 100-meter-tall trees. Previously, Lin Yuan had seen everything on Xiangda's back, but it had not been clear. Now that he was on the ground, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh at the marvel that was the breath soil. Young master, this is a small experiment of mine. The giant fertile demon soil's ability to enable growth and enlargement is mainly targeted at living beings. The Titan rhinoceros elephants here are huge. It's because they ate a lot of the plants here. After all, the changes in the size of the other living beings haven't reached the extent of the effects of the giant fertile demon soil. Even if the giant fertile demon soil is also able to help plants grow, the effects definitely can't reach the current level. However, anything is possible. This might really be the giant fertile demon soil, but it might have undergone some changes. Summer's explanation could be described as meticulous. From Summer's words, Lin Yuan knew that Summer already saw this breath soil as the cleansing breath soil. Summer said this because she had always been cautious and reliable. We'll know what kind of breath soil it is when we find it. Originally, I thought that I would need some time to prepare for the evolution of the Four Seasons Mountain. Now, it seems that there's no need to prepare anymore. When I obtain the breath soil, I can directly help Four Seasons Mountain transform. Lin Yuan split up with Summer and Winter. He had a rough understanding of the Titan rhinoceros elephant's personality. The Titan rhinoceros elephants were very easy to control. However, building a war fortress on them required a lot of manpower and material resources. Hu Quan, a spirit craftsman who had long surpassed Class 6, was not good at building war machines. Hu Quan was better at building buildings that were filled with art. Actually, it was better to use creators to build war machines than to use spirit craftsmen. However, Lin Yuan did not have many creators under him. Lin Yuan had always been the one bearing the burden of Sky City's resources. Sky City's strongest creator was the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress could help Lin Yuan take a look at Sky City's overall situation but did not have the time to build those war fortresses. Lin Yuan thought it might be time for Sky City to recruit a few outstanding creators. Creators were the ones who produced resources. It was definitely impossible to recruit creators through resources. Apart from the increase in resources and strength, there was something more important to any life form. This was lifespan. Lin Yuan had not stopped raising and breeding the lifespan mice all these years. All of Sky City's white-clothed followers and combat sequence members had already contracted the lifespan mouse. Even so, Lin Yuan still had tens of thousands of bronze lifespan mice in his spirit lock spatial zone. Each lifespan mouse could allow a living being to obtain an endless lifespan and become a witness to history. However, even if one had an endless lifespan in the sky beyond the clouds, it was very difficult to survive without powerful strength. Before the creator concocted potions to increase the strength of other phase, he must first improve his strength. Lin Yuan needed to find those creators who had reached the end of their lifespan. There was no such thing as a star web in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan's current information channels were extremely limited, and he only had 3 powerful factions under his control. The first was Treasure City, of which Lin Yuan was now a sponsor. The second was Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan was now a special honor guest that Fortune Treasure Palace paid special attention. The third was the Elisa clan in the Scarlet Territory. Although Qin Yu had become a Blood-Eon queen with boundless glory, Lin Yuan was the actual ruler of the Elisa clan. If Lin Yuan wanted to find creators whose lifespans were about to end, the only way was to use these 3 factions to help him search. Lin Yuan's explanation would be very simple. He only needed to say that he had spiritual ingredients that could help increase his lifespan by a few years. He wanted to use these spiritual ingredients in exchange for some potions from high-grade creators. After finding the creators who were about to reach the end of their lifespans, Lin Yuan could casually negotiate with them. With spring, summer, autumn, and winter by his side, Lin Yuan definitely had the power to hold down the fort. This made Lin Yuan unafraid of the creators who developed evil intentions and spread the news after learning that Lin Yuan had a way to indefinitely extend lifespans. Those creators who knew about the lifespan mouse only had 2 choices. They could either join Sky City and obtain endless lifespans to work for Sky City, or they would be imprisoned by Lin Yuan and end their short lifespans. After being the manager of a powerful faction for so many years, Lin Yuan had long understood the essentials of being a faction manager. For creators who were willing to join Sky City, Lin Yuan could not only grant them endless lifespans, but he could also create favorable living conditions for them and increase their status in the sky beyond the clouds. At this moment, a fluorescent green light appeared on Summer's body. In the sky beyond the clouds, there were no obvious changes in the 4 seasons like in the main world. For example, north of the Lonely River was almost unaffected by the 4 seasons. Summer released her aura, giving Lin Yuan the feeling that midsummer had arrived. The green light that seeped out of Summer's body was connected to more and more plants. Summer scanned the surroundings from time to time and constantly determined the direction to bring Lin Yuan forward. A full day passed in this quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, Summer stopped in his tracks and raised her hand. Summer cut her finger with her fingernail and a drop of green blood dripped into the soil. A furious dragon-like branch emerged from the ground and carried Lin Yuan and Summer in a certain direction. The growth speed of these branches was tens of thousands of times faster than the growth speed of the trees nourished by the breath soil. The leaves on the branches resisted all the wind pressure, and Summer quickly brought Lin Yuan to a flat open space. It was extremely strange to have such a space without trees in the lush forest. "Young master, I've kept you waiting. I'll get the beings for you now." After saying that, the ground beneath Lin Yuan's feet immediately began to churn. In just a short while, the tree branches grabbed a humanoid creature that was nearly a meter tall and glowing with a gem-like brilliance. Beside this creature, there was a large amount of soil that was the same color as itself, flowing like liquid. Lin Yuan could clearly see the fear on the creature's face. "No wonder you're so difficult to catch. You've already transformed into a human. Looks like you've absorbed a lot of merit power over the years. You should have already tried. Even if you're in the soil, you won't be able to escape from me. Now that you're imprisoned in my life wood, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I'll give you 2 choices now. The first is to be directly refined. You can be made into many things. Second, you submit to my young master. From now on, I'll arrange for a higher fairy to coexist with you. It won't be a disgrace to your growth. Give me an answer to the specific choice." After saying that, Summer quietly looked at the breath soil that had already transformed into a human, and did not say anything else. At the same time, Summer sent a voice transmission to Lin Yuan. "Young master, I didn't guess wrongly. This is indeed the cleansing breath soil. Rather than promising it many benefits, deterring him and making it submit is undoubtedly a better way. It has lived for so long and absorbed so much merit power to transform into a human. It definitely won't want to die here and be refined. Let it conquer itself before joining you. It will be much more obedient. I promised it that it would coexist with a higher fairy, which would be extremely beneficial to it." Lin Yuan could not help but praise Summer. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter had fundamental differences in their personalities, but in terms of handling matters, the 4 of them were undoubtedly extremely outstanding. The cleansing breath soil did not think for long before it said, "I'm not strong enough to escape your control, but if you want me to submit to you, you have to fulfill your promise." The breath soil told Lin Yuan instead of Summer. She said that you're her young master. You're the one in charge. I need you to give me a guarantee. As far as I know, higher fairies are not easy to find. They are basically all in the fairy institution. Could it be that you're working with fairy institution? Lin Yuan and Summer entered the cleansing breath soil's nest and captured it. The cleansing breath soil was completely unable to resist. If the cleansing breath soil wanted to protect its own interests, it had to ask questions. The cleansing breath soil felt that the other party's suggestion of arranging a higher fairy for it was a little exaggerated. How could it be so easy to arrange for a higher fairy? If the other party was not related to the fairy institution, he must be lying to it, Lin Yuan said in an extremely serious tone. You're about to join me. Trust is something we have to have between us. I'll soon let you see the higher fairy I promised and arranged for you. It's just that it'll take some effort for you to coexist with this higher fairy. Lin Yuan's answer made the cleansing breath soil frown. Lin Yuan's words meant that he did not have any cooperation with fairy institution. However, since the other party had promised that it would be able to see this higher fairy soon, the cleansing breath soil had no choice but to agree. The intelligent cleansing breath soil said sensibly to its future leader, I will definitely leave this land after joining you. There is a lot of energy in this land that I can control but can't take away. Do you have any plant-type creatures? Even if it's a plant-type creature in the Holy Spirit level, I can use this energy to help it advance by a large level and transcend the Holy Spirit level itself. Take it as a gift from me to you. I hope you can treat me well in the future and not lie to me. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. He had contracted a total of 4 plant-type phase, the jasmine lily, green vine, the star vastness peony, and the abyss red lotus. Among them, the abyss red lotus was the weakest. It was only at sovereign/immortal breed and had yet to step into the divine kingdom level. The abyss red lotus was at the juncture of its bloodline metamorphosis. The best way for a living being with a bloodline at the juncture of metamorphosis to evolve was to increase its bloodline first before increasing its strength. Therefore, the abyss red lotus was the most unsuitable choice. Of the 3 remaining 3 phase, the jasmine lily focused on healing and green vine focused on combat. These 2 were very important to Lin Yuan. However, when it came to functionality, the star vastness peony was better. More importantly, the star vastness peony could support when you in holding the astronomical parliamentary meetings. Therefore, the star vastness peony had the highest priority among Lin Yuan's plant-type phase. Lin Yuan summoned the star vastness peony and told the cleansing breath soil, Of course, I've always been responsible to all the living beings under my command. Help it increase its grade. Its current strength is at sovereign/immortal 9. It has yet to reach eternal. According to what you just said, it should be able to directly advance to the Holy Spirit level. After the cleansing breath soil checked the situation of the star vastness peony, the expression on its face was extremely interesting. Of course, you should be a spirit contractor, right? I'm very curious. How did you nurture this fae to such an extent? Lin Yuan did not deny his identity as a spirit contractor. Instead, he said proudly, Every one of my taes has been nurtured according to the best method. From now on, you will be under my command, and your nurturing will naturally be no exception. Not only will I help you quickly obtain merit power, but I can also invest the resources you need. The cleansing breath soil revealed a faint smile. My true form is the breath soil. You must know something about the breath soil. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how to catch me. All breath soil requires 2 things to increase our strength. One is pure spirit chi, and the other is a substance rich in pure earth elemental energy. These 2 resources can only be produced by a class 4 or above creator. Are you really willing to give them away? Upon hearing the cleansing breath soil's words, Lin Yuan thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. If the breath soil wanted to increase its strength, it needed these 2 resources that he could produce in large quantities. Lin Yuan took out 2 wooden boxes made of completely jade-textured wood, and Summer very considerately transported them to the cage that imprisoned the cleansing breath soil. These 2 wooden boxes are filled with the resources you need. You can absorb them yourself. I think the resources I provided you should be able to make you feel more at ease, right? Even if these resources can't prove anything, they can show my sincerity to you. When the cleansing breath soil saw the 2 boxes of resources that Lin Yuan had given it, it trusted Lin Yuan even more than before. The cleansing breath soil grew here in the wild and had no chance of coming into contact with such creator resources. Through its life in this land and its understanding of information, the cleansing breath soil generally knew the value of these creator resources. Lin Yuan was willing to hand over so many precious resources to it, which meant that Lin Yuan had no possibility of lying to it. If Lin Yuan really had the intention to deceive it, it would not have given up these resources. After understanding this, the cleansing breath soil began to respect Lin Yuan and truly see him as its master. Lin Yuan had 2 motives for doing this. Apart from convincing the cleansing breath soil that he could calm it down, he also had to nurture it well. Just from the ability of the cleansing breath soil, its strategic value was higher than that of Grey Pool and Emerald Lady. To the Faith Country, the cleansing breath soil could completely be used as a foundational support. The Star Vastness Peony understood the situation. It had actually obtained such a huge opportunity. Among Lin Yuan's phase, its strength was comparable to the Abyss Red Lotus, but the latter was better at fighting than it was. This made the Star Vastness Peony feel inferior. Fortunately, the exclusive skill Celestial Body Boost could enhance when used Sacred Source Lifeform and help her hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings. Only then did its strategic value increase. And because of this, it had obtained this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. From now on, it would become the strongest among Lin Yuan's phase. The Star Vastness Peony transformed into its main body and took root in front of the cleansing breath soil, waiting for this opportunity to descend. Lin Yuan nodded at Summer, indicating that she should stop restraining the cleansing breath soil. The cleansing breath soil would not lie to him after understanding the pros and cons. Removing the shackles on the cleansing breath soil not only gave the cleansing breath soil respect and dignity, but also allowed the cleansing breath soil to more conveniently guide the energy gathered here to increase the Star Vastness Peony's strength. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Winter had already completely controlled the Titan rhinoceros elephants and had them gather in the forest not far away. When Winter saw that the cleansing breath soil was helping Lin Yuan's phase increase their strength, he did not speak. Instead, he prepared to wait for the Star Vastness Peony to evolve before talking to Lin Yuan. This would prevent Lin Yuan from being distracted. As for the Titan rhinoceros elephants, although they would feel abnormally hungry if they did not eat for a few days, their body would not be seriously affected. Rather than using the Faith Tree to control the Titan rhinoceros elephants, Winter suggested that Lin Yuan use his divine kingdom to control their fountains of faith and holy spirits. Amidst the starlight, the Star Vastness Peony finally stopped evolving. The Star Vastness Peony had broken through from Sovereign/Immortal to Eternal, Spirit Fire, and Divine Kingdom. Now, it had already condensed a Holy Spirit and become an intermediate Holy Spirit expert. It firmly sat at the top of all the phase Lin Yuan had contracted. Lin Yuan would provide faith power to the Star Vastness Peony in the future, and the Star Vastness Peony had its own way of obtaining faith power as well. Lin Yuan did not need to worry about this. Lin Yuan used true data to investigate the Star Vastness Peony. Fey name: Star Vastness Peony, Fey species. Buttercup species/Peony species, Fey grade. World Emperor, 10 out of 10. Fey type: Wood/Light, Fey quality. Elementary Holy Spirit, Divine Kingdom grade. Miniature. Abilities: Activate light. In a place filled with starlight, it will be guided by the stars and be unaffected by blinding effects. In a place with absolute darkness, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. Casted item starlight. When stars appear, the starlight can temper the body to improve the body's quality. Tempering essence starlight. In a place with starlight, it will absorb energy from the starlight to temper spiritual energy and increase the strength of the spiritual energy. Condensing spirit starlight. In a place with starlight and when its soul is injured, The starlight will nourish its soul and heal it quickly. Starlight robes. The starlight will be directed to a target's body and transform into a robe. While the target is draped in the robe, it will be immune to poison and curses, and the harm suffered from the poison and curses will be reduced. Star-storing flower jade. Once the flower petals have absorbed sufficient starlight, they will become jade-textured and break away from the flower. The jade-textured flower petals can be stored for a long time and will be able to speed up the rate at which starlight tempers its body. Star River Guide. In any environment, it can link its thoughts and Star River to confirm its location. It will also experience blessing effects to raise its luck and turn adversity into fortune. Radiant Star Teardrops. Gather all the energy in the galaxy and brew them in the calyx. They will eventually transform into pure star energy. Starlight Teleportation. When pointing to two things through starlight, starlight will create a starlight link for the terminals of the two things. It will use the starlight link to let the targets on both ends communicate telepathically or interact with objects in the spatial link. Starlight Sacrifice. Sacrifice the starlight it receives and use the energy in the starlight to improve its other abilities or exclusive skills, strengthening the effects of its abilities and exclusive skills. Exclusive skill. Constellation Imprint. Attempt to communicate with the stars. If the communication is successful, a star imprint will appear on the body. The star imprint can help the body to take on all curse effects. When the star imprint is triggered, the energy within it will flow into the body and raise the body's quality within a short period. Star Contraction. It will become deeply bound to a star and be able to use the star's energy to raise its defensive capabilities. The degree to which the defensive capabilities will be raised depends on the strength of the star and the bond with the star. Merciful Stars. For stars, containing too much energy will become a negative burden. The hardship of stars will be comprehended and the energy within the stars will be extracted. The energy from the stars will be used to strengthen the body composition of a target. If the target is forcefully strengthened and is unable to handle the power from the stars, the strengthening will be halted. It will need to take on the additional power from the stars as well as the consequences. Star Map Shackle. It will use the energy of the celestial bodies it is linked to draw a star map that will be applied to a target's body. Regardless of whether it is day or night, the shackle of the star map will prevent the target from strengthening its body and energy. The energy it absorbs will only strengthen the shackle. At night, the effects of the shackle will be amplified. Celestial Body Boost. Its body will be attached to an entity. Its spiritual energy will be applied to this entity to increase the entity's sensitivity towards stars. The entity's link to stars will also be deepened and enable the stars to interact with this entity. Light Drawing Branch. Uses starlight and its own root power to separate a secondary flower. The secondary flower has the ability to use starlight teleportation between the main flower pearl. It is equivalent to a stable star coordinate. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Star-forming blossom. Every time it connects with a celestial body and reaches an intimate state with this celestial body, a flower that can represent this celestial body will bloom on this plant. Every time these celestial bodies inherit faith, it can use the flowers produced by the celestial body to absorb and distribute the faith obtained by a portion of the celestial body. Star Brewing Spirit Forging. By brewing the power of the stars, it can use the power of the stars and faith power to form a special star spirit fluid. This star spirit fluid has a certain tempering effect on holy spirits and can effectively heal the injuries they suffer. Holy Spirit beings had one more Divine Kingdom ability than Divine Kingdom beings. Lin Yuan had known this a long time ago. The first Holy Spirit existence that Lin Yuan had investigated was Connie. The Divine Kingdom ability that Connie obtained at Divine Kingdom more or less limited her combat strength. It was only after Connie advanced to the Holy Spirit level and obtained the Divine Kingdom ability Jackal Devouring Purgatory that Connie's situation was resolved and her combat strength was no longer restricted. The Star Vastness Peony had obtained 2 new abilities, 1 new exclusive skill, and 2 new Divine Kingdom abilities. None of these abilities, exclusive skills, or Divine Kingdom abilities disappointed Lin Yuan. In particular, the 2 abilities Starlight Teleportation and Starlight Sacrifice could be linked with the exclusive skill Light Attraction branch. It allowed the Star Vastness Peony to obtain an ability similar to the Astronomical Parliament but completely different. The Star Vastness Peony's eternal ability, Starlight Teleportation, might open up a new situation for Lin Yuan's development. Starlight teleportation was an extremely simple ability to explain. It was a means of communicating between two objects connected by starlight. With the starlight bond as the core, the two objects could communicate with each other through telepathy. The astronomical parliament needed to pull a target into the astronomical parliament before the target could interact with resources and information. Moreover, interacting with resources required a large amount of willpower and law power. If not for the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan would not have been able to pay the required faith. Moreover, those who were truly powerful did not need to use everything they had to achieve a certain wish. Under the enhancement of the ability Starlight Sacrifice, the Starlight connection became even more stable. Lin Yuan could directly make one-on-one deals with the powerful rulers of the various factions through the Starlight Bond and negotiate cooperation. However, it was too difficult for Starlight to locate a person. Even if the Star Vastness Peony had reached the Holy Spirit level, it was very difficult to directly locate a person through the star map in the sky. Fortunately, the exclusive skill light drawing branch that the Star Vastness Peony obtained after reaching Eternal allowed the Star Vastness Peony to split itself and consume its own root power to produce secondary flowers. These secondary flowers could be used as coordinates for the main flower. As long as the target had the secondary flower produced by the Star Vastness Peony, Lin Yuan could use starlight teleportation to interact with the target's information and resources at any time. Interacting with the information and resources of the truly powerful was not an easy task. However, Lin Yuan had enough trump cards. The creator resources in Lin Yuan's hands could tempt any faction. Moreover, the creator resources in Lin Yuan's hands would continue to be innovated in the future and become more and more advanced. This was because Morbius grade and quality would increase again. If Lin Yuan were to trade resources with the City Lord of Treasure City, Li Feng and Fortune Treasure Palace, he would need to go through a lot of trouble. Furthermore, it would take a long time for the resources to be delivered. Through the Star Vastness Peony, Lin Yuan could complete the interaction between the two sides' resources promptly. Treasure City was a large city that focused on trade. Not only were there many chambers of commerce coming and going in Treasure City every day, but there were also a large number of chambers of commerce in Treasure City. Furthermore, Treasure City could be considered the largest trading city closest to the north of the Lonely River. As a sponsor of Treasure City, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to deepen his communication with Li Feng. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to hand over the Star Vastness Peony to Li Feng. The Star Vastness Peony could consume its own root energy to separate the flower stalks. It could replenish the consumed source energy through pure spirit chi. Separating the secondary flower would not have any effect on the Star Vastness Peony itself. The only inconvenience was that the Star Vastness Peony needed at least 2 months of cooldown time to separate a secondary flower. Therefore, Lin Yuan would not easily hand the secondary flower over to others. For example, the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace in Treasure City, Zhan Lu, did not have the qualifications to obtain a branch. Now that Lin Yuan and Zhan Lu had formed a good relationship, Zhan Lu could help Lin Yuan search for and trade the resources he needed. This relationship was enough for Lin Yuan. It was inevitable that he would alarm the true upper echelons of the Fortune Treasure Palace by conducting such a large transaction with Zhan Lu. If the true upper echelons of Fortune Treasure Palace wanted to come into contact with Lin Yuan, they would have a higher authority to trade resources than Zhan Lu. Only then would Lin Yuan consider releasing a branch of the Star Vastness Peony. The Star Vastness Peony obtained Divine Kingdom ability Star Forming Blossom. If Star Forming Blossom was found out by other Divine Kingdom elites, they would probably be envious of the Star Vastness Peony. Star Forming Blossom would allow the Star Vastness Peony to communicate better with the stars and obtain faith power from them. Many species in the sky beyond the clouds worshipped celestial bodies. They would treat a certain star as the guardian star of their species. Once this thought was born, the living beings of this species would provide faith power to the stars in the sky. After the Star Vastness Peony reached an intimate relationship with this star, it could obtain a portion of the faith in this star to increase its strength. This meant that Lin Yuan did not need to take care of the Star Vastness Peony in the future, and the Star Vastness Peony could quickly increase its strength. As the Star Vastness Peony was a Fey Lin Yuan had spirit locked, Lin Yuan did not contract it with his spiritual energy. This meant that the star vastness peony's strength would not have an upper limit. The divine kingdom ability that the star vastness peony obtained after stepping into the Holy Spirit level did not help the star vastness peony increase its ability to obtain faith. It could be said that the divine kingdom ability that the star vastness peony obtained after stepping into the Holy Spirit level had nothing to do with the divine kingdom ability that the star vastness peony obtained after advancing to the divine kingdom level. However, in terms of ability, the star vastness peony's new divine kingdom ability was not weak at all. In fact, it could even be said to be rather strong. The star vastness peony's divine kingdom ability star forming blossom had only helped the star vastness peony solve the problem of improving its strength. However, the star vastness peony obtained the divine kingdom ability star brewing spirit forging after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. By brewing the power of the stars and combining it with its own faith power, it could heal the injuries of other living beings and holy spirits. The star vastness peony was the first of Lin Yuan's phase that could heal holy spirits. Lin Yuan had learned from the city lord's residents that holy spirit experts rarely made enemies with experts of the same level because they were afraid of damaging their roots. On the other hand, they were also afraid that their holy spirits would be harmed if they fought with their divine kingdoms. The ability to heal holy spirits was not a unique ability, but it rarely existed in the sky beyond the clouds. Many Holy Spirit experts were unable to heal when their Holy Spirits were injured. Now that he had the star vastness peony's divine kingdom ability star brewing spirit forging, if anyone's divine kingdom in Sky City or Faith Country was damaged in the future, the star vastness peony could help them recover their province and save them a lot of trouble. Summer, winter, and the cleansing breath soil looked at the star vastness peony in surprise. The growth of the star vastness peony had clearly exceeded their expectations. When the energy in the ground was exhausted, Winter stepped forward and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, all the members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants have been gathered. I've placed them just outside of this forest. Those Titan rhinoceros elephants have not eaten for the past 2 days. Do you think we should control them one by one? These Titan rhinoceros elephants will definitely create great value for Sky City's prosperity in the future." Lin Yuan knew what Winter meant. The Titan rhinoceros elephants did not have a large population, and Winter hoped that he could control them one by one. Many Titan rhinoceros elephants had yet to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, so Lin Yuan could only control a portion of the members. Compared to using the Faith Tree to control the Titan rhinoceros elephants, Lin Yuan preferred to control the entire Titan rhinoceros elephants. Lin Yuan stored the star vastness peony in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and said to Winter, "Let's go. After taking control of the Titan rhinoceros elephants, we can quickly go back and give the cleansing breath soil an explanation. We can directly bring the cleansing breath soil to take a look at its partner, who's about to become a higher fairy." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the cleansing breath soil, which had just obtained a large amount of resources, calmed down. There was indeed a fairy under this young man's command, but this fairy might not be able to meet its standards. The cleansing breath soil did not believe that Lin Yuan could arrange a higher fairy for it. The cleansing breath soil might even be able to accept a lower fairy if it was able to obtain so many resources every day. Lin Yuan took control over the Titan rhinoceros elephants extremely quickly, so he had the Titan rhinoceros elephant experts above the Divine Kingdom level release their fountains of faith and holy spirits. The members of the Titan rhinoceros elephants who had not reached the Divine Kingdom level would be reared by Lin Yuan until they reached it. While Lin Yuan was controlling the Titan rhinoceros elephants, the other Bloodian clans in the Scarlet Territory had already set off for the Blue Shark Sea to attack the mermaids. A large-scale battle between the mermaids and the Bloodians was about to begin. Qin Yu found a reason to take Fan Lu under her wing. The last time he came to the Elise clan's territory, Fan Lu already had the blood of the Bloodians flowing in his body. Qin Yu wanted to keep Fan Lu facing Qin Yu, the newly promoted Bloodian queen. Yi Shui did not dare to say anything. Afraid that Qin Yu would be dissatisfied if he said anything more, he could only obediently hand Fan Lu over. As Fan Lu had become a Bloodian under the protection of the Elisa clan, even the Lonely River's 4 major species formed a relationship with the Elisa clan. Fan Lu knew that Qin Yu was Lin Yuan's subordinate, but the Lonely River's 4 major species did not know about this. The envoys of the Lonely River's 4 major species were very excited about getting involved with the Elisa clan and pinned all of this on Fan Lu. They thought that Fan Lu had brought benefits to them, so they became even more respectful to Fan Lu than before. Fan Lu did not explain to the 4 Lonely River envoys. Firstly, the matter of controlling the Elisa clan was obviously a secret, and Fan Lu would never take the initiative to leak Lin Yuan's secret. Secondly, Fan Lu was also enjoying being respected by the envoys of the 4 major species of the Lonely River. In the beginning, the envoys were very resistant to the idea of going to the Blue Shark Sea to join the operation against the mermaids. It was obvious that they were unwilling to get involved in this mess. However, due to Lin Yuan's instructions, they had no choice but to do so. But now, the envoys of the 4 species of Lonely River did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of Fan Lu. Rather, they constantly tried to use Fan Lu to please Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt that the envoys of the 4 species of Lonely River were a little stupid. They really could not understand the crux of the matter. How could the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the Lonely River be qualified to come into contact with a Bloodian queen? In fact, Fan Lu could already kick out the 4 species of Lonely River. They could no longer help Fan Lu. However, Fan Lu did not do so. On the contrary, he would sometimes take the initiative to advise the envoys. No matter how stupid the envoys were, they were still Lin Yuan's subordinates. Before the battle against the mermaids ended, the status of the Lonely River's 4 species among the Bloodians would only increase. Fan Lu could tolerate the envoys, but he was no longer willing to bother with the Andra clan. Fan Lu had suffered a lot in the Andra clan, and he had almost died in the Andra clan's territory. It was true that Lin Yuan had Fan Lu's back. But if Feng Qing really attacked Fan Lu would not be able to resist at all. Every step Fan Lu took was a cautious one. This made Fan Lu especially dislike the members of the Andra clan. Fan Lu had become a Bloodian because of the blood essence provided by the Andra clan. The level of blood essence provided by the Andra clan to Fan Lu was too low. It took Qin Yu a lot of effort to Fan Lu improve his bloodline, and Fan Lu suffered greatly. In fact, the Andra clan had an even higher level of blood essence. However, the Andra clan had never thought of giving an even higher level of blood essence to him. Even though the envoys of the 4 species of Lonely River had established a relationship with the Elisa clan, they still chose to befriend the Andra clan. Fan Lu had never thought of interfering. However, the envoys of the 4 races of the Lonely River were always acting as the messengers of the Andra clan. Putting aside his attitude towards the Andra clan, the higher-ups of the Andra clan did not think that they could rely on themselves to establish a relationship with the Elisa clan, right? Qin Yu's good attitude meant that Lin Yuan must have given her an explanation. Qin Yu was abnormally cold to the other Bloodian clans. Perhaps only those clans with the current queen or had a long legacy of a queen bloodline could meet her standards. A few months ago, the Andra clan was still a colossus in the eyes of Fan Lu. But now, the Andra clan was like a clown in Fan Lu's eyes. Brother Fan Lu, it looks like it will be a long time before we reach the Blue Shark Sea. The Andra clan's leader, Yi Shui, is preparing to hold a banquet after tonight's journey ends. He will take out the blood wine that has been stored for at least 1,000 years to entertain you. Are you interested? Inkthorn was interrupted by Fan Lu before he could finish speaking. Inkthorn, I thought we were friends. Apart from helping each other, friends have to respect each other. I've rejected you more than 3 times regarding the Andra clan. I've turned you down 3 times. Don't you see what I mean? At this point, Fan Lu realized that Inkthorn's eyes were filled with displeasure. This made Fan Lu's tone turn cold. Inkthorn, you've been in the Scarlet Territory for a long time. Don't forget why you're here. Our purpose here isn't for you to befriend a faction, but to help Lord Lin Yuan. What I'm going to do from now on will have nothing to do with the Andra clan. Do you think I need to waste my time and energy on the Andra clan? The expression on Inkthorn's face kept changing as he listened to Fan Lu's words. Cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead and back. The words of Fan Lu were extremely clear. It was also the first time in a long time that Fan Lu had taken the initiative to criticize Inkthorn. Apart from expressing his dissatisfaction with Inkthorn, He also reminded Inkthorn not to forget his purpose of representing the dark pufferfish in the Scarlet Territory. Befriending the AndraClan would not bring any benefits to the dark pufferfish. Fan Lu's sharp reminder brought Inkthorn back to his senses. Inkthorn quickly realized the problem with his current method. In fact, befriending the AndraClan was not as beneficial as he had imagined. Like Fan Lu, he had submitted to Lin Yuan. He had come to the Scarlet Territory to cooperate with Fan Lu, so he should follow his will. His previous approach had already deviated from this point. Inkthorn was afraid that Lin Yuan would be dissatisfied with his actions. Once Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with him, he could be replaced at any time. His status might be important in the dark pufferfish, but he was dispensable to Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, Inkthorn hurriedly bent down and said, "Brother Fan Lu, I was insensible. I actually didn't understand what I should do. I'm extremely sorry. I'll immediately make adjustments. I definitely won't do anything that will affect you in the future." Seeing that Inkthorn had listened, Fan Lu reached out and patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can figure out matters yourself. You know very well what kind of attitude I've always had towards you. If you cooperate with me, I have the right to command you. You should be one of my subordinates, but when have you ever seen me order you around? I've always treated you like a friend. But you have to understand what you should do and what you should do. You said something wrong just now. What you're doing is not affecting me, but Lord Lin Yuan's plan. You're more familiar with the envoys of the other 3 species of the Lonely River than I am. I hope that you can represent me and give them some advice. From now on, keep a distance from the AndraClan. The dark pufferfish can produce toxins that restrict the abilities of water creatures. You are an extremely important resource to all the Bloodians. If you get too close to one of the clans, the other clans will definitely think something is wrong. There will likely be twists and turns." Fan Lu's status in Lin Yuan's heart had increased greatly, but he did not have the chance to come into contact with the other members of Sky City. Therefore, no matter how stupid the people of the Lonely River were, Fan Lu had to befriend them. When Fan Lu was working for Lin Yuan, he had contributed as much as he could and tried his best to help Lin Yuan. However, Fan Lu also had to consider himself. Inkthorn was extremely touched by Fan Lu's words. He could feel that Fan Lu really treated him as a brother. Even biological brothers might not be able to help him analyze the pros and cons like Fan Lu, brother Fan Lu. If I succeed in the future, I will definitely do my best to repay you. From now on, no matter what happens, I'll inform you immediately. I hope you can help me make more decisions in the future." Fan Lu said with a smile, "Since you've already figured out the pros and cons of this matter, it's over. After this operation ends, you'll most likely return to the Lonely River. When we return, the envoys of the 4 species will definitely be rewarded. It's all thanks to you that my mission was completed so smoothly. If Lord Lin Yuan asks me about you, I will put in a good word for you. I believe that you will definitely succeed one day." Fan Lu was just being polite. He could not say for sure if Inkthorn would be able to stand out in the future. However, from what Inkthorn had done recently, he could not be considered a smart person. Lin Yuan had never liked idiots. Although Fan Lu's words were polite, they greatly encouraged Inkthorn. This was because all the actions of the Lonely River's 4 species were led by the dark pufferfish. In addition, Inkthorn and Fan Lu were the closest. Even if the other envoys were unwilling to admit it, Inkthorn could still be considered the leader of their operations. Inkthorn conveyed Fan Lu's teachings to the rest. Inkthorn's words enlightened the other envoys. The 3 of them could not help but express their gratitude to Inkthorn. Yishui, the leader of the AndraClan, anxiously awaited updates from Inkthorn and his companions. Despite the loss of Fan Lu, who had been selected by Qin Yu to join the Elisa clan, the AndraClan maintained its ties with the 4 species of the Lonely River, enabling them to negotiate deals with them. Recently, Yishui had invited those envoys many times in exchange for more dark pufferfish venom because the Bloodians had already begun to take action against the mermaids. In order to prevent losing too many members, the various clans wanted to obtain the opportunity to trade with the dark pufferfish. This made the AndraClan, which was on good terms with the 4 species of the Lonely River, famous. As it was not difficult to exchange for the dark pufferfish venom from Inkthorn, Ishwe had traded a lot of the venom. This allowed the Andra clan to earn a lot of resources from the other Bloodians. Of course, this method of getting rich also caused dissatisfaction among many Bloodian clans, especially those who were on good terms with the Andra clan. These Bloodian clans had hoped that the Andra clan would introduce them to the Lonely River's 4 species, but the Andra clan did not have such intentions at all. They were only thinking of ways to earn resources. The Allen clan was already separated from the Andra clan because of the previous incident. Due to the Andra clan's unwillingness to recommend the 4 Lonely River species to the Allen clan, the latter publicly expressed that they had broken off relations with the Andra clan, which made things extremely ugly. Actually, Yi Shui had always regretted making Lin Yuan unhappy because of his hesitation. Since he could not save his relationship with Lin Yuan, Yi Shui hoped that he could establish a relationship with the Elisa clan. Because Qin Yu had become a Bloodian queen, the Elisa clan was at their peak in the Scarlet territory. If they could build a relationship with the Elisa clan, the Andra clan would also enter the fast track of development. The best way to get close to the Elisa clan was to get back on good terms with Fan Lu. Apart from not being able to guarantee Fan Lu's safety in the Andra clan, Yi Shui felt that he had always treated Fan Lu well. After all, Fan Lu had been a member of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves at that time. It was not appropriate for the Andra clan to directly interfere in their internal affairs. Furthermore, Fan Lu was not that important in Yi Shui's eyes. He never expected that an inconspicuous fellow like Fan Lu would be fancied by Qin Yu. The blood wine had been meticulously prepared, a lavish gesture meant to honor Fan Lu and Yi Shui. Though using 1,000-year-old blood wine might seem extravagant, it was deemed necessary to convey sincerity, prompting the use of several jars. However, despite the preparations, neither Fan Lu nor Inkthorn, along with the other envoys, made an appearance. After a prolonged wait, Yi Shui reluctantly dispatched someone to reach out to Inkthorn and the others. Eventually, word came from Inkthorn, expressing his regrets and citing inconvenience as the reason for his absence. This news fueled Yi Shui's anger. It was true that the Andra clan had made efforts to reach out to the 4 species of the Lonely River, and reciprocally, the envoys had shown interest in fostering friendship with the Andra clan. Such efforts had led to numerous successful deals between the two sides. Why did the envoys stop being ambiguous with the Andra clan after meeting Fan Lu? Why did they distance themselves from the Andra clan? Inkthorn would definitely not cut ties with the Andra clan on the surface. This would not benefit him at all. The best way to avoid contact with the Andra clan was to slowly alienate them. That way, the Andra clan wouldn't be able to find trouble with him. The 4 species of the Lonely River did not have a strong backer like Fan Lu in the Scarlet territory. They had to be careful. Qin Yu had been paying close attention to Fan Lu and knew that he had rejected the Andra clan's invitation. Tonight, Qin Yu invited Fan Lu to dinner. While they were eating, Qin Yu asked, "Why have you been staying with the Andra clan? Do you have any conflicts with them?" Fan Lu said truthfully, "Your Excellency Qin Yu, I didn't stay with the Andra clan previously. I stayed in the Andra clan's Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. I didn't have much contact with the Andra clan. The Andra clan thinks that I'm of some use because I have a close relationship with the 4 species of the Lonely River. When I was dealing with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves, they left me with the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves. I don't have any conflicts with the Andra clan, but that doesn't mean that we need to interact more. It's not difficult to guess why the Andra clan contacted me. It must be because they want to use me to cozy up to the Elisa clan. If I take the initiative to accept the invitation, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving the Andra clan a chance to climb up?" Fan Lu had always shown enough respect to Qin Yu, but Fan Lu did not treat her as a high and mighty existence. Instead, he treated Qin Yu as Lin Yuan's subordinate. Therefore, Fan Lu addressed Qin Yu as Your Excellency, not Lordess. He was very honest with Qin Yu. Qin Yu really liked the way Fan Lu talked to her and interacted with her. If Fan Lu was overly respectful at every second, Qin Yu would really have nothing to talk to him about. If Lord Lin Yuan hadn't made the request, or if it weren't for your mission, there'd be no need for you to initiate contact with the Andra clan. Your future won't solely revolve around the Bloodians anymore. Lord Lin Yuan expressed his desire for me to assist you in joining the honor-absent parliament. I recall that the leader of the Chaos Wind Demon Wolves is also a member. However, since your strength hasn't reached the Holy Spirit level, even if I recommend you, your status within the honor-absent parliament will be limited. Membership status there is primarily based on strength. Though your influence within the honor-absent parliament may initially be modest, it will still afford you certain privileges. Thus, you can begin looking ahead. Until you officially join the honor-absent parliament, I won't introduce you to other factions. Once you're a member, I'll broaden your connections. You've recently become a pure-blood Bloodian. I urge you to concentrate on enhancing your strength in the days ahead. Should you require resources, don't hesitate to inform me. I'll gladly assist you. Ever since Qin Yu sensed how much Lin Yuan valued Fan Lu, she had the intention to befriend him. She and Fan Lu were both under Lin Yuan's command. With Lin Yuan's resources, she could make Fan Lu a genuine Bloodian queen. If she befriended Fan Lu now, she might be able to borrow his strength in the future. Fan Lu felt deeply moved. Lin Yuan had given him a fresh start in life. As Lin Yuan had been discussing Fan Lu's arrangements, he had presented them with remarkable simplicity. Fan Lu was aware of Lin Yuan's plans for him, thanks to Qin Yu. In Qin Yu's presence, Fan Lu concealed his emotions, expressing respect by clenching his fist. Your Excellency Qin Yu, Lord Lin Yuan has already provided resources for me to enhance my strength. I will utilize them diligently. Thank you for your care. I am committed to focusing on my strength during this period. If you require my assistance in this operation, please do not hesitate to inform me. Frankly, I have never battled a mermaid before. Qin Yu interjected. The Elisa clan has specialized warriors for combating mermaids. There's no need for you to take action. While Lord Lin Yuan has furnished resources to enhance your strength, he may not have included Bloodian blood essence, correct? To aid in fortifying your bloodline, I will offer you a portion of my blood essence. This queen-level blood essence will assist in elevating your Bloodian lineage. This time, Fan Lu did not reject Qin Yu. He bowed to her and said, Then I'll thank you in advance. While the Bloodians were heading toward the Blue Shark Sea, Lin Yuan had already brought the cleansing breath soil and the Titan rhinoceros elephants to the King Blood Jackal's territory. These Titan rhinoceros elephants were not easy to settle down. Firstly, they were too big. Secondly, it was a huge problem for these Titan rhinoceros elephants to survive and eat. Lin Yuan had just solved the problem of food and clothing in the Faith Country, and the granary had yet to be built. He did not have that many soldier ration radishes to feed the Titan rhinoceros elephants. For the foreseeable future, Lin Yuan's resources could barely maintain the Titan rhinoceros elephants. If he wanted to solve all the problems, he would have to wait until Four Seasons Mountain transformed into a fairy and fused with the cleansing breath soil. The only way to satisfy the Titan rhinoceros elephant's appetite was to let Four Seasons Mountain become a high-level fairy and combine it with the cleansing breath soil. The leader of the Titan rhinoceros elephants was named Xiang Yu. His body had already reached 490,000 meters and was on the brink of hitting 500,000 meters. Reaching a body length of 500,000 meters posed a significant challenge for the Titan rhinoceros elephants. After relocating, Lin Yuan informed Xiang Yu that they could only sustain basic food and clothing for a short time. While Xiang Yu found this difficult to accept, he ultimately agreed. Xiang Yu rushed to the scene when he heard Xiang De summoning his members. After knowing that Xiang De was controlled by another living being, Xiang Yu resisted intensely. But in the end, his resistance was ineffective. Xiang Yu knew very well that there was an extremely distant and insurmountable gap between his and Winter's strength. Although Titan rhinoceros elephants were gargantuan, their energy usage was no different from that of ordinary creatures of the same grade, and it might even be weaker. Indeed, with their physique, Titan rhinoceros elephants could cause immeasurable damage by colliding with a target. However, they also had an obvious weakness. Once enemy units landed on them, they could wreak havoc on their bodies, turning them into living targets. Titan rhinoceros elephants could summon their fellow members when encountering such situations. Xiang Yu did not have the ability to refuse. He feared that if he did, Lin Yuan would replace him with a Titan rhinoceros elephant over 400 meters long. Even in the sky beyond the clouds, a secluded race like Titan rhinoceros elephants understood the need to adapt and submit to the situation. As long as they obtained a certain amount of food every day, the Titan rhinoceros elephants could survive for a long time, thanks to their reserve energy. Xiang Yu was very tempted by Lin Yuan's war fortress plan. If he could build a war fortress on their backs and attach metal armor to them, the Titan rhinoceros elephants would make up for a huge shortcoming. The cleansing breath soil was in Lin Yuan's hands, and he was prepared to combine it with a high-grade fairy. As long as this matter was completed, the Titan rhinoceros elephants could have as much food as they wanted. Compared to being reared and fed while searching for food everywhere, this was not a bad thing for the Titan rhinoceros elephants. The moment Lin Yuan returned, he asked Wen Yu to build a territory for the Titan rhinoceros elephants. There were all kinds of species in the Faith Country, and they had all kinds of beliefs. Some species believed in the stars while others worshipped giants. The Titan rhinoceros elephants were also a way for Lin Yuan to collect faith. Lin Yuan brought the cleansing breath soil to the foot of Four Seasons Mountain. Lin Yuan told the cleansing breath soil, "This is your future companion. Take a look and see if you're satisfied." As the cleansing breath soil beheld Four Seasons Mountain, it found itself unable to avert its gaze. The mountain stood tall, reaching into the sky, its distinct seasonal beauty captivating the observer. The aura of the Four Seasons permeated the air, enchanting the cleansing breath soil. Sensing the potential within Four Seasons Mountain, the cleansing breath soil recognized that it was on the verge of ascending to a higher fairy form. The union of the cleansing breath soil with Four Seasons Mountain practically guaranteed the mountain's elevation to a higher fairy status. Amidst the presence of other fairies in the vicinity, the cleansing breath soil remained uninterested, its focus solely on Four Seasons Mountain. Even Begin Lady, an intermediate fairy born from a river, failed to capture the attention of the cleansing breath soil. The cleansing breath soil spoke before Lin Yuan could say anything. "Can you guarantee that you can help it withstand the heavens trial when it transforms into a higher fairy? If you can guarantee that I can merge with it now." Lin Yuan smiled when he heard that. He liked the cleansing breath soil's proactive attitude. This meant that the cleansing breath soil had indeed taken a fancy to Four Seasons Mountain. As the saying went, you could lead a horse to water, but you could not make it drink. If the cleansing breath soil did not like Four Seasons Mountain, forcing it to merge with it would inevitably cause conflicts to arise in the future. "I've already prepared everything here. You can combine with Four Seasons Mountain now. I will definitely be able to help it complete its transformation in 5 days. You don't have to worry about this." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's affirmative reply, the cleansing breath soil did not say anything else and went straight to Four Seasons Mountain. It took root on it and gradually melted into it. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and thought, Four Seasons Mountain has finally welcomed the opportunity to transform. Once Four Seasons Mountain completes its transformation, the development of Sky City and the Faith Country will greatly improve. During these 5 days, Lin Yuan prepared to nurture the Abyss Red Lotus. The Abyss Red Lotus had already evolved from Sovereign/Immortal 4 to Sovereign/Eternal X. When it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, there was a high chance that the Abyss Red Lotus bloodline would undergo a transformation. Whenever Lin Yuan had time, he would use his body of all spirits to nourish the Abyss Red Lotus. Before Lin Yuan could head to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to nurture the Abyss Red Lotus, the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Rammet in Lin Yuan's hand received a message from Zhan Lu. "Zhan Lu, young Master Lin, I've secured the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortets you desired. However, my efforts to procure a large quantity caught the attention of one of the supervisors, who then alerted a leader at Fortune Treasure Palace. They wish to speak with you directly. Would you do me the honor?" Upon sending this message, Zhan Lu harbored deep resentment toward the headquarters administrator. He had always relied on Lin Yuan as his exclusive channel. Each time Lin Yuan conducted trades, Zhan Lu reaped substantial benefits. The supervisor showed no deference and promptly informed a leader, who now sought direct communication with Lin Yuan. Going forward, Lin Yuan may find it more advantageous to deal directly with this leader for resource exchanges. Zhang Lu hoped that Lin Yuan would reject him. Lin Yuan was in a very good mood when he saw Zhang Lu's message. Firstly, it was because Zhang Lu had obtained enough fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets for him. Secondly, his transaction had finally attracted the attention of a Fortune Treasure Palace leader. Zhang Lu had never been Lin Yuan's ideal partner. If Lin Yuan wanted to deepen his cooperation with Fortune Treasure Palace, he would definitely need to work with the real person in charge. Lin Yuan, thank you for obtaining these fantasy crystal birthstone flower ortets for me. The resources I promised you won't be little. Since a leader wants to see me, how can I refuse? Zhang Lu's heart broke when he saw Lin Yuan's message, but he did not dare to complain. Zhang Lu, since that's the case, young Master Lin, when will you have time to meet this leader? He said that he can rush over immediately if you give him a location. Lin Yuan would absolutely not permit the leader to venture to north of the Lonely River. Should he head there, he would uncover the secret of Sky City. Should the leader indeed surface in north of the Lonely River, Lin Yuan wouldn't contemplate cooperation. Rather, he'd strategize removing him. The Star Vastness Peony had just produced a Rammet after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. Since that was the case, he would hand the first Rammet produced by the Star Vastness Peony to this leader. Lin Yuan, the person I sent to see you hasn't set off yet. He will give you a flower that can condense starlight. When the time comes, that leader will naturally be able to meet me. After saying that, Lin Yuan found Jin Chun and prepared to send him to Treasure City. Lin Yuan gave Jin Chun the list of materials to trade for the Star Vastness Peony and a Fey storage box. After receiving these resources, Jin Chun felt that he was valued by Lin Yuan. Ever since Jin Chun had been by Lin Yuan's side, he had not had much of a presence. There were too many powerful people around Lin Yuan, so Jin Chun did not dare to ask Lin Yuan too much. If he was stronger than Lin Yuan, he would have the qualifications to make requests. However, the strength that he had always been proud of was now considered weak in Lin Yuan's camp. Now Jin Chun was finally relieved. I'm very familiar with Treasure City. It will take nearly 10 days to go back and forth. I have the fantasy crystal birthstone flower you gave me. I can use it to contact you at any time. If anything unexpected happens, I'll inform you immediately. It was not difficult for Jin Chun to help him transport this batch of supplies. Jin Chun was completely under Lin Yuan's control, so the latter was not worried about him. After dealing with these matters, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and summoned the Abyss Red Lotus. During this period, Lin Yuan had been letting the Abyss Red Lotus grow freely and had not paid much attention to its situation. The color of the Abyss Red Lotus was even more red than before. Thin golden patterns appeared on its originally pitch-black roots. It was obvious that there were some changes to the bloodline of the Abyss Red Lotus as it advanced in grade. Lin Yuan used true data to investigate the Abyss Red Lotus. Fey name: Realm Abyss Red Lotus, Fey species. Realm Abyss Red Lotus species / Realm Abyss Red Lotus genus, Fey grade, High Sovereign, 10 out of 10. Fey type: Fire / Wood, Fey quality. Eternal X. Abilities: Lotus Nirvana. After making a decision to self-destruct, all the energy in its body will be gathered inside the seed. When the seed sprouts, the life and bloodline will be passed on. Splendor of Fire. Fill the area with fire elemental energy. All other energies besides fire elemental energy will be eliminated, and the ability of other life forms to control fire elemental energy will be removed. Hellfire Lotus Imprint. The Lotus Imprint will place a lock on the target and prevent it from gaining energy. Every layer of Lotus Imprint added will strengthen the lock on the target's energy and bloodline. Cleansing Aura Lotus Flames. The flames will transform into a lotus coffin. Choose a space and the flames will preserve it. Time and fixed entities will be preserved in their current condition. Lotus World Law. Control the core of the world and issue orders to the lifeforms in the world. Those who were defiant would be blocked from receiving energy from that world. Hellfire Application. Combine with other lifeforms and combine the energy of the world controlled by Lotus locks the world with its own to boost itself. Burning Lotus Cleansing Dance. The body will be burned up into nutrients, and turned into a lotus. The lotus will be in a cleansing state. Burning the main body will increase the effects of hellfire application and protect the world's link to lotus locks the world. Perfect lotus seat shadow. The lotus will turn into a lotus seat that protects the contractor's feet. It will continuously project a lotus shadow to protect the contractor and remove all energy in the vicinity that could harm the contractor. It will also enable the contractor to gain all the world energy and world fusions it controls, and the present world's energy's influence on the contractor will be reduced. Realm Lotus Breath. Every time it goes to an unfamiliar area, even if the energy rules of this area are different from the energy laws it has, it can still integrate with the rules of this area through the Lotus Breath. This area will become a suitable environment for it, and you will not be rejected by the laws. Exclusive skill. Red Lotus Hellfire. A target's karma, bloodline, and energy will be burned up. The flames will add the Hellfire Lotus imprint on the target's body. Lotus locks the world. When contact is made with the core of a world, the lotus roots will wrap around the world's core. The core of the world will become an energy source for the lotus, while the lotus takes over the world. Everything to ashes. Fire elemental energy will nourish the body. All entities and energy can be burned and inject increasingly pure fire elemental energy into itself. The higher the level of the burned entities and energy, the greater the impact on the roots if internal energy is lacking. If the impact on the roots is too severe, the utilization of cleansing lotus might be affected. Lotus creations. Its bloodline will be injected into mature lotuses, and the lotus roots will activate bloodline energy based on the injected bloodline. The energy in the lotuses will be sacrificed to turn the activated bloodline and its genes into a replicated life form. Sky-repairing lotus roots. When the divine kingdom constructed from faith power collapses or is damaged, its lotus roots can repair the damaged divine kingdom and recover it to its complete state. Illusory lotus faith. Under the control of an area or the center of a world, all the faith power produced in this area will be absorbed by the illusory lotus. After the illusory lotus absorbs the faith power, it will purify it and transfer it to the designated target. Lin Yuan realized that the Abyss Red Lotus bloodline, which had evolved into Sovereign/Eternal X, had transformed into a Realm Abyss Red Lotus. Lin Yuan was very happy that his phase bloodline had undergone a transformation during the evolution process. He examined the abilities and exclusive skills obtained after the grade and quality of the Realm Abyss Red Lotus had increased. This high sovereign ability was called Realm Lotus Breath. It was an ability where the Realm Abyss Red Lotus used its breath to ensure that Lin Yuan and the target fused perfectly into any environment, even if the energy of the surroundings didn't match Lin Yuan's own energy. While it sounded a little niche, it was, in fact, extremely useful. There were many mystic realms in the sky beyond the clouds. These mystic realms formed a small world of their own. They all had their own systems and rules. If Lin Yuan were to explore these mystic realms in the future, Realm Lotus Breath would be of great help to him. Apart from these mystic realms, the sky beyond the clouds also had many areas where specific species lived. For example, the death zones where dead life forms lived contained dense death energy, which had a huge impact on the living. With Realm Lotus Breath, even in such a dead zone, Lin Yuan would still be able to do well. Just like how many life forms could create domains with their divine kingdoms, Realm Lotus Breath would reduce the impact of these domains on Lin Yuan. Coupled with the sacred sword-wielding queen's ability, Lin Yuan might be able to ignore the domains of other life forms in the future. It could be said that Realm Lotus Breath was extremely beneficial to Lin Yuan. The exclusive skill that the Realm Abyss Red Lotus obtained after evolving to Eternal was called Illusory Lotus Faith. As the saying went, it was extremely blissful for a person to have a pillow when they were sleepy. At present, Illusory Lotus Faith gave Lin Yuan a refreshing feeling of having a pillow when he was sleepy. Before the Abyss Red Lotus evolved into the Realm Abyss Red Lotus, it could use Lotus Locks the world to wrap its roots around the core of the world, and use the world core as energy to form lotus roots to invade this world. There were similar things like the continent vein core in the various regions of the sky beyond the clouds. When Lin Yuan occupied the King Blood Jackal's territory, the continent vein core had already been collected by spring. Now that Lin Yuan had occupied the Spinning Wings White Falcons' territory, the continent vein cores in the territories of the Spinning Wings White Falcons and the Titan Rhinoceros Elephant would be collected in spring. The realm Abyss Red Lotus could use Lotus Locks the world to control the area represented by these continent vein cores. Previously, Lin Yuan did not let the realm Abyss Red Lotus control these continent vein cores because he felt that it would not be of much use. The level of the continent vein core in the sky beyond the clouds was extremely high. It would take a lot of time for the realm Abyss Red Lotus to refine them and would affect the increase in the realm Abyss Scarlet Lotus strength. But now, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to let the realm Abyss Scarlet Lotus absorb the continent vein cores. This was because with illusory Lotus Faith, the realm Abyss Red Lotus could absorb the faith produced by all lifeforms in the area under its control and store this faith in the lotus that grew out of it. This allowed Lin Yuan to solve the problem of distributing faith in the faith country without reverting the faith tree. It was not easy to return the faith tree to its roots. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not sure how long it would take for it to do so. Not only could illusory Lotus Faith absorb the faith power produced by the faith country, but it could also redistribute the faith power. The realm Abyss Red Lotus could also purify the faith power it absorbed with illusion Lotus Faith. Because there were too many species, the purity of faith collected from the faith country would definitely be slightly poorer. However, the advantage of collecting faith like this was that it was abundant in quantity. If the realm Abyss Red Lotus could purify faith, the value of the entire faith country would increase greatly from its original foundation. At present, solving the problem of faith could be said to be a top priority. Lin Yuan gave the realm Abyss Scarlet Lotus the continent vein cores he had found in the King Blood Jackal's territory so that it could absorb them. Although absorbing the continent vein cores would waste the time of the realm Abyss Red Lotus, to a certain extent, they would also enhance its strength. After absorbing these continent vein cores, the realm Abyss Red Lotus strength should be able to reach World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan used his body of all spirits to nurture the realm Abyss Red Lotus and injected a massive amount of spirit chi into it to help it refine the continent vein cores. If Lin Yuan had not gone to help Four Seasons Mountain pass the Heavens trial to witness its transformation, he would have been helping the realm Abyss Red Lotus refine the continent vein cores. In at most 2 months, the realm Abyss Red Lotus would be able to complete the absorption of these continent vein cores. Lin Yuan brought Winter to the foot of Four Seasons Mountain. Summer had been guarding the foot of Four Seasons Mountain all this time to inspect its situation. Once anything abnormal happened to Four Seasons Mountain, Summer would be able to help it immediately. Upon seeing Lin Yuan rushing over with Winter, she said in an extremely serious tone, "Young master, from the current situation of Four Seasons Mountain, it can already undergo a transformation at any time. However, what I mean is to let Four Seasons Mountain persist for a while longer so that it can fuse with the energy in the cleansing breath soil. This way, it will be easier for Four Seasons Mountain to perfectly fuse with the cleansing breath soil when it transforms into a higher fairy. At present, the fusion between the two is somewhat superficial. Four Seasons Mountain was merely serving as the host body of the cleansing breath soil now, and their roots hadn't shown any signs of fusing. I've been investigating and sensing the situation of Four Seasons Mountain and the cleansing breath soil. Another day or two of accumulation won't cause any harm to either of them." Summer conveyed the actual situation she observed to Lin Yuan. Prior to this, she hadn't engaged in much communication with Four Seasons Mountain, as the current situation certainly required Lin Yuan to make decisions. Lin Yuan nodded. If the current accumulation did not bring any harm to Four Seasons Mountain, Lin Yuan had no reason to refuse. After the realm Abyss Red Lotus obtained illusory Lotus Faith, Lin Yuan no longer felt any pressure. He would no longer place all his hopes of reverting the faith tree to its ancestry on Four Seasons Mountain anymore. Lin Yuan stood there quietly and watched as Four Seasons Mountain compressed the energy in its body. At the same time, he kept supplying spirit chi crystals to Four Seasons Mountain so that it would have sufficient spirit chi to absorb. 2 days later, when Four Seasons Mountain's energy compression reached its limit, it made a request to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan agreed to Four Seasons Mountain's bloodline transformation request. The aura of Four Seasons Mountain suddenly spread out, causing the color of the entire world to change. The entire world clearly felt the impact. Winter and Summer hurriedly released their aura and enveloped the surroundings around Four Seasons Mountain to ensure that its aura would not affect the surrounding area so extensively. The transformation of Four Seasons Mountain into a fairy couldn't be accomplished in just a day or two. During this period, winter and summer would use their aura to envelop Four Seasons Mountain. With winter and summer's strength, as long as they employed some methods, they could prevent its aura from leaking out. Although north of the lonely river was a godforsaken place, it was completely out of touch with the outside world. However, the aura released by a higher fairy could still attract the attention of the outside world. Begin Lady, Celestial Sight, Emerald Lady, and Grey Pool had already arrived in front of Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang had also rushed over. During the awakening of the fairy bloodline and the transformation toward becoming a fairy, it was not suitable to remain on Four Seasons Mountain's body. This was the first time Sun Ningxiang had witnessed such a big scene, and she was exhilarated. Begin Lady, Celestial Sight, Emerald Lady, and Grey Pool acted like they were on a pilgrimage. They eagerly anticipated witnessing the birth of a higher fairy, knowing the profound impact it would have. Observing the transformation process allowed them to experience the unique aura released by the roots of a higher fairy's bloodline. Lin Yuan didn't have the time to communicate with them because he was at the foot of Four Seasons Mountain, supplying it with a massive amount of resources. It was all thanks to the establishment of the Faith Country and Morbius' hard work in collecting spirit chi crystals for Lin Yuan. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's resources would not have been enough for Four Seasons Mountain. After Four Seasons Mountain completed its metamorphosis, Lin Yuan would most likely run out of resources. However, it was worth it to spend more resources to nurture a higher fairy. Four Seasons Mountain was transformed under Lin Yuan's continuous efforts. The aura of all four seasons enveloped Four Seasons Mountain in an eternal cycle. While spring and winter veiled its aura, they didn't intentionally obstruct the natural flow of seasonal energies it emitted. This was because the mountain's seasonal aura held immense benefits for all growth. Spring and winter did not completely block the Heavens Trial because Four Seasons Mountain needed its energy to help it fuse with the Cleansing Breath soil. Initially, the Cleansing Breath soil had indeed submitted due to its inferior strength compared to Lin Yuan and the others. However, it reaped numerous benefits from following Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan fulfilled his promises to the Cleansing Breath soil, the latter's opinion toward him shifted, now recognizing his great kindness. Utilizing the Heavens Trial's energy to refine Four Seasons Mountain itself, the benefits accrued by the mountain far surpassed what was expected. The Cleansing Breath soil's roots were constantly fusing with the Four Seasons Mountain's roots. During the fusion process, the Cleansing Breath soil became even more grateful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. It was all thanks to spring and winter. Otherwise, he would not have been able to help Four Seasons Mountain complete its transformation. Any one of the Heavens Trials that descended now could kill him. In the end, Four Seasons Mountain evolved to a higher fairy as he wished. Judging from the process of Four Seasons Mountain's transformation, Lin Yuan felt that it was all thanks to the Cleansing Breath soil. Without it, it would probably be very difficult for Four Seasons Mountain to transform into a higher fairy. While Four Seasons Mountain was undergoing its metamorphosis, Jin Chen had already rushed back from Treasure City. Not only was Jin Chen very familiar with Treasure City, but he was also a special honor guest. Upon seeing Jin Chen help Lin Yuan with his affairs, Zhan Lu was astounded. Zhan Lu and Jin Chen had a good personal relationship. He asked Jin Chen, "Brother Jin Chen, you're getting so close to young Master Lin. Are you helping him now?" Zhan Lu was someone who understood the ways of the world. He wouldn't directly inquire whether Jin Chen had joined Lin Yuan, as such a question would most likely make Jin Chen feel extremely awkward. Jin Chen understood what Zhan Lu meant. He did not hide his relationship with Lin Yuan and said directly, "I'm already under young master's command. I'm here to help him make a deal with you." After Jin Chen revealed his identity, regardless of how much Zhan Lu hinted or probed, he didn't say much more and simply completed the mission according to Lin Yuan's request. After completing the mission, he immediately returned to the King Blood Jackal's territory. Along the way, Jin Chen was very careful. He changed directions many times and only crossed the lonely river after confirming that no one was following him. Jin Chen had promised Lin Yuan to return within 10 days. He did not want to go back on his word on his first mission. After returning to the territory, Jin Chun realized that Lin Yuan was helping Four Seasons Mountain evolve its bloodline, so he did not dare to disturb Lin Yuan. In any case, he had already completed his mission. It would not be good if he disturbed Lin Yuan when he was at his busiest. Only when Jin Chun saw that Four Seasons Mountain had completed its transformation and became a higher fairy did he dare to report to Lin Yuan. Young master, I've already done what you arranged for me. These 3 Fey storage boxes are filled with the resources on your list. I stored the Ortet of the 33 Fantasy Crystal Birth Stone Flowers in my Divine Kingdom without any mistakes. With that, Jin Chun took out the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower from the Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan patted Jin Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "You've completed the mission well. From now on, you'll stay on Four Seasons Mountain to harvest the soldier ration radish planted there. This is the most suitable place for you to increase your strength." Lin Yuan accepted the Diamond Fey storage box from Jin Chen and carefully placed the 33 Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower Ortets inside. Within the confines of the Spirit Lock spatial zone, these Ortets would soon receive nurturing care from the 100 Questions Beast Army. For Jin Chun, Lin Yuan's gesture amounted to a significant reward. As a sky radish endless vine, Jin Chun already reaped substantial benefits from coexisting with Four Seasons Mountain. Moreover, the fusion of Four Seasons Mountain with the cleansing breath soil only heightened these advantages. Additionally, Lin Yuan granted Jin Chun unrestricted access to the soldier ration radishes, enabling him to expedite his strength enhancement. After living here for hundreds of years, Jin Chun felt that it was not impossible for him to surpass the Holy Spirit level, break free from its restrictions, and evolve to a higher level. On one hand, Lin Yuan rewarded Jin Chun for his excellent performance in completing the mission assigned to him. On the other hand, Jin Chen's awareness of the value of the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flowers for Sky City's development played a significant role. Storing them in the Divine Kingdom ensured their safety, even in the event of an accident, as long as Jin Chun remained unharmed. Lin Yuan admired Jin Chen's foresight, contrasting it with Connie's less careful approach to handling matters. It had been 5 days since Jin Chen's return to the Faith Country. Considering the timing, it was about time for the Palace Master of Fortune Treasure Palace to reach out to him. The Star Vastness Peony's secondary flower could directly release starlight energy to communicate with Lin Yuan. There was no need for the Fantasy Crystal Birthstone Flower. Lin Yuan had already told the Star Vastness Peony that once a request came from the Rammet, he would arrange for it to meet the Palace Master directly using the connection made of starlight. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze back to Four Seasons Mountain, which had evolved into a higher fairy. While Lin Yuan was observing Four Seasons Mountain, it had already arrived in front of him. It knelt on one knee and said with cupped fists, "I successfully became a higher fairy with your help, Lord. I hope you can give me a name." For a fairy, a name held significant importance. Fairies typically chose their own names, and it was rare for them to seek help from others in naming themselves, as was the case now. Four Seasons Mountain's actions were both a form of gratitude and reliance on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "You are a natural landscape nurtured by spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Your body is tainted with the aura of the Four Seasons. The changing of the Four Seasons is a cycle. Why don't we call you Season Cycle?" Season Cycle muttered the name that Lin Yuan had given it. "Thank you for giving me a name, Lord." Season Cycle's human form was a black-haired girl who looked very cold. Her long black hair hung down to her feet and fluttered in the wind, looking exceptionally elegant. The most memorable thing about Season Cycle was her eyes. She had heterochromatic eyes with 2 different colors in each eye. Blue, green, orange, and white represented the colors of the Four Seasons. Her dazzling 4-colored eyes alone would leave an unforgettable impression on people. There was no need for Lin Yuan to use Morbius True Data to investigate Season Cycle. "Lord, apart from using the aura of the Four Seasons to nourish everything, I can also use Root's power to condense the Four Seasons Paradise. In Paradise, I can increase the comprehension of life forms of the world and help them nurture a special body composition. Once a life form obtains body composition in my Four Seasons Paradise, It can use the aura of the 4 seasons to constantly improve its body composition. Season Cycle paused for a moment and looked at Begin Lady. The way I bestowed body composition on other lifeforms is very similar to how Begin Lady used her own blood to help other lifeforms obtain the sacred wood bloodline. If I encounter problems or face death, the people who have obtained body composition in the 4 seasons paradise will be affected. The mildest consequence is losing body composition, where the vitality within the body diminished, resulting in a lifespan of less than 20 years. Heavier consequences entail the loss of life. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh in his heart. The abilities of a higher fairy were indeed much stronger than that of an intermediate fairy. Lin Yuan had a special body composition and was well aware of the benefits it could bring to a lifeform. Season Cycle was located directly below Sky Sea and was protected by Sky City. If the safety of Season Cycle was compromised, the entire Sky City would fall. However, such a scenario was highly unlikely to occur. Furthermore, Season Cycle possessed astonishing strength. Season Cycle was now stronger than Holy Spirit existences like Jin Chun and Connie. If anyone were to make a move on Season Cycle, their strength had to transcend the Holy Spirit level and reach the level of Lu Chun and Lu Yao. Winter once discussed with Lin Yuan about how a life form could acquire its body composition. Only a very small portion of life forms' body composition were innate. Most life forms' body composition had to be nurtured. In some special mystic realms, there was a spiritual ingredient called the sacred body stone. A life form would absorb it into their body and fuse it with their bones, blood, and soul to become a stone core in their body. The sacred body stone would then trigger a genetic model and create a body composition that was compatible with that life form. The life form would be guided by the stone core and would have a clear understanding of what spiritual ingredients it should obtain to refine the stone core. When the stone core was completely dissolved in its body, this life form would awaken its body composition. However, as opposed to obtaining the body composition bestowed by Season Cycle in the 4 seasons paradise, Lin Yuan was more inclined to find sacred body stone for the Moon Empress, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and Su Iren so that they could obtain body compositions that were compatible with their bodies. Lin Yuan believed that the body composition obtained in the 4 seasons paradise was more suitable as a reward for white-clothed followers to enhance their strength. Lin Yuan had just arranged for Season Cycle to help Emerald Lady and Grey Pool to nurture the soldier ration radishes when you found him. Young Master, Bei Su sent me a message through the Thoughts letter paper and said that there is a group of people occupying the banks of the lonely river. These people are most likely with a clear purpose in mind. Bei Su sent 2 groups of stone mantis crabs to meet with them. However, they did not attack the 2 groups. Bei Su suspects they are either targeting Sky City or the resources that the Crimson Heaven Falcons have been waiting for so long. Present, Jin Chun was no longer by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan glanced in the direction that Jin Chun had left and said, "When you arrange for Lu Chun and Lu Yao to monitor this group of people closely, don't alert them for the time being. Let's see what their goal is first." Lin Yuan found it implausible that these individuals had come for the Crimson Heaven Falcons. They had nested in north of the lonely river for epochs, making it improbable for these newcomers to know when the spiritual ingredient they awaited would mature. Even if they possessed such knowledge, it seemed unlikely they would attack for such scarce resources. Their assembly by the lonely river suggested they were investigating matters on its opposite shore, oblivious to the Crimson Heaven Falcon's situation. Thus, it could be inferred they were likely there for Jin Chen. Lin Yuan recalled Jin Chen's assurance that he hadn't been followed upon his return. He also trusted Jin Chen wouldn't intentionally invite trouble. If these people were connected to Jin Chen, it hinted at their superior strength, surpassing even Jin Chen's Holy Spirit level. There must be beings above the Holy Spirit level among them, possibly more than one, to perceive Jin Chen as prey. The sacred sword-wielding queen currently lacked holy maids. Should these individuals dare to target Sky City, they could become prime candidates for such a role. Hopefully, one among them possessed a Holy Spirit meeting the criteria to serve as a holy maid. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's instructions, Wen Yu immediately arranged for Lu Chun and Lu Yao to monitor that group of people. Out of concern for Bei Su's safety, Wen Yu had asked Autumn to take care of him before informing Lin Yuan. Autumn had always exuded an air of arrogance and aloofness toward many, but with Wen Yu, he displayed profound respect. This stemmed from Wen Yu's equivalence to him and the others who once followed Lin Yuan. It was clear that Lin Yuan placed a deep trust in Wen Yu and his companions. As Wen Yu matured, she and Lu Jie might indeed become integral companions. Despite Bei Su's low presence, he held a pivotal role within Sky City, greatly esteemed by Lin Yuan. Autumn stood ready to defend Bei Su if needed, and on regular days he oversaw territorial patrols. On the banks of the lonely river, a group of people who looked ordinary but could not hide their hostility gathered together and roasted the fresh fish that they had just caught. Among them, an one-eyed man cast a glance toward the lonely river greedily and said fiercely, "Big brother, could our information be wrong? Is that person really a special honor guest who traded resources from Fortune Treasure Palace? We've gone through all this trouble to follow him here and almost exhausted Sixth Brother's aura-seeking earthworm to death. If we don't get anything, we will have wasted our efforts. There's nothing worth plundering here. There are 4 species overlords that have ruled the lonely river for many years. They must have accumulated a lot of resources. Why don't we plunder them first and give our brothers some assurance?" Before the honest-looking man in the lead could speak, the red-eyed woman with 2 curved horns on her head gave the one-eyed man a fierce scolding. "Fifth brother, remember that you are a star pirate, not a thief. There is no need to resort to thief tactics. Even if we really want to attack the 4 species overlords of the lonely river, we have to first confirm the relationship between them and the Bloodians. Didn't you hear that they are working with the Bloodians? Don't offend the Bloodians over this matter. If we offend them, we'll have to face the pursuit of some Bloodian clans." The one-eyed man gritted his teeth in pain but did not dare to say anything to this woman. He could only say embarrassedly, "It's already very difficult for the 4 species overlords of the lonely river to establish a relationship with the Bloodians. How can the Bloodians take them seriously? I don't think there's even a Holy Spirit expert among the 4 species overlords of the lonely river. When we wipe them out, why would we leave any survivors who might leak information? Third sister, you're being too cautious." The one-eyed man was afraid that the red-eyed woman would slap him again, so he quickly changed the topic. "But you're right, third sister. It's better to be safe than sorry." Before the one-eyed man could finish speaking, the honest-looking man in the lead gritted his teeth and stood up. "There's nothing worth plundering from the 4 species of the lonely river. The information we received can't be wrong. Our people have been planted in Fortune Treasure Palace for nearly 100 years. As their customers, we choose suitable targets in Fortune Treasure Palace. The person we're following was personally received by Zhan Lu. Hence, he must have a powerful background. We're not only targeting him but also the faction behind him. Let's go and investigate the strength of this faction first. Don't act rashly. I have a feeling that we will definitely earn a lot this time. In a few years, the largest event in the entire East Universe, the Creation Conference, will begin. At that time, the major factions in the East Universe will send creators to participate. We have to plunder more resources to ensure that we can invite these creators to tailor-make potions for us at the Creator Conference. We have a sacred body stone. In order to obtain this sacred body stone back then, only 7 out of the 10 of us brothers remain today. Even if it's for the souls of our brothers, we have to use this sacred body stone well." When the others heard the leader's words, their expressions changed. Complex emotions flashed in the depths of their eyes, yet none of them showed any sign of being convinced by his words. There was only one sacred body stone. In the end, only one person could complete the contract with it. Now, everyone was risking their lives to help that one person at the Creation Conference. In this group, the one most qualified to absorb the sacred body stone was obviously the man in the lead. It was true that doing all of this would make the group stronger. However, these star pirates, who were accustomed to living on the edge, were not willing to sacrifice themselves for others. The few of them were about to fake a response when 9 different types of elemental energy quietly filled the surrounding environment. These types of elemental energy finally turned into a cage that trapped this group of people. Lu Chun and Lu Yao's figures appeared outside the cage. Lin Yuan had instructed them to monitor this group and find out their motive. Lu Chun and Lu Yao now knew the purpose of these people and their identities. It turned out that they were a group of high-end star pirates who specialized in plundering experts. Lin Yuan had said that it was best not to alert the enemy. However, now that he knew their identities and goals, capturing them would not be considered disobeying Lin Yuan's orders. These people thought that they had found the password to their wealth, but targeting Sky City was equivalent to sending themselves into a bottomless abyss. Lu Chun and Lu Yao hated star pirates. The two of them hated the star pirates themselves, but not the way they lived. The competition between the various species for territory and resources was essentially a form of plundering. The star pirates' way of living was not a problem, but their actions extended beyond mere plundering to actively exterminating other species and factions. It was different from the wars between the various species and factions in the sky beyond the clouds for resources. Moreover, the wars for territory resources were usually comparable in strength. Even if there was a difference, it would not be much. However, the star pirates would target those factions and species that were much weaker than them, which was equivalent to depriving them of the chance to survive. If Lu Chun and Lu Yao had managed to capture such a skilled star pirate group, they would have considered utilizing them. This tactic mirrored their approach when they raided Treasure City in search of their offspring. While the star pirates could have been valuable assets to Lu Chun and Lu Yao, they believed Lin Yuan wouldn't opt for this strategy. Consequently, once the identities of the star pirates were confirmed, their destinies were sealed. What's the reason for your sudden attack on us? Could it be that you've encountered fellow star pirates? Among this group of people, only the man in the lead and the red-eyed woman with two long horns on her head were relatively calm. Everyone else had panicked expressions on their faces. Lu Chun and Lu Yao did not release their auras, but they did not deliberately hide them. This group of star pirates already knew that Lu Chun and Lu Yao were targets that they could not surpass no matter what. If these two people had malicious intentions toward them, they would be at their mercy. In such a desolate and remote place like north of the Lonely River, it was very difficult to find a Holy Spirit expert. The leaders of those powerful factions might not even have the strength to reach the Holy Spirit level. Why did two experts above the Holy Spirit level suddenly appear? How could such experts appear so casually? Even in an extremely prosperous place like the sky beyond the clouds, encountering such experts was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Lu Yao was mistaken for one of the star pirates, and anger flashed across her face. She never thought that she would one day be regarded as a star pirate. Peers? My lord hates star pirates the most. It will be impossible to find your peers here. We've already learned about your intentions through your conversation. Since you have your eyes set on Jin Chun, he's the one we consider our peer. Since that's the case, follow me back and meet my lord. Lu Yao did not waste her breath on these star pirates. She would just bring them back and hand them over to Lin Yuan. However, Lu Yao's words revealed two pieces of information to these star pirates. The people who had captured them were not targeting them and were also following orders. What kind of existence could command these two fellows whose strength had already surpassed the Holy Spirit level? The person who commanded these two fellows hated star pirates. This was not good news for them. Other than that, these star pirates also knew that their target was from the same faction as these two fellows. Upon understanding these 2 points, these star pirates couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. This elite star pirate group had faced many dangers before, but this was the first time they were completely controlled by someone without any chance to resist. The red-eyed woman with long horns on her head was no longer calm. She turned her head and looked at the man in the lead. Jabba had experienced countless situations, big and small, and he could calmly analyze the problem in every situation. Now, Jabba hadn't even met this lord, and he was at a loss about what to do next. While the other members of this star pirate group needed Jabba to come up with a plan, he did not do anything, and this caused him to lose the trust of the people. If Jabba were to raise the matter of the creation conference and the sacred body stone now, at least half of these people would voice their opinions. While Lu Chun reported to Lin Yuan, Lu Yao would look after the star pirates. Lin Yuan was currently in Sky City's meeting room, thinking about the construction of fortifications at the edge of the Lonely River. Summer had already nurtured thriving summer rising clouds. However, thriving summer rising clouds needed to be planted at the edge of the lonely river one after another. Yet, invaders had already appeared. If Baesu hadn't discovered the invaders and reported them promptly, the consequences would have been unimaginable had they actually crossed the lonely river, discovered the faith country, and spread the news. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Chun and Lu Yao would immediately report to him after finding out their purpose. Lin Yuan's fingers lightly tapped on the table, emitting a beeping sound. Wen Yu, who was sitting beside Lin Yuan, knew that this was something Lin Yuan would subconsciously do when he was thinking. Young master, I think there's a high probability that these people followed Jin Chun here. We discovered very early on that, after these people controlled these people, there probably wouldn't be much of an impact. Lin Yuan shook his head. Now, our Sky City's influence has spread too wide. The faith country is a cake large enough to drive any faction crazy. We have to take precautions. To target Jin Chen, this group needs some knowledge about him. I doubt those who've come are all there is. If other members have stayed back in Treasure City or elsewhere and noticed the group's disappearance, they'll likely try hard to find them. Smart folks use resources wisely. We can't assume they lack smart members elsewhere. Wen Yu's heart tightened at the revelation. She realized her oversimplification and underestimation of the opposing faction's prowess. The group that had converged on the banks of the lonely river possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set their sights on a Holy Spirit expert like Jin Chun. At that moment, there was a knock on the meeting room door. Wen Yu walked up and opened the door. Upon seeing Lu Chun standing at the door, Wen Yu gestured for him to enter. Lu Chun bowed to Wen Yu and stood beside Lin Yuan. Young master, when I was monitoring this group of people according to your instructions, I learned they are a star pirate group that specializes in targeting elite factions. This group of people followed Jin Chun not only to rob him but also to find out the faction behind him. Now we have captured them. You can question them at any time. Upon hearing Lu Chen's report, Lin Yuan felt relieved. If it was the Star Pirates, everything would be easy to resolve. Moreover, Lin Yuan was certain that these Star Pirates did not collude with Fortune Treasure Palace and did not know that Jin Chun was his subordinate. Otherwise, if the Star Pirate group knew that Jin Chun possessed such huge wealth, they would have already robbed him on the way back. In the battle to protect Treasure City, Lin Yuan had let Winter display his strength. The higher-ups of Treasure City were all aware that Winter was his subordinate. If this elite Star Pirate group knew about him and knew that Jin Chun was one of his people, how would they have dared to come here? Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Lu Chun to bring the Star Pirates in, he heard Lu Chun say after some deliberation, "Young master, based on the communication between the leader of this Star Pirate group and his subordinates, I learned two pieces of information. The first piece of information is that this Star Pirate group followed Jin Chen's aura according to the aura-seeking earthworms. They tailed Jin Chun from a very far distance, so Jin Chun didn't discover them. The second piece of information is that this Star Pirate group might have a sacred body stone. They mentioned something related to the sacred body stone. It had taken Lu Chun a long time to tell Lin Yuan about this situation because he had been conflicted about whether he should report it to Lin Yuan. Lu Chun knew very well that he could not fully believe the words of this Star Pirate group. There was too much deceit among the Star Pirates. What if the leader of this Star Pirate group was deceiving the other members and there was actually no sacred body stone? If he told Lin Yuan this information, it would be equivalent to him spreading false information to Lin Yuan. In that case, it was very likely that he would lose Lin Yuan's trust. However, the situation with the sacred body stone was no small matter. Lu Chun believed that even if he reported the wrong information, it was better than knowing but not reporting it. Lin Yuan had never doubted Jin Chen's loyalty, so his heart did not waver when he heard Lu Chen's words. It was only when Lu Chun mentioned the sacred body stone that Lin Yuan's heartstrings began to stir. The sacred body stone was a treasure that Lin Yuan only recently learned about, which was capable of allowing life forms to activate their body composition. Lin Yuan harbored the intention to activate the body composition of the elite core members of Sky City, and Winter had previously mentioned to him the difficulty in finding one. Now, Lin Yuan had obtained a chance to obtain the sacred body stone. This was simply a great thing. Lin Yuan raised his hand and threw a ring-shaped Fey storage box with the 9-headed snake totem carved on it at Lu Chun. Lu Chun quickly took the Fey storage box from Lin Yuan. Your offspring have already broken out of their shells for some time. The both of you won't have the chance to obtain resources on your own if you follow us. A young 9-headed snake requires resources the most. In addition to spirit chi crystals, there are 11 types of nearly 100% pure elemental energy available. You can decide which type of energy to allow your offspring to absorb. The remaining resources are sufficient for the two of you to use in the short term. Ever since Lu Chen and Lu Yao had been recruited by Lin Yuan, they had always been conscientious and had solved many problems for him. Apart from spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Lu Chen and Lu Yao were considered Lin Yuan's strongest subordinates. Hence, Lin Yuan would not treat Lu Chen and Lu Yao lightly. If Lin Yuan did not fulfill Lu Chen and Lu Yao's request to nurture their offspring, it was likely that they wouldn't continue to wholeheartedly serve Lin Yuan. Lu Chen used his spiritual energy to check the resources in the Fey storage box, and the contents shocked him. Lin Yuan had indeed given Lu Chen and Lu Yao numerous resources. In the past 2 weeks, they had been using these resources very carefully. Just as Lin Yuan had mentioned, Lu Chen and Lu Yao, who served Lin Yuan by his side, could no longer obtain resources outside like before. Therefore, they started to worry about nurturing their offspring. However, before Lu Chen and Lu Yao could worry for long, Lin Yuan gave them a solution. This was equivalent to liberating Lu Chen and Lu Yao to a certain extent. With Lu Chen and Lu Yao's strength, no matter how hard they worked outside, they would not be able to obtain elemental energy with 100% purity. A type of pure elemental energy was exceedingly rare, and Lin Yuan's gift comprised as many as 11 types of it. With this pure elemental energy, not only could the two of them nurture their offspring, but their strength and bloodline would also obtain a chance to evolve. Lu Chen told Lin Yuan gratefully and sincerely, "Young master, thank you for your gift. Lu Yao and I will definitely do our best for you in the future. We're truly grateful to you for nurturing us." Lin Yuan raised his hand to help Lu Chen up. "You're treating me like an outsider. You and Lu Yao have already become part of Sky City and have contributed a lot to Sky City. You deserve this. In the future, if I obtain more sacred body stones, I can consider activating your body composition for you, Lu Yao, and your descendants." Lu Chen had been by Lin Yuan's side for a long time, and he knew that the experts who had submitted to Lin Yuan had received rewards and changed their fates. If not for Lin Yuan, it would have been impossible for Qin Yu to become a Bloodian queen. Lin Yuan was not one to make empty promises. He would likely fulfill all his promises in the future. After thanking Lin Yuan again, Lu Chen contacted Lu Yao and asked her to bring the star pirates in. Lu Chen and Lu Yao stood beside Lin Yuan and Wen Yu respectively. They released their auras above the Holy Spirit level and enveloped the 40-odd members of the Star Pirate group. Lin Yuan scanned the dozens of star pirates and realized that there were 9 of them who had reached the Holy Spirit level. It should not be difficult to choose an existence suitable to be a holy maid among the 9 of them. Before Lin Yuan could speak, the rough-looking middle-aged star pirate could not help but shout, "We've never done anything to harm you. Even if we targeted your subordinates, we haven't done anything yet. I don't think we're enemies yet." The one-eyed star pirate's words made Lin Yuan laugh in anger. If he were to convict these star pirates according to the method he used in his previous life, it would probably be the difference between murder and attempted murder. Since they already had the intention to plunder and kill him, how could they not be enemies? Someone who had been a star pirate for so long would not be so naive, right? Lin Yuan shot Lu Chen a look. Water, fire, wind, and earth elements weaved together into a long rope, with thunder elements coursing along its length. Like a snake, the long rope reached out to the one-eyed man. The long rope shot into the one-eyed man's still blind eye. As the thunder energy on the long rope paralyzed the one-eyed man's body, it completely imprisoned him. Lu Chen and Lu Yao knew that Lin Yuan intended to collect the bodies of experts, so Lu Chen had deliberately preserved the completeness of the one-eyed star pirate's body when he attacked him. Lin Yuan tapped his finger on the table and told Lu Chen, "Let him release his holy spirit for me to see." I want to see if it is useful to me. Lu Chan said respectfully, Young master, I'll draw out his Holy Spirit now. The long rope probed into the one-eyed man's body, and it was unclear what changes occurred within him. Nevertheless, his body began to tremble rapidly. The aura of the divine kingdom was released. In no time, a slightly illusory Holy Spirit surged out of the one-eyed man's divine kingdom. Lin Yuan released the sacred sword-wielding queen to check the one-eyed man's Holy Spirit. The sacred sword-wielding queen shook her head at Lin Yuan. She despised the one-eyed man's Holy Spirit. Master, this is a both metal-type and earth-type Holy Spirit. Its ability is to increase the activity of metal and earth elements, as well as its agility and sturdiness. The effect of this Holy Spirit is really too poor. I don't want to turn his Holy Spirit into a holy maid. However, I can refine his divine kingdom into the pure land of the gods. The Holy Spirit can also be used as nutrients for the holy maids. The sacred sword-wielding queen's evaluation of this one-eyed man was like a diner evaluating a piece of steak. At that moment, it was in a state of meticulous scrutiny. Her words made the other star pirates tense up at the same time. These star pirates robbed experts everywhere, annihilating countless species and factions. However, they had never treated other lifeforms as nutrients to increase their strength like the sacred sword-wielding queen. This one-eyed man was nutrients to the sacred sword-wielding queen. So what was the difference between them? The moment Lin Yuan summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen, he had already sealed the star pirate group's fate. Otherwise, she would not have revealed herself so easily. Lin Yuan said to the star pirates with a smile, You know very well what my goal is. As a group of star pirates, when plotting against other factions and species, you have to be mentally prepared to be executed by them. I won't let you off. Both your divine kingdoms and holy spirits will be used by me to achieve my goals and become my nutrients. However, one of you can survive. I wonder who among you desires this chance to live. Lin Yuan's words caused the expressions of these star pirates to become abnormally complicated. However, the core members of this star pirate group were all here, and they had been together for more than 1,000 years. In the face of Lin Yuan's threat, even if some people were tempted, they did not immediately make the decision to betray the star pirates. Lin Yuan raised his hand and said, Since you don't have the ability to make a decision for the time being, I'll let you calm down for a while. Lin Yuan then glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen understood tacitly and shot out more than 10 ropes made of elemental energy, piercing into the bodies of the few Holy Spirit star pirates. As for the remaining Divine Kingdom star pirates, Lu Chen dealt with them. Lu Chen calmly walked over and stored the bodies of the Divine Kingdom experts that had been disposed of in his spatial equipment. These were all high-quality delicacies for the sacred sword-wielding queen. The Holy Spirit experts who had been pierced by the elemental ropes could not move. Their bodies were in a numb state, and they had lost their perception of the outside world, but their thoughts remained active. Lin Yuan believed that when these Holy Spirit experts realized that their lives were in his hands, more than half of the members would be willing to obtain this chance to live. Star pirates had no principles to speak of. However, it was not certain who would be the first to recognize reality and show loyalty to Lin Yuan. No matter how sincere the star pirates who possessed holy spirits suitable to be refined into holy maids were, Lin Yuan would not give them a chance. Lin Yuan didn't want to forgive a star pirate because he was prepared to take this star pirate under his wing and nurture them. Lin Yuan only wanted the star pirate to gather all the members of the star pirate group outside to prevent future troubles. Lin Yuan believed that even if he didn't express it explicitly, intelligent star pirates would surely understand his intentions. Lu Chun activated the holy spirits of these star pirates one by one and let the sacred sword-wielding queen inspect them. The sacred sword-wielding queen immediately showed interest in the holy spirit of one of the star pirates. Master, this holy spirit is both water-type and ice-type. Its ability is to weaken the other elements and reduce their activity through water and ice elements. If refined into a holy maid, it would prove invaluable in battle. Over yonder, we have a wood-type holy spirit. Its specialty lies in augmenting other entities. Converting it into a holy maid would yield an exceptional support unit. There's also a rare spiritual type Holy Spirit. If its ability was to bolster resistance against spiritual entities, it could potentially be transformed into a holy maid. However, its primary function involves interfering with the minds of other holy spirits, rendering it unsuitable for transformation. As per our initial strategy, it's prudent to target functional type entities. After reaching the Sacred Source 12 stars, the Sacred Sword-wielding queen gained autonomy, enabling it to select the most compatible holy maid. The 2-star pirates with holy spirits that were suitable to be converted into holy maids were destined to die. Since the holy maids needed to be transformed by living holy spirits, Lin Yuan did not get rid of the 2-star pirates immediately. Lu Chan whispered to Lin Yuan, "Young master, one of the 2-star pirates that young master has just selected is the leader of this star pirate group. According to the information that Lu Yao and I heard, the sacred body stone is in the hands of this leader." Lin Yuan nodded. "Since the sacred body stone is on this star pirate group leader, we will soon be able to prove whether this star pirate group possesses it or not. They've been thinking about it for a while. I think they're almost done." Lu Chun, let go of their restraints. Lu Chun had just subdued his thunder energy when the striking woman, with fiery red hair, red eyes, and an aura of cold beauty, spoke first. "My lord, I am Fumi," she began, deputy leader of this star pirate group, responsible for external communication. "If I pledge allegiance to you, I can rally our members and manage our spies. Even our leader is unaware of their arrangements." As soon as Fumi finished, several star pirates erupted in anger. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated her surrendering first. Yet, there were others who, upon hearing her words, hastily expressed their willingness to submit, hoping to secure their survival as the sole survivors of the group. Lin Yuan's gaze lifted to Fumi. He noticed the horns protruding from her head, confirming she was a devil. Fumi emanated the essence of the devil bloodline, evident in the characteristic horns adorning her head. Devil tattoos appeared on the 2 long horns. It was either the concentration of the devil bloodline in Fumi's body was high enough, or Fumi was deliberately stimulating her bloodline. Life forms with devil bloodlines were indeed intelligent. Fumi had guessed the reason Lin Yuan wanted to keep her alive. Her words indicated that she had engaged in serious contemplation and accurately pinpointed the issues that mattered to her. Fumi was the one who had been eliminated by the sacred sword-wielding queen as a spiritual type holy spirit. If Fumi was spared, Lin Yuan could hand her over to the devil group and let them nurture her. Lin Yuan ignored the other star pirates and spoke directly to Fumi. "You said that you're the deputy leader in charge of external communication. So take the initiative to release your Holy Spirit and let me control it. Then, gather all the members of your star pirate group outside. How well you handle this matter will determine your future treatment." Fumi was originally extremely nervous. On the one hand, she was afraid that she had guessed Lin Yuan's motive wrongly. On the other hand, she was also afraid that Lin Yuan would not choose her in the end. A big shot like Lin Yuan was likely someone who would keep his word. If he chose to spare others, Fumi would be left with no options but a dead end. Not only would she die, but everything about her, including the Holy Spirit, would also be absorbed as nutrients in the future. After all the effort Fumi had put into her growth to reach this point, she certainly didn't want to end up in such a predicament. Fumi heaved a sigh of relief when Lin Yuan chose her. What Fumi had just said to Lin Yuan was absolutely true. With so many star pirates there, she could not lie to Lin Yuan. Once she lied, she would be exposed by the other star pirates. Fumi knew very well that she had a genuine competitive relationship with the other members, which left no room for mistakes. An intelligent person like Fumi would not let others have something on her. Since Lin Yuan had chosen Fumi, it meant that the others had lost their chance to live. The other star pirates quickly fought for themselves. Upon listening to the star pirates' wails and roars, Lin Yuan said, "I have always been a soft-hearted person and am willing to give you a chance. Now, Fumi, tell me about the internal situation and secrets of your star pirate group." The rest of you can correct Fumi's words and supplement them after Fumi has finished explaining the situation. As long as the number of corrections and supplements exceeds 3, I will rescreen from among you and choose a new person among you to be spared. Lin Yuan had now gained control over Fumi. Since Fumi claimed that she was their deputy leader, she would definitely understand the situation of their group very well. Lin Yuan wanted to understand the situation of this star pirate group. Elite star pirate groups held a lot of information, and Lin Yuan believed that a smart person like Fumi would certainly not disappoint him. There was no trace of nervousness on Fumi's face when she heard Lin Yuan. Fumi was certain that she was the person with the most information within the star pirate group. After all, she was in charge of all external matters. In order to ensure her irreplaceable position in the star pirate group, Fumi had deliberately concealed some information, especially from Pang Jie, the leader. Since Lin Yuan wanted to know the situation in the star pirate group, Fumi did not mind telling him everything. After pondering for a while, Fumi told Lin Yuan everything she knew. She did not give the other members a chance to correct her. Since she wanted to tell him everything, Fumi did not hide the information about the sacred body stone. Her explanation lasted for nearly 3 days. When Yu recorded Fumi's words, after sorting them out, Lin Yuan realized that this star pirate group had really done all kinds of evil. However, after doing so many evil deeds, they had accumulated a lot of wealth. After Fumi finished explaining the situation, Lin Yuan looked at the other members and saw that Pang Jie had an extremely ugly expression. Pang Jie had not expected Fumi to hide so much useful information from him, causing him to be unable to determine if what Fumi had said was true or false. Why don't you have anything to add after Fumi finishes speaking? In that case, I can only conclude that everything Fumi said is true. There's no need for me to keep you useless fellows. At that moment, an angry shout echoed. Fumi, is what you're doing fair to us? We've always respected and treated you as our second sister. Fumi looked up and saw the man in a white robe beside her. Her face was red with anger as she said helplessly, "Sixth brother, I really don't know if I should call you naive or stupid for saying such things to me. Don't you know that our leader has been using us? I remember that you know all of this. Could it be that in a team like ours you, fool, have put in genuine effort? I joined this team later than all of you, but I was able to become the deputy leader. Isn't it because I'm more intelligent than all of you combined? I've never thought of myself as your second sister. If Pang Jie wasn't stronger than us and had been secretly suppressing me, I would have left this team long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now. I hope you understand what's going on. If there's a next life, don't be so stupid." While speaking, Fumi's voice remained cold. Yet unlike before, it now carried a sense of disdain, adding a touch of frigidity to her tone. She made no effort to conceal her indifference in front of Lin Yuan. This demeanor was characteristic of Fumi. There was no need for pretense. Despite Lin Yuan expressing a desire to spare her life, he wouldn't dispose of her simply due to her personality. Fumi aimed to remain authentic even as Lin Yuan's subordinate. Her recent behavior provided Lin Yuan with insight into her character. Devils were inherently cold and selfish beings, prone to plotting and scheming. Fumi was confident that Lin Yuan could discern her devil bloodline. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to witness such a spectacle. Based on his understanding of this star pirate group, their connections were merely superficial, devoid of any genuine friendship. The source of Sixth Brother's anger wasn't his deep bond with Fumi, but rather the sense of betrayal he felt from her. Sensing Lin Yuan's impatience, Lu Chun immediately controlled the star pirates other than Fumi. Lin Yuan told Fumi, "I have 2 devil groups under my command. Since you have a devil bloodline, why don't you join them for training?" After making the arrangements, Lin Yuan prepared to leave the meeting room. Lu Chun and Lu Yao would help the sacred sword-wielding queen use the holy spirits to refine the holy maids and absorb the other holy spirits. Fumi's eyes flickered upon hearing Lin Yuan's arrangements for her, and a wave of worry surged through her. 2 devil groups? Joining them couldn't possibly be easy. With only devil's bloodline coursing through her veins, she knew she couldn't outsmart those pure-blooded devils, no matter how hard she tried. Rather than focusing on honing her schemes, Fumi yearned to strengthen her abilities. She dreaded the thought of being trapped in a world where countless individuals conspired against one another. When she thought about how Lin Yuan had used Holy Spirit and Divine Kingdom experts as bait, Fumi hurriedly found a way out for herself. Lord, I'm in charge of contacting the Star Pirates. I have connections with many high-end Star Pirates. If you plan to capture other Star Pirates, I can help you arrange for them to fall into your trap. You only need to arrange for a few experts to control those Star Pirates. The relay station outside Treasure City is an excellent location. Compared to the relay station outside Treasure City, Fumi felt that this area of north of the Lonely River was more suitable to attract those powerful Star Pirates. None of them had explored this area, so it would be easier for others to believe her if she made up some lies. However, Fumi could sense that Lin Yuan valued this area very much. It was obvious that he did not want outsiders to enter. Moreover, he had been arranging for people to patrol this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been discovered the moment they arrived in that area. When Fumi saw Lin Yuan turn around to look at her, she knew that she had made the right bet. Lin Yuan's gaze toward Fumi was more serious than before. Previously, Fumi had guessed his thoughts, but now she seemed to understand his needs. Lin Yuan indeed needed many Divine Kingdom and Holy Spirit experts to feed the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan had his own rules, so he set his sights on the Star Pirates and did not plan to use other life forms to nurture the sacred sword-wielding queen. Fumi had connections with the other powerful Star Pirates, and being able to help Lin Yuan gather them was equivalent to helping Lin Yuan. It's rare for you to have such thoughts. As a Star Pirate, you have harmed countless species. In the future, I will set up an organization to fight against Star Pirates for you. You will develop this organization. This is the startup fund for your organization. From now on, I will distribute resources to you according to the number and level of Star Pirates captured by your organization. Later, I'll arrange for someone with sufficient strength to hold down and preside over your organization. He won't help you make decisions or restrict your movements. However, he'll give you martial force support and ensure safety when dealing with other Star Pirates. Having said that, Lin Yuan left the meeting room. Fumi was glad that she had obtained this opportunity so that she did not have to fight with the devils for survival. Not only did Fumi secure better survival opportunities for herself, but she also effectively gained the authority to establish her own faction. Although Fumi used to be a Star Pirate, she did not find it unacceptable to clean up the Star Pirates. Fumi probed the face storage box with her spiritual energy and saw that it contained many creator resources. They shocked even a Star Pirate like Fumi, who was used to seeing wealth. Lu Yao walked to Fumi's side and whispered, "Today, the other members of your Star Pirate group are all unlucky, but you are certainly the lucky one. Lord Lin Yuan is extremely generous. If you work under Lord Lin Yuan, you will benefit greatly in the future. You have to seize the opportunity." Lu Yao initially dismissed Fumi, considering them to be on different levels. However, after Fumi demonstrated determination in securing a path for herself and Lin Yuan forgave her, Lu Yao acknowledged her presence. Previously, Lu Yao didn't view Fumi as significant. However, with Lin Yuan granting Fumi authority to form a faction, the situation changed. If Fumi performed well in the future, she could earn Lin Yuan's trust as a valued subordinate. Consequently, Lu Yao was now open to cultivating a positive relationship with Fumi. Having observed Fumi's cold demeanor before, Lu Yao wasn't inclined to establish a genuine connection with her. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Fumi, typically reserved, nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her willingness to engage with Lu Yao. From the moment Fumi saw the resources in the Fey storage box, she knew how generous Lin Yuan was to his subordinates. At the very least, following a leader like Lin Yuan would not be as oppressive as Pang Jie. If Pang Jie had not been sucking the blood of the other members, the strength of the Star Pirate group would at least be much stronger than it was now. Fumi was very confident in her ability. If Lin Yuan could arrange for someone with sufficient strength to ensure her safety during the operation, she would definitely be able to capture numerous Star Pirates in a short period. To Lin Yuan, enhancing the sacred sword-wielding queen wasn't just about boosting his own power. It also meant generating valuable growth resources for Sky City. Fumi's organization held immense significance for both Lin Yuan and Sky City. Summer wanted to nurture thriving summer rising clouds on the banks of the lonely river. Spring was the best partner for Wen Yu and the Moon Empress and could help them deal with the matters in the territory. As winter was best at traveling, Lin Yuan wanted him to make a trip to the North Universe. There had to be someone guarding the Faith Country. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan believed that Autumn was most suitable to establish this organization with Fumi. Moreover, Autumn was also the one who liked to fight the most among the four of them. After spending considerable time interacting with Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter, Lin Yuan had developed a deep understanding of their temperaments. Autumn, in particular, emerged as the most sensitive among the quartet. Previously, he tended to overanalyze whenever Lin Yuan made any arrangements. This time, Lin Yuan decided to approach Autumn directly, intending to clarify the significance of the upcoming operation. Such a gesture could also serve as a gesture of appeasement towards Autumn. However, Lin Yuan wasn't in a rush to discuss his arrangements with Autumn. While he had been listening to Fumi talk about the Star Pirate Group, the Star Vastness Peony had informed him about the communication request from the child Ramit. Through his conversation with Fumi, Lin Yuan realized that the Star Pirates had no connection to Fortune Treasure Palace, dispelling his previous misunderstanding. Having already kept the Palace Master of Fortune Treasure Palace waiting for quite some time, Lin Yuan saw no reason to delay further. Doing so might imply a lack of regard for the Palace Master's time. Mutual respect was essential for cooperation, especially when both parties were willing to collaborate. After returning to his room, Lin Yuan summoned the Star Vastness Peony and let it open the Starlight Link through Starlight Teleportation. Not long after, the Star Vastness Peony's secondary flower responded to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan found himself drawn into a sky filled with stars, enveloped by a space unlike that of the astronomical parliament. There, the starry expanse was thinner, yet more mysterious, allowing only their solitary meeting. Despite the distance, the ability to communicate face-to-face was truly astonishing. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the Star Vastness Peony's voice. "Master, do you want to hide your figure and appearance? If you need me, I can use the constellation to cover you up so that he won't be able to see through your appearance. All the consciousness in this star bond needs to be transmitted by me. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to spy on your situation through the constellation." Lin Yuan looked interested. He felt that he had to make himself more mysterious. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not like others to know his appearance. It would be inconvenient for him to travel outside in the future. "Star Vastness Peony, help me cover it with the constellation." As soon as the Star Vastness Peony enveloped Lin Yuan, the Palace Master teleported over, his expression betraying clear shock at the scene before him. However, his surprise was fleeting, vanishing from his face almost as quickly as it had appeared. The Palace Master appeared to be a middle-aged man, with his long chestnut-colored hair pulled up into a high tie. Strands of hair at his temples cascaded down to his chest, nearly reaching the level of his beard. Despite his casual attire, a flowing jade-green robe, he emitted an aura of nobility and refinement. A high-quality jade-green brooch adorned his chest, featuring a jade blood phoenix eye stone of exceptional grade. This stone rivaled the sacred body stone in quality, though it was not as costly. Nevertheless, the jade blood phoenix eye stone embedded in the brooch alone could fetch at least 2 sacred body stones in exchange. The artifacts adorning the Palace Master reflected Fortune Treasure Palace's true wealth and prestige. "Hello, my name is Lin Yuan. I believe that Zhan Lu has introduced me to you and that you already know some information about me. I'm very happy to meet you." Ling Muzhua had been pondering different ways to connect with Lin Yuan. He had decided to approach Lin Yuan only after grasping his background. Ling Muzhua was intrigued by the resources Lin Yuan utilized to trade with Fortune Treasure Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have readily met with such an esteemed guest of the palace. This method of introduction led Ling Muzhua to suspect that Lin Yuan was attempting to showcase his abilities. Yet, Ling Muzhua couldn't quite grasp the purpose of this approach, prompting him to focus more closely on Lin Yuan. "My name is Ling Muzhua. Have you heard of my name? Now, in the East Universe, I'm the Palace Master responsible for managing the internal affairs of Fortune Treasure Palace. I'm firmly in the top position in the East Universe's Fortune Treasure Palace. In the future, if you wish to trade with Fortune Treasure Palace, it will be more convenient for you to look for me than Jean Lu. Moreover, I have more power on my side. I can take out many resources that Jean Lu can't trade with you. Ling Muzhua shared Lin Yuan's thoughts, but unlike Lin Yuan, who showcased his capabilities through a unique method, Ling Muzhua opted for a straightforward approach to assert his status and authority in Fortune Treasure Palace. In Ling Muzhua's view, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to decline his proposal for resource trading. Ling Muzhua had confirmed that Lin Yuan and Jean Lu lacked a significant personal bond. Their relationship had formed recently when Lin Yuan visited Fortune Treasure Palace. With this limited connection, Lin Yuan had no need to fret over Jean Lu. Fortune Treasure Palace operated uniquely, with 4 palace masters in each dimension. These masters had distinct rankings primarily determined by points. Similarly, leaders overseeing various regions within the faction also held rankings based on their points. Everyone relentlessly pursued point accumulation. Ling Muzhua's current actions were equivalent to snatching a channel to obtain points from Jean Lu. However, Ling Muzhua would compensate Jean Lu in other ways, so Jean Lu would not have much objection to his actions. Even if Jean Lu had objections, he would not dare to show it. However, whether or not Lin Yuan wanted to cooperate with him was up to Lin Yuan to decide. Lin Yuan liked Ling Muzhua's directness, so he said honestly, "This is my first time here and I have never heard of your name. However, I am very willing to cooperate with you, Palace Master Ling. If you can satisfy my need for resources, I think we will become very good friends in the future." Lin Yuan's stance toward Ling Muzhua was even clearer. The main point of Lin Yuan's words was that he would only become good friends with Ling Muzhua if he satisfied his needs. This showed that the relationship between the two was determined by supply and demand. Ling Muzhua wanted Lin Yuan to obtain many resources from Fortune Treasure Palace because this would encourage him to help him in the future. As the leader of Sky City, Lin Yuan did not need to be overly polite when communicating with the leaders of any faction. The sky beyond the clouds was a place that did not care about relationships at all. In the sky beyond the clouds, relationships were determined by strength. Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhua had interacted because they needed each other. Of course, Lin Yuan's words also revealed information related to him. Lin Yuan's mention of his arrival led Ling Muzhua to suspect that he wasn't from the East Universe. This puzzled Ling Muzhua, leaving him unable to determine Lin Yuan's true identity. Despite his desire to uncover Lin Yuan's background, Ling Muzhua found himself at a loss. Given the resources Lin Yuan possessed, Ling Muzhua could never have imagined that Lin Yuan had only arrived in the sky beyond the clouds less than a year ago. Ling Muzhua laughed out loud when he heard Lin Yuan's words. "I've long heard from Jean Lu that you're a straightforward person. Now that I've seen you today, you really live up to your reputation. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of me. In our future dealings, I believe that you will treat me as a friend. I've already asked Jean Lu to mobilize Fortune Treasure Palace's inventory to complete the transaction immediately for the supplies on the orders you brought this time. If Jean Lu were to trade with you, he would need to spend at least a few months to gather these resources. In the future, we can carry out resource transactions according to this speed." Lin Yuan, who was hidden in the starlight, said with a smile, "Then I'll thank you in advance. I have no lack of creator resources, but I really lack all kinds of other resources to build my own faction. I will try my best to ensure that the supplies traded from Fortune Treasure Palace are paid through creator resources. I think this is also the key to why Fortune Treasure Palace is so willing to trade with me." That was indeed what Ling Muzhua had in mind. He had even intentionally made such a suggestion. However, Ling Muzhua was afraid that this hint would affect the friendly relationship he had just formed with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had recently traded numerous rare resources with Fortune Treasure Palace, their value akin to creator resources. Additionally, Lin Yuan traded for basic resources available elsewhere. What set Fortune Treasure Palace apart was its capacity to supply vast amounts, meeting Lin Yuan's requirements. Utilizing creator resources for such basic supplies would be wasteful. There was nothing wrong with Lin Yuan taking the initiative, but if Fortune Treasure Palace asked him to do so, it might seem like they were treating him as a fool. In the end, Lin Yuan brought up the topic himself without needing any hints. To some extent, his actions resembled showing off his skills. His words confirmed his abundant creator resources and his lack of fear in using them. He simply aimed to gather enough resources. Fortune Treasure Palace loved wealthy guests like Lin Yuan the most. Ling Muzhua said in a serious tone, "Young Master Lin, you're a special honor guest of Fortune Treasure Palace. You know how we have always treated special honor guests. Apart from taking the initiative to befriend you because our faction can obtain many creator resources by trading with you, it's also related to the strength of the experts under you." Since Lin Yuan had communicated with him in such a frank manner, Ling Muzhua was unusually frank. After a slight pause, Ling Muzhua continued, "I think you should be able to understand one thing, which is that there are thresholds for cooperation and communication. No one is willing to waste time on weak and irrelevant forces. I think you should be the same. I hope we can work well together in the future." Ling Muzhua's every word was related to benefits, but his words made Lin Yuan feel at ease. This kind of profit-oriented partnership was more suitable for Sky City. "I happen to have a matter that I would like your help with. This matter will require a certain amount of connections from your side." Ling Muzhua furrowed his brow upon learning that he needed to leverage his connections. It was widely known that Fortune Treasure Palace placed great importance on cultivating relationships. Ling Muzhua hesitated to exhaust the connections painstakingly accumulated by the faction. Yet, outright refusal would risk straining the carefully nurtured rapport between them. "Young Master Lin, simply state your needs. While Fortune Treasure Palace is accommodating to special honor guests, some requests may not yield results despite our connections. Nevertheless, we'll endeavor to assist you. If we fall short, please accept our apologies." Lin Yuan perceived Ling Muzhua's words as a cautious disclaimer. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yuan replied, "I won't impose undue burdens on our partnership. This task shouldn't pose a significant challenge for you. Furthermore, it's mutually beneficial. If you decline, I'll seek assistance elsewhere. However, missing this opportunity may alter our future collaboration. I hope you understand." The more Ling Muzhua listened to Lin Yuan, the more he felt that something was amiss. Why did it sound like Lin Yuan was giving Fortune Treasure Palace a huge opportunity when he was the one asking for their help? If he lost this opportunity, he would take the initiative to look for another one. Ling Muzhua felt that Lin Yuan was underestimating him. Fortune Treasure Palace's capabilities were not as simple as they appeared. Also, their influence in the East Universe was not strong to begin with. They had a much greater presence in the other three universes than in the East Universe. Ling Muzhua felt a twinge of displeasure at Lin Yuan's words, but concealed it adeptly. With a friendly and polite tone, he replied, "Certainly. If Fortune Treasure Palace is unable to assist you, why should any blame fall on you? We do not operate in such a discourteous manner. To be so would be to betray the trust you've placed in us." Internally, Ling Muzhua was curious about Lin Yuan's request. In case it was indeed trivial, Lin Yuan had certainly blown it out of proportion. Ling Muzhua pondered whether it was worth investing future time and effort in Lin Yuan. Despite his composed exterior, as a leader of Fortune Treasure Palace, Ling Muzhua's mind was anything but at ease. Observing Ling Muzhua's expression, Lin Yuan discerned no shift in tone. Yet, he was certain that Ling Muzhua was displeased. Lin Yuan was aware that his words had likely irked Ling Muzhua, though his intention wasn't to provoke. Rather, he sought to leverage the situation to showcase his abilities once more. "Most of the creators under my command are grade 3 and 4. There are very few high-grade creators. I hope that you can introduce me to some high-grade creators." Ling Muzhua did not say anything. He knew that Lin Yuan would probably continue. This was because Lin Yuan's words were far from a win-win situation. The lifespan of creators is not unlimited. There should be some high-grade creators in the sky beyond the clouds who have basically reached the end of their lifespans. These creators have been working hard to obtain spiritual ingredients that can increase lifespan. I possess unique spiritual ingredients capable of extending life. Furthermore, these ingredients won't counteract the effects of other lifespan-extending ingredients. I aim to trade these specific spiritual ingredients with those high-grade creators nearing the end of their lives. I believe you won't refuse this offer. By recommending and assisting these creators, you'll undoubtedly earn their gratitude. Lin Yuan's statement ignited Ling Mujua's curiosity. Finally, Ling Mujua grasped Lin Yuan's previous remarks. Lin Yuan claimed to possess spiritual ingredients capable of prolonging life. Moreover, these ingredients' efficacy wouldn't diminish if the creators consumed other lifespan-enhancing ingredients. If Fortune Treasure Palace mediated for Lin Yuan, they would not only gain Lin Yuan's favor, but also earn favor from those high-grade creators. Acquiring favor from such esteemed creators wasn't a simple feat. Fortune Treasure Palace indeed had connections with creators nearing the end of their lifespans. Among them were Grade 6 creators. These creators chose to become special honor guests of Fortune Treasure Palace. They were not only interested in gathering resources from Fortune Treasure Palace but also sought after spiritual ingredients to prolong their lifespans. Such spiritual ingredients were exceedingly rare, making it difficult for Fortune Treasure Palace to amass them even with their best efforts over the span of a year. Additionally, certain experts within Fortune Treasure Palace required these resources, making it imperative for the faction to prioritize their distribution among their own ranks. Should Ling Mujua miss this opportunity, he might deeply regret it and feel compelled to approach Lin Yuan once more to secure it. Lin Yuan had subtly sensed Ling Mujua's hesitation and uncertainty in his earlier, reserved response. This prompted Lin Yuan to explain the advantages Fortune Treasure Palace stood to gain from the transaction, ensuring transparency and preventing any undue advantage for his faction. Though he was indeed extending assistance, he recognized the need to offer supplementary benefits in return. But in the end, this favor fell on Fortune Treasure Palace, which had already benefited greatly. Ling Mujua's tone toward Lin Yuan was much warmer than before. Haha! Thank you for thinking of Fortune Treasure Palace. We have the contact information of those creators whose lifespans are about to end. We will tell these creators about the spiritual ingredients in your hands. I am very curious about the spiritual ingredients that you mentioned. I wonder if you can trade some of them with us? As long as it's a resource that Fortune Treasure Palace has, feel free to mention it. Lin Yuan helped other creatures obtain endless lifespan through the lifespan mice. Once this coveted resource was exchanged, ensuring that the formidable creators of Fortune Treasure Palace didn't uncover its secrets was impossible. Even with a slim chance, Lin Yuan was determined to prevent any leakage of information. The lifespan mouse would remain firmly under Lin Yuan's control. Lin Yuan said directly, "I apologize. These lifespan-enhancing ingredients are foundational resources for me. They can be exchanged for premium creator resources and secure a steady supply of high-grade materials. Thus, I'll only trade them to esteemed creators. I trust you won't bring up this matter again, as I value our ongoing relationship." Lin Yuan's declaration effectively closed off any discussion of trading these resources with Ling Mujua. Understanding Lin Yuan's stance, Ling Mujua felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, Fortune Treasure Palace possessed its own stock of lifespan-extending spiritual ingredients. These not only sufficed for the faction's experts but also provided trading opportunities with outsiders. If Fortune Treasure Palace really did not have such resources that were linked to survival, they would most likely shamelessly ask Lin Yuan for them even if Lin Yuan rejected Ling Mujua. Lin Yuan could sense that Ling Mujua truly wanted to befriend him. Thus, he would definitely do his best to introduce him to a high-grade creator. It would not be long before the resources of Sky City's high-grade creators were replenished. The link formed by the star vastness peony in space was subject to the same limitations as those of the astronomical parliament. This restriction stemmed from the fact that maintaining the link depleted the energy within the star vastness peony's body. Having conveyed his message, Lin Yuan concluded his meeting with Ling Mujua. Now, all that remained was to prepare for the reception of these creators and take them under his wing. Recently, Su Iran and Luolan had sought out Lin Yuan on 2 occasions to inquire about the gathering of faith in the Faith Country. Su Iran and Luolan were not the type to persistently trouble Lin Yuan over matters he was already aware of. Their return to Lin Yuan was prompted by the exceptional beings in the Faith Country who, through their remarkable talents and abilities, had garnered the respect and affection of their peers, thus beginning to harness the power of faith. This was not a bad thing for Sky City's future development, but it greatly affected Lin Yuan's goal of establishing Sky City. Although these creatures who had displayed outstanding abilities and talents could also provide faith, the repeated transmission of faith power would indeed cause a waste of faith power. Su Iran and Luolan did not know how to deal with this situation. Lin Yuan had already expected this to happen. Otherwise, he would not have been so anxious to transform Season Cycle into a fairy. Lin Yuan needed to nurture the faith tree through Season Cycle. Fortunately, when the Abyss Red Lotus evolved into the Realm Abyss Red Lotus and obtained a new exclusive skill, everything was resolved. Lin Yuan only needed to use his body of all spirits to support the Realm Abyss Red Lotus to refine the continent vein cores. Lin Yuan told Luolan and Su Iran relaxedly, "Iran, Luolan, I already know what you two are talking about. In another 10 days, this matter will be properly resolved. The operation of the Faith Country can't rely on just the 2 of you. If the Faith Country wants to develop properly, it needs to nurture a large number of talents to be placed in every part of the Faith Country. And these living beings who can obtain faith power are all talents worth nurturing in the future. You can pay more attention to these people and select them to be nurtured. When we nurture these people, they can take on a lot of the pressure for you. They can also make the Faith Country more stable and increase the citizens' happiness. This will enable them to produce more faith power." Seeing Lin Yuan's relaxed demeanor and hearing his assurance that the matter would soon be resolved, they were relieved, knowing that the Faith Country would remain unaffected for the next 10 days. The burden on Luolan and Su Iran's hearts lifted. Having previously managed federations themselves, they understood Lin Yuan's intentions. These individuals would one day become leaders in their own right. Su Iran and Luolan had even debated whether it was necessary to eliminate them to consolidate the power of faith. Doing so would secure faith power acquisition for the Faith Country, but it would result in significant losses in other areas. With Lin Yuan's encouragement to nurture these individuals, Luolan and Su Iran set out to select a group to form their stable team. Su Iran and Luolan would have to take over a bigger business in the future. The Faith Country would continue to expand and they couldn't focus on the current matters. Cultivating some people would free Su Iran and Luolan, and it would also make it easier for them to manage the Faith Country. "Young Master, we know what to do. By the way, do you recall those thunder-descending shadows you requested us to position throughout the Faith Country? We've already stationed the thunder-descending shadows in the designated temples. Utilizing the resources you provided, we've nurtured these shadows diligently. At present, the strongest thunder-descending shadow has reached Sovereign/Creation 6. Young Master, would you like to inspect the progress of these thunder-descending shadows? To facilitate homage and manage disputes, we've intentionally altered the form of the thunder-descending shadows, allowing them to absorb phase with distinct characteristics. This adjustment ensures that when an elemental creature like the thunder-descending shadow assumes a humanoid form, it possesses a symbolic item indicative of its strength and status. Naturally, Lin Yuan had not forgotten about the thunder-descending shadows. They could be considered the key to maintaining Sky City's stability and allowing it to produce faith power. If there were few thunder-descending shadows, their value would be greatly reduced. However, the Thunder Zone that had been guided to Sky Sea's back could already produce thunder-descending shadows steadily. Lin Yuan was rather curious about the thunder-descending shadows' growth. Lin Yuan remembered that before he left the Faith Country, the thunder-descending shadows were only at Diamond/Legend. To be able to nurture them to Sovereign/Creation 6 in a few months was already very fast. You guys did very well. The leopard form is indeed not compatible with the function that the thunder-descending shadow needs to perform. Summon them. I'm really curious about how well they have been nurtured. If the thunder-descending shadow's subsequent abilities and exclusive skills are different from what we expected, we need to specially guide them. Seeing that Lin Yuan was interested in the thunder-descending shadow, Luo Lan summoned them from the Fey storage box. Purple light flashed with golden lightning, and the thunder-descending shadow materialized before Lin Yuan. These thunder-descending shadows were markedly different from the leopard-shaped ones Lin Yuan had encountered previously. Now, they boasted 3 pairs of wings intertwined with thunder light, each pair exceptionally broad, dispersing thunder light with every beat. Donned in robust purple-gold armor, the humanoid thunder-descending shadows sported 3 towering horns resembling a mountain, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a god. A sight to behold for any mortal. Lin Yuan recognized one of them as the very creature he had once nurtured. During its infancy, it had been wild and unruly, relentlessly resisting Lin Yuan's efforts with incessant struggles and roars. Now that the strength of this thunder-descending shadow had increased, it had extremely high intelligence. When it faced him, it was no longer as violent as before. Instead, it showed a hint of intimacy. Lin Yuan used true data to investigate the thunder-descending shadow. Fey name: thunder-descending shadow, angel form, Fey species. Elemental species / elemental genus, Fey grade. Sovereign, 10/10. Fey type, thunder. Fey quality. Creation 6. Abilities. Thunder light. Activates the thunder energy in one's body, transforming oneself into a glowing object that connects to the clouds in the sky and emits the same amount of light along with the clouds. Thunder roar. Rapidly rotates and rubs the thunder energy within oneself, producing a violent roar to stimulate the eardrums. In the presence of condensing clouds, the clouds will also emit a roar of an equivalent degree. Thunder transformation. Allows one's body to absorb the aura of other life forms in the environment, enabling it to simulate the appearance of other life forms. Thunder appearance. Fills the surroundings with thunder energy. Wherever the thunder energy goes, it has a concealment effect. When the thunder energy touches the target, it can detect the target's location before the thunder energy dissipates. Thunder flame suspension. The suspended thunderball pulls the target and attaches the target to the thunderball. The thunder energy inside the thunderball, friction at high speeds, activates the fire elements to burn the target attached to the thunderball. After burning the target's body to ashes, the spirit and soul will be imprisoned in the thunderball. Annihilation thundercloud. Summons thunderclouds to cover an area. The thunder that descends from the thunderclouds will cause damage to life forms. Initially, it will paralyze the target, and attacking the paralyzed target will double the effectiveness of the attacks. Thunder body tempering. Place the special thunder energy on the target specified in the range. Use the thunder energy to help the target temper their body and increase the toughness of their body. At the same time, it also has a weak effect of removing impurities in their bodies. Extreme lightning energy storage. When facing thunderstorms, it can collect the violent lightning in the thunderstorm into the lightning space it has opened up. It can convert the thunder energy in the lightning space to recover its consumption and provide its own continuous mobility. Exclusive skill. Thunder marking. Creates a mark on the target using thunder energy. Afterward, one's damage type abilities will not affect the target with the mark. Mighty lightning form. When facing a target that is resistant and unwilling to obey, use the mighty lightning form to intimidate the target with its appearance. There is a certain chance of making the target submit to it. Lightning birth. When being attacked from the outside world and in a near-death state, as long as the thunder crystal nurtured by the body is not destroyed, the thunder crystal can continuously replenish thunder energy in an environment rich in thunder energy. The thunder crystal can reproduce the body, and the newly nurtured body will have the same strength as before. Tribulation body guiding. When the thunder energy possessed reaches its limit, it can trigger the lightning tribulation to refine the thunder crystal in its body and expand the energy of the thunder crystal to boost its abilities and exclusive skills. Every successful lightning tribulation can increase the effect of its abilities and exclusive skills by about 5%. Number of lightning tribulations. 2. The thunder-descending shadows had always been functional phase in Lin Yuan's heart, and he had always treated them as such. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the thunder-descending shadow's new exclusive skills. Its abilities and exclusive skills were either life-saving or improved its functionality. For example, Thunder body tempering had the effect of improving the physical fitness of living beings and tempering the body to remove impurities. The thunder descending shadow's effect on improving the physical fitness of living beings was not as good as the star vastness peonies, and its effect on removing impurities was not as good as the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. However, whether it was the tempering of the star vastness peony or the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, they could only be used by the core members of Sky City. They could not benefit too many people. However, the thunder descending shadow could use thunder body tempering to benefit all the white-clothed followers as well as the members of the combat and reserve sequences. Even the talents that Su Iran and Luolan had discovered in the Faith Country would have the opportunity to temper themselves. The thunder descending shadows could serve as a reward for contributors. Additionally, it could subtly bolster Sky City's strength. It possessed an incredibly potent functional ability. Extreme lightning energy storage harnessed the energy of thunderstorms from the sky and stored it within the thunder descending shadow's body. This not only neutralized the adverse effects of thunderstorm weather on the Faith Country, but also empowered the thunder descending shadow to utilize other abilities with greater endurance. It enabled the thunder descending shadow to fully leverage its functional capabilities. With a sufficient absorption of thunderstorms, even if the casting of thunder body tempering depleted significant energy, it could still sustain the ability's effects. Apart from these two opportunities, the thunder descending shadow's three new exclusive skills were as effective on Faith Country as the two new abilities were. Mighty Thunder Form was an exclusive skill that suited the thunder descending shadow's role of being a sacrifice. There were many people in the Faith Country, so it was inevitable that there were traitors among them. Under the condition of ensuring the perfect circulation of faith, the demon insects dealt with numerous people who obstructed the peace of the Faith Country every day. Mighty Thunder Form would allow the thunder descending shadow to educate these disobedient people who were unwilling to contribute their faith, giving these people a chance to contribute their faith in the future. Cultivating the thunder descending shadows required a significant consumption of resources, especially considering Lin Yuan's utilization of resources to forcibly enhance their strength. Should anything happen to the thunder descending shadows, Lin Yuan would need to nurture them anew. This would not only entail a substantial investment of resources, but also potentially disrupt the operations of the Faith Country due to the void left by the absent thunder descending shadows. Lightning transformation served as a life-saving exclusive skill, allowing the thunder descending shadow to survive on the brink of death, or with only the elemental core remaining in its body. As long as the crystallized elemental core remained intact, the thunder descending shadow's energy core would be transported to the Thunder Zone. There, it could swiftly resurrect, thus conserving Sky City's resources and time. This perpetual cycle allowed the thunder descending shadows to serve as perpetual sacrifices in the Faith Country. Unlike flesh and blood lifeforms, elemental lifeforms did not possess a finite lifespan. In certain special environments, they could endure indefinitely. Spring had previously imparted this knowledge to Lin Yuan. It was highly probable that elemental lifeforms had inhabited perilous locations in the sky beyond the clouds for countless years. However, these enduring elemental lifeforms were typically not feared as monsters to be avoided by people. Instead, they represented opportunities sought after by various factions. The speed at which elemental lifeforms increased their strength was largely related to the environment they were in. Once an elemental lifeform grew in an environment, the elemental energy in the environment would be greatly consumed. This made it so that even if elemental lifeforms had unlimited lifespans, their strength would still be limited. The environment where these elemental creatures lived often nurtured many natural treasures. However, if there were elemental lifeforms in places that could continuously produce elemental energy, their strength would reach an unimaginable level. The reason Spring knew so much about elemental lifeforms was that she had started as an elemental lifeform. The fact that Spring's strength could increase to this extent was enough to show the potential of elemental lifeforms. The thunder descending shadow's current functionality completely met Lin Yuan's expectations, and he was very satisfied with it. Su Iran and Luolan Lin Yuan had finished observing the thunder descending shadow and asked, "Young master, do you need to specially nurture this thunder descending shadow in the future? If these thunder descending shadows require special training, why don't I look for Di Wanmi and ask her to formulate a follow-up training route according to your request?" Sky City really did not have any creators to use now. Di Wanmi could be said to be moved wherever she was needed. However, Sky City's situation would soon be rewritten. The thunder descending shadow has grown well. The other thunder descending shadows can grow according to the standards of this one. There's no need to interfere more with the thunder descending shadows. There should be no lack of resources to nurture them. If you lack resources, just ask me. If I'm not around, go look for Master. She will provide you with resources. Apart from Lin Yuan, who could mobilize resources at will, the Moon Empress was the only person in Sky City who could do so. Lin Yuan trusted Lu Jie, Wen Yu, Su Iren, and the others enough. However, if there were no restrictions on the use of resources, overuse of resources would inevitably lead to waste in the long run. Moreover, Lin Yuan could not possibly give Sky City's core members the authority to allocate resources. However, this would inevitably cause those who did not have the authority to dispatch resources to overthink. Apart from himself, Lin Yuan had made the Moon Empress the only person who had the right to dispatch resources. Not only could she guarantee that Sky City would be provided with resources when Lin Yuan was not there, but she could also convince everyone. Young Master, rest assured. We've been diligent in nurturing these thunder-descending shadows. However, their sheer numbers pose a challenge. Each thunder-descending shadow requires individual attention, limiting the number of caretakers available. It may take 5 to 6 years to fully nurture all of them. Though we've only recently arrived in the sky beyond the clouds, 5 to 6 years is a short span in the development of our faith country. By then, the faith country will likely achieve stability. In addition to generating ample faith, it will also foster talents to reinforce Sky City. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement with Su Iren. It was evident that Lin Yuan had been supplying the faith country with resources. However, once the faith country was nurtured, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for Sky City. If his sole aim was to garner faith, there would be no need for Lin Yuan to invest such effort in its development. Recalling what Listen had reported a few days ago, Lin Yuan addressed Luolan and Su Iren, stating, Listen has already established trade channels for the densely populated 83rd and 144th districts in the north. These districts will serve as experimental grounds to assess the efficacy of the trade network. Any shortcomings identified will be swiftly addressed. Su Iren and Luolan received this news with delight, both deeply invested in the faith country's progress. With the two most prosperous regions now connected through trade, the residents could anticipate a markedly improved quality of life, transcending mere subsistence. Coincidentally, Su Iren and Luolan were keen to observe the resultant increase in faith power from these districts as trade commenced. Young Master, we are fully committed to facilitating the opening of trade channels in the 83rd and 144th districts, they affirmed. We will soon meet with Listen to coordinate our efforts and arrange for additional security measures, including deploying 2 more batches of demon insects to safeguard these areas. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. After chatting with them for a while, he returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and used his body composition to support the Realm Abyss Red Lotus in refining the continent vein core of the King Blood Jackal's territory. North of the Lonely River was very peaceful. At the same time, it had entered a period of rapid development. The first thing Season Cycle did after becoming a higher fairy was to help Emerald Lady and Grey Pool nurture the soldier ration radishes through the cleansing breath soil in their bodies. This allowed the soldier ration radishes to grow rapidly. The soldier ration radishes that originally needed a long time to be distributed could now be distributed in large quantities. Season Cycle still existed in her original form. She proposed to Lin Yuan that the Titan rhinoceros elephants should inhabit her territory. This arrangement ensured that the Titan rhinoceros elephants could still thrive on the cleansing breath soil and also have access to the soldier ration radishes, which were growing rapidly. Lin Yuan did not reject Season Cycle's opinion. Indeed, Season Cycle was the best place for the Titan rhinoceros elephants to survive. Firstly, she could solve the cost of manpower and transportation. Secondly, even if the Titan rhinoceros elephants had sufficient food, they still needed space to move around. The Titan rhinoceros elephants had thought that they would be hungry for a long time, but in the end, All their problems were solved in just a few days. Lin Yuan had provided a better living environment for this species. The Titan rhinoceros elephants had never thought that their species would one day be able to live on a higher ferry. Unlike the peace in north of the Lonely River, the mermaids and bloodians in the Blue Shark Sea far away from Lin Yuan were engaged in an intense battle. The mermaids had already received word that the bloodians planned to attack them in the Blue Shark Sea and had secured several allies in anticipation. However, not all sea creatures were willing to engage in conflict with the bloodians, known for their relentless pursuit of enemies. Despite the mermaids' preparations, the ensuing conflict inflicted significant losses on both sides, driving them to fight to the death. Over 10 Empress-class mermaids fell victim to the bloodians, an intolerable blow for the mermaid community. The bloodians held inherent strength over the mermaids, and their motives for initiating the war were driven by a desire for sustenance rather than mere conquest. Other sea species also risked becoming their prey. Many sea creatures who came to the aid of the mermaids were slaughtered, prompting others to reconsider their involvement and retreat. The bloodians made clear their unwavering intent to target the mermaids, deploying a potent poison that not only harmed the mermaids but also affected other sea species. Following the departure of the first wave of sea allies, some chose to submit to the bloodians. The prospect of depleting their species' elite combatants in this conflict posed a grave threat to their survival in the sea, a price the mermaids could still afford. Should one species withdraw, others would likely join the fight. The mermaids struggled to maintain their defenses as the leaders of the Bloodian clans convened for a crucial meeting. Qin Yu sat on one of the 7 gem-encrusted seats. Previously, Qin Yu did not have the right to sit in such a seat. Qin Yu had already become a true leader of the Bloodians. Qin Yu was even more grateful to Lin Yuan. A tall female Bloodian sitting on the throne with a mole on the tip of her nose spoke. Should we keep attacking these mermaids? They're no longer providing any benefits. Our clans have captured numerous mermaids already. These captives could serve as a temporary food source for us. Not only do we risk losing strength by continuing to fight, but the Bloodians, especially those with royal bloodlines, have already suffered significant losses, with some clans having less than 30% of their population remaining. As the tall Bloodian queen with a mole on the tip of her nose spoke, she revealed a sympathetic expression. Those who did not know better would definitely think that this Bloodian queen might seem inherently kind-hearted. However, those familiar with the circumstances understood the truth. She continually deployed king clans to the front lines in the ongoing conflict against the mermaids and sea clans. This marked her first presence at such a gathering. Though Qin Yu harbored her own thoughts, she refrained from speaking impulsively. Any words she uttered now held the potential to sway the interests of the Elisa clan. In this meeting, only a queen possessed the authority to address such a high-level internal Bloodian assembly. Others could only stand below, listening in silence. Luxury mattered greatly to the Bloodians, a fact underscored by the ease with which they acquired chairs. The presence of Bloodian leaders who had the bloodline of kings served primarily to showcase the elevated status of the 7 Bloodian queens. The oldest Bloodian queen spoke in a pleasant tone. What's so difficult about that? Whether it's the mermaids or other sea species, they're just food to us. We've already acquired what we want, so why linger on this sustenance? Must we eradicate all of them? How can we ensure our reproduction if we exterminate these delicacies? They won't continue to provide sustenance in the future. It's regrettable that many Bloodians with king bloodlines have perished. Throughout the years, under the current queen's protection, Bloodian clans with king bloodlines have absorbed numerous dependent species. Select exceptional beings from these dependents and convert them into Bloodians. They can compensate for the population loss quickly. The Bloodian lineage primarily relies on blood. Clan members don't necessarily need to be pure-blooded newborns from childbirth. The Bloodian queen's words made the faces of the Bloodian leaders with king bloodlines turn extremely ugly. However, no one dared to retort publicly. That was indeed true, but the main way for Bloodians to reproduce was still to rely on pure-blooded Bloodians to reproduce, not to forcefully transform other species through blood essence. Such a transformation method did not involve any so-called emotions. These people who were chosen from their dependent species did not have any sense of belonging to the Bloodians. It was very likely that doing so would raise the status of the members of a few dependent species and affect the balance between the dependent species. Qin Yu remained silent. She was even more grateful to Lin Yuan in her heart. This operation had caused such heavy losses to the Bloodians, far exceeding Qin Yu's expectations. If she had not become a new Bloodian queen, the Elisa clan would still be a clan with a queen bloodline but without a queen to preside over them. The members of the Elisa clan would have definitely rushed to the battlefield. The members of the Bloodian clans who had queen bloodlines had indeed lost a lot less, but it was not as if they had not lost more than 20% of their elite population. At present, everything between her and the Elisa clan was bestowed by Lin Yuan. Qin Yu knew that Lin Yuan's goal was to control the Scarlet Territory. Qin Yu would constantly strengthen herself and raise her status among the Bloodians to achieve this goal. Seeing that Qin Yu had not opened her mouth, the tall Bloodian queen with a mole on the tip of her nose said with a smile, "Sister Qin Yu, you've only just taken up this position. Are you still a little nervous? Since everyone is still in the middle of deciding whether or not to continue fighting against the sea species, it's up to us to decide. Why don't we let Sister Qin Yu decide on this matter?" Previously, Qin Yu was a male Bloodian when she was a Bloodian king. Although she had changed her gender when she was promoted to a queen, she was still a little unaccustomed to being called sister in public. However, all the Bloodian queens there were much more experienced than her. It was understandable for them to call her sister. Since she was called, it was not appropriate for Qin Yu to not speak even if she did not want to be in the limelight. Qin Yu had already achieved her goal. There was no need for her to stay here any longer. Escaping now was the best choice. When she returned, she would have a reason to contact Lin Yuan and explain the specific situation of this operation to him. Then, she would trade the mermaid captives she had captured to Lin Yuan. If everyone is interested in my opinion, I see no reason to kill these mermaids. What's the urgency regarding food? If the need arises later on, we can always reconsider targeting the mermaids. I've recently assumed the role of a Bloodian queen, and there's much I have yet to learn. If anyone disagrees with my viewpoint, please feel free to express your thoughts. You're not obligated to abide by my decision. However, I want to clarify one thing. The Elisa clan will no longer partake in future operations against the mermaids, nor will we share any resources acquired from such endeavors. This tall Bloodian queen, who specially mentioned Qin Yu, was not surprised that Qin agreed with her. Rosa had been paying attention to Qin Yu's situation since a long time ago. She had always felt that Qin Yu had the potential to become a Bloodian queen. According to Rosa's understanding of Qin Yu, the latter was not a person who liked to kill meaninglessly without caring about the benefits in front of her. Rosa continued what Qin Yu said. The Maya clan doesn't plan to continue participating in the follow-up operation either. In fact, it's very simple whether we will continue the operation. Whichever clan has the intention and goal of continuing the operation will send their own members. Only the clans that contribute can share the subsequent resources. It's fair. Those Bloodian clans that don't plan on participating in this operation will wait here, just like we will. If any Bloodian clan encounters a crisis while dealing with the sea species and mermaids that is very likely to exterminate them, the clans that don't intend to take action won't just watch, but will come forward to help. Rosa's words set the tone for Qin Yu's suggestion. After some thought, the other 5 Bloodian queens did not raise any objections. The decision of the Bloodian queen sitting on the jeweled chair made the leaders of the Bloodians, who only had king bloodlines, heave a huge sigh of relief. As the party that suffered the greatest losses in this operation, they definitely did not want the losses to continue expanding. Moreover, based on the current situation, there were basically no more benefits to continue harvesting. This was the first time Qin Yu had spoken publicly after becoming a Bloodian queen. All the queens had given her respect without exception. It could be considered as establishing Qin Yu's authority as a Bloodian queen. The Bloodian queen spoke first, her dark red hair intricately braided with large gems adorning each strand. Our species has gained a lot of benefits from this operation. Even the Bloodian clans that only have Duke bloodlines have gained a lot. However, some resources belong to those who are capable. Why don't our Queen clans trade for the tears of mermaid that the Allen clan obtained in this battle? Otherwise, if the mermaids come looking for us, I don't think the Allen clan itself can protect these resources from being taken away. Sure may. The Allen clan's leader felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing the news. She was acutely aware that the Allen clan could not safeguard these resources. This wasn't the first time Sure May had been involved in such endeavors. Essentially, every collective action by the Bloodians resulted in the redistribution of resources held by the weaker clans. This ensured that the dominant clans ultimately reaped the benefits of resource allocation. The tears of the mermaid could only be produced by mermaids above the arch level. Not only was it a cherished treasure of the mermaids, but it also held immense value for the Bloodians. Sure May said sensibly, the Allen clan had planned to hand over these resources from the beginning. Even if you didn't say it, I was already prepared to submit these resources voluntarily after the event and let the Queen clans distribute them. With that, Sure May respectfully took out a bottle. This bottle contained more than 20 drops of tears of mermaid. Even Qin Yu, who could already obtain many resources from Lin Yuan, could not help but be tempted when she saw these tears of mermaid. Qin Yu was not surprised by the way the Bloodians distributed resources. Before Qin Yu ascended to the position of Bloodian Queen, she endured similar mistreatment. At that time, the sense of powerlessness gripping Qin Yu's heart mirrored what Sure May now experienced. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of respect, concealing any discontent. In the Bloodian society, status hinged not on prowess but on lineage. Should dissent arise, even if the queens remained silent, other clans might attack the dissenting clans to curry favor with them. The Elisa clan had previously suffered such repercussions, significantly impacting their trajectory. Were it not for these setbacks, the clan might have prospered centuries earlier. Recognizing Sure May's astuteness, Qin Yu pondered the prospect of nurturing her further. Qin Yu harbored ambitions of controlling the Bloodians, spurred not only by gratitude toward Lin Yuan, but also by the welfare of the Elisa clan. The Elisa clan relied on Lin Yuan's influence. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't dare entertain such aspirations. Presently, whatever challenges arose, Lin Yuan was ready to assist. The Bloodian queens found Sure May's compliance gratifying. Qin Yu contemplated forging a connection with Sure May in the future, perhaps even granting her a significant role within the hierarchy. Qin Yu said at the right time, "It's good that you have such awareness. In order to commend your awareness, I'll back you up during the exchange of resources so that you won't suffer a loss in the transaction." The other Bloodian queens were very surprised that Qin Yu had suddenly spoken up for this king clan. In the eyes of the Bloodian queens, the Allen clan was nothing special. Although the Allen clan had the king bloodline, they did not have a king. A Bloodian faction that did not even have a Bloodian king would not be noticed by these Bloodian queens. Within the Bloodian society, every action revolved around benefits. Acting on emotion was deemed impossible for them. High-level Bloodians, with their superior bloodlines, found it exceedingly challenging to hold favorable opinions of their low-level counterparts. Consequently, instances of high-level Bloodians marrying those of inferior bloodlines were almost non-existent. Grateful for Qin Yu's assistance during her ordeal, Sure May bowed to her in appreciation. Qin Yu reciprocated with a gentle nod in response to Sure May's gratitude. The tears of mermaid stood as the mermaid's most prized possession and the Bloodian's greatest acquisition. These tears possessed the unique ability to increase any creature's affinity with water elements, while concurrently catalyzing the purification of their bloodlines. Upon obtaining such invaluable resources, the Bloodians weren't limited to personal use. They could also leverage them in exchange for a plethora of high-grade creator resources. Qin Yu was about to contact Lin Yuan to see if he needed the tears of mermaid. Now that she had become a Bloodian queen, she had the conditions to trade with the other Bloodian queens. She had many creator resources on hand and could use them to trade with the Bloodian queens. Since Qin Yu was willing to give respect to the other Bloodian queens, they would definitely respect her as well. Therefore, even if some Bloodian queens wanted to occupy the Allen clan's resources for no reason, they still gave the Allen clan abundant resources when they traded for tears of mermaid. The Allen clan had exchanged high-end resources for a plethora of low-end ones. By any measure, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, this outcome represented the best they could achieve. While surrendering the tears of Mermaid might not appease the Bloodian queens, reporting to higher-ups about a Bloodian clan hoarding such treasures would assuredly earn her significant rewards. Having already gone their separate ways, the Andra clan remained resolute, likely due to their ties with the Lonely River's 4 species. It was evident they harbored no intentions of reconciling with the Allen clan. However, not long ago, Yi Shui took the initiative to seek out Shirmei, expressing hopes of burying the hatchet and resuming cooperation. At the time, the Allen clan had already suffered numerous casualties, prompting Shirmei to agree to Yi Shui's proposal. Yet, throughout their renewed collaboration, the Andra clan consistently held back, leading to substantial losses for the Allen clan. Despite numerous attempts to address these issues with Yi Shui, there was no sign of willingness to resolve matters. Thus, Shirmei was thoroughly disheartened by Yi Shui, whom she already held reservations about. Being the first to discover the tears of Mermaid, the Allen clan had shared this information due to their close partnership with the Andra clan, allowing Yi Shui to become aware of the situation. Yi Shui had been thinking of ways to get resources from her in the name of cooperation. He had not done anything to obtain these resources. However, Shirmei had been afraid that Yi Shui might disclose the discovery. Despite her reluctance, she had relented and prepared to offer 4 tears of Mermaid to the Andra clan as hush money. In Shirmei's view, this hush fee was already steep. Yet, Yi Shui had been dissatisfied and threatened her, claiming that failure to provide all required resources to the Andra clan would lead to the revelation of the Allen clan's acquisition of the tears of Mermaid. Faced with Yi Shui's coercion, Shirmei had contemplated allowing the Allen clan to claim the tears of Mermaid for themselves. Nevertheless, she had gritted her teeth and surrendered an additional 6 precious tears of Mermaid. With the situation altered and the tears of Mermaid already relinquished, there was no longer any need for Shirmei to succumb to Yi Shui's threats. Despite their falling out, Shirmei's long-standing cooperation with the Andra clan had led her to still value their old friendship, and she had never contemplated taking action against Yi Shui. However, this sentiment relied on the condition that Yi Shui refrained from threatening her as well. Now faced with Yi Shui's forceful demeanor, Shirmei was no longer inclined to be lenient. Observing Yi Shui standing nearby, Shirmei detected panic in his eyes. If Shirmei were in Yi Shui's position, she would surely take the initiative to offer the tears of Mermaid in exchange for resources. However, Yi Shui did not opt for this course of action. Greed seemed deeply ingrained within him. To demonstrate our support for you, the Allen clan has already provided you with the necessary resources. We trust that the queens can appreciate the loyalty of our clan. In further testament to my allegiance to the queens, I must report a matter of importance. The tears of Mermaid are not solely in possession of the Allen clan. The Andra clan also holds them. These tears were acquired from our clan by the Andra clan. All queens must be made aware of this. Upon finishing her statement, Shirmei watched as Yi Shui collapsed to the ground. The gazes of all the Bloodian queens turned to Yi Shui as he hastily addressed them. Queens, upon learning of your need for the tears of Mermaid, I had already prepared to offer them to you. However, before I could act, someone else intervened. I implore the queens to investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, Yi Shui swiftly produced the 10 tears of Mermaid. I recall that the Andra clan has not had a king for nearly 1,000 years. Yet, despite lacking a ruler, you still seek to monopolize such resources. It appears the Andra clan harbors rebellious intentions. Do you not understand that as an inferior clan, you are obligated to obey the superior clans? Tell me, what consequences will the Andra clan face for their actions? In my view, considering the gravity of their offense, extermination seems a fitting punishment. The Bloodian queens were incensed by the Andra clan's actions. Firstly, they were dismayed by the lack of prior notification regarding the Andra clan's possession of the tears of Mermaid, feeling a loss of control over their clans. Furthermore, they keenly felt the erosion of their authority. A Bloodian clan without a king dared to defy their decree. However, these Bloodian queens would not really annihilate the Andra clan just because of this matter. Although Yixue was afraid, he was thinking the same thing. As long as the Andra clan suffered in some way, it would be fine. He had already formed a grudge with the Alan clan. He would have a chance to settle scores with Mei sooner or later. The Andra clan has always been fearless in every Bloodian activity. We have paid a great price for this. This time, the Andra clan is really in trouble. We are willing to accept any punishment. I hope you can give us a chance. We are willing to take out 50% of the resources we accumulated as compensation. Yixue no longer had any intention of defending himself. The expression of apology could be said to be unusually sincere. Yixue knew very well that what the Bloodian queens wanted was for him to submit to them. As long as he straightened his stance, he would still have a chance. He would be able to obtain the resources he lost sooner or later. From now on, when the Andra clan developed, he would have to take revenge on the Alan clan for what happened today. When Mei reported Yixue, he had already predicted that his report would most likely cause a deadly feud with the Andra clan. Mei still did this because her hatred for Yixue could not be reduced because of this. In addition, the Bloodian queens would probably get rid of Yixue to maintain their authority. However, when Yixue said this and the other Bloodian queens did not immediately attack Yixue, Mei realized that her actions were a little hasty. Mei actually didn't want to become enemies with the Andra clan if it could be avoided. Despite the Andra clan not being as powerful as the Alan clan, prolonged conflict between them would still result in losses for the Alan clan. Mei understood that speaking less around the Bloodian queens reduced the chances of making mistakes. However, she couldn't resist saying, "Queens, Yixue has been threatening me for these mermaid tears. He had no intention of giving them up. I hope you won't be deceived by his words." As she spoke, Mei sensed the gaze of several Bloodian queens upon her, some filled with malice. This realization made her suspect that the Andra clan had likely formed a connection with a specific Bloodian queen over time. There was a Bloodian queen who sought to protect Yixue and the Andra clan. It was probable that Yixue had informed a certain Bloodian queen about possessing the tears of mermaid, essentially disrupting their plans. With this in mind, Mei quickly dismissed the idea. The Andra clan didn't appear to have such a connection. If they did, they wouldn't have resumed contact with the Alan clan after it severed ties with the Andra clan. Following the Alan clan's decision to sever ties, their treatment of Yixue had become exceedingly hostile. At that moment, the voice that had already favored her once sounded out again. There's more than one disobedient Bloodian clan in this operation. The internal conflicts among the Bloodians have severely affected the internal development and balance of the Bloodians. The Andra clan's leader, Yixue, hid some resources and tried to deceive the queens. He deserves to be executed. As far as I know, the Andra clan has been selling the venom of the dark pufferfish at a high price because of their good relationship with the Lonely River's 4 major species. I suggest that the Andra clan be stamped with the slave mark and allocated to the other clans as blood servants. The Andra clan's dependent species will be divided among the Bloodian clans that are close to the Andra clan. Upon uttering her words, Qinyu harbored an intense desire to eradicate the entire Andra clan. This inclination wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, she had harbored this intent for quite some time but had been lacking the opportune moment to execute it. Viewing Fan Lu as a fellow colleague under Lin Yuan's supervision, Qinyu recognized the current necessity for her assistance. Given Lin Yuan's high regard for Fan Lu, it was evident the latter would soon rise. Thus, by eliminating the Andra clan, Qinyu perceived it as extending a favor to Fan Lu. The enmity between the Alan and the Andra clans was palpable and irrevocable. There existed no plausible resolution for this long-standing feud. Should Qinyu offer another favor to Mei, undoubtedly, she would align herself with her cause. Qinyu not only conveyed her disdain for the Andra clan but also imparted strategies for dealing with them effectively. As long as the Bloodian queens refrained from supporting the Andra clan, their fate would be sealed today. It was inconceivable for a Bloodian queen to ignore her authority. Moreover, her approach to handling the Andra clan resulted in numerous Bloodian clans reaping tangible benefits. If indeed a Bloodian queen were to back the Andra clan, she would intercede on their behalf. Additionally, this was to elucidate the intricate dynamics between Bloodian clans with Bloodian queens and those with king bloodlines. Yi Xue never thought that Qin Yu would deal a heavy blow to the Andra clan at a time like that. There was no enmity between him and Qin Yu. He had even brought important members of the Andra clan to a banquet held by important members of the Elisa clan. If there was any interaction between the Andra clan and Qin Yu, it was probably because Fan Lu had left the Andra clan and joined the Elisa clan. The only possibility was that Fan Lu had made Qin Yu hate him. Lord Qin Yu, don't listen to her. The Andra clan has always respected you. We've never done anything to harm your interests. 1. Before Yi Xue could finish his sentence, Qin Yu was already speaking. Hid the tears of mermaid? Which despicable person are they listening to? How can you utter an excuse like you've never tried to harm the interests of the queens? It had been so long, but no one had spoken up for the Andra clan. This meant that the Andra clan had never received the favor of any Bloodian queen. The Bloodian queen with a mole on the tip of her nose sensed Qin Yu's killing intent toward the Andra clan and smiled as she said, "That's right. The Bloodians don't know how to respect the queen's authority anymore. I'll defend the queen's authority and get rid of this Bloodian vermin from the Andra clan. 50% of the resources isn't enough to buy the life of the Andra clan after committing such a mistake." After saying that, the Bloodian queen immediately took action and intimidated Yi Xue in front of the other clan leaders. The Bloodian aura, which was of a higher level than the king bloodline, overwhelmed Yi Xue, rendering him immobile. Yi Xue's struggle tugged at the heartstrings of the other clan leaders, making them understand that all Bloodians were ants in front of the queens, and that they could only bow down to them. Currently, the authority of the Bloodians could only be controlled by the people sitting on these chairs. In the future, if anyone wanted to make a name for themselves among the Bloodians, there would only be one way. They must become a Bloodian queen. Qin Yu had already done what she needed to do. As long as Shi Mei was smart enough, she would come and find her after the meeting ended. This meeting had already decided the next course of action for the Bloodians. After dealing with the Andra clan and distributing the Tears of Mermaid, the operation ended completely. The Bloodians left the Blue Shark Sea. The blue seawater of the Blue Shark Sea had already been dyed a faint blue-pink color by the blood. There would always be the remains of the sea creatures and Bloodians on the beach. No matter how great the losses the Bloodians suffered in this battle, as the one who initiated the operation, it was impossible for them to show it. Facing their devastated home, the mermaids and sea clans could only grit their teeth and clean up the battlefield. Although they had suffered heavy losses, it was already the greatest benefit that the Bloodians could give the mermaids. There were also no less than 5 Class 2 members of the honor-absent parliament among the mermaids. However, these Class 2 parliament members were not in the Blue Shark Sea. This matter would definitely blow up to the honor-absent parliament in the end. The Bloodians had never been afraid of such things because there had been countless species that had caused trouble with the Bloodians in the honor-absent parliament over the years. The honor-absent parliament had no way of deciding who was right and who was wrong in the face of the war between the various species. They were just weaker and stronger. With Yi Xue's death, the Andra clan did not dare to resist at all. They could only be obediently marked with slave marks and divided among the various clans. Back in the Allen clan's tent, Shi Mei still had lingering fears. This incident had taught Shi Mei a lesson and made her realize that she no longer had any chance to develop the Allen clan. The Allen clan could control those small opportunities. These small opportunities would not make the Bloodian queens unhappy. If the Allen clan obtained a great opportunity, it could only be divided among the Bloodian queens. Under such circumstances, the best way for the Allen clan to rise was to get involved with a Bloodian queen. Qin Yu could be considered the best target among them. Qin Yu had helped her twice. She was the only Bloodian queen who had ever expressed goodwill to her. Shi Mei calmed down and secretly went to the Elisa clan's tent in disguise. Qin Yu would see if she could determine if the Allen clan could establish a relationship with the Elisa clan later. Shi Mei was used to keeping a low profile. Moreover, if she acted in a high-profile manner without Qin Yu's approval, It would likely cause Qin Yu to misunderstand. Shi Mei arrived at the entrance of the Elisa clan's tent. Qin Yu did not immediately receive Shi Mei. Instead, she got someone to lead Shi Mei into the outer tent. She also clearly told Shi Mei that she was busy with something. Shi Mei felt at ease. Qin Yu had gotten someone to bring her into the outer tent, which meant that she had plans to meet her. Now that Qin Yu refused to see her, she must have something important to do. Just as Shi Mei had expected, Qin Yu was communicating with Lin Yuan through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. Qin Yu, Lord Lin Yuan, the bloody mission to the Blue Shark Sea is over. I've captured more than 200,000 mermaids for you. More than half of them have high-level bloodlines. I wonder if these 200,000 mermaids can satisfy your request. Many other Bloodian clans have also captured mermaids. I can easily trade more mermaids from these clans for you. Lin Yuan, who was helping the Realm Abyss Red Lotus digest the continent vein core, saw Qin Yu's message and immediately communicated with Dark Blue. According to Dark Blue's calculations, the Mermaid Sea could accommodate at most 350,000 to 400,000 mermaids. If he wanted to accommodate more mermaids, he needed to expand the Mermaid Sea. The area of the Mermaid Sea was determined by the area that Dark Blue could radiate. Therefore, Dark Blue had space for 350,000 to 400,000 mermaids. Lin Yuan, Qin Yu, help me prepare 400,000 mermaids. Try your best to ensure the quality of these mermaids. Qin Yu carefully memorized Lin Yuan's request. It was easy for her to help Lin Yuan obtain 400,000 mermaids. She did not even need to use creator resources to trade. Qin Yu, apart from these mermaids, Lord Lin Yuan, we also obtained the Tears of Mermaid in the Blue Shark Sea. I have 3 of them now. Do you need them? If you need it, I can try to trade with other queens for them. However, if you want to trade for the Tears of Mermaid, you will have to spend many creator resources. Her creator resources were provided by Lin Yuan, so Qin Yu felt that she had to make things clear to Lin Yuan before expending a large amount of creator resources. Qin Yu did not want to cause a misunderstanding with Lin Yuan because of her consumption of creator resources. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard the words Tears of Mermaid. Lin Yuan had seen the Tears of Mermaid in Fortune Treasure Palace's vault. However, the Tears of Mermaid were resources that Fortune Treasure Palace did not trade with outsiders. Lin Yuan had made a special request to Zhan Lu and had been rejected even though Zhan Lu clearly wanted to befriend him. This made Lin Yuan realize how precious the Tears of Mermaid were. Moreover, as the owner of the mermaid bloodline, Lin Yuan knew how the Tears of Mermaid were produced. The Tears of Mermaid was not as simple as the tears of a high-level mermaid. It was a crystal secreted from the soul every time the mermaid's bloodline evolved after breaking through to the arch level. The Tears of Mermaid were no longer useful to Lin Yuan. He just wanted to improve his mermaid bloodline through the body of all spirits. The level of the Tears of Mermaid was much higher than the level of ordinary mermaid tears. However, it could definitely be considered the best nourishment if he wanted to improve Dark Blue's bloodline. 3 Tears of Mermaid were not enough to transform Dark Blue's bloodline. Moreover, Dark Blue would also need to consume and absorb the Tears of Mermaid after this bloodline transformation. Lin Yuan, Qin Yu, try your best to collect the Tears of Mermaid. You don't have to worry too much about the consumption of creator resources. I will provide you with plenty of creator resources in the future. When I provide you with them, I will give you something special so that you can interact and communicate with me directly. Initially, Lin Yuan hadn't planned on giving Qin Yu the secondary flower from the Star Vastness peony. Qin Yu's journey to the Blue Shark Sea had underscored her value to Lin Yuan. She was akin to a tentacle Lin Yuan had extended into the Bloodians, her presence carrying profound significance. This realization led Lin Yuan to reserve the second secondary flower from the Star Vastness peony for Qin Yu. Otherwise, their resource interactions would necessitate a mediator, opening the door to potential issues over time. With Qin Yu now within the sight of the other Bloodian queens, Lin Yuan couldn't rely on spring, summer, autumn, and winter to supply her indefinitely. Lin Yuan, Qin Yu, I recall you mentioning your 2 assistants. While their lifespan issues have been addressed, they have little hope of enhancing their bloodlines. If this persists, Even with continued use of the queen blood essence, they will struggle to endure beyond 10,000 years. I can transform them into authentic blood-ian queens like yourself before the end of their lifespans. Qin Yu had thought that Lin Yuan would reward her for her contributions, but she did not expect Lin Yuan to bestow a tremendous blessing upon the Elisa clan. Lin Yuan had mentioned a similar situation before, but he did not explain it in detail. The two blood-ian kings, Rula and Fanxia, were Qin Yu's two most outstanding assistants in the process of managing the Elisa clan. The few of them had worked together for so many years and already had sufficient tacit understanding with each other. After becoming a blood-ian queen, her life level had transformed, and there were also changes in her thoughts. The reason Qin Yu treated Rula and Fanxia like this was that they had accumulated a deep enough relationship over tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Qin Yu to continuously provide them with queen blood essence. Once Qin Yu's queen blood essence was consumed, it would take a lot of time to recover. Qin Yu, Lord, thank you for your support and reward for the Elisa clan. We will not disappoint you no matter what. Qin Yu, with your help, Rula and Fanxia will certainly be able to become the blood-ian queens. If 3 blood-ian queens appear in the Elisa clan, their right to speak in the entire Scarlet territory will be greatly enhanced, making it more convenient for them to work for you. Although Qin Yu was loyal to Lin Yuan, she still endeavored to secure benefits for the Elisa clan. Lin Yuan never minded his subordinates' selfish motives. In fact, he often found it advantageous for them to possess such motives, as they typically had their own goals which better served his interests. Having provided the necessary details, Qin Yu wasted no more of Lin Yuan's time. His promises were sufficient for her, filling her with enthusiasm and renewing her vigor for the tasks ahead. Following her discussion with Lin Yuan, Qin Yu didn't overlook Shi Mei, who had come to visit. She had anticipated Shi Mei's arrival, recognizing her as an intelligent person. If Shi Mei failed to even accomplish this much, wouldn't she have protected Shi Mei and the Allen clan in public for nothing? Qin Yu wasn't in a rush to trade the tears of mermaid with other blood-ian queens, as immediate action might suggest impatience. However, she was also aware of the need to avoid undue delay. Even though trading large quantities of the tears of mermaid might raise questions among other blood-ian queens about her abundance of creator resources, Qin Yu needed to do so. She feared that any delay might result in the tears of mermaid being consumed by others before she could complete Lin Yuan's mission. After a long wait, Shi Mei was escorted into the tent by Qin Yu's trusted aide. It was her first one-on-one interaction with a blood-ian queen, and she felt extremely nervous. Qin Yu did not say anything to Shi Mei. Instead, she asked directly, "Do you know why I asked you to come here?" Shi Mei actually feared that Qin Yu would talk nonsense with her. She did not understand Qin Yu and was afraid that she might inadvertently say something wrong which triggered Qin Yu's displeasure. However, Qin Yu went straight to the point in communicating with her, further proving that Qin Yu had taken a fancy to the Allen clan. "Lordess Queen, you summoned me here to bring the entire Allen clan to listen to your teachings. My entire clan is willing to serve you as a servant in the future. I hope that you won't despise our clan." At this point, Shi Mei paused for a moment before hurriedly saying, "Among the clans with the king bloodline, our Allen clan is considered the foremost clan. Lordess, you can send an envoy to the Allen clan for inspection." While Qin Yu appeared to have selected the Allen clan on a whim, it wasn't because she didn't grasp their significance. The Allen clan boasted a deep heritage and king bloodlines, making them a prominent blood-ian clan. Even after the demise of their king 1,000 ago, the current clan leader restrained their aggression, thus safeguarding their vast wealth. This was one of the key reasons Qin Yu was interested in the Allen clan. "I'll naturally send envoys to the Allen clan to investigate your background. At the same time, I'll let the envoys take a portion of the resources from your Allen clan. But don't worry, I didn't save your Allen clan to plunder your resources and absorb your foundation. You have to remember this clearly." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shi Mei hurriedly nodded in agreement, but she did not agree in her heart. Qin Yu would ask the Elisa envoy to extract resources from the Allen clan's treasure vault. This left Shi Mei unable to refuse due to the situation. Qin Yu made it sound nice, But wasn't this behavior considered as absorbing the foundation of the Allen clan? The Elisa clan was only interested in the most precious high-end resources that the Allen clan possessed. May had refrained from using these resources because she wanted to use them to evolve into a true Bloodian king. Only by becoming a Bloodian king herself could the Allen clan stand out from among the king clans. Otherwise, no matter how much accumulation the Allen clan had, they couldn't break away from their original trajectory. Even those queen clans rose step by step in this manner. The moment May became the leader of the Allen clan, she was determined to develop them to new heights. Qin Yu's words effectively shattered May's wish, but May did not dare to harbor resentment toward Qin Yu. If she showed the slightest dissatisfaction, the Allen clan would have to suffer the calamity of extermination. In the Bloodian clans, harboring resentment toward a Bloodian queen was considered a grave act of disrespect for low-level Bloodians. May did not believe that Qin Yu could not sense her animosity. While May struggled to conceal her emotions, Qin Yu looked at her with a playful gaze. Qin Yu knew May's ambition, which was precisely why she uttered such words. Even without the creator resources provided by Lin Yuan, Qin Yu would not be interested in the Allen clan's resources. The Elisa clan's resource reserves were a few levels higher than the Allen clan's resource reserves. The more ambitious May was, the more her current restraint demonstrated her obedience. Qin Yu's first priority was to ensure that the Bloodian clan as well as their leader under her command were obedient. Qin Yu was very satisfied with May's attitude. Just as Qin Yu had punched May hard in the heart, she now planned to prepare some rewards for May at the right time. I won't let my subordinates take the resources of your Allen clan for nothing. After I absorb the blood energy in the blood pool, I will pluck 5 blood red lotuses from the blood pool of my Elisa clan. I can give you these 5 blood red lotuses to help your bloodline evolve in an extremely short period. Remember to submit to me and work for me. You will benefit greatly in the future. If I find out that you have ulterior motives, not only will everything I reward you be taken back, but the Allen clan will also suffer the calamity of extermination. Qin Yu was normally less generous than she was now. When bestowing rewards, she would not normally reward treasures like the blood-red lotuses. Qin Yu was doing this because of the growth she experienced under Lin Yuan's guidance. She understood that when it came to rewarding others, she must be generous and not hold back. Rather than being stingy, it would be better if she did not reward at all. Bringing the Allen clan under her command was not something she couldn't hide from other Bloodian queens and clans. If May used the blood-red lotuses to evolve her bloodline, it would allow the other Bloodian clans to know the benefits of relying on Qin Yu. The Bloodians had always believed in strength. Qin Yu had already become a Bloodian queen and the strongest among the Bloodians in the Scarlet Territory. There was no need for Qin Yu to keep a low profile. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, May knelt in front of her excitedly and sincerely offered her the highest etiquette of a Bloodian. Lordess Qin Yu, rest assured. Under my leadership, the Allen clan will remain loyal and committed to serving you as your faithful pawn. If there is a disloyal Allen clan, they will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. From now on, the Allen clan will be under your supervision at any time. Qin Yu allowed May to finish offering the highest etiquette of the Bloodians and used a force to lift May's body. From now on, there's no need for such tedious etiquette between us. I already know your intentions. I prefer you to demonstrate your value through your actions. May, don't disappoint me. Qin Yu's promise to May was equivalent to fulfilling May's wish, giving the Allen clan a chance to rise. It was already a great honor to have the backing of a Bloodian queen, let alone the fact that this Bloodian queen also provided so many practical benefits to her. Qin Yu's first promise was already so generous. She would definitely not mistreat May and the entire Allen clan in the future. Since the Allen clan had already become a subordinate of the Elisa clan, May openly displayed all of this without hiding anything. Naturally, this drew the attention of other Bloodian queens in the Elisa clan. Qin Yu had just become a Bloodian queen. The Elisa clan should be in a deficit of resources. They had recruited the Allen clan so openly most likely because they were interested in accumulated resources. In short, None of the Bloodian queens believed that Qin Yu had the intention to nurture the Allen clan. After 2 days, Qin Yu began to meet the other 6 Bloodian queens one by one. As the new Bloodian queen, Qin Yu should acquaint herself with the others. During her meeting with the Bloodian queens, Qin Yu suggested that she wanted to trade the tears of mermaid. Qin Yu's explanation to every Bloodian queen was the same. She said that in order to become a queen in the blood pool, she had let the Elisa clan collect too many creator resources in the early years. However, the 2 kings of the Elisa clan also needed to evolve their bloodlines. The tears of the mermaid held the power to extend one's lifespan to a certain extent, proving more valuable to the 2 kings of the Elisa clan than creator resources. In the Bloodian clans, each Bloodian queen operated as an entirely independent entity. While they forged alliances, they also maintained a cautious vigilance toward one another. Therefore, news of any trade involving the tears of the mermaid among the Bloodian queens was unlikely to spread. Should anyone dare to gossip about such matters, they risked swift exposure by their peers. However, Qin Yu harbored unwavering confidence in her ability to procure these tears, having made a promise to Lin Yuan. Although creator resources held lesser value to individuals like Rula and Fanxia compared to the tears of the mermaid, they held greater significance for the Bloodian queens. In a clan led by a queen, the queen's interests always took precedence. As Qin Yu had anticipated, 5 Bloodian queens opted to trade with her. The Bloodian queen who didn't trade with Qin Yu likely faced situations similar to those described by Qin Yu, which was that she also needed to use the tears of mermaid on a few kings who were nearing the end of their lifespan. After receiving such an answer, Qin Yu did not force her. It would be impolite to force her at a time like this. In any case, the tears of mermaid she had obtained fulfilled Lin Yuan's requirements and exceeded her mission requirements. Qin Yu was looking forward to the upcoming resource exchange with Lin Yuan. At present, Lin Yuan was still helping the Realm Abyss Red Lotus absorb the continent vein core in the King Blood Jackal's territory. The Realm Abyss Red Lotus had basically finished absorbing the continent vein core. When it finished absorbing it, it would be able to absorb the faith power produced by all the lifeforms in the territory of the King Blood Jackals. This included the faith power that Lin Yuan had produced and obtained. The Realm Abyss Red Lotus became the core of faith power transmission and transfer in the territory of the King Blood Jackals. From now on, the Realm Abyss Red Lotus would be the highest level facility in the territory of the King Blood Jackals. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and felt that the Realm Abyss Red Lotus would not only control the territory of the King Blood Jackals, but also the Spinning Wings White Falcons, Crimson Heaven Falcons, and Titan Rhinoceros Elephants territories in the future. Once the Realm Abyss Red Lotus took root, it would not be easy to move it. Lin Yuan felt that instead of letting the Realm Abyss Red Lotus take root in the King Blood Jackal's territory and move it around in the future, it was better to let the Realm Abyss Red Lotus take root on Sky Sea's back like Sky City. At the thought of this, Lin Yuan found Hu Quan in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and prepared to let him leave. He chose a place on the back of Sky Sea to create a lotus pool for the Realm Abyss Red Lotus to take root. The problem related to Faith Country's faith was finally resolved. The lotus pool that allowed the Realm Abyss Red Lotus to take root had many requirements. Hu Quan had to make a special design. The Realm Abyss Red Lotus roots were extremely long, so all its roots couldn't be firmly rooted in Sky Sea's body. No matter how huge Sky Sea was, the Realm Abyss Red Lotus roots could still pierce through its body. Lin Yuan let the Realm Abyss Red Lotus take root on Sky Sea's back and let its roots stabilize it. Around the lotus pool, many large dimensional spaces had to be created to store and grow the Realm Abyss Red Lotus roots. Therefore, Hu Quan had to carefully forge the lotus pool. It had been a long time since Hu Quan had left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After leaving the Spirit Lock spatial zone and coming to the outside world, Hu Quan felt the difference in spirit chi between the Spirit Lock spatial zone and the outside world and felt a little uncomfortable. After living in an environment with a high concentration of spirit chi for a long time, the feeling of leaving it was similar to throwing a fish that lived in clear water into a smelly ditch. Hu Quan shrugged and said, "Young master, I have been in your space for too long. I'm not used to returning to the real world now. I might as well transfer 200 spirit craftsmen to quickly create what needs to be created according to your requirements, and then you can send me back to the space." I still have a lot of work to do in the space. Hu Quan was an old man who had joined Sky City a long time ago. Ever since he entered Sky City, he had been handling all of Sky City's construction work. Lin Yuan's return from Faraway Mansion, the Sky City on Sky Sea's back, and even the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone were all built by Hu Quan. The way Hu Quan and Lin Yuan interacted was not like how Lin Yuan's subordinates treated him as their master. They were more like an uncle and nephew. Uncle Hu, I called you out this time to plan an area on Sky Sea's back for planting a special large lotus species Fei. This lotus species Fei is a little special, so there are additional requirements for its cultivation in the lotus pool. If I don't get you to come forward, I won't feel at ease handing it over to someone else. Hu Quan chuckled upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. They amounted to an acknowledgement and trust in his ability. He had always appreciated Lin Yuan's recognition of his designs. When Hu Quan first joined Lin Yuan, he was merely a Class 4 spirit craftsman. At the time, Lin Yuan was already a disciple of the Moon Empress. With Lin Yuan's stature, he could easily attract a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Given Lin Yuan's prestige and resources, any Class 5 spirit craftsman would have readily worked under him. Hu Quan's current strength had also been nurtured by Lin Yuan, step by step. Without meeting Lin Yuan, he would still be an arrogant and ignorant individual with numerous negative reviews, criticized as a heartless craftsman focused solely on making money through substandard work. Without Lin Yuan's guidance, it would have been impossible for him to transcend the Class 2 world and become the chief designer of a prominent faction like Sky City. Young master, you trust me. I will definitely do my best to design without slacking off. Tell me about your requirements for the lotus pool first. I'll see if they can be fulfilled. Before Hu Quan built Sky City, he had already transcended to Class 5 spirit craftsman. After transcending, there was no longer a clear classification of spirit craftsman abilities. Hu Quan wasn't sure how strong he had been as a spirit craftsman. He was very confident in his abilities, but he wasn't conceited. He didn't think that he would be able to fulfill all of Lin Yuan's requirements. Lin Yuan said seriously, Uncle Hu, you previously created a few Fei storage boxes with a lot of space for me, which enabled communication between the inside and outside. I need you to use this technique to create a huge storage space within the walls surrounding the lotus pool, which allows communication with the outside. As for the rest, Uncle Hu, you can design as you see fit. My only requirement is that the storage space within the pool walls be as large as possible. If you need any materials, you can look for one. There are many rare spatial spiritual ingredients in Sky City's treasure vault now. You can use these spiritual ingredients when building the lotus pool. Upon hearing this, Hu Quan felt relieved. It was not difficult for him to open a huge storage space connected to the outside world in the wall of the pool. Young master, I understand your request. I'll mobilize the spirit craftsmen to do this now. If it's just building a lotus pool, I won't need 200 spirit craftsmen. With the help of the land imps and the construction ability of Sky Sea, I'll just mobilize 50 spirit craftsmen to work with me. I can finish the lotus pool in about 3 to 5 days. After saying that, Hu Quan immediately set off to contact Wen Yu to inquire about the new spiritual ingredients in Sky City. Hu Quan thought that if there were any rare spiritual ingredients suitable for forging the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he could try to apply to Lin Yuan for them. The 3 to 5 days that Hu Quan mentioned were in line with Lin Yuan's expectations. After Hu Quan finished forging the Realm Abyss Red Lotus on Sky Sea's back, he could start collecting faith in the Faith Country. Ling Muzhua was extremely efficient. After only 10 days, he contacted Lin Yuan and said that he could recommend 2 Grade 4 creators to Lin Yuan. There was also a Grade 5 creator who had reached the end of his lifespan. However, this Grade 5 creator did not expressly say if he wanted to come. In the sky beyond the clouds, Grade 4 creators were a benchmark. They were equivalent to Class 5 creation masters in the main world. At this level, they were considered a real big shot. For example, the Moon Empress could only be considered to have just stepped into the threshold of Grade 4 creator. At this level, they were still in the exploratory stage of being a Grade 4 creator. The specially diluted spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan traded with the outside world were defined as resources produced by Grade 4 creators, which gave Lin Yuan a clear understanding of the abilities of Grade 4 creators. The resources produced by Lin Yuan's Spirit Lock Spatial Zone were at the pinnacle of Grade 5 creator resources, and they were most likely not at the level of Grade 6 creators. Only when Morbius grade increased again would the production of resources in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone be able to cross the threshold of a Grade 6 creator. However, it was only a matter of level. The amount of resources produced by the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was not something ordinary creators could compare to. Even if hundreds of creators were added together, they could not compare to the production of creator resources in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. However, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had a drawback. It could only produce spirit chi and energy at the level of Grade 5 creators. Hence, it was not as comprehensive as a true creator. If Lin Yuan could recruit 2 Grade 4 creators and 1 Grade 5 creator, it would solve Sky City's urgent need for creator resources. With Lin Yuan unable to go out for the next week and considering the time needed to travel to Treasure City, he scheduled to meet the 2 Grade 4 creators at Fortune Treasure Palace in half a month. As for whether the Grade 5 creator would come or not, it was not Lin Yuan's decision. Lin Yuan thought that if this Grade 5 creator's lifespan really reached its end and there was hope to extend it, he would definitely make this trip regardless of how arrogant he was. It had only been 10 days, but Ling Muzhua had already recommended 2 Grade 4 creators to him. This made Lin Yuan very satisfied. In the future, Ling Muzhua would definitely introduce more and more creators to him. Once Lin Yuan gained control over these creators, he planned to offer Ling Muzhua benefits, encouraging him to work harder for him in return for these benefits. Ling Muzhua intended to meet Lin Yuan in real life. Firstly, it was to gauge Lin Yuan's strength. Secondly, it could deepen his relationship with Lin Yuan after meeting him. Not to mention Grade 5 creators, even those Grade 4 creators were extremely noble. It was better for Lin Yuan to meet these creators at Fortune Treasure Palace rather than bring them to Lin Yuan. The creators were too difficult to serve. Although he was the palace master of the East Universe headquarters, these Grade 4 creators would not give him any face. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 4th day, Hu Quan completed the construction of the Lotus Pool. Hu Quan led the spirit craftsmen to continue carving and decorating the Lotus Pool. He spread a thick layer of revival soil in the Lotus Pool and added grasswood fountain water, making it the most suitable environment for lotus species phase to live in. There were all kinds of elegant lotus patterns carved on the walls of the Lotus Pool. Under the light and shadow, these lotus patterns were like cloud patterns swimming on the walls of the pool. The Realm Abyss Red Lotus actually did not need the grasswood fountain water and revival soil on Sky Sea's back. However, it did indeed enjoy such an environment. The Realm Abyss Red Lotus grew some secondary roots that were less than 100 meters long. It used these roots to intertwine with the flesh inside Sky Sea, firmly anchoring its body to Sky Sea's back. Then, it inserted its sturdy main roots into the space connected to the pool wall like a spirit snake, allowing the main roots to grow freely. After the Realm Abyss Red Lotus settled its main roots, Lin Yuan said to it, "Realm Abyss Red Lotus, you have already absorbed the continent vein core that represents the territory of the King Blood Jackals. Use illusory lotus faith to absorb all the faith power produced in this area." As Lin Yuan gave the order, the Realm Abyss Red Lotus swayed its lotus leaves a few times before they began to move rhythmically. The faith power produced by all the life forms in the King Blood Jackal's territories gathered toward the Realm Abyss Red Lotus. There were billions of life forms in the territory of the King Blood Jackals. Even if some life forms produced very little faith power, it still formed a flood of faith power when combined. Fortunately, Gray had transformed into clouds that covered Sky Sea's body. The other life forms could only see the faith power gathering in the clouds, but they could not spy on Sky Sea's existence. Not long after, the first golden lotus in the lotus pool grew out. The illusionary lotus was translucent and was 90% similar to the Realm Abyss Red Lotus. The Realm Abyss Red Lotus could accumulate an unlimited number of illusionary lotuses, so there was no need to be in a hurry to use the faith power. Not only could the Realm Abyss Red Lotus help Lin Yuan collect all the faith power produced in the King Blood Jackal's territories, but it could also allow Lin Yuan to clearly determine the daily output of faith power in the Faith Country. Lin Yuan and the Realm Abyss Red Lotus could communicate smoothly. Lin Yuan asked the Realm Abyss Red Lotus to regard the faith power it had absorbed for the entire day as one unit so that it could learn about the increase in faith power every day. This would allow Lin Yuan to clearly understand what actions could be taken to help Sky City produce more faith power in the future. After settling the Realm Abyss Red Lotus and confirming that it could absorb all the faith power in the environment, Lin Yuan immediately informed Su Irin and Luo Lan of the situation. This way, the two of them could focus on the development of Sky City in the future and no longer have to worry about the distribution of faith power. Lin Yuan left Sky City with Winter and resumed his journey to Treasure City. Young Master, I really didn't expect you to be able to nurture a precious item like the Lifespan Mouse. With these Lifespan Mouse and enough martial force as support, it is possible to persuade those creators to choose to submit. Previously, Winter had no idea that Lin Yuan had nurtured the Lifespan Mouse. Despite Winter's long dominance in the sky beyond the clouds, the sight of the Lifespan Mouse still filled him with astonishment. The Lifespan Mouse could bestow an endless lifespan upon a life form. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter enjoyed long lifespans due to their power, yet none were infinite. Without continued strength increases, they faced eventual death from old age. Lifeforms in the sky beyond the clouds pursued strength for two reasons: to allow themselves to do as they pleased and to prolong their lives. The limitation of lifespan acted as a shackle, compelling all lifeforms to seek liberation. The stronger a lifeform, the more reluctant they were to face the end of their lifespan. Winter, for example, struggled to confront life and death calmly. Throughout history, creators held a dominant position in the sky beyond the clouds. Flattered by other lifeforms, creators became exceedingly arrogant and rarely submitted to others. However, exceptions existed. If Lin Yuan could satisfy the survival needs of these creators, they might compromise to survive and retain respect. Additionally, Lin Yuan's martial force could compel creators to set aside their pride in critical moments. Lin Yuan had informed Winter of his intention to recruit some creators for Sky City, prompting Winter's concern. While Lin Yuan could easily direct Winter to target a specific species or faction, subduing a creator posed challenges. Winter lacked viable strategies to coerce creators into submission. Threatening them individually was impractical, and refusal would inevitably lead to confrontation and potential death. The official factions in the four universes of the sky beyond the clouds had clearly defined regulations. Regardless of the conflicts among various species, they could not threaten the species creators. Therefore, the fight between the major factions had nothing to do with these creators. Once there was a problem with the faction that a creator belonged to, this creator could choose to join other factions. If they rashly killed a large number of creators to make these creators submit, other factions would definitely target Sky City. No matter how neatly and strictly he handled his matters, there was always the risk of outsiders becoming aware if such actions were repeated frequently. Furthermore, even if these creators joined Sky City, Winter would have to keep a close eye on them to prevent them from causing trouble. Now, the Lifespan Mouse had solved all the problems. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "If it weren't for the Lifespan Mouse, I wouldn't have made such a decision in the first place. With these Lifespan Mice, Sky City will soon have enough creators to create value." Winter said seriously, "Young Master, creators are a group of people who are not easy to get along with. Many creators have very strange tempers and are not as easy to control as Connie and Jean Chun. I suggest that after these creators contract the Lifespan Mouse, you raise these Lifespan Mice by your side and use them to manipulate the creators. Perhaps it will take several decades before these creators are truly assimilated by the Sky City." Lin Yuan nodded. These creators were definitely high-level figures. Subduing them was indeed different from subduing Jean Chun and Connie. However, Lin Yuan did not really want to use this method to restrict these creators. That was because such restrictions would change the relationship between the members of Sky City. These creators who were accepted into Sky City would definitely be treated as its core members. Winter, while Sky City is indeed short of creators, we don't want all creators. We still have to try our best to choose those creators with outstanding characters. For those creators with poor quality, let them die of lifespan depletion. This way, I believe these creators will feel a sense of belonging to Sky City after joining it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Winter immediately became aware of the difference in their thinking. He was thinking about control, while Lin Yuan was thinking about assimilation. Considering it from a long-term perspective, completely assimilating it would definitely be better than long-term control. Lin Yuan cared for every one of his subordinates. This was an extremely rare quality for a superior. Along the way, nothing much happened. When Lin Yuan returned to Treasure City, he realized that it was much more prosperous than before. Merchant groups drove in and out of the roads that Treasure City had opened up, constantly transporting large amounts of supplies. From this, it could be seen that Treasure City had recovered from the previous incident. Much of this success could be attributed to the capabilities of the city lord of Treasure City, Li Feng. Before leaving Treasure City, Li Feng had told Lin Yuan that the main goal of developing Treasure City in the future would be to increase its strength. After hundreds of years, Treasure City would have enough martial force to protect it. With the abundant resources accumulated previously, the transformation of Treasure City wouldn't be particularly difficult. Several hundred years would be sufficient to achieve this goal. With such an understanding, the development of Treasure City would definitely become better in the future. Since he had come to Treasure City, Lin Yuan had to contact Li Feng. News of Lin Yuan's arrival at Fortune Treasure Palace would most likely reach the ears of the city lord. If Lin Yuan did not show up in front of Li Feng, it was hard to guarantee that Li Feng would not think too much. Lin Yuan, who understood the ways of the world, first went to the city lord manor to visit Li Feng. Although Treasure City's trading system had been restored, it was still in a state of disrepair and in need of revitalization. Many of the destroyed districts had to be rebuilt. Li Feng strengthened his control over the chambers of commerce and the population of Treasure City. Everyone who entered or left Treasure City had to register and report. He was currently at his busiest stage, but when he heard that Lin Yuan had arrived at Treasure City, he immediately returned to the City Lord Manor. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Li Feng said with a smile, "Young Master Lin, it's been a while since we last met. How have you been during this period?" During the conversation, Li Feng warmly extended his hand to Lin Yuan, who graciously reciprocated by shaking hands with him. "Everything is fine thanks to you, City Lord Li. I came to Treasure City this time to conduct a transaction with Fortune Treasure Palace. However, I came to visit you before heading there. Seeing that everything in Treasure City is in a state of being repaired, I know that everything here will be fine." Li Feng laughed and said, "Young Master Lin, since you're one of us, I will be frank with you. Previously, although I was the city lord of Treasure City, it was not like no faction in Treasure City could resist and restrain me. I didn't have any good solutions to deal with these factions that were contending against and restraining me. As the city lord, I've only managed Treasure City for more than 200 years, but some factions have always been rooted in Treasure City. After the previous storm, most of those factions were basically wiped out by the Star Pirates and me. Without these people restraining Treasure City, I have the final say. This allows me to develop Treasure City according to my own ideas." Li Feng bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for giving me a chance to fulfill my ambitions. If not for you, I would probably have become a part of history alongside Treasure City." Li Feng took out a bright silver seed and handed it to Lin Yuan. "Young Master Lin, this is the reward from Honor Absent Palace for Treasure City's survival through this calamity. This silver fantasy sunset seed should belong to you." Lin Yuan did not have any knowledge about the silver fantasy sunset in his mind. This meant that genius had searched through so many books, but there were no records of it. However, this did not affect Lin Yuan at all. Lin Yuan had already used Morbius True Data to investigate the silver fantasy sunset seed. Lin Yuan had been thinking about how to hide Sky City's development in north of the Lonely River. The thriving summer rising clouds planted by summer could only ensure the territory's safety, but they could not hide Sky City's development. However, this silver fantasy sunset had the ability to do so. The silver fantasy sunset was the same type of plant as the morning glory that Lin Yuan had planted in the Xia region's greenery, could reproduce in large numbers every season. During the blooming process, the silver fantasy sunset would release a large amount of pollen. When the pollen filled the environment, the surroundings would appear as if reflected in a mirror. Because the silver fantasy sunset was blooming all year round, this mirror effect persisted continuously. Lin Yuan only needed to use the silver fantasy sunset seed to produce a large number of silver fantasy sunsets and plant them together with thriving summer rising cloud to completely protect the north of the lonely river's environment. Since it was a fey that he needed, Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony and accepted the silver fantasy sunset seed. City Lord Li, your statement seems serious. Our relationship is one of cooperation, so it should be mutually beneficial. If there's a need in the future, I think I'll protect Treasure City like before. When Li Feng heard Lin Yuan's words, he felt that he had made the right decision to let Lin Yuan become the sponsor of Treasure City. Lin Yuan's existence gave Li Feng enough confidence to do things. Young Master Lin, in the future, I believe there will be many occasions where I'll need your help. If you have any requests, feel free to inform me, and I'll do my best to fulfill them to the best of my ability. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yuan smiled. I really have something to ask City Lord Li for help with. There's no need to use the power of Treasure City for this matter, but it will take some effort from you. However, after you've spent enough effort, you'll be able to obtain enough feedback. In all the transactions with Lin Yuan, Li Feng had always been the one benefiting from Lin Yuan's assistance. Now, if Lin Yuan sought his help, Li Feng was more than willing to lend a hand. Not only did Li Feng want to help Lin Yuan, but he was also thinking about how to do his best to help Lin Yuan. However, Li Feng was somewhat uncertain. He was afraid that he would not be able to help Lin Yuan in the end. Young Master Lin, don't hesitate to ask for help. Not only am I willing to invest effort, but I'd pay a huge price for your sake. Lin Yuan's request for Li Feng's help was the same as the one he made to Ling Muzhua. Yet, the two requests involved entirely different information and connections. Li Feng was associated with the official faction of Honor Absent Palace. He knew more people from the official faction. Using Li Feng as a channel to introduce Lin Yuan to creators whose lifespans were nearing their end might not necessarily produce inferior results compared to seeking assistance from Ling Muzhua. There was no inherent issue with Lin Yuan seeking Li Feng's help, and Li Feng was unaware of any safety risks associated with Lin Yuan's plan, just as Ling Muzhua could weigh the pros and cons after hearing Lin Yuan's request. A discerning person like Li Feng would likely be able to do the same. As the City Lord of Treasure City, there was no doubt about Li Feng's intelligence. If he weren't smart, it would already be an achievement for him to hold his own as a newly appointed city lord in a city entrenched with local factions that had existed for thousands of years, especially considering Li Feng's lack of established martial force. City Lord Li, you are an official figure of Honor Absent Palace. With your strength, you should also be a member of the Honor Absent Parliament. I hope to use your channels and connections to introduce some creators to me. Lin Yuan was right. Li Feng was indeed a genuine member of the Honor Absent Parliament. However, he didn't have much face in front of those high-grade creators. Lin Yuan would definitely not be interested in creators of lower grades. Li Feng really wanted to do something for Lin Yuan, but this matter was really difficult for him. Young Master Lin, I do have some channels for creators, but even if I use my connections to find these creators, the compensation that I should pay won't be little. Moreover, most of the time, these creators tend to charge more when dealing with acquaintances. So, when I approach them, they demand even higher compensation. Li Feng told Lin Yuan the truth without hiding anything. Lin Yuan liked Li Feng's honesty. It let Lin Yuan know that Li Feng was the kind of person he could really work together with. Rather than those who took on everything themselves, Lin Yuan preferred cautious collaborators like Li Feng. City Lord Li, I haven't finished speaking. Not only do you understand the situation of those creators, but I also understand it very well. The reason why I asked you to introduce me to these creators is that I have some spiritual ingredients that can increase their lifespans. With these spiritual ingredients, those creators who are about to reach the end of their lifespan will cooperate with me for the sake of the spiritual ingredients. Therefore, you only need to introduce me to those creators who don't have much lifespan left. I have creators under my command, and I know what kind of temper the creators have. If we cooperate, I definitely won't let you help with tasks that are difficult to accomplish and put you in a difficult position. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Feng's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid to leverage his connections, having witnessed firsthand the power of Lin Yuan's subordinates. To forge relationships with such individuals, Li Feng was willing to tap into his own network. However, he was worried that the creators he introduced to Lin Yuan might be too arrogant, risking Lin Yuan's discontent. If this occurred, there was no guarantee that Lin Yuan wouldn't hold him accountable. In such a scenario, Li Feng might as well refrain from offering his help. Li Feng couldn't divulge too much information about Lin Yuan to the creators he introduced. Through their interactions, Li Feng had sensed that Lin Yuan valued his privacy. Now, Li Feng understood that Lin Yuan wanted to use spiritual ingredients that could increase lifespans to hire creators nearing the end of their own lifespans to work for him. Lifespan was a mundane concept for those in infancy, youth, and adulthood, as life forms at these stages couldn't sense the aura of death. Moreover, the risks of the environment in the sky beyond the clouds had made many life forms pessimistic, fearing various accidents that could shorten their lives. Individuals like Li Feng, born into wealth, shared a similar apprehension when they were young. However, for those approaching the end of their lifespan, particularly the higher-ups among them, they were willing to go to great lengths to extend their time. Those spiritual ingredients that could increase lifespan were extremely expensive. However, they came with many different effects. If the creators had consumed some kind of spiritual ingredient that could increase their lifespans, the new spiritual ingredients provided by Lin Yuan would most likely be ineffective. However, Li Feng did not specifically mention this to Lin Yuan. For those creators, as long as a channel to increase lifespan was provided, regardless of whether it was effective in the end, they would accept the offer. Your Grace Lin Yuan, there's an old friend of mine in Treasure City. He's a high grade 4 creator not far from pinnacle grade 4. He only has less than 100 years left to live. I invited him here this time because one of my children needs to wash away the impurities in his body. I've put in a lot of effort to make him make this trip. Do you think I should help you arrange it now? Speaking of which, it's a coincidence that he's leaving the day after tomorrow. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. If what Li Feng said was true, then it was really a coincidence. In Lin Yuan's previous life, anyone who could live for 100 years was extremely lucky. However, in the sky beyond the clouds, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was common for powerful life forms to go into seclusion for 1,000 years. For example, Qin Yu had gone into seclusion for nearly 4,000 years to become a Bloodian queen. Lin Yuan had arrived at Treasure City earlier than the agreed time with Ling Muzhua, so there was no need to rush to Fortune Treasure Palace. Coincidentally, he had the time to meet the high-grade 4 creator that Li Feng had mentioned. City Lord Li, since that's the case, I'll leave the arrangements to you. I need a quiet room with an absolutely secretive environment to communicate with the creator you recommended to me. Li Feng hurriedly said, Young Master Lin, don't worry. I left the room you booked last time for you to use alone in the future. It happened to come in handy today. Why don't you meet this old friend of mine there? With the presence of this elderly man by your side, any environment can be deemed an absolute quiet room for you. Li Feng's words were a show of goodwill to Winter. Now, the relationship between Li Feng and Lin Yuan had grown closer, and they had established a cooperative relationship. Winter nodded at Li Feng. If not for the change in the relationship between Li Feng and Lin Yuan, Winter would not have paid attention to him. Li Feng excitedly made the arrangements. Once this matter was accomplished, he would be doing Lin Yuan a favor. Not only would his relationship with Lin Yuan advance further, but the creator he referred to as an old friend would also appreciate him in the same way. In the future, when he asked for creator resources, it would not be as troublesome as now. Lin Yuan returned to the room he had stayed in the City Lord Manor and realized that the room had been renovated. The renovation took a lot of ingenuity and must have taken at least a few days to complete. It was enough to show Li Feng's attitude toward befriending him. Winter said, Young Master, Li Feng is a very far-sighted individual. His management of Treasure City reflects great ambition. There must be someone from Honor Absent Palace who wants to train Li Feng. Otherwise, Li Feng wouldn't have been assigned to a resource-type city like Treasure City. If there's a suitable opportunity in the future, you can help Li Feng. If he can become one of us, he will definitely be of help in the future. Lin Yuan, spring, summer, autumn, and winter had always had a consensus that only those truly under his control could be considered his own people. Lin Yuan smiled. Now that we've started working with Li Feng, we'll become more familiar with him. We can understand Li Feng and know what kind of person he is before deciding whether to invest resources in him. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Li Feng was very opinionated, but being too opinionated may not necessarily be good, especially considering Li Feng's future development in honor-absent palace. People who were too opinionated may run the risk of losing control over their actions. This loss of control did not imply that Li Feng would disregard Lin Yuan's orders. Instead, it meant that Li Feng was more used to making decisions on his own that were not in line with Lin Yuan's needs. In an environment like honor-absent palace, once a decision was made, there was no possibility of going back on it. Lin Yuan had been in this room for nearly 2 hours, but the creator had yet to appear. Lin Yuan understood that it was impossible for Li Feng not to inform him of the situation immediately. The creator was obviously putting on airs. At that moment, Lin Yuan understood why Winter had suggested he have double control over these creators. "Young master, do you need me to rush him for you?" Winter sensed Lin Yuan's displeasure. Since the creator did not come immediately, it was very likely that the creator would only appear when Lin Yuan showed signs of wanting to leave. There was nothing Winter could do about this situation, which was the most annoying thing about creators. All the creators that Winter had encountered with basically had such stubborn behavior. Lin Yuan did not ask Winter to look for the creator. Instead, he said coldly, "Winter, I didn't have the chance to interact with these creators before, so I don't know much about the creators in the sky beyond the clouds. Let's continue to wait here. I'll see how long it will take for him to come over." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he knew this creator would likely face consequences soon. It would be best if he had a reason that Lin Yuan could accept. Lin Yuan waited in the room for nearly 8 hours. During that time, he did not idle. He was circulating his body of all spirits to refine his Bloodian bloodline. There was a reason why the Bloodians could hunt down other factions in the sky beyond the clouds. The feedback from a Bloodian bloodline on physical qualities and strength was too strong. After Qin Yu became a Bloodian queen, Lin Yuan had taken a portion of her blood essence. Right now, Lin Yuan's bloodline was at the level of a queen. If not for the fact that Lin Yuan's strength was not up to the standard of a Bloodian queen, he could have used his bloodline to pretend to be a real queen. Lin Yuan had heard from Qin Yu that the Bloodian queen bloodline was not the highest level. Above the queen bloodline was the empress bloodline. It was said that there was an ancestral bloodline above the empress bloodline. However, the most powerful individual among the Bloodians was only at the empress level. Lin Yuan was prepared to use his body of all spirits to improve his queen bloodline. However, strengthening a Bloodian queen bloodline was an extremely long process. However, Lin Yuan had plenty of time. The body of all spirits could improve his bloodline much faster than a Bloodian queen could improve her bloodline through resources. Furthermore, if Lin Yuan were to absorb the blood essence of other Bloodian queens during this process, it could also accelerate his progress. Upon hearing the sound from outside the door, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, while Winter stood behind him, glaring coldly at the entrance. The door was not knocked on. Instead, it was pushed open from the outside. "Why do you want to see me? I heard that you have spiritual ingredients that can increase lifespan. Show me those spiritual ingredients. If I can use it, we can talk. If I can't use it, you don't have the right to talk to me." Li Feng, who was following behind the man, was livid. When he went to discuss this matter, he did not expect Huang and to be dissatisfied that Lin Yuan did not take the initiative to greet him. In Huang An's eyes, even if someone had spiritual ingredients that could increase lifespan, they must first come to see him if they wished to cooperate using those ingredients. If they didn't come to visit him first, Huang An wouldn't take them seriously. In all the negotiations, Huang An had grown accustomed to ensuring that he always maintained a dominant position, regardless of the circumstances. This was his confidence as a high-grade 4 creator. Li Feng gave Lin Yuan an apologetic look, but the latter did not respond. Instead, he signaled Li Feng to leave. Li Feng had helped Lin Yuan communicate this matter. Since Li Feng had done nothing wrong, Lin Yuan wouldn't vent his anger on him. Seeing Lin Yuan allowed him to leave, Li Feng felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Despite Li Feng explaining Lin Yuan's background to Huang En, he did not take it seriously. He continued to use his status as a high-grade 4 creator to be arrogant. Not only did he delay for nearly 8 hours, but he also pushed open the door when he entered. This went beyond mere arrogance. If Lin Yuan and Huang En got into a conflict there, he would definitely be in a dilemma. Lin Yuan had the right to fall out with Huang En, a high-grade 4 creator. With Huang En's attitude, Li Feng felt that there was a high chance that they would quarrel. After Li Feng left, Huang En snorted coldly. "You haven't answered my question yet. Let me tell you that my time is extremely precious. It's not something you can casually delay. I'm leaving Treasure City tomorrow. You have to be grateful to me for taking the time to meet you in my busy schedule." Winter couldn't stand Huang En anymore. If Lin Yuan hadn't said anything, he would have slapped Huang En's face and shattered his teeth to make him unable to utter such annoying words. Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. "Gratitude? Seems like you really like others to thank you. In that case, Winter, come and thank this creator who made us wait for 8 hours." Lin Yuan finally spoke out, bringing great relief to Winter. Winter immediately released his aura, sealing off the entire room in an instant. Winter's pressure enveloped Huang En without holding back, causing Huang En to spit out a mouthful of blood. Huang En felt as if Winter's released aura was crushing his internal organs, rendering him unable to channel his spiritual power. A high-grade creator did not need to bring retainers with them when they went out because creators were powerful. Creators would definitely prioritize improving their strength before improving the strength of others. Huang En had always been very confident in his strength. However, Winter's strength made Huang En feel a huge disparity and instilled an exceptional sense of fear in his heart. Previously, Huang En had never been treated like this when he treated others with such an attitude. This was the first time he had been treated in such a manner. "I'm a high-grade 4 creator. My identity as a creator has been verified in the Creator Alliance. Do you know what you're doing now? If word of this gets out, you will be held accountable by the Creator Alliance. Honor Absent Palace will not let you off either," Winter said emotionlessly. "We naturally know what we're doing now, but what makes you think this matter will spread? As long as it doesn't spread, why would we be held accountable by the Creator Alliance and targeted by Honor Absent Palace?" Huang En shouted sharply. "It was Li Feng who brought me here to see you. If anything happens to me, Li Feng won't just stand by and watch." Winter raised his hand and pointed at Huang, and cold air condensed on Winter's fingertips. "No, Li Feng is a smart person. He won't want to get into this trouble for no reason. If anyone asks him, he'll say you've already left Treasure City. Besides, I heard from Li Feng that you only have 100 years left to live. Instead of letting you travel around to obtain a way to increase your lifespan, it's better to send you to sleep now." Huang En's arrogance and confidence stemmed from his status as a high-grade 4 creator. It came from the endless flattery and adulation from others. These were the main reasons Huang En had become like this. Before he grew up, Huang En was a timid person. When he had less than 20,000 years left to live, he had already begun searching everywhere for methods to extend his lifespan. Huang En possessed a strong will to survive. If he were unwilling to let time erode him, he certainly wouldn't consent to having his life taken away by others. Huang En could sense indifference and disdain from Winter toward himself. He did not doubt that Winter might really end his life by attacking him. At that moment, Huang En completely panicked and his attitude softened. When Lin Yuan saw the change in Huang En's expression, he thought that Huang En was just a coward. He did not deny Huang En's creator abilities, but apart from creator-related abilities, there was nothing worthy of praise about him. Lin Yuan did not participate in Winter's targeting of Huang En during this period. Winter's cold finger landed on Huang En, causing half of his body to freeze. Huang En felt the call of death and hurriedly shouted, "Why, you can ask me to do anything. Forgive me. Spare my life. The corners of Winter's mouth curled up slightly when he heard Huang En shout this. Winter never intended to kill Huang En. All of his actions were only intended to intimidate Huang En. After all, Lin Yuan had never given him any orders to deal with Huang En. Winter attacked and injured Huang En because he knew very well that a fellow like Huang En would only submit if he injured him and made him truly feel the threat of death. Compared to Lin Yuan taking the initiative to invite Huang En into Sky City, it was better for him to use these unconventional methods to force Huang En to submit. Otherwise, even if he intimidated Huang En now, he would definitely put on airs again when Lin Yuan invited him. Whether or not to spare your life depends on our young master's decision. Our young master will meet other creators later. Seeing you was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Huang En dragged his frozen half-body and crawled to Lin Yuan. He crawled to the ground and told Lin Yuan in a sorry state, young master. My creator ability has reached high grade 4. I also have some spirit fluid secret recipes I obtained with great difficulty. The spirit fluid I concoct for you will definitely be of great value. Sorry for offending you just now. Even if you don't help me increase my lifespan, I'm willing to work for you. Lin Yuan looked at the pathetic Huang En and snorted. At present, Huang En seemed to understand the situation well, although his behavior just now was despicable. Lin Yuan knew very well that he should not forgive a fellow like Huang En so easily. The more difficult it was to obtain his forgiveness, the more obedient he would be in the future. A high grade 4 creator isn't all that impressive. Over time, most high grade 4 creators will accumulate some hidden potion formulas. However, that doesn't prove your worth. You're so rude to me and don't have much lifespan left. Why should I forgive you? I need you to give me a reason. Otherwise, you'll die here today. When City Lord Li asks me later, I'll say you left through the window. I believe City Lord Li is so smart that he won't ask too much. Lin Yuan's words made Huang En's body tremble slightly. Huang En's main purpose in coming to see Lin Yuan was to see if Lin Yuan could help him increase his lifespan by a few years. Huang En's arrogance was a trait he had become accustomed to, but he never expected it to lead to such serious consequences. Lin Yuan did not care about the life and death of a high-grade 4 creator. Hence, Huang En came to a conclusion: creators were nothing to Lin Yuan. Compared to dying here, Huang En would accept any means of survival. Lord, even if I only have 100 years of lifespan left, I can concoct numerous potions for you in the 100 years and create enough value for you. I hope you can let me follow you and atone for my rudeness today. Since Huang En had put it this way, Lin Yuan spoke directly. In that case, use your Holy Spirit to pledge allegiance to me. Do you know that your words just now successfully saved your life and gave me a reason to let you live? The corners of Huang En's mouth twitched. To pledge loyalty to Lin Yuan, Huang En had to swear with the Holy Spirit that everything he did in the future would be under Lin Yuan's control. No one wanted to be controlled by others, especially a noble creator like Huang En. However, when circumstances outweighed his capabilities, refusal would only lead to death. Huang En had no choice but to summon his Holy Spirit and let Lin Yuan control it through the Divine Kingdom. Ever since Huang En had entered this room for less than an hour, he had become Lin Yuan's servant. Huang En, whose Holy Spirit was under Lin Yuan's control, still did not dare to get up from the ground. He could only crawl there and wait for Lin Yuan's instructions. Although Huang En was an inherently arrogant and conceited individual, apart from concocting creator resources, he was useless. However, apart from the Moon Empress, Huang En was the only second creator in Sky City. Lin Yuan raised his hand and the Jasmine Lily appeared in his palm. When the Jasmine Lily evolved to Suzerain/Myth 3, it could take human form. However, compared to taking human form, Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily preferred to stay in the Spirit Lock spatial zone in its original form and absorb the spirit chi in it. It did not spend any effort elsewhere. The Jasmine Lily emitted a few green lights and landed on Huang En's body, healing the frostbite on his body. While Lin Yuan was healing, Winter removed the cold air he had injected into Huang En's body. If Winter didn't whisk away the chill from Huang En's body, the Jasmine Lily's efforts to heal his injuries would be in vain, no matter how fervently it tried. Following Huang An's healing, Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward and lifted him up, saying, "For your sins, you deserve death 1,000-fold. Yet, by choosing to align with me and faithfully pledging your loyalty, I shall extend your lifespan." Lin Yuan took out a lifespan mouse that had been specially nurtured in the spirit lock spatial zone and handed it to Huang An. There was no need for Lin Yuan to introduce it. The moment Huang An saw the lifespan mouse, he clearly understood its abilities. Huang An's body trembled again. Previously, Huang An had trembled in fear when facing Lin Yuan. Now, he was trembling because he had seen the lifespan mouse's ability and knew that once he contracted it, he would obtain an endless lifespan. As long as there were no accidents, he could continue living. In the eyes of the creator, every resource had a clear value. This lifespan mouse was a priceless treasure in Huang An's eyes. Not to mention a grade 4 creator like him, even a grade 5 creator would go crazy when they saw this lifespan mouse. As the era changed, countless giants had perished in the torrent of time. If these giants had had a lifespan mouse, they would have been able to survive until now. Huang An asked Lin Yuan uncertainly, "Lord, are you going to bestow this fate to me?" When Huang An asked this question, he was somewhat uncertain. Huang An felt that he was unworthy of such resources. This lifespan mouse was even more valuable than a grade 4 creator like him. Lin Yuan placed the lifespan mouse in Huang An's hand. The lifespan mouse ran around Huang An's palm and curiously sniffed the aura on his palm. "Of course. If I didn't want to give it to you, why would I take it out before you? You can contract it. However, this little fellow is unable to increase its grade and quality. Once it dies, you will also die. I'm sure you are already aware of this. For your safety, this mouse will remain with me for care and supervision after you've contracted it." Upon hearing that Lin Yuan wanted to give him the lifespan mouse, Huang An was overjoyed and did not pay much attention to the fact that Lin Yuan wanted to control the lifespan mouse for him. Lin Yuan had already taken control of Huang An's holy spirit and could determine Huang An's life and death. Under such circumstances, it did not matter to Huang An if Lin Yuan used another method to control him. At that moment, Huang An felt like he had profited from a disaster. If he had known that Lin Yuan had a way for him to obtain an endless lifespan, he would definitely have tried his best to join Lin Yuan. Huang An had experienced the feeling of nearing the end of his lifespan. Now, as he faced the imminent replenishment of his lifespan, he could finally relax. In the future, Huang An would no longer have to worry about his lifespan. As a witness of epochs, Huang An could now focus on enhancing his abilities as a creator in his endless lifespan. Even if he was limited by his talent, there was always a possibility of evolution after constant training. Now, being a grade 5 creator was no longer Huang An's goal. Huang An believed that he could become a grade 6 creator. "Lord, please take care of the lifespan mouse for me in the future. If there's anything you want me to do, just tell me. I'll do my best to fulfill your request." Despite his arrogance, now that Huang An had become Lin Yuan's subordinate, he was well aware of what he needed to do. When Huang An was young, he had once been a servant under a grade 3 creator. It was because Huang An was very tactful and diligent that he was taken in as a disciple by the grade 3 creator. Due to this, he had the chance to learn the abilities of a creator. Huang An had served his master for more than 2,000 years, but in the end, his master still failed to become a grade 4 creator and died because his lifespan was exhausted. Not only was Huang An stronger than his master in terms of creator talent, but he was also luckier than his master to be able to contract a sacred item like the lifespan mouse when his lifespan was less than 100 years old. Lin Yuan was satisfied with Huang An's current attitude. Huang An had already formed a contract with the lifespan mouse, so Lin Yuan told Huang An after taking it away, "There's nothing for you to do now. Just follow me. When you return, someone will make arrangements for you and tell you what resources to concoct." Lin Yuan's words hinted to Huang and that a significant faction was supporting him. The mere fact that this faction could offer the lifespan mouse as a reward to someone like Huang An, who had recently emerged, indicated the strength of their foundation. As a creator, Huang An had always wanted to rely on a large faction. With a large faction backing him, he would no longer have to worry about obtaining resources. As an unspecialized creator, Huang En had spent a lot of effort searching for resources, especially when he wanted to try some experiments. However, if creators wanted to continuously improve their abilities, they had to study more and try to break through. He would not have to worry if he joined a huge faction. Li Feng had always been concerned about the interaction between Lin Yuan and Huang En. While it was primarily their affair if Huang En provoked Lin Yuan due to his arrogance, Li Feng was the one who had introduced Huang En to Lin Yuan. Li Feng feared Lin Yuan might develop negative opinions and thoughts about him. Observing Lin Yuan and Huang En, Li Feng noticed Huang En closely trailing behind Lin Yuan, resembling Lin Yuan's sidekick. This sight surprised Li Feng immensely, sparking curiosity about what had transpired between Lin Yuan and Huang En to prompt such a significant change. Huang En's attitude toward Li Feng was exceedingly complex. Initially, Huang En had almost felt as though Li Feng had led him into a trap. However, considering the outcome, it was Li Feng who had aided him in seizing this opportunity. Even if Huang En harbored grievances against Li Feng, he couldn't exhibit them as one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. Huang En believed doing so would imply dissatisfaction with being under Lin Yuan's command. Taking the initiative, Huang En greeted Li Feng and warmly patted his shoulder, seemingly expressing gratitude to Li Feng for introducing him to Lin Yuan. Li Feng felt relieved. It was fortunate that Huang En hadn't clashed with Lin Yuan. Not only had Li Feng assisted Lin Yuan, but he had also won Huang En's favor. It seems that you and young Master Lin have had a good conversation. I didn't establish this connection between you two for nothing. Young Master Lin, when you came, you said you were preparing to go to the Fortune Treasure Palace. Why don't you inform me? I'll help you prepare the carriage. Lin Yuan declined Li Feng's good intentions. City Lord Li, I'm about to leave for Fortune Treasure Palace. I'm here to bid you farewell. After I leave Fortune Treasure Palace, I probably won't come to your City Lord Manor again. This is a fantasy crystal birthstone flower ramet. If anything happens in the future, you can contact me through it. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was about to leave, Li Feng felt rather regretful, but he did not continue to persuade Lin Yuan to stay. A person with Lin Yuan's background would definitely have something to do. It would be too much to force Lin Yuan to stay. The fantasy crystal birthstone flower was a communication fey unique to Fortune Treasure Palace. Although there were occasionally fantasy crystal birthstone flowers in the outside world, they still carried a powerful Fortune Treasure Palace aura. Lin Yuan's fantasy crystal birthstone flower had most likely been traded from Fortune Treasure Palace. This meant that Lin Yuan had a deep relationship with Fortune Treasure Palace. However, Li Feng did not care about this. It did not matter which faction Lin Yuan was close to. It was fine as long as Lin Yuan was a sponsor of Treasure City. Now that Lin Yuan had given him that ramet, it would be easier for him to communicate with him in the future. Young Master Lin, if I help you contact a creator in the future, I'll tell you through this fantasy crystal birthstone flower ramet. After saying that, Li Feng turned to ask, Your Grace Huang En, you previously said that you wanted to go to the treasure vault of the City Lord Manor to see if there are any spiritual ingredients you need. Why don't I arrange it for you now? Huang En shook his head. There's no need to trouble you. I'll leave with young Master Lin. After saying that, Li Feng saw Huang En following closely behind Lin Yuan. Li Feng and Huang En's relationship went way back. Li Feng understood Huang En very well. Despite Huang En's arrogance, he treated Li Feng quite well. After all, he had agreed to every one of Li Feng's previous requests for trade. Li Feng had previously traded creator resources from Huang En without hesitation. Otherwise, Li Feng would not have immediately thought of Huang En upon learning that Lin Yuan wanted to trade with a creator whose lifespan was about to end. In Li Feng's impression, Huang En always walked with his head held high and his back straight. However, Huang En, now following behind Lin Yuan, actually bent down slightly. This discovery made Li Feng's heart skip a beat. Considering his attitude toward Lin Yuan, Li Feng speculated that Huang En might have joined Lin Yuan. Li Feng believed that this possibility was highly likely. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan had only traded with Huang En and the latter had obtained the spiritual ingredients that could restore his lifespan, Huang En's attitude toward Lin Yuan would definitely not be like this. Li Feng could sense the fear in Huang En's eyes when he looked at Lin Yuan. Huang En might have any other emotions toward Lin Yuan, but fear didn't seem right. Li Feng and Zhan Lu were already very close. But because of Lin Yuan, they grew even closer. They had a gathering not long ago and discussed the development of the Fortune Treasure Palace's new land. Since Zhan Lu had promised Li Feng to increase Fortune Treasure Palace's tax revenue to aid in Treasure City's development, Li Feng no longer restricted the expansion of Zhan Lu's power in the city. Instead, he provided Zhan Lu with a lot of support. This strengthened the relationship between Zhan Lu and Li Feng even more than before. Zhan Lu had told Li Feng that Jin Shan, the special honor guest of Fortune Treasure Palace, was currently working for Lin Yuan and seemed to have joined Lin Yuan. When discussing this matter, Zhan Lu was surprised. He was certain that Lin Yuan and Jin Chen did not know each other before. Among the special honor guests, Lin Yuan and Jin Chen almost had a conflict. It was unclear when Lin Yuan and Jin Chen's relationship had become superior and subordinate. When Zhan Lu mentioned this matter, he didn't harbor any particular thoughts. He simply marveled at Lin Yuan's strength, amazed that he could prompt a Holy Spirit expert to submit willingly. Li Feng listened carefully to Zhan Lu's words. He had not interacted much with Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan became a guardian of Treasure City because he actively pursued him. Ever since then, Li Feng had not interacted with Lin Yuan. Hearing news about Lin Yuan reaffirmed his confidence in the decisions he made back then. Zhan Lu felt that Huang En's submission to Lin Yuan was exactly the same as what Zhan Lu had said about Jin Shan. Li Feng was prepared to get some information from Huang En when he met him again. He wanted to know if Huang En had joined Lin Yuan. Initially, Li Feng did not want Huang En to go to Treasure City's treasure vault and let him directly choose resources from there. The treasure vault was his accumulation for many years as city lord. Li Feng even included the resources he had obtained when he was not working in Treasure City into it. Huang En would not show courtesy in selecting resources and would take almost all of the cherished resources he had collected. Although Huang En would exchange creator resources with him, some of the resources Huang En took from the treasure vault were much lower than Grade 4 creators. Many of the materials could be exchanged for Grade 5 creator resources. Li Feng could accumulate so many rare resources because Treasure City was a very popular resource trading city. There was only one possibility for him to let go of this rare opportunity, and that was to cooperate with Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan could even subdue a Grade 4 creator like Huang En, Li Feng felt it was necessary to get closer to Lin Yuan and deepen their cooperation. Only by borrowing strength in the sky beyond the clouds could one go further. Lin Yuan had already arrived at Fortune Treasure Palace with Winter, and Huang and Ling Muzhua personally welcomed Lin Yuan at the entrance of Fortune Treasure Palace and brought the three of them to a quiet room. Only Ling Muzhua, the palace master in the East Universe, could use that quiet room when receiving esteemed guests. No one else, not even Zhan Lu, the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace, had the qualifications to do so. Zhan Lu followed behind Ling Muzhua gloomily the entire time. Ling Muzhua's actions were equivalent to snatching his opportunity. While it was true that Ling Muzhua had given him some compensation, it was not enough to make up for the opportunities he had taken away. Lin Yuan did not treat Zhan Lu coldly just because he had gotten close to Ling Muzhua. When he saw Zhan Lu, he took the initiative to greet him, which made Zhan Lu very happy. Ling Muzhua's image was the same as the one Lin Yuan had seen in the Starlight Connection. I haven't seen Palace Master Ling for a few days, and you're still as elegant as ever. Lin Yuan's words made Ling Muzhua smile. Ling Muzhua had never seen Lin Yuan's true appearance in the Starlight Connection, so he was very curious about his true appearance. It didn't take long for Ling Muzhua to meet him. Ling Muzhua had asked Zhan Lu to report Lin Yuan's situation to him in detail before, and Zhan Lu had always emphasized that Lin Yuan was extremely young. Ling Muzhua had always harbored suspicions toward Zhan Lu's words, feeling that he was not telling the truth. Zhan Lu had claimed that Lin Yuan was under 50 years old. If that were true, how could he command such a formidable faction? Even if Lin Yuan were the faction's young master, it would strain credulity. Without enduring trials, how could such a vast faction bestow such significant authority upon a young person? However, upon seeing Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhua became convinced that Zhan Lu had spoken truthfully. Indeed, Lin Yuan was not yet 50. Lifespan was an undeniable truth. The younger Lin Yuan was, the more Ling Muzhua esteemed him. Young Master Lin, you're truly gifted. At your age, wielding such strength and independence is remarkable. In my youth, I was adrift, unsure of my path. Ling Muzhua's praise was heartfelt. There was no need for excessive politeness. They were already partners. Superfluous niceties would only demean him. In his 40s or 50s, Ling Muzhua had been a carefree playboy, relying on his family's resources. It took unforeseen events to spur him to action. In Ling Muzhua's estimation, barring accidents, Lin Yuan was destined for greatness. In the future, these experts could also contribute to Fortune Treasure Palace. Ling Muzhua wished to invest in Lin Yuan, though he was uncertain if Lin Yuan would accept Fortune Treasure Palace's investment. Judging from the creator resources that Lin Yuan used to trade with Fortune Treasure Palace, he most likely did not need them to invest resources in him. Upon hearing Ling Muzhua's words, Lin Yuan smiled. Palace Master Ling, your courtesy is appreciated. You wield great influence in the sky beyond the clouds, capable of causing a stir in the East universe with a mere step. Fortune Treasure Palace is not to be underestimated. If they lack such capability, I doubt I would have formed such a close partnership with them. The item I provided requires extensive time and resources to cultivate, including the energy of the breath soil. Ever since Ling Muzhua began communicating with Lin Yuan, he enjoyed showcasing his skills. Lin Yuan's response indicated his own desire to demonstrate his abilities to Ling Muzhua. Individuals like Ling Muzhua, who enjoyed displaying their skills, were undoubtedly conscious of their status. However, this trait wasn't a flaw in their collaboration. Rather, it had its advantages. As long as Lin Yuan demonstrated sufficient capabilities to earn Ling Muzhua's esteem, their transaction would proceed smoothly. Lin Yuan's words surprised both Zhan Lu and Ling Muzhua. Ling Muzhua, having used the star vastness peony's rammet to establish a star bond, understood that phase capable of instant face-to-face communication and ultra-long-distance material teleportation were exceedingly rare. He hadn't anticipated that nurturing such a fae would require resources of the caliber of the breath soil. Even Fortune Treasure Palace would struggle to obtain resources like the breath soil. Furthermore, even if they possessed it, trading it externally would prove challenging. Lin Yuan's demonstration of his abilities yielded a positive outcome, with Ling Muzhua greatly valuing him. Ling Muzhua chuckled. It appears Brother Lin places great trust in me to entrust such a precious resource. Rest assured, I won't disappoint. I've already informed the creators of your capabilities, particularly your ability to extend their lifespans. Would you prefer to meet them immediately? Or would you like some time to rest before our arranged meeting? They've arrived early, eagerly anticipating our encounter. Brother Lin, if you're ready to meet, I can make the arrangements promptly. Previously, Ling Muzhua had addressed Lin Yuan as Young Master Lin. His switch to a more familiar address indicated his desire to deepen their relationship. Ling Muzhua used such a direct method to test Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan acknowledged his way of addressing him and responded to it, it meant that he also intended to get closer to Ling Muzhua. If Lin Yuan did not have such intentions, forcing it would most likely arouse his disgust. Although Lin Yuan looked young, he had already cultivated an extremely sophisticated worldly wisdom in the time he had spent in the main world. Lin Yuan laughed and said, Brother Ling, since you've already arranged for those creators to come, won't it be equivalent to making things difficult for you if I let them wait for a long time? Arrange for me to meet them. If I want to rest, it's not too late to do so after meeting them. When I meet these creators, I need to reveal some information about the resources in my hands. I don't want outsiders to know about this, nor do I want these creators to share among themselves to avoid any disloyal intention. Therefore, I wish to meet with each of these creators individually. I hope you can convey my request to them. I don't want to cause misunderstandings between these creators, nor do I want them to cause trouble for me. Lin Yuan openly voiced his request without any concealment to Ling Muzhua. Lin Yuan had a foundation and resources in his hands. It was Ling Muzhua who wanted to take the initiative to curry favor with Lin Yuan, not the other way around. Lin Yuan believed that Ling Muzhua would facilitate his request. Huang En, who was beside Lin Yuan, subconsciously shrunk his neck. He could already predict the fate of these creators that Lin Yuan would meet alone. They would most likely join Lin Yuan's faction like him. The information concerning the lifespan mouse in Lin Yuan's possession must be kept confidential. Should it leak, Huang En understood that all major factions in the sky beyond the clouds would target Lin Yuan to obtain the lifespan mouse. Many powerful species had suffered dire consequences due to their failure to securely hold onto rare resources, often resulting from leaked information about these assets. It could be said that Huang En had no regrets after being forcefully recruited by Lin Yuan. On the contrary, being taken under Lin Yuan's wing was considered the greatest opportunity of his life. Compared to the prospect of immortality, joining a faction and working for it seemed trivial. Joining Lin Yuan's faction did not equate to losing his freedom. As a highly respected grade 4 creator, he retained autonomy. In the future, he would have opportunities to travel outside and enjoy protection from other factions. Lin Yuan would likely invest in him and help enhance his creator abilities. Most creators would undergo their processes and eventually feel exceedingly fortunate to be recruited by Lin Yuan. Ling Muzhua was delighted by Lin Yuan's response. He said confidently, "Brother Lin, since you're prepared to meet them now, I'll arrange it for you." Apart from the two grade 4 creators, the grade 5 creator has also arrived. I'll arrange for you to meet the two grade 4 creators first, and then the grade 5 creator. What do you think? There was an unwritten rule among the creators in the sky beyond the clouds. Creators of higher grades should make their appearance last to show their honor. In terms of status, Ling Muzhua, the palace master of Fortune Treasure Palace, was comparable to a grade 5 creator. However, regardless of the circumstances, he would not offend these creators, even if their lifespans were about to reach the end. Therefore, while making arrangements, Ling Muzhua went back to consider the creator's rules. Lin Yuan smiled and addressed Ling Muzhua. "Brother Ling, you can arrange things as you see fit, but please ensure my prior arrangements are upheld." He reiterated his request to Ling Muzhua, trusting in their budding friendship and Ling Muzhua's attitude toward him to handle the matter appropriately. Zhang Lu felt overshadowed by Ling Muzhua's presence around Lin Yuan, which made him hesitant to engage too deeply in conversation. Instead, he directed his attention to Huang En. Although their relationship wasn't as close as Li Feng's and Huang En's, they had exchanged words on a few occasions. Zhang Lu took the initiative, addressing Huang En. "Sir Huang En, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I see you're acquainted with young Master Lin. It's been a while since you've graced Fortune Treasure Palace with your presence." Though Huang En wasn't an official honor guest, Zhang Lu regretted that Huang En hadn't accepted a prior invitation. If Huang En were to become an esteemed guest, Zhang Lu's efforts would surely be recognized. Huang En glanced at Zhang Lu, favorably impressed by his connection to Lin Yuan. His tone remained polite. Earlier, on their journey, Huang En had suggested Lin Yuan reveal his identity as a servant, but Lin Yuan declined, preferring to maintain a facade of a business relationship. Knowing Ling Muzhua's extensive information network, Lin Yuan didn't want to imply any control over the creator. With Lin Yuan's intentions clarified, Huang En had prepared his response for others. "It's true that I haven't been here for a while. Not only do I know young Master Lin, but he's also an important partner of mine." Huang En straightforwardly expressed his attitude toward Lin Yuan, which attracted Ling Muzhua's attention. The fact Lin Yuan was valued so highly by a high-grade 4 creator was enough to prove Lin Yuan's worth. Ling Muzhua allowed Zhang Lu to chat with Huang En. It would be great if Zhang Lu could bring Huang En into Fortune Treasure Palace as a special honor guest. "Brother Lin, rest assured. These 3 creators are each in separate rooms. 2 of the grade 4 creators hold grudges against one another. The grade 5 creator refused to share a room with them, feeling it would diminish his status. If you wish to meet them all simultaneously, I'll need to make extra arrangements." Ling Muzhua's words both explained the situation and served as a warning about the difficult nature of the grade 5 creator. He hoped Lin Yuan would be mentally prepared. Ling Muzhua had intervened on Lin Yuan's behalf, hoping to avoid any conflict with a grade 5 creator. Otherwise, their good intentions might lead to undesirable outcomes. Observing Lin Yuan's silence, Ling Muzhua wondered if his message had been understood. Ling Muzhua trusted Lin Yuan to understand the boundaries implicitly, so he refrained from further explicit warnings. Lin Yuan entered the room without Huang En, accompanied only by Winter. As Zhan Lu had been in contact with Huang En, he allowed Huang En to stay in Fortune Treasure Palace for further communication. Upon entering the tranquil room, Lin Yuan spotted an elderly woman with white hair seated, sipping tea. She exuded an aura of fragility as if a mere gust could snuff her out. Her appearance reflected the toll of age, a stark contrast to her youthful essence as a creator. Upon seeing Ling Muzhua enter with Lin Yuan and Winter, she set her teacup down and rose unsteadily, taking the initiative to greet them. The impression she left on Lin Yuan differed greatly from that of Huang En. Huang En, with a lifespan of 100 years remaining, exuded arrogance, underestimating his reliance on connections to extend his life. Perhaps he also underestimated Li Feng's ability to forge beneficial alliances for him. As a grade 4 creator, this elderly woman wielded formidable power. Her struggle against aging likely drove her to value any means of extending her lifespan dearly. Ling Muzhua introduced Lin Yuan to the elderly woman. Master Shimei, this is young Master Lin that I told you about. Young Master Lin has a way to increase your lifespan. Brother Lin, this is Master Shimei. She's an intermediate grade 4 creator and is very famous in this area. She's very good at healing injuries and has saved the lives of many experts in this area. You two have a good chat. I'll leave first. I can guarantee that no one will listen in on your conversation. After saying that, Ling Muzhua left the room. He did not continue to chat with Lin Yuan and Shimei after the introductions and left the space to them. Ling Muzhua hoped that Lin Yuan's methods could help Shimei recover her lifespan. This way, as the person who introduced her, Shimei would owe him a huge favor. If Lin Yuan did not help her recover her lifespan, Shimei would die within a month or two. If Shimei was going to die, Ling Muzhua wouldn't want her to die in Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan trusted that Ling Muzhua could create a favorable environment for him, where they wouldn't be subjected to any form of surveillance. However, Lin Yuan would not place his trust in Ling Muzhua. The moment he left the room, Winter had already enveloped the room with his aura. If someone were to investigate the situation in the room, Winter would discover it immediately. Shimei took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Yuan. Young Master Lin, this should be the first time we've met. Try this pot of life-prolonging tea that I specially concocted. The life-prolonging tea uses pine needles as the base and incorporates 4 spiritual ingredients known to increase lifespan: the longevity purple ginseng, the heavenly fate snow mushroom, the knotweed, and the longevity scarlet fruit, especially stir-fried and brewed with lotus heart dew. For those who are replenishing their lifespan for the first time, this cup of tea that I specially concocted can extend their lifespan by at least 500 years. It's just that I can only taste it lightly. Lin Yuan raised his brows. The 4 spiritual ingredients Shimei mentioned were all precious. Fortune Treasure Palace would only hide resources that would not be sold. Lin Yuan took the teacup but did not drink the tea. He knew the meaning behind her words. Shimei was telling him that even with such spiritual ingredients, she couldn't increase her lifespan. If Lin Yuan couldn't drink the tea in the cup, then he should leave. To Shimei, even the most precious resources were merely objects. Otherwise, Shimei would never have squandered this kind of tea that could extend lifespan, nor would she casually give it to others. Shimei most likely didn't believe she could extend her lifespan again. Her reluctance to give up was simply driven by the desire to survive. Lin Yuan did not need to use so many methods to deal with Shimei's situation like he did with Huang. When she saw that Lin Yuan had put down the teacup she had handed over and had not drunk the tea, Shimei's gaze wavered as she looked up at Lin Yuan. There was no species behind Shimei, nor did she have any faction she belonged to, which meant no one could inherit Shimei's resources. If it were a creator from a species of faction whose lifespan was about to run out, they would not be able to squander like Shimei. Lin Yuan did not immediately answer her question. nor did he take out the resources she wanted to see. Instead, he asked her, "Shimei, if someone could enable you to live longer, but it required you to join their faction and work for them, would you be willing?" Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on Shimei as he spoke. Shimei could sense Lin Yuan's seriousness from his words. Shimei smiled. "Is there such a good thing? Any life, when facing the prospect of becoming a withered and decayed tree like me, would consider staying alive as the greatest pursuit. Death is the end of everything. Only by living can you enjoy this world. Even if there's such a good thing in this world, I don't believe it will fall into my lap." Just as she finished speaking, an orange mouse appeared in Lin Yuan's palm. It was looking around curiously. When Shimei saw the orange mouse, she subconsciously looked away. Shimei, who had averted her gaze, froze for 2 seconds. Then, shock surged out of her eyes as she stared at the lifespan mouse in Lin Yuan's palm. Her breathing suddenly quickened, and she couldn't help but raise her hand. Facing a glimmer of hope greater than expected, Shimei, already in despair, could no longer conceal her emotions. Winter's gaze remained fixed on Shimei. If she showed any signs of attempting to snatch the lifespan mouse, Winter would stop her immediately. Lin Yuan watched quietly as Shimei released her emotions. After a long while, Shimei released her Holy Spirit and bowed to Lin Yuan. "Young Master Lin, I will treat you as my salvation and serve you for life. I will be proud to serve you." Shimei's actions proved to Lin Yuan she was smart. After gaining control of Shimei's Holy Spirit, Lin Yuan said, "After you contract this lifespan mouse, it has to be placed in my hands. I will help you feed it and ensure that its lifespan is in an infinite state." After seeing Huang and Lin Yuan had already decided to employ dual tactics to control these creators. Even with Shimei's cooperation, Lin Yuan still had to abide by the rules he had set. Shimei said with a smile, "I believe in the value I can create and that you won't waste such a treasure for nothing. I'm extremely grateful you're willing to help me feed the lifespan mouse." Shimei's integration as Lin Yuan's subordinate was abnormally smooth, and Lin Yuan instructed her, "Don't let outsiders know about the situation of the lifespan mouse and everything that happened here today, including the other creators in the faction." Lin Yuan said this because he did not want the creators who had joined Sky City to know that he possessed numerous lifespan mice. As long as he stopped these creators under his control from sending messages, others would not know. With these 2 layers of control in Lin Yuan's hands, it was impossible for the creators under his control not to abide by his orders. Lin Yuan had given Huang and the same advice, but neither Huang and nor Shimei knew his true intentions. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. I've never been a talkative person. When we go out later, should I directly reveal my identity as your subordinate or conceal our relationship to let the palace master think we have established cooperation?" Shimei knew that Lin Yuan was going to meet a total of 3 creators. Be it that woman with the sharp tongue or that arrogant old man, their lifespans had already reached the end. It was likely that Lin Yuan would take the other 2 under his wing as well. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan's plan would succeed or not, his actions were too conspicuous. Shimei's suggestion was beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. She was very good at reading people's minds. Although Shimei was not as capable as Huang En as a creator, she was more worth nurturing than Huang En for Sky City. "Shimei, you only need to tell the public that we have reached an agreement. Don't forget to thank Palace Master Ling." Lin Yuan walked out of the room. He wanted Shimei to thank Ling Muzhua, conveying that introducing these creators, whose lifespans were nearing their end, would be advantageous for him. Ling Muzhua would only use his connections to introduce more creators who were about to reach the end of their lifespan to Lin Yuan if there were benefits involved. After opening the door, Lin Yuan discovered 2 strange silver-purple, potted plants at the entrance of the room. He used true data to inspect the 2 pots and discovered that they were called screen irises. The screen irises were spatial type and wind type dual element phase. They could form an energy barrier between them that blocked the outside from probing the inside. If the people inside wanted to transmigrate the barrier, they only needed to sprinkle water on the leaves of the 2 screen irises. There were 2 cups beside the 2 screen irises. The screen irises were not considered an extremely rare fae in the sky beyond the clouds. Shimei, who walked out of the room behind Lin Yuan, naturally spilled the water in her cup on the 2 pots of screen irises. After recovering her lifespan, Shimei no longer bore the appearance of an elderly woman with white hair and wrinkled skin. Instead, she had become a woman with long chestnut hair and peach blossom eyes. It had been a long time since Shimei had recovered to such a state. She kept looking at herself and took out a pair of exquisite ear clips to clamp on her ears. Then, she put on a gorgeous necklace. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan knew Shimei had regained her passion for life and her vision for the future. Ling Muzhua was waiting outside the palace, looking forward to the outcome of Lin Yuan and Shimei's conversation. Ling Muzhua had personally investigated the issue of Shimei's lifespan and knew how troublesome it was. Shimei was a special honor guest of Fortune Treasure Palace and worked closely with them. If Shimei could recover her lifespan, Fortune Treasure Palace could also obtain many benefits. Moreover, if Lin Yuan could help Shimei recover her lifespan, he could help another Grade 4 creator recover their lifespan. As for whether Lin Yuan could help the Grade 5 creator recover his lifespan, Ling Muzhua was uncertain. This was because the level of resources a Grade 5 creator could access far exceeded that of a Grade 4 creator and was not something a Grade 4 creator could compare to. The fact he could invite his Grade 5 creator came as a surprise to Ling Muzhua. It showed that even this Grade 5 creator was constantly seeking opportunities to stay alive. If a low Grade 5 creator was willing to join Honor Absent Parliament, they could at least become a 2-star speaker based on their status as a creator. Ling Muzhua had not contacted this Grade 5 creator through the channels and connections of Fortune Treasure Palace. Instead, he contacted him personally. He did not have a close relationship with this Grade 5 creator. He had always wanted to get closer, but there wasn't any opportunity. Ling Muzhua had placed all his hopes on Lin Yuan, hoping that Lin Yuan could help him build a good relationship with this Grade 5 creator. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and Shimei walk out one after another, Ling Muzhua smiled. Just by looking at Shimei's current state, Ling Muzhua knew that the transaction between Lin Yuan and Shimei had gone smoothly without needing to inquire further. Ling Muzhua took a step forward and said warmly, "Congratulations, Your Excellency Shimei, for extending your lifespan as you had wished. In the future, I will still help you find more opportunities to extend your lifespan." Shimei did not care about Lin Yuan's control over her, and was very grateful to Ling Muzhua. "Palace Master Ling, you're too polite. Young Master Lin has recovered a lot of my lifespan this time. I spent most of my life near Treasure City. Now that I've recovered my lifespan, I'm prepared to explore around. Fortune Treasure Palace is spread throughout the East Universe. I can continue to cooperate with Fortune Treasure Palace no matter where I go." Shimei's words were her response to Ling Muzhua's help. Ling Muzhua had spent so much effort waiting to hear those words from her. Ling Muzhua did not care about Shimei's activity near Treasure City. He was the palace master of the East Universe's Fortune Treasure Palace, not the person in charge of Fortune Treasure Palace branches in Treasure City. Shimei's departure was not a loss for Ling Muzhua. It was just that Zhan Lu was going to lose a big client. Ling Muzhua cupped her hands at Shimei and gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, you're still the most capable. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet a Grade 4 creator. That Grade 4 creator has already sent her retainer to rush me twice. She keeps asking when you will finish talking to Shimei." Ling Muzhua emphasized "rush me twice," indicating that a Grade 4 creator was not easy to deal with. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He and Shimei had only met for less than 2 hours. 2 hours was nothing in the sky beyond the clouds. In the past 2 hours, this Grade 4 creator had come to urge him twice, which made him feel that this Grade 4 creator wasn't seeking help to restore her lifespan. Instead, she seemed to be looking for trouble. Shimei snorted and said, "Young Master Lin, the creator you're going to meet has some enmity with me. She's clearly in a similar state to me but still maintains a hostile demeanor. Why don't I go with you to teach her a lesson?" Upon hearing Shimei's words, Ling Muzhua felt surprised. He was well aware of the feud between Shimei and the Grade 4 creator. Their first encounter had already exposed him to their confrontation. Shimei gave Ling Muzhua the impression of someone who had experienced life and death, remaining calm and composed. However, despite the other creator's situation being no better than Shimei's, she persisted in aggression and showed no mercy in her speech, giving the impression of an old child. Ling Muzhua sincerely wished to avoid conflicts in Fortune Treasure Palace. However, he had never considered stopping Shimei. Shimei's current state was the best evidence of Lin Yuan's ability. As long as Lin Yuan could help the other creator recover her lifespan, any conflicts would be inconsequential. If those involved refrained from spreading the news, Ling Muzhua could quell the storm. Lin Yuan was quite surprised by Shimei's suggestion. She was highly intelligent and emotionally astute, unlikely to make such requests rashly. Lin Yuan was curious to see her next move. Observing Shimei's actions more closely, especially given Lin Yuan's efforts to nurture her, would assist him in carefully assessing her abilities. It's great that Your Excellency Shimei is willing to help me. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance. I'm not good at dealing with cunning individuals. If I were to confront them, I fear I might lose my temper. Lin Yuan's words were airtight, leaving no room for Ling Muzhua to suspect his relationship with Shimei. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan crafted his image to Ling Muzhua, intentionally revealing his short temper, signaling that he wouldn't yield even to a grade 4 creator. By conveying his temper to Ling Muzhua, Lin Yuan ensured future situations would be met with more emotional consideration. This could effectively mitigate conflicts between Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhua, even within Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan's past interactions indicated that individuals with both temperament and capability were often esteemed and respected by others. Ling Muzhua brought Lin Yuan to the entrance of another side hall and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, Your Excellency Mei, I'll continue to stand here as a lookout for you." Ling Muzhua cupped his hands at Shimei and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Shimei, this is the territory of Fortune Treasure Palace after all. I hope you won't have a direct conflict with Her Excellency Tsunrui. Otherwise, it will be difficult for my side. Fortune Treasure Palace's reputation will also be affected." After some deliberation, Ling Muzhua decided to remind Shimei. Since Ling Muzhua had just helped Shimei, she probably wouldn't blame him for saying such words. Ling Muzhua was genuinely concerned that Lin Yuan would fall out with Tsunrui since he said he had a bad temper and did not like interacting with bad-tempered people. At that point, it wasn't a matter of whether Tsunrui was willing to cooperate with Lin Yuan, but rather if Lin Yuan was willing to give the spiritual ingredients capable of increasing lifespan to Tsunrui. If such a situation happened, it would be too awkward. Shimei didn't embarrass Ling Muzhua, but she didn't give Ling Muzhua an affirmative answer either. Instead, she said, "I am going with young Master Lin to help him. I won't take the initiative to find trouble." Wouldn't I be causing trouble for young Master Lin if I took the initiative to cause trouble? But if that old fellow, Tsunrui, takes the initiative to find trouble with young Master Lin and me, I can't possibly just stand by without taking any action. Otherwise, my trip with young Master Lin will be meaningless. I hope Palace Master Ling can understand me. Ling Muzhua remained silent. If Tsunrui kept causing trouble with Lin Yuan and Shimei, it would mean that she was disrespecting Fortune Treasure Palace. Ling Muzhua had a deep relationship with Tsunrui. Previously, she had helped strengthen Ling Muzhua's contracted fae. Initially, Ling Muzhua and Tsunrui had a better relationship. No matter how bad Tsunrui's temper was and how deep the hatred between her and Shimei was, she would not be stupid enough to give up the opportunity to increase her lifespan. If Tsunrui truly acted so foolishly and forced Muzhua to make a choice, Ling Muzhua would stand on Lin Yuan and Shimei's side. However, from any perspective, standing on Lin Yuan and Shimei's side was more in line with Fortune Treasure Palace's interests. In the end, Fortune Treasure Palace was still a merchant faction. When the two allies of Fortune Treasure Palace had conflicts, the faction would always only help the stronger party. Lin Yuan and Shimei had just stepped into the side hall when they saw 4 Holy Spirit experts standing behind the screen irises. The Holy Spirit level was considered a threshold in the sky beyond the clouds. Those who could reach the Holy Spirit level were top-notch experts in any faction. When Shimei appeared behind Lin Yuan, the 4 of them initially looked surprised. then instinctively became guarded, though a trace of astonishment lingered in their eyes. Surveying the varied expressions before him, Lin Yuan couldn't suppress a smile. He broke the silence. "I'm Lin Yuan. I've come to discuss a deal with Her Excellency Tsunrui. Since she sent so many attendants and stationed guards at the door, allow me to convey my respects." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the four were perplexed. Tsunrui knew Lin Yuan had visited Shimei first, which displeased her. Had Shimei not regained her vitality, they would have kicked her out long ago. But her recovery, coupled with Lin Yuan's endorsement by Fortune Treasure Palace, proved his worth. Offending him was unwise, yet they were unsure how to inform Tsunrui. Currently, Tsunrui was in a frail state, unlikely to take well to Shimei's recovery. Though these four were Tsunrui's last disciples, none dared disturb her to announce Lin Yuan's arrival. Each passing moment felt increasingly intolerable. As the lead woman prepared to enter and relay the message, the door swung open from within. Before it fully opened, Lin Yuan heard a voice exclaim, "Go ask the palace master Ling. Our lady has waited too long, growing impatient." What's this Lin thinking? If he can't aid our lady, we'll need to intervene to soothe her anger. A tall, strong, and handsome man walked out of the room. The person's gaze met Lin Yuan's. "Oh, I didn't expect Tsunrui to have such thoughts. If I can't help her recover her lifespan, then her subordinates will find trouble with me? It's only been 2 hours since I met Her Excellency Shimei. Is 2 hours a long time? I'm very curious now. Is Lady Tsunrui so anxious because she can't last more than a few hours?" Lin Yuan's voice was very light and pleasant, with particles at the end of each sentence that made his voice very magnetic. However, Lin Yuan's melodious voice grated on the ears of Tsunrui's retainers. While it was acceptable for Lin Yuan to criticize Tsunrui for her anxiety, his remark that she wouldn't last a few hours amounted to cursing her to death. Not only did Tsunrui's retainers catch wind of Lin Yuan's words, but Tsunrui also heard them. An ominous aura suddenly permeated the space. Before Shimei could intervene to shield Lin Yuan, an even more imposing aura enveloped the room, sealing it off. Remaining composed, Lin Yuan remarked, "Since Lady Tsunrui insists on being disrespectful, it seems she has no interest in negotiating with us. Winter, enlighten her. Make her understand that she's imploring us to spare her life. We're not here to indulge her tantrums." With Lin Yuan's command, a chill descended upon the side hall, encasing Tsunrui's retainers and Tsunrui herself in ice.